1. Home again. The sunlight was warm on his face, and the heat of the quickly fatting day perked up his hope that this summer would be different than all the others. His relatives, if you could call them that, had just been warned by Moody, Lupin, Mr. Weasley, and Tonks to be nice to him. The aforementioned relatives were following in his wake to the car. Harry looked to either side of the nearest car park and realized that he didn't know where the car was, and he was unlikely to find it without some direction. For all he knew, Vernon could have gotten a new one while he was away at Hogwarts trying to stay alive, or getting others killed, or risking the lives of my friends. Harry had goals for the summer. He hoped they were simple enough since he had just formulated them on the train ride south. 1. Stay alive. 2. Protect your mind. 3. Take control of your life. 4. Get information. 5. Keep your loved ones safe. 6. Learn how to win. The list wasn't in any particular order, but he needed to achieve all of them. Failure would only lead to someone else's death. He would be lucky if his was the only death that came from a failure. At least then he wouldn't have the guilt he was dealing with at the moment. Sirius was his fault. He had failed to save him. Moreover, he had led Sirius to his own death. He'd had a chance to save him in the chamber, but he had just stood and watched. And then, when he'd had the chance, he couldn't even avenge his godfather's death properly. I will not be useless next time, Harry thought to himself while trying to cope with the anguish and frustration he was feeling. He had failed on so many levels this year, Umbridge being only one of them. The list could take up rolls of parchment. I have to succeed. I have to win. I have to find my bloody family, Harry thought, as he realized he was alone in the crowd on the street outside King's Cross Station. A quick scan of the throngs of people showed him 2 lumbering masses making their way to a car park across the road. With a deep breath and a tight grip on his trolley, Harry made to follow the dreadful people he stayed with during holiday break. Remember, Harry, they are on notice to treat you well. They will be better. They won't be the same. Harry dodged a Renault that accelerated past him to make a turn. Remembering the basic lessons of childhood, Harry thought, avoid Dudley and his friends if you can. If you can't, you are faster than them. And look both ways before crossing the road because Dudley will push you in front of traffic given the chance. Navigating the hazards of London city streets as well as he could, Harry reached the car and knocked on the boot so his uncle would release the latch. 10 seconds went by before the boot popped open with a metallic click. The relatives, as Harry planned to call them for the duration of his sentence, were seated in the car with Dudley behind his father and Petunia in the front seat. As Harry hefted his trunk off the trolley and into the boot, he noticed that the car leaned heavily to one side. Laughter welled up in his mind as Harry figured out the cause of the lopsided vehicle. I wonder how often the car will try to make right turns on its own. Hedwig would be riding inside with Harry. That situation was not debatable. She deserved better, but an owl in a cage was abnormal enough. No need to push it by releasing her in front of the evening commuters. Harry closed the boot and slid into the back seat. Dudley, taking up nearly 2/3 of the backseat alone, tried to distance himself from Harry as much as possible, but failed miserably in his efforts. Vernon barely flinched at the quiet hoot Hedwig made when the car was backed out of the space, abruptly still listing to the right. Harry watched Vernon carefully, keeping his humorous observations to himself. The next 2 hours would set the terms for the summer. Vernon looked straight ahead as he aimed the auto through the congested streets. He was still white-faced. He hadn't come to terms with the warning yet. He hadn't made his decision to listen to it or fight it. Harry decided it was a very volatile situation as far as his uncle was concerned. Shifting his eyes left led him to Aunt Petunia sitting straight-backed in her seat. She only looked backwards quickly enough to reassure herself that Dudley was the same beached whale he always was and hadn't been changed by any of Harry's magic. She paid Harry no mind as far as he could tell, but something somehow was different all the same. Dudley kept his maw fixedly pointed out the window. He never turned his head nor asked any questions. Harry was reminded of a saying he'd heard once. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Only in this situation it would be, see no Harry, hear no Harry, speak no Harry. This I can handle, Harry said to himself. I can live with this. Silence would be good for a summer. It didn't last long. About every half hour, Harry noticed that Vernon was changing colors. At first it seemed like the twins might have slipped him something, but an hour into the ride home, Harry knew it was a normal Vernon reaction coming out. His face was a shade of white, then normal color followed by a pinkish red. Only one color remained, and they had less than 20 minutes left to the trip. Same pinkish red, Harry noted as they pulled into the driveway of number 4 Privet Drive. I might just make it to bed before he snaps. The car was switched off, the boot was popped, and the Dursleys exited the car as swiftly as possible. Harry slid out of his seat and closed the door. The lock snapped closed, and the interior light was extinguished, letting him take note of the darkening sky. Harry went to the rear of the car and pulled his trunk out of the boot before closing it sharply. He gripped Hedwig's cage in his left hand and the trunk in his right and headed towards the front door. Well, let's get this over with, eh? Harry closed the front door with his foot while balancing his weight carefully on the remaining foot. The Dursleys were in the living room, judging by the lights that were on in the house. A faint bluish flicker, and the noise droning on from the room most likely to house Dudley when he was awake was proof enough. So far, so good. Harry set his trunk down and quickly carried Hedwig up to his room. He opened the window, glad that it hadn't been nailed shut, and opened the door to the cage, telling Hedwig to help herself. He returned to the entryway and grabbed his trunk, planning on repeating his quick escape from his relatives. Unfortunately, he felt a presence behind him. It wasn't the same feeling he got around Voldemort or the Death Eaters. It was similar to slipping on black ice and catching yourself rather than the empty feeling of being halfway to the ground after your feet leave the earth. Harry spun around smoothly and was met by Vernon's hand on his throat, lifting him slightly off the floor. An errant thought ran through his mind. Things were too good to be true. Thought that was funny, didn't you, boy? Vernon hissed, spraying spittle on Harry. Thought your freaky friends could scare me, eh? Had a good laugh you did. Well, now it is time to pay up, boy. Vernon swung a fist into Harry's gut at that moment. Harry doubled over as the air was pushed from his body by the force of the blow. Things went white, and a burning sensation flared in his lungs. Things were definitely not going well this summer. Another swing and Harry saw stars in addition to his white, hazy vision. Letting his instincts take over, Harry kicked out his foot and caught Vernon in a very advantageous spot. He felt himself being dropped and ended up striking his head on the banister and collapsed into his trunk on the floor. Neither object moved enough to save Harry from additional injuries. Bloody hell. Another, normal, summer at the Dursleys, but I have my list of things to achieve and I'm not going to fail. I can't. Harry regained his vision and footing before Vernon could gather himself for another attack. Harry fingered his wand as he looked at the Dursleys and scowled. The poster family for pathetic muggles according to Voldemort, Harry thought. This is not going to happen. I'm better than this. I've had enough abuse in my life, and I'm not going to let these people continue it. Not this time, Uncle, Harry said coldly. I will not be beaten by you or anyone. I have had enough of the pain. Harry noticed the vision in his left eye take on a slightly reddish tint. With a sigh and a swipe of his hand, Harry found blood running down his face. Always bleeding. I'm tired of this. Vernon regained his footing and stood in front of his wife and child. The purple color had finally found its way onto his face. The bulging vein in his forehead was pumping away. His fists were clenched and he was ready to throttle Harry. He made to charge but paused when he saw the look on Harry's face. It was one of resolute defiance. The smeared blood added to the look, too. This boy wasn't scared. He wasn't cowering. He was standing on his own feet, relaxed, accepting, and waiting. Think this is over, boy? Vernon snarled, trying to change the feel of the situation. I will beat the magic out of you this time. I doubt that very much, Tubby, said a voice from the doorway. Harry spun around with wand in hand, as he was prepared to fight Vernon, training it on the new target. He paused for a second, slowly recognizing the spiky red hair and heart-shaped face of the clumsy Auror before turning the wand back on Vernon. Tonks, Harry said pleasantly, not showing any effect of the current situation. Nice of you to stop by. Care for some tea, maybe some Dursley abuse while it steeps. Thanks for your offer, Harry, Tonks said cheerily. But I think the ministry might frown on that, considering. I won't say a word, Tonks, Harry returned. I was just thinking of what curse to use myself. Surely, there are laws permitting me to save myself from assault by animal life. At least one law that says I can protect myself from them, Harry commented casually, tilting his wand in Vernon's direction. Maybe one or two, Harry, Tonks smiled as she took in the situation. I have a few laws that I could enforce right now as well. I saw you attack Harry, Muggle. Apparently our warning did little to impress upon you the seriousness of to hell with the legal crap. Listen, you fecking tub of lard. I should curse your whole family to within an inch of their lives for hurting Harry. I might just do it anyway. But if you touch him again, I will hurt you. I will hurt you really badly. Dumbledore will not, came a squeak from Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore won't know about it, horsey, snapped Tonks, her eyes blazing in the dim light of the entranceway. I am an Auror, Scotland Yard to you, and do you think anybody would bother after they heard what you did to Harry? He is a nothing of a boy, Vernon yelled for the first time. He is nothing but a piece of. He is 10 times the man you could ever hope to become, Dursley, Tonks replied forcefully. Harry is the kind of man everyone wants as their son or son-in-law, but you are too blind to see it, bastard. Harry kept his wand pointed at Vernon, but looked at Tonks. This was the first time ever anyone had stood up for him inside the walls of number 4. He thought about what he could do to salvage the whole night from Vernon yelling at him, or worse once Tonks left. According to Dumbledore, a small nugget of anger burned in him as he remembered what happened in his office. He had to stay here. He was protected here. He needed to think about that. How could it still work? Voldemort used his blood when he came back. Movement brought reality to the forefront and pushed the wondering to the rear. Tonks moved to the side of Harry. She looked sideways and saw the blood trickling from his head. His hair was becoming matted down from the liquid. His eyes were glaring at the Muggles. His wand was steady and ready to strike. He handled things better than most. He knew who he was and how to take care of himself one way or another at least. Harry, Tonks prompted, did you lose consciousness? Nope, just fog and stars, Harry answered. No big deal. I've had worse from falling down. At least your sense of humor isn't damaged, Tonks quipped. Now, stupid Muggle family, that is you by the way, you are on official notice. If I hear or see anything like this again, you will all spend some time in Azkaban. That is our prison if you didn't know. You assaulted your nephew, who happens to be Harry Potter no less. For that, you would get no leniency from our courts. Now I'm going to take Harry upstairs and heal his cuts and make sure you leave him alone. Any problems with that? I will not have a trollop like you in my house, Vernon yelled again. Harry stepped forward and in front of Tonks. Watch your words, uncle. She happens to be my friend and I will defend her or her honor if need be. Thank you, Harry, Tonks said playfully. I appreciate the offer, but this pillock here isn't that big of a deal to me. I have been called worse. Doesn't matter, Harry said quietly while staring his uncle down. He won't make the same mistake again, will you, Vernon? I will not let him threaten me anymore. I will not let him threaten my friends. I will not be threatened anymore by anyone. I will take control of my life right now. I will fight the fights that need fighting. I have lived by determination so far and I will keep it up. You will not beat me, Voldemort. I will not be beat. I start my war right now. Start small, then go big. Vernon Dursley was mad, very mad. He wanted to kill his worthless nephew. He wanted to crush him like he should have when he was a little brat. Now, though, he stared down 2 wands being held by a trampy little floozy and that same nephew. The only thing stopping him, really, was the look in the boy's eyes. It was different than before. It was dangerous. The kind of look you see before a dog attacks. It was unsettling at the very least. Something had changed in the last year. The boy was not sad, scared, or depressed this time. He was sharp. He was menacing. He was intimidating, frightfully intimidating. The night had gone terribly wrong, and it had all started when they had seen Harry. This is still my house, Vernon tried to change the subject. It was his house. They were guests, right? I will speak as I wish in my own house. As he finished his words, he saw a flash of faint light flare around his nephew. Oh shite, can this get any worse? Tonks felt a burst of magic. It was unfocused, but it was there. She looked at Harry and saw his aura. It was greenish blue and it had ripples flowing through it. An aura from a 15-year-old kid. Most people never managed a visible aura at any time during their life, let alone at 15. She had to rethink her opinion of Harry. Kid didn't fit any longer. He had been through too much for that. He had a visible aura and it was still showing. Your house or not, you will watch your mouth, uncle, Harry said sternly. You know nothing about her and you will not speak about her like that. Now I am going up to my room. Hopefully we can move past what happened here tonight. I assure you I will remember it though. Tonks. Harry returned his wand to his back pocket and grabbed his trunk. He started up the stairs to his room. One foot in front of the other. Keep your eyes open. Fight the gray cloud. Stay strong or this will all be for nothing. One lesson I learned from Voldemort, always make a grand entrance or exit as it keeps the cattle impressed. Tonks felt more than saw Harry turn and make his way up the stairs. She also felt his aura flicker, badly. She looked the Dursleys up and down. Have a pleasant night, muggles, she said with an air of intimidation to her words and hurried up the stairs after Harry. She found him at the top, staggering slightly with the fingertips of his empty hand running along the wall. He stepped into his room stiffly and released his trunk as quickly as he could, letting it drop to the floor with a thud that rattled the contents of the small room. He took one more step before roughly falling onto his dilapidated bed. Tonks entered the room and closed the door. Bloody hell, he passed out. He must have got a harder hit than I thought. Well, first aid training, here we go. With a few flicks of her wand, she healed the cut on his head and reduced the swelling of the knot at the base of his skull. She discovered he had a slight concussion, but it was minor and would heal by itself. She remembered hearing from Moony that Harry hated hospitals, something he shared with his father according to the stories. Probably some macho thing. Harry didn't move from the place where he collapsed. Tonks found herself in an odd position. Harry Potter was unconscious in front of her, and she was supposed to be on guard duty protecting the house. I protect Harry, not the house. Definitely not the muggles. Mind made up, she levitated him into the air, rolled him over, and lightly set him on the bed properly. She removed his shoes, noting that they desperately needed to be replaced. As she looked him over, she saw that all of his clothes needed replacing as well. How could Harry Potter wear clothes like these? They are even worse than what can be found at the Goodwill. He is Harry fecking Potter for Merlin's sake and he looks like a street rat. He has money. I know the Potters were a wealthy family. Doesn't he care? Doesn't he know about his financial situation? Doesn't he? Fucking Dursleys, no doubt, Tonks said venomously. They're the real reason. She looked around the room. It was tiny and cramped. Just her presence seemed to make the room bulge at the seams. She didn't want to know what it would look like if someone decided to add more furniture. The best way to protect you is to watch you. The greatest danger you have are from the people downstairs, Harry. The Death Eaters are secondary, at best, for now. I will stay until the morning, then I will see what can be done. Tonks's eyes searched Harry's form as she tried to decide what to do in the morning about everything that had happened. Don't bother, came a muffled reply. No one cares. I am out of sight here and everyone figures I am safe from Voldemort. There aren't any other dangers, right? Harry had lifted his head slightly and a smirk was visible. Dumbledore just wants his weapon and the Order just wants me to be quiet and leave them alone. I'm a mushroom as far as most are concerned. Keep me in the dark and the bullshit coming. Harry wavered for a moment before continuing. No more, Tonks. I need to be ready. Can you help me? Sirius died because I didn't know things. Sirius died because I couldn't do things right. Sirius died because of me. Harry, Tonks couldn't believe what Harry was saying. He wasn't completely with it at the moment. He was saying things that he normally wouldn't or shouldn't, but he knew things most didn't. Sirius died because he got cocky. He taunted Bellatrix and she beat him. If you learn anything from that terrible night, learn never to hesitate in a fight. Fight it to the end and be done with it. Gloat, taunt, sulk, and cry later. Worry about things after the fact, never during. I have seen too many people die from getting that process mixed up. Now, what do you mean about a weapon? The weapon against Voldemort, Harry said, oblivious to Tonks's slight jump at the name. Keep me alive so I can kill the bastard later. No one ever bothered to ask if I care about winning. There's only so much a person can take before they give up. Tonks was beside herself, not only by what Harry said, which was nearly earth-shattering if it were true, but how he said it. The matter-of-fact way he spoke of Voldemort and death really unnerved her. Do you care about winning? Yep, Harry said, groggily forcing the words out. I have to, but you're the first to ask me. If I fail, everyone dies. Everyone I care about will be killed. I can't lose. I made myself a promise to win. I can't afford to lose. Just sleepy night. Tonks watched as Harry fell asleep. She had learned more in the few minutes listening to Harry ramble on than she had in all of the Order meetings over the last year. He had said some things that made sense. Actually, all of it made sense, really. She had heard the term weapon before, but nothing specific about what it was. She had never heard of anyone, other than Moony, talk about Harry as a person or his feelings. Molly was different, though, she reflected. Molly wanted to coddle him. Wrap him in cotton and stick him away in a closet for safekeeping so he wouldn't get hurt. "Oh, Harry," Tonks mourned. "What has happened to you? What is going to happen?" She looked around the room, thinking what she could do. Many things came to mind, some good, some bad, some just not appropriate to think. "I will help you, Harry. That is my promise to you. I will help you somehow." Tonks covered Harry in a blanket and conjured herself a chair and pillow. She tried to get comfortable over the next 10 minutes but failed. Huffing, she stood up and vanished the chair. "Well, what the hell?" She expanded the bed and lay down next to Harry. She covered herself with the blanket and settled in for the next 8 hours before she would be relieved. She set her wand to wake her up a few minutes early. As she began to drift off, Harry rolled over slightly and wrapped an arm around her. She stilled for a second, not knowing what to do. Harry's grip tightened, and she found that she couldn't get away unless she really tried. Harry sighed lightly and breathed deeply once. She waited for him to wake up. Surely he isn't used to this. Well, Harry Potter has probably had half of Hogwarts by now, probably used to a female sleeping in his bed. Maybe he is still hurting from the injuries. But Harry didn't wake up, and Tonks fell asleep thinking a variety of things. She made a mental list of things to do the next day. Talking to her boss was one of them, Dumbledore was another. She knew the wards would be triggered if anyone else entered the property. She was linked to the wards, so she felt safe falling asleep. After all, Harry was right next to her. She would know if anything happened. A vibration caused Tonks to wake up. She found herself staring into the eyes of Hedwig, who was sitting on the headboard. Tonks could swear that the owl was giving her a look of thanks. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and looked behind Tonks at what must be Harry. The look on the bird's face changed. She seemed concerned. Tonks thought to herself that she must still be groggy from sleep. Owls don't show emotion like that. They are birds for Merlin's sake. She realized that Harry's hand had moved slightly during the night and was cupping her breast. She felt safe and warm inside, along with the uncertainty of the situation. Try as she might, she could only think that their bodies fitted together well. Taking a chance, Tonks turned over slowly and finally managed to face a sleeping Harry. His dark hair was sticking up in all directions, adding to his youthful appearance. His face was more relaxed than she could ever remember seeing it. He seemed to realize that his previous arrangement had been disturbed. He gripped her sides and pulled her closer to him. Tonks just watched and waited. She still had 10 minutes to get downstairs and outside before she was relieved. Harry's mouth was open slightly, and he breathed just a little bit through it. Tonks couldn't help but think how cute it was. This was a side of Harry that she had never seen. She wondered how many people had seen it. Probably every Gryffindor female within 2 years of him, and a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs too. Oh, to be in school again. Tonks waited a few more minutes and slowly slid out of Harry's tight grip. Quidditch hands! She moved to the door and stepped into the hallway. She looked back once before closing the door. Walking down the stairs, she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. She made her way down the rest of the stairs, nearly falling down the last 5 steps, and entered the sterile room she remembered from the year before. Petunia was beginning to get the food ready for breakfast. Tonks cleared her throat, softly causing Petunia to turn abruptly and drop an egg on the floor. The yolk broke and ran with the white into a small pool mixed with broken shell. "I will not forget what happened last night, woman," Tonks said in her most authoritative voice. "You have allowed Harry to be abused his entire life. You have no idea what some people would do to you if they knew that." "What do you mean?" Petunia said, snottily trying to hide her fear of the witch. "He has had a roof over his head, and that is more than he deserves." "Say that in front of a few people, and you will not live the day, Petunia," Tonks said, controlling her anger. Petunia seemed to deflate. A flash of guilt washed over her face. Her imaginary life seemed to fall down around her. He looks so much like him. He is a constant reminder of her, too. Those eyes, they never let you go. Harry is his own person, Tonks explained. He is the sum of Lily and James. I've heard many things about the both of them, but I know things about Harry. You should consider yourself privileged to have him here. Many would do anything to have Harry Potter stay with them for the summer. From what I have seen, your family is not worth the effort Harry seems to put into you. What do you mean? Petunia asked, truly confused and looking slighted. Harry could go anywhere he wanted in our world and have a loving home to stay in with a loving family all too willing to share. He has friends willing to fight for him. He has people willing to kill for him. The thing is, he doesn't realize what people will do for him. People who get close to him will follow him anywhere. He has that ability. Lily had that ability, Petunia said softly after a few seconds of thought. She always was the center of attention. She, I don't know, held people somehow. Was that her mom magic doing that? Never met her, so I don't know. Most likely it was just the way she was. Do you know anything about Harry's life at school? No, Petunia said. We don't know anything other than the nightmares he had last summer. He would scream and wake everyone up, though. If you saw and went through what he did, you would too, Tonks said angrily. She decided to diffuse her frustration by asking the woman a question instead of hexing her. You never asked him about it. Even if I did, he wouldn't tell me anything anyway. Those things are not to be spoken of here. He knows that. You should find out, Tonks countered, losing her patience in the process. He has done so much. He has made such a difference in our world. You might learn something if you took the time. He would never tell me. Petunia looked lost. I've given him no reason to trust me. If an owl shows up with a paper, would you read it? One of your papers, Petunia asked, moving pictures and all. Yep, I could probably get you a book that would be more accurate, though. Our papers are just like yours, 30% truth, 20% half-truths, and 50% rubbish. Harry has had his share of rubbish, bloody gits, but he has kept on. He has been in your papers. Has Harry Potter been in the papers? Tonks couldn't believe they were this out of touch. You really have no clue, do you? How could I make a comparison? Tony Blair would have less coverage than Harry. Harry alone can sell out whole printings. He goes for weeks on the front page, hates every moment of it from what I can tell. I will send you a book if I find one that is accurate. Will you read it if I did? Petunia took a moment to think it over. She thought and seemed to decide but was apprehensive in her response. Yes, I will read it. I will have to keep it hidden from Vernon, but I will read it, if he is as popular as you say. He is a hero, champion, winner, athlete, and hottie all rolled into one. Petunia gave Tonks a disapproving look on the last comment. She also seemed to maintain a level of skepticism about the rest of what was said. Well, I must go since my replacement is nearly here. We are watching Harry, so don't think you can go back to the way things were before after I leave. Leave him alone for today. I will be back tonight, and we might be able to work out a tentative truce. Tonks watched Petunia look down at the floor and saw the egg drying on the floor. Tonks waved her wand at the egg, and it disappeared without a trace. Petunia let out a slight squeak, but did nothing else. Handy thing magic. Tonks turned and left the kitchen. She breezed out the front door and went to her guard position. She was there for less than a minute when someone came up behind her. Dung, you are terrible at stealth, Tonks said, jokingly. I couldn't hear you, but the smell gave you away long before that was possible. Sup, Tonksy, slurred Dung. I am what I am. Yeah, and drunk, but who's complaining? Tonks replied. You messed up last time, Dung. Do it again, and even Dumbledore won't be able to save you. Watch the muggles carefully. Our warning didn't do much good. Don't be afraid to hurt the fat one if need be. Why fat one? Either I am not particular. I will be back at 6. Tonks disapparated to the ministry, leaving Dung to put on his invisibility cloak and settle in for a long day. Tonks entered the atrium with a crack and headed past the guard station. The ministry was quiet this early in the morning. Only a few night shift people and early risers were about. The lift was as slow as always to arrive. It dinged, and Tonks entered and pressed the button. It rattled and descended into the depths of the ministry. She was lost in thoughts about what she was about to do. Could this be the way to help? Could this help at all? Could this ruin whatever plans had already been made? It didn't matter. Harry asked for help, and he never did that from what Tonks knew. Sure, he was delirious, but it was sincere. She would figure out the rest later. He needed help against you-know-who, and she could give that. She knew people who could help a lot. She was still lost in thought when the lift dinged and called out the floor, Level 9, Department of Mysteries. Tonks exited the lift and walked down the hallway. She stopped halfway and turned to the left. She drew her wand, tapped the wall in a specific pattern, and spoke a set of words. A door appeared, and Tonks opened and entered the newly created doorway. It was now or never. Harry woke up feeling rested for the first time in as long as he could remember. He reached for his glasses and found them in a different place than he would usually put them at Privet Drive. As he turned his head to put the glasses on, a pain sparked across his head. Ah, what the hell happened? Harry thought for a bit and began to remember Vernon attacking him. He hit his head, there was blood, Tonks was there, and then darkness. He searched the room for anything else that was out of the ordinary. The same old furniture was there. Hedwig was in her cage with her head tucked under her wing. His trunk was at the foot of his bed. Wait a minute, the trunk's a lot smaller than the bed. That isn't right. Harry looked at the bed and noticed there was more of it to either side of him. The bed was bigger. The Dursleys didn't do this. They would be more likely to get a smaller bed. It must have been Tonks. Harry looked around again. No note from the ministry was waiting, so at least they could tell that Harry didn't do the enlargement charm, unlike the hover charm, before his second year. Harry pulled himself out of bed and sat up, fighting off the bout of dizziness that washed over him. The room swirled a little bit but righted itself quickly enough. No quick movements for the day, I guess. I hope the Dursleys stay away until this passes. After a quick wash-up, Harry dumped his dirty clothes in his room with his enlarged bed and made his way carefully downstairs. The steps were a little difficult to navigate, but nowhere near as bad as the night before. At the bottom landing, Harry listened for the Dursleys. Hearing nothing, Harry advanced into the living room, scanning for relatives. He found nothing but the usual pillows, couch, chair, and obnoxious wallpaper. The clock on the mantel told him it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope Tonks didn't kill them. That would be tragic. Harry couldn't think of why he had been left alone for the day. He had never been allowed to sleep in. It was a work day, so that explained the absence of his uncle. Dudley was most likely out terrorizing the neighborhood kids or worse. That left his aunt. She had to be out shopping or something. She wouldn't leave him alone this long. There was work to be done for sure. Harry crept to the kitchen door and listened for a minute. The only sound he could hear was the sound of an occasional page being turned. His aunt read every now and then, but it was usually circulars or the tabloids. A book was something she hardly ever read. Deciding it was time to test the waters and hopefully begin a different summer holiday, Harry opened the kitchen door and entered the very clean room. He saw his aunt sitting at the table with her back to the doorway, hunched over a book. He could tell that she hadn't moved since lunch, because the dishes from lunch were still sitting on the table. Some food remained on the table, and Harry figured now was his chance to see if things were going to be different. Mustering his Gryffindor courage, Harry began the short trip to the table and sat opposite his aunt. She failed to notice him at first, but it was obvious when she did see him. She grabbed a creased bit of paper from the side of the table and quickly covered the book she was reading with it. Harry saw a few emotions on her face, the most prominent being fear. Fear of what? Harry didn't know. Another was apprehension, and the third was one Harry had never seen when she looked at him. The best he could figure the emotion was pride. "Good afternoon," came the forced form of greeting from Aunt Petunia. "Help yourself to whatever you would like that is on the table. I advise you to be scarce when your uncle returns at 6. Dudley will be home later." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said automatically. She had made the first move, and it was positive, or at least neutral. Knowing when the others should arrive would help him avoid the inevitable confrontation that was sure to follow. Tonks must have talked to Petunia before she left last night. That has to be the reason she is being nice to me right now. I will clean off the table before I eat then. Harry was met with a raised eyebrow that could rival Snape's. "No need. Just take what you want, but I'd prefer to be alone in the kitchen." "Okay." Harry figured that the request was more than favorable compared to what he had been expecting to get. He grabbed food, keeping a careful watch for the slightest hint that he had taken too much. His aunt's eyes followed his fluid moments as he piled the leftovers onto a plate. Harry had taken bread, ham, cheese, crisps, an apple, and a glass of juice. He ran out of room on his plate before he received any indication from his aunt to stop. First meeting, success. Harry didn't know if this was the quiet before the storm or if this was for real. He decided he should take it as a victory and retreat to safer waters to watch the reaction. He nodded respectfully to his aunt and left the kitchen and hurried up the stairs to his room. Only when the door closed did he think he was safe to eat more food than he had ever had inside number 4. Lunch was eaten quickly, and the plate left clean except for the apple core. Harry looked around the room trying to figure out if he was still asleep. Nothing so far today had made any sense. His aunt had never been violent towards him, but she'd always been the most hurtful. The coldness and lack of caring from her had been more scarring than the belt or punches from Vernon or Dudley. As his aunt, his blood, she was supposed to be the most loving person towards him. She had never been nice to him. She had never shown any warmth. Something had changed with her, and he didn't know what it was or what had caused it. He needed to talk to Tonks to figure out what she had done or said to them after he passed out. Family issues aside, Harry needed to begin working on his summer plans. He was staying alive by being in this house. Staying here is enough effort on that. Protecting my mind, on the other hand, needs a lot more effort. I need a book that can help with that, and I need it now. Something to ask Tonks if she comes back. Taking control of my life, well, I guess I am starting that one. The events of last night were evidence enough of that. Information will be a hard one to work on. Dumbledore will not tell me anything unless he has to, and even then it will be too late to do any good. Keeping others safe means I have to be able to help them. I have to be able to protect them. Staying here won't do that. I have to be out there either guarding them or stopping Voldemort from attacking them. Both of those options suck and are even harder to accomplish. My guards won't let me leave, and Voldemort is not likely to take it easy on me. The Death Eaters will be after me worse than before since I basically got some of them arrested. Learning is another thing entirely. Books only go so far, and I learn better by doing. That will be the hardest thing to do this summer. I can't practice since I'll be expelled immediately if I do. Or will I? Dumbledore can't expel me. I am the only person that can kill Voldemort. If I am expelled, it would be that much easier to kill me. Dumbledore can't let his weapon be killed that easily. He would do everything he could to prevent it. That means I am in a position of control. He needs me. The whole wizarding world needs me whether they know it or not. I am marked whether or not people know I can kill Voldemort. He and all of his lackeys are after me even without knowing I am the key. So I would go from the top of the list to what? Higher on the list. Ha, whatever. It's my life, not theirs. It is my future, not Dumbledore's. I will do this one my way unless I find a better way and people willing to let me participate in it. I have little choice since I am in this to win or die. Shitty options, but those are the only ones I've got. So I keep working the relatives angle and I start my fight on my own terms for my own ends. Life and a reason to live it. Harry unpacked his trunk as much as he dared. He kept the important items and some food under the loose floorboard and his school things in the trunk. Harry started reading a book of curses he had. Later, he looked around and found the shadows getting longer. Harry figured his uncle would be home soon and prepared for that meeting. He knew it wouldn't go as well as the one with his aunt. Tonks left the lift feeling better than she did when she went in. Her meeting with her boss had gone well considering she hadn't got an answer at the end of the meeting. She was on her way to Diagon Alley now to find a book for that hateful muggle. Maybe Petunia could be saved, but she doubted it. With a crack, Nymphadora Tonks appeared in Diagon Alley. One thing that stood out was that everyone who was in the alley was looking over their shoulders waiting for the next attack. Those that remembered the last time were the most nervous of the bunch. She passed her fellow Aurors who had been stationed in the alley since the Ministry had been forced to admit you-know-who had returned. Fudge was only hanging onto his job because he had greased the wheels of government for years prior. Tonks was convinced that, with a little push, Fudge could be tossed out on his head. If Dumbledore had asked for his resignation publicly, the Wisengamot would have supported the request, and Fudge would be gone. The best she could figure was that Dumbledore could manage Fudge and control how things were handled. His control had waned for a few years, but now Fudge knew his job rested in the hands of the headmaster. So much for separation of powers, Tonks thought. She continued to flourish and blots and entered the bookstore. It was mostly empty, but a few people were about browsing the shelves. They acted much in the same way as those in Diagon Alley by looking over their shoulders and jumping at the least bit noise. Tonks found the section for biographies after nearly scaring 2 people out of their socks. She located the Harry Potter shelf easily enough since there was a display for it. The recent vindication of The Boy Who Lived had put him back on top of the popularity list. She remembered hearing Remus and Sirius talk about some of these books. Apparently, her cousin had taken an interest in them. Knowing his sense of humor, Sirius had most likely planned to read them and use them to embarrass Harry when he could. Now, Tonks was trying to remember which one had been the most accurate. She found one written by FLD and thought that rang a bell. The title, Harry Potter, not a fantasy story, sounded like the one. She flipped through it and read a bit about this first year of life. The book was really vague about his years with the Dursleys since it only took up 1 chapter. Every year of school had at least 2 chapters dedicated to it, and the book stopped after Harry's 4th year. Tonks figured that was good enough. She doubted that it would do any good, but she had to try for Harry's sake. She bought the book and went to post office to send the book to Petunia. At the very least, the owl would remind Petunia that Tonks was still out there and returning soon enough. She left the post office and prepared herself for her visit to Hogwarts. Dumbledore was an imposing person, and even worse when he was in his office. She knew he wouldn't go to headquarters for a few days, and this issue needed to be resolved fast. With another crack, Tonks was at the gates to Hogwarts. The imposing castle sat on the hill up the path. Tonks took a deep breath and began the long walk to the confrontation she had been dreading since last night. Her mind wandered to what Harry had done and what he had said. This was important, and she was not going to leave without doing what needed to be done. The trip had taken less time than she'd planned, and she soon found herself standing in front of the oak doors. With a steadying breath, Tonks opened the door and entered the school. She walked up the stairs, hearing her every step echo off the walls. She made her way to the office stairwell. Halfway there, she heard a cackle and Peeves appeared in her way. "Oh, me sees an oldie," Peeves said, delighted. "You had best not forget your knickers this time, Nymphy. Peevesy remembers the good things." "Watch it, you ghost wannabe. I know how to exorcise spirits like you. Give me a reason not to." "Oh, you were never any fun. Only funny looking when the boys would ask you to change into someone else. Peeves remembers how you used to cry." Peeves floated away as a spell ricocheted off the wall where he had been moments before. Tonks tried to calm herself, but she was mad, upset, and full of self-loathing. "That fucking ghost had to bring that up, didn't he? He had to remind me of how I was then, what I did. Next time I won't hesitate to kill him for good." She gathered her wits trying to calm herself because she knew that Dumbledore would probe her mind. He would do what he needed to do to find out everything. He only needed to know certain things, and she was determined to see that he learned only what he had to know. Tonks arrived at the entryway and sent a message to Dumbledore using the spell he had devised. A silvery bolt shot from her wand and went through the wall. A few seconds later, the gargoyle moved aside and Tonks was riding the stairs upwards. The office door came into view, and Tonks hesitated before stepping forward. She cleared her mind and shielded her thoughts. She stepped forward, and the door opened of its own accord. Tonks entered the circular office to find Dumbledore sitting at his desk, looking at a silvery device that wasn't spinning properly. A box was next to the desk, and inside were pieces of damaged bits of silver. Dumbledore was concentrating on his wand movements, and she could feel the magic at work. The device shuddered and spun slowly until it popped and the spinning stopped. Seconds later, the device fell apart and clattered to the desk and floor. The old man sighed and smiled slightly. "Nymphadora," he began, "for future reference I would advise you to avoid angering Harry Potter to the point that he destroys anything that you enjoy. Unlike most people, when he breaks something it stays broken. I must say that I have not been able to repair a few of my more complicated trinkets. I assure you I have tried and failed every time with this one. The others are in much the same condition." Pushing aside the pieces of the object, Dumbledore said, "Now enough rambling about my excessive bits of junk. You would not be here if it wasn't important. You would never risk a meeting with Peeves for a trivial matter. Yes, Albus, it is important, Tonks sighed inwardly. She didn't understand how he could know what had just happened with Peeves. I was at Harry's when they returned. The uncle tried to kill Harry once he got in the house. I must ask that Harry be moved for his own safety. Was Harry injured? Albus seemed more interested in Harry's condition and not the reason Tonks was before him. If I wasn't there, you would have a fat muggle to dispose of and Harry Potter's death to explain. Harry is resting now, but he was hurt badly enough that I had to use some healing spells. Now, what are we going to do about this? What did you do to the Dursleys? Not as much as I wanted, Tonks said, getting angry. I should have killed the uncle, but I didn't. Harry got to him first. You are lucky that he didn't use any magic to protect himself. Isn't Harry on a short list when it comes to underage magic? Yes, he has received a warning or two, but right now I believe the minister has more important things to deal with that don't involve reminding the public that Mr. Potter was right and he was wrong. All in all, Harry is in a much safer position with the ministry in mind. So, what are your plans on handling the situation? You have taken care of the injuries and warned the Dursleys again, Albus asked, hinting that the situation was resolved. They were warned, but I doubt the uncle learns that fast. Is that all you plan to do? I consider the matter closed, Nymphadora. If any further abuse occurs, I will look into the matter personally. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Tonks couldn't believe it. A student, an important student, was being abused by the people that Albus placed him with, and he was doing nothing. You consider the matter closed? How can you consider the abuse of Harry Potter closed? It has occurred for years. Ever since you put him there, he has been abused one way or another. How can you? If you look at the bigger picture, Ms. Tonks, you will see that Harry has turned out to be a wonderful person. He only has one more summer with them after this, and then he will have no reason to return there again. Have you been getting enough sleep lately? Working all night, and then being awake during the day as well can place a dramatic toll on the body. I am fine, Albus, but Harry isn't. I find it hard to believe that you plan to do nothing about what happened and what has been happening. At the very least, the order should be made aware of. I believe us knowing is enough for now. If others learn of this, then there is a greater chance Voldemort will find out. We must limit the number of people who know what. Do you understand, Nymphadora? Do not call me by that name, sir. You know I hate it. Tonks paused and controlled her mind again. I will be leaving now, sir. I have a few things to take care of before I get back to Harry's. Will I be able to switch schedules with Dung the day after tomorrow? I believe the switch might work better for both of us. Dumbledore hesitated, and Tonks felt a light probing at her mind. She held steady and found Dumbledore looking puzzled. Yes, I believe the switch would make better sense, but has your work schedule changed? That was the original reason you were put on nights. Yes, I have been reassigned to nights, Tonks said. This will work out better for everyone. Very well, I will make the change on Wednesday. Please tell Mundungus that he will need to alter his busy social calendar. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at his own joke. I will handle guard duty on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning then. Thank you for your time, sir. Tonks turned and left the office. She couldn't believe what had been said. He didn't even flinch when he learned what had happened. He either knew beforehand or he didn't care. Either way, Harry had been right. He said no one would care, and the one who should care most didn't. Tonks hurried down the steps and out of the castle. Her plan made even more sense now that she had confirmed the truth. Checking her watch told her that she had a couple hours left before she had to get to Harry's before the uncle made it home. She knew he wouldn't have learned just from one night. Leaving the grounds at a quickened pace allowed Tonks to apparate away earlier. She appeared in the ministry for the second time that day. With her plan coming together and her chances of abandoning it fading, Tonks went in search of Kingsley. He needed to know where she would be, or at least a good enough excuse preventing him from asking about her. Harry sat in his room reading about dangerous curses that were almost banned by the ministry. Stab, slash, twist, pull, flick. Ewa, that is a nasty one. Liquefy the eyes, how can that be legal? Harry flipped the page and checked the legal section of the spell. Oh, there is a counter curse and a potion to repair it. But it would work in a fight since they can't see until they are treated. The bone-breaking hex looks effective too. Ooh, bone exploding looks really bad. It could kill if you hit them in the right place. A few places actually, but this is war, right? I am literally fighting for my life. Harry looked up and found Hedwig watching him. Sorry, girl, I might be losing my mind since I am talking to myself. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and stuck her beak in the air. Sorry, Hedwig, I didn't mean anything by it. I was talking to you, okay? You're the only one who has stuck by me from the beginning no matter what anyone has said. Hedwig calmed down and seemed to relax. Harry returned to his book, memorizing what he could. As page after page flipped by, Harry found spells that he could use to protect himself and others. A few showed strong promise for serious situations like another ministry debacle or a graveyard scenario. I wish I knew some of these then. Things may have been different. People might still be alive enjoying their lives or making mine better. I will not let you down, Sirius. The hours slipped by peacefully in the house, with the only conflict occurring in Harry's mind. The battle between his morals and ideals and the reality of his life was a difficult one for Harry to come to terms with. To survive, I may need to stoop to their level. To live, I'll probably have to kill. The turmoil gave Harry cause to reassess many of the things he had seen and done. Alternatives reared their ugly heads at many stages, revealing better and worse outcomes. Shaking the images from his head, he said, "What did Tonks say? Never hesitate in a fight and worry about things afterward." Harry sighed as he realized that was the only way to win a real fight. The Death Eaters never hesitated. Voldemort never hesitated. Neither ever showed regret for their actions. The process of attempting to learn the spells and the mental justification for actually using them continued until his stomach gave a rumble, breaking his concentration and turmoil. Harry marked his page, closed the book, and stood up. He didn't want to test his luck again since the last time was far too positive of an experience. He contemplated his choices, but always came back to his decision to take control of his life. His relatives would not stop him from enjoying his summer. He needed food, and they were not going to stop him from eating either. A choice made, Harry opened his door and headed downstairs slowly while remaining determined on controlling his life. When he opened the kitchen door, he found his aunt sitting in the same place as before. The dishes had been cleaned away, but there she sat reading the same book. Harry watched her for a few minutes, seeing her subtlety, shake her head a few times and tilt it from side to side as if trying to figure something out. Choosing to announce his presence, Harry cleared his throat, causing Petunia to jump. She turned to look at him and covered the book with the paper again. What startled Harry the most was the look of horror on her face. Not sure how to handle the situation, Harry held his ground and stared at her with a scowl growing on his face. "She is going to snap at me. I knew it wouldn't last." "Harry," she said, pausing to correct her voice that cracked, "help yourself to whatever you want from the pantry and fridge. Vernon is bringing takeaway for us. You know he won't let you touch it, so get what you can now and be off before he gets here." "Thank you," Harry said, trying to understand what had happened to his aunt. "Not what I expected. Maybe it's the Imperious curse. Maybe Tonks threatened Dudley's life if she was mean to me." Harry quickly got some cold chicken out of the refrigerator and put it on a plate. He poured himself some juice as well, since it had been a while since his last drink. Thoughts still rolling through his head distracted him enough that, when he opened the pantry and reached in, he bumped a glass jar that held the rare preserves his aunt would make once a year. Without breaking his thought process, Harry instinctively snatched the jar out of the air as it fell. He returned it to its shelf and found the crisps he was after. Petunia had just finished reading about a Quidditch match Harry had played a few years ago. She doubted that her nephew could play any sport and read the section with a skeptical eye. He was always so skinny and weak-looking. He would get killed during a sport even for fun, let alone one for real. After giving him permission to eat, she watched him move about the kitchen. She noticed that he didn't display any of the awkwardness that teenagers often had. His movements were smooth and precise. When the jar fell, Petunia almost yelled at him, but she stopped herself when his hand shot out and grabbed it instantly. She couldn't believe he could do that. The description of his sport was vague, because it was meant for a reader who already knew the basics. But Petunia had figured out that speed and precision were keys for the seeker position, and she just saw him use those skills. Petunia debated with herself, but she had to be sure. She saw her empty teacup sitting on the table. With a quick and very un-Petunia-like thought, she said Harry's name and threw it into the air near him. She watched Harry spin around on his feet and capture her eyes with his. The green held her for only a second, then darted away and returned to hers. She saw his hand reach out and save the cup from a loud, disastrous landing. Harry's stare was all-consuming. He held her where she was sitting. She saw him place the cup on the counter while he seemed to be figuring her out like a cat would before striking a mouse. Only when he asked what was going on did she feel the gaze lessen. "I wanted to see it for myself, that's all," she said. "Is that what you do? You catch things, that is what your sport's about?" Harry didn't know what to think. She had just asked him about Quidditch. A wizard's sport was being talked about in this house by her own choice. Harry scanned the room, quickly looking for anything out of place and focusing on the only thing, the book that his aunt was hiding from him. The paper looked like the parchment Flourish, and blots used to wrap their books when they were sent by Owl. Harry saw a bit of twine sticking out of the book, too. Something was wrong, and it involved that book. It was the only thing that made sense. Harry took 2 steps toward the table. Petunia looked down at the paper and slid her chair backwards slightly, making a scraping sound on the floor. Harry pulled the paper away and found a moving picture of himself looking up. A scowl appeared on his face. This was not a good situation. "How did you get this book?" He wanted the truth, and he was going to get it. "Why?" Petunia asked with a smirk. "Is it all a lie? Did you get someone to write all this as a joke?" "I didn't even know this book existed," Harry snapped. "But you haven't answered my question." "I sent it, Harry," was Tonks's cheery answer as she entered the room. "I bought it and sent it here for her to read. She wanted to know." Tonks paused. "Well, she was somewhat interested," she amended after Harry gave her a look of disbelief. "It looks like she's been reading it too. Why not let her finish it? She might treat you better if she knew the truth." "I highly doubt anything written about me, especially in a book, will be accurate. No one knows the real truth of any of it except me and a few others who were there. Only one article has been accurate, and Hermione more or less wrote it. This is most likely just more lies about me, either to make me better or worse than I really am." Harry stared down both of the women in the room. He wanted to leave and vent his anger. "Why can't I be a normal person?" "Did you really lose all the bones in your arm?" Petunia asked tentatively, not truly recognizing the anger Harry was trying to contain. "What?" Harry couldn't believe she had asked that question. "In second year?" A nod. "Yeah, idiot teacher tried to mend the bones, but he vanished them instead. Hurts to regrow them, and the potion tastes dreadful. At least they got that right, but what about the real stuff? Really messed it up, I am sure. They always do. Dementors, a lot of them just like last summer." "Third year, which time?" Harry felt like he was in some twisted dream where everything was the opposite of reality. "At the end of school, I guess." Petunia seemed more inquisitive than judgmental for the first time in her life. "They were trying to kill Sirius." Harry paused and fought off the sad thoughts that tried to overtake him. "I guess they were trying to kill me too, but they'd almost got his soul. So I used my Patronus and saved us. There were only about 100 of them. It wasn't like someone was shooting spells at me or anything. That was the next year." Harry went quiet, dealing with his dark thoughts and emotions. 100 of them? Tonks knew a little bit about the incident, but she didn't know the details. "How in the name of Merlin did you fight off 100 Dementors? Most people can't fight off one, let alone multiples." "He fought off 2, was it, last summer, and saved my Dudley," Petunia defended, much to Harry's shock. "Is more than one really that much of a difference?" "You have no idea of the difference when there are more of them." Tonks was openly gaping at Harry. "I've been tested against 2 of them, and I barely made it. If there had been 3, I would have needed to be rescued. It was part of my final phase to graduate from the Auror Academy." "I did what needed to be done," Harry said quietly. "I always have. I've never had a choice in the matter, really. Have to stay alive, right?" Tonks was getting depressed listening to the casual way Harry talked about deadly situations. "Harry, how many times has your life been in imminent danger?" "Ha ha ha," Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Define imminent danger, please. Voldemort I will give you, but falling from a broom or flying away from a dragon would be a matter of opinion, wouldn't it?" Any time your life could have ended by the action of others, and dragons count. Tonks couldn't help but be surprised as Harry grew very serious and started thinking. He ran out of fingers quickly. I'd say at least 20 times, but I am probably missing some or counting them differently than you would. That's as good as I can guess without having Hermione here to add them up. She would know better than I would actually. Yet you're still here, Tonks smiled, trying to cover up her awe. Anyway, I figured your aunt might like to read a little bit about you. I've heard that this was the most accurate book about you. Is a basilisk real? Questioned Petunia. Yep, dirty great snake too. I got lucky that time thanks to Fawkes. Well, I'd best get out of here before Uncle Vernon shows up. I would like to talk to you, Tonks. I'll be with you shortly, Harry, Tonks answered. I have a few things to discuss with your aunt. Go on, I'll be fine. Harry gathered his food and left the kitchen, giving a sharp glare to Tonks as he left. He went up to his room and started eating while waiting impatiently for her to come up. Tonks looked at the book and Petunia. I'm glad you started reading that. I see you've paid attention to it. I guess it is somewhat factual since Harry didn't make much mention of things being wrong. I'm not sure I can believe much of it. It's all so unnatural. How can all these things happen to him? How can these things happen at a school? Hogwarts is a different kind of school, no doubt, but it's the best we have here. The thing is, Harry is the difference. He's not like anyone else. He is Harry Potter. He's been a celebrity since he was 1 year old, and his celebrity status is only increasing. There's nothing he can do about it either since he's only being himself. Think on that, why don't you? Just being Harry, and he is more famous than anyone else. Every witch and wizard in the world knows his name. Keep reading that book, and then think about the boy who grew up here. They are the same person. Now, I have someone waiting to yell at me for giving you that book. I'd best not put this off any longer. Keep that man under control, or last night will look like a party compared to the next time. Tonks turned and left the kitchen, steeling herself for the coming storm. Harry was going to be mad. The door opened, and Harry turned on the spot. His eyes blazed with a fire that could set the room alight. Tonks entered the room and closed the door. She waved her wand and cast a silencing charm. She knows what's coming. She knows, and she's going to take it because she knows what she did was wrong. What in the bloody hell do you think you are doing giving that woman a book about me? Harry said, biting off the ends of his words. What did you hope to accomplish, huh? Why the fuck would you do that? Tell me. I had a discussion with her this morning when I left, and she seemed interested. Not likely, Harry quipped. She only wants information to use against me. They'll probably put out an advertisement offering me to Voldemort for a few quid. Wait till Vernon gets wind of this. He'll jump at the chance to be rid of me and make a little money on the side. Besides, you had no right to do it. This is my sentence. Every summer I am locked away here until Dumbledore sees fit to release me. Now you're trying to make it worse. Do you hate me that much? Harry, I don't hate you. Quite the opposite. I'm trying to help, and I think it's working. She seemed intrigued, and has she yelled at you or been mean yet? Not yet. Tonks looked victorious. Give her time, she'll sweep in and get you when you aren't expecting it. That's her way, you know. Oh wait, you don't know, do you? I do, 'cause this is where I grew up. I know how things work around here. I don't need your help fixing things. I had my own plan for that. Tonks's patience was running out. She could take a little bit of dressing down, but this was getting irritating. And just what were you going to do? Do magic and get expelled? Can't happen, Harry said definitively. Dumbledore wouldn't let it happen. He can't let it happen. If I am expelled, he loses and Voldemort wins. As I said, never happen. You're sure of that, aren't you? Yep, one of the few things I am sure of. I don't know who I can trust, but I do know that I can't be expelled. He would lose control over me. He couldn't monitor me as closely as he wants. I would be free, and he can't have that. Did the same thing to Sirius, and look what happened there. I won't be controlled like that anymore, so you can go back to him and tell him off for me. I'm not here as his spy, Harry. Tonks was beginning to see that this had less to do with the book and more to do with the headmaster. I'm your guard for the night, and I'm here as a friend. You asked me to help you last night, and I plan to do just that. Do you remember asking? No, I don't remember anything about last night after I came upstairs. What did I say? Harry looked nervous for the first time Tonks could remember, and it wasn't a comforting sight. You asked for my help in learning things. You said that it was your job to kill him. If you died, he won. I'm not sure what makes you think that, but that's what you said. Harry looked downright sick at that point. His eyes were shifting around the room, quickly searching for something that wasn't there. He almost had a caged animal feel about him. Tonks stepped back to the door, afraid to find out what would happen if he decided to act. This man had stood up to you-know-who more than once and lived. He'd done something no one else had, and she didn't want that ability directed at her. Harry, what's wrong? You didn't say anything wrong. Please calm down. Things aren't that bad, are they? Harry had let his worst fears out and Tonks heard them. Thinking fast, Harry decided he should work with what he had and not make things up. Think about it, Tonks. How else could it end? It isn't like he has it in for someone else, is it? I'm the only one that got away. I'm a living example of his failure. Every day I live is that much more of an insult to him. I'm proof he isn't infallible and he hates me for it. Moreover, Dumbledore won't kill him. He could have, but didn't. I watched him let him go. Then use that, Harry. You're an example for everyone. And how would I do that from here? The Ministry is just waiting for a chance to try and get me chucked out of school or tossed into Azkaban if that doesn't work. They tried before. And who knows what Dumbledore is waiting for? Why would I care about all those people? They'll turn on me the first chance they get. They always do. Harry, you need to take this one step at a time. Don't get all worked up thinking of everything at once. You're quick on your feet, but strategy isn't your strong point. Huh, you're right about that. Just ask Ron about chess. I couldn't beat him if he was in a coma. There's the happy Harry I want to see more of. I have the same problem, Harry. I can think on my feet, but planning isn't what I do best. At Harry's smirk, Tonks dove for him and knocked him over. She landed on top of him and held him down as best she could. You were about to make a crack about my balance issues, weren't you, Git? Yes, Tonks, Harry said jokingly, but quickly got a serious look on his face. I was going to comment on how well you walk on your own 2 feet. With Tonks thinking about his words, Harry rolled them over. Now, why did you give her that book? Harry, we've been over that already. I gave it to her to help you while you're here. Now, on Wednesday, I might have a much better way to help you. I'll be here Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Now, unless you plan to get more familiar with me, cutie, I think we should sit down like civilized adults. Harry looked at the situation. Tonks' legs were on either side of his, and he was holding her arms above her head. His head was inches away from hers, and he could feel the rise and fall of her stomach against his lower regions. Having a pathetic amount of experience with this type of situation and conversation, Harry stood up quickly and turned red from embarrassment. Tonks watched as her comment had the desired result. Harry was embarrassed, and he was cute like that too. She'd paid attention to what had been said at Grimmauld Place when it had been only the girls. Ginny had a terrible infatuation with Harry, and Hermione, being the diplomat, had said that he didn't know what to do about it since he'd never known love or affection. Tonks figured that Harry had gotten over that in the past year. He'd grown into himself at least. Harry sat down and fought the battle with his blush. I am not going to turn bright red in front of her. She's helping me, and I am not going to do this. She's one of the only people who treat normally. Tonks watched as the blush faded quickly. She didn't know what to do. Blushes didn't fade that fast. Something caused it, and she had to find out what it was. Harry, how did you do that? What, deciding to have at me some more? Harry said, trying to keep his head up. Nothing like that, Harry. People can't get rid of blushes that quick. I can, but you know why I can. Now, have you ever done anything like that before? Changed any physical things that can't be changed? Not that I can remember, Tonks. Harry was trying to think of anything other than Tonks lying beneath him. Those thoughts would just get him in trouble. I guess I made my hair grow once. Aunt Petunia cut all of mine off once, and I didn't want to go to school looking like that. I was enough of an outcast as it was without being the bald-headed freak, too. Harry saw her eyes widen and thought she was trying to make him feel better. Thanks for trying, Tonks, but I can handle embarrassment on my own. I'm serious, Harry. You could be like me. There's a chance based on what you said. Of course, there are varying levels of metamorph magus. I'm the only one as advanced here. There are a few others who can hide their wrinkles or change the tint of their hair. None of them can change as much as I can. Now, Tonks said, bouncing on the bed, making it squeak. What else have you done? Harry saw the eagerness on her face and in her body movements. Laughing to himself, he knew it was only a matter of time before she fell off the bed at the rate she was going. Concentrating, Harry tried to think of any other times he had changed his appearance. None came to mind. Shaking his head, "Sorry, Tonks, I can't think of any others. I've wanted to vanish this scar more times than I can count, but it has never worked." Undeterred, Tonks explained. "Did you really want to hide it, Harry? It is a part of you. You have had it as long as you can remember. Have you really, truly wanted to hide it?" "Yes, I hate this damn thing. It makes me stand out. It makes me that much more different than everyone else." "Is that a bad thing? You are different, I'm different. We all are." "But do you get stopped on the street and gawked at because you can look different? Do you get written about because of something you didn't do? I didn't die and everyone is in awe of that. Big deal. What kind of life have I had up to this point, huh? Locked away here or fighting to stay alive out there?" "Harry, you are who you are. People care about you for who you are, not what you have done. You really need to stop getting down on yourself. It's unbecoming." Tonks screwed her face into a look of superiority and stuck her nose in the air and made it grow a little bit. "Cute. Thinking of challenging my aunt with that act? You would fit in perfectly with her crowd. I am surprised they ever wear the right shoes with the way they're always looking up." "Funny, Harry. I spend most of my time looking down to avoid tripping over things." "Do you really think I'm a metamorph magus? No joking around, am I?" "Let's see if you are, okay?" Tonks tapped Harry with her wand a few times and mumbled some words. She continued the actions all around his body. "What do you know about us, Harry? Our limitations or abilities?" "I only know what I've seen from you, Tonks. Is there more than that?" "Harry, I am the most accomplished metamorph in the country, well, known to the ministry at least. I can change my face, hair color and length, the tone of my skin, color of my eyes, too many things to say really. I do have limits, though. I can't change my body size more than a little bit. My bones and joints aren't really changeable. I can grow or shrink about an inch or so, but I can't get as tall as you. I can change my soft features, if you get my meaning, but the hard ones are beyond my ability." "Any questions so far?" "You can change some things, most things, but for the most part your body stays the same." "Yes, I can't change my core. I can't change any of my vital organs like the heart or lungs. I could try, but I could mess up and kill myself. Early on I decided to leave those things alone. It just wasn't worth it, really." "So, what do you really look like? No changes or anything like that. What does Tonks really look like?" "You want to see the real me, huh? I'm plain, Harry. I like the added bits of flair, honestly. If you really want to, though." At Harry's nod, Tonks closed her eyes and focused on returning to her normal self. As Harry watched, the heart-shaped face remained with its features keeping their sharpness, but the hair lengthened to shoulder length and turned a dark brown. Harry watched her figure for any changes and found that her breasts seemed to grow a little bit as her shirt stretched more across the front. Tonks opened her eyes and looked right at Harry, finding him looking intently back. "I like it, Tonks. It fits you. I guess it should since it's you." Harry let his eyes wander around her face, studying her features more intently. Her eyes caught his, and some of the nervousness he had felt faded away. "Most people wonder what I can become, not what I started off as. I still like the color, though, so with your permission, dear sir." Tonks scrunched up her face. The short pink hair returned and the breasts shrunk back to their previous size. "Would you like to work on this and see if you have the ability?" "Can I do it without a wand? I don't want to test my theory that I can't be expelled just yet." "Yes, everything's based on willpower and intent, just like most magic." Harry got a puzzled look at that statement. "Oh, that's right, you are only up to fifth-year material. You'll get exposed to all that this year. Well, no time like the present." Tonks shifted herself slightly and assumed a tone a teacher would use. "Now, class, magic is made up of 3 parts: willpower, intent, and magical ability. Wand movements and words only assist wizards in casting spells because they force the proper mental state and intent when casting a spell. Now, class, have you ever seen or heard Dumbledore do a swish and flick or utter the words Wingardium Leviosa?" Harry smirked at her tone, but couldn't honestly remember Dumbledore using words to cast his spells. Shaking his head, Harry thought if he could do the same. Announcing your spells was a decided disadvantage in a fight. You are correct, he doesn't. Dumbledore performs wordless magic or intent-driven magic. His intent is his words. He commands the magic to happen, and it does. It helps that he has more magical ability than anyone else, but that's beside the point. No one can do anything about their magical power unless they are willing to delve deeply into dark magic. Now, since there is only one of you, Tonks smiled brightly at Harry, I will ask you for some examples of intent magic. Harry decided to play along since things were going well. I have had problems of accidental magic since I was about 3, I guess. Harry, Remus told me about problems you had when you were only a month old. I believe your father ended up with a nappy on his head once for teasing you. I know Sirius used to get the soiled nappies, though. I believe he was more consistent in his fun. I've heard that you had very few accidental magic episodes and more intentional magic episodes. Think hard about this. Harry racked his brain thinking of all the times he'd caused things to happen that shouldn't have occurred. I was being chased by Dudley and his friends at school, and the next thing I knew I was on the roof. I turned my teacher's hair blue, grew my hair. I blew up my aunt 3rd year, but that was accidental. At 3rd year, Harry, you have control of your magic unless it is a life or death situation. My guess is that was a combination of both intentional and accidental. I get the impression your anger is an effective trigger for your magic judging by what happened last night. What do you mean? You were mad and I saw your aura, Harry. A real, visible aura that you sustained until you started up the stairs and began to lose consciousness. That is a form of willpower magic, but it isn't really a separate type of magic. It's only a driving force that works with your intent. I will explain it all later. Keep thinking of examples. I guess I opened my cupboard, too, when I was leaving here once. Last year when the Dementors were attacking us, I'd lost my wand. I couldn't see it, but I was calling out Lumos trying to find it. The wand lit up and it was a few feet away from me. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Does that help? Yes, it does. You've quite a few examples, Harry. That's a good thing because it will make this very easy for you to understand. I told you that words and movements are just triggers for the magic to happen. People with little magic in them or who are weak-minded need those triggers to cast spells. Inexperienced people need the same aids. That's why they teach it in school. Everyone will be on the same level then, the powerful and gifted as well as the weak and new. Now, most of your examples are of intent or willpower. You wanted or needed something to happen, so it did. You wanted to get back at Sirius for teasing you, so you levitated a dirty nappy onto his head. He loved that story, by the way. He was so proud of his marauder in training, as he put it. He was a bit touched in the head, but I loved him all the same. You getting away from your cousin, your hair, your wand lighting up, are all examples of your intent to achieve a specific outcome. Your willpower drives your intent. I can intend to apparate to China, and I can put all my willpower into it, but my magical ability won't let it happen. I do not have enough magic to do it. If I am fighting a mental battle with someone and we have the same level of intent and magical ability, our willpower will decide the victor. Do you understand? You mean like legilimency and occlumency? You know about that. How? Better yet, why? Dumbledore had Snape trying to break into my mind last year since Voldemort can do it. They were trying to get me to a point where I can block out his intrusions. I failed at it. Snape isn't a good teacher to begin with, but when you're doing things like that, well, I am sure you can understand. Judging by the look of horror on her face, Harry figured she understood completely. He had Snape teaching you that. Is he mad? Are you sure he hadn't been at the bottle when he made that brilliant decision? He said Snape would be the best person for the job since he understood how Voldemort used legilimency. The lessons were a bloody nightmare. They didn't help at all. No shite, they were worthless. That git couldn't teach a cat to meow, let alone someone he hates to protect their mind. I doubt he tried very hard, too. I bet the bat just loved beating up on you, didn't he? Got it in one, Tonks. That was until I looked into his pensive and saw some memories he wanted to remain hidden. He kicked me out after that. I managed to see some of his memories, though, but it only happened after he got me mad. I guess, looking back at everything, anger does seem to work for me. We can talk about that later. Anyway, that's exactly it. You can have all the intent you want, but it would be your willpower that wins that fight. Magical ability won't play into it at all. You learned about the Imperious Curse, right? Yeah, the fake Moody put all of us under it during 4th year. I was the only one to fight it off. Another horrified expression told Harry that he had done something else weird. What is Albus doing at that school? Has he lost his mind? Tonks was mostly talking to herself. So, you were the only one to fight it off. At his nod, she continued. That's an example of willpower. It's completely and totally willpower. I hope that's the only time you have had to do that. Nope, Voldemort got me with it in the graveyard after the Triwizard Tournament. I fought that one off too. I also had the whole Priori Incantatem thing too. That was willpower, right? Harry saw looks of awe and horror on Tonks' face. Since she was a metamorph, it was kind of funny to watch her face contort to accommodate both expressions. Tonks recovered somewhat and managed to get her mouth under control enough to speak. You fought off you-know-who's Imperious Curse. That was what you said, right? She couldn't believe he had done that. She couldn't believe he had just said it like it was no big deal. I am in awe, Harry. That's an amazing feat. I have no idea what you mean by the Priori Incantatem, though. I will just take your word for it. So, I understand the first two, but what's magical ability then? Harry asked, trying not to make a big deal out of something else different about him. The raw magic inside of you. You are born with it. Purebloods are mistaken in the belief that they are born with more magic in them than others. If it were true, then why are more squibs born to purebloods? Answer that if you can. An example would be your ability to cast the Patronus Charm. That takes both magical ability and intent. If you don't have enough of either, you get missed or nothing. Now, I see you ready to say it's the proper emotions that cause that, right? Well, aren't emotions just another form of intent? They have their own kind of power to them. Happy, sad, anger, hate, they carry their own intent in a way. The unforgivables carry with them a life sentence because they are driven by intent. You cannot accidentally cast one. You must want to kill, to hurt, or to control another. A person can fight off two of them. The Imperious is the easiest to fight off if you want to call it that. I can't fight it off. It would take someone quite a bit weaker than me casting it before I could fight it off. The Cruciatus Curse would be next. I have heard of only a few people in all of history who were able to fight off the effects of the curse, and that is more rumor than fact as far as I can tell. I know you have felt that one, Harry. I know that you know who had you under it. I know it hurts, but he's probably the worst there is with that spell. You lived through it, but I thought I was going to die when we had our test with that one. I am very in tune with my body. It's part of being a metamorph. It hurt me worse than the others. Bellatrix is pretty good with it too. Everything we talk about stays between us, right? Tonks nodded her head. I tried it on her, you know. After she killed Sirius, I wanted her to hurt. I felt I'd earned the right. I was justified in using it, but it didn't work properly. It only lasted a few seconds and then she was on her feet again. She mocked me and proceeded to give me a lesson in how to use the curse. I'll remember that lesson next time I meet her. Harry had become more vengeful as he spoke. The room seemed to cool as his mood got darker. Tonks felt the power in his voice. It was palpable. She didn't know whether to agree with him or talk him out of it. He'd just admitted to using an unforgivable. A teenager had cast an unforgivable curse, with little to no training, and he did it against one of the most accomplished witches in recent history. Harry, I am surprised that you were able to cast the spell at all. Anger doesn't drive it. You have to have the intent and power to cast the spell, but to sustain it, you must stay focused on your intent and the result. The spell is very complex and you managed it, at least a little, on a very dangerous person. My aunt has killed and tortured so many people in her life. The fact that you survived the experience means a lot in my book. Harry, I'm going to tell you how I live my life as an Auror. It's the same thing soldiers live by. I'm going home at the end of the day. I'm going to live through this. I fight for myself, but I fight for my buddy too. I fight because he fights. I win because he wins. In the end, after it's all over, if I live and my buddy lives, I did the right thing. Do you regret what you did, Harry? No, I only wish that it had worked better, that's all. I want her to hurt. I want to see her suffer. She ended a good man's life that day and she was happy about it. I want her to know what it feels like to hurt that much. She told me I had to enjoy it, but the way you explained it makes more sense. I think I could cast it on her again if I get the chance. I hope it's soon, though." Harry wore a vengeful look on his face as his mind drifted back to Sirius falling through the veil. Well, on that happy note, back to magical ability. The duration and affect of a spell is dependent mostly on your power. The more powerful you are, the longer the spell lasts. Transfiguring an object will only last a certain length of time for most people. Conjuring is the best example of this. Conjuring something takes a lot of power, which is why not many people can do it very well. The size of the object also affects the power needed and the time it lasts. This is why we buy our clothes instead of conjuring them. Nasty surprise for all when your spell fails, eh? Well, maybe not for the women, but you get my meaning. Same for food, too. Your body wouldn't do well if things started disappearing inside of it. Any questions? No, it all makes sense to me. So, what do I have a lot of? A refocused Harry asked, wanting to reassure himself of the mechanics. You have willpower, that's undeniable. You have power. I have felt it a couple times, and your spell work is example enough. You have intent when it's needed. I think it's safe to say you have all of them, Harry. I wouldn't want to be on the other end of your wand. You only need to work on using them. Think outside of the Hogwarts' curriculum tonight and tomorrow. You might just get to practice it a little bit this summer. Harry could tell Tonks was holding something back, and he wanted to know what it was. He didn't like to be the last to know things. He stared into her eyes and willed himself to know what she was hiding. He caught a brief image of himself casting spells in a large room with Tonks watching him before he felt himself being mentally pushed out of her mind. The next thing Harry saw was Tonks looking at him. Tonks felt the slight intrusion on her mind, but didn't know how it had happened. Harry had entered her mind, and he did it quite easily. She summed up all her strength and pushed him out of her mind as strongly as she could. Once she had successfully removed Harry from her mind, she found herself breathing heavily and looking at a calm Harry staring at her with a slightly confused look on his face. "How did you do that?" "You were hiding something from me, and I've had bad experiences with people hiding things from me. I just wanted to know what was going on, and I was in your mind. I apologize, but it just kind of happened." "Well, you were very good at what you managed to do. It took everything I had to force you out. Were you trying to stay inside my mind?" "No. Once I figured out what was going on, I just kind of waited for you to throw me out." "You mean you were just waiting there? You weren't trying to stay and look around?" "No way. I've had Snape in my head too many times messing about like that. I wouldn't do that to you, Tonks." "Well, that was willpower, Harry. Your intent got you in the door, but your natural willpower kept you there and made it very hard to remove you. I'm rather skilled at both legilimency and occlumency, too. If you would like me to help you with it, I can try. I couldn't be any worse than Snape, at least." "Huh. You would be a much better teacher than he could ever be. You don't hate me for one. I'd gladly accept your help, Tonks. I need every bit of it I can get. The explanation about magic helped a lot. Why don't they tell us these things when we start school? It would have helped me quite a bit. I am not much of a book learner. I just do it and figure things out as I go." "I try my best, Harry. I am glad it helped somewhat." Tonks was happy. She had helped teach Harry something. "You were brilliant, Tonks. Thank you." Tonks couldn't help but bounce up and down on the bed a little bit. She was very pleased with herself. Harry saw it happen in slow motion. The bed squeaked with every bounce. Tonks got a little air with her final bounce and to her detriment shifted her position. Harry knew what was going to happen and watched her land on the edge of the mattress. It registered on her face a moment before gravity took over completely, and Tonks slipped off the edge and fell to the floor with a crash. "Oof, that hurt my bum." Harry couldn't help but laugh. It was the funniest thing that had happened all day. Harry only laughed louder when Tonks started laughing from the floor. Harry leaned over the bed and offered a hand up. Tonks's gleaming smile told him everything was all right. She took his hand and began to pull herself up. The door burst open, and a very unhappy uncle stood in the doorway, red-faced and puffing away like he had just ran up the stairs. Harry turned to the interruption and sighed, realizing that the last few hours had gone too well considering his luck. Harry turned back to look at Tonks and found her smile faltering. "I knew it," Vernon bellowed. I knew you were nothing but a whore. I know what you were doing up here with the boy. I heard the bed squeaking. Don't act like I made it up. I want you out now." Harry finished pulling Tonks up onto the bed and stood up to face his uncle. "I warned you to watch what you said to Tonks. You have gone too far, Vernon. You will not speak to her that way. I will not let you." The room dropped in temperature and Harry stepped towards his uncle. "You will apologize now. Then you will leave us alone. We weren't doing what you suggested. Being fully clothed should have been a hint." "I will do no such thing, you ungrateful son of a bitch," Vernon roared, but didn't step forward. "I should have chucked you out the day we found you. I knew you would be the ruin of this family. I will not have your kind here anymore. Out, out, out." "Vernon," called a smallish but curt voice from the hallway. "He's clothed, so they weren't doing that. They could hurt you if you keep this up. Please, let's go back downstairs." Aunt Petunia stood in the hallway behind Vernon looking small but determined. "You remember when he got mad at Marge? I don't want the same thing to happen to you. Please." Vernon looked at his wife. He had forgotten about that. The boy did that without his stick, and there was another one with him. He was clothed, and so was she. He saw her wand pointed at him, and it was slightly glowing at the tip. Deciding to make a tactical retreat, Vernon swallowed his words and took 3 steps out of the room, never turning his back on his nephew. Once in the hallway, Vernon took a deep breath, thrust his chest out, and went downstairs. Petunia quickly closed the door and hurried after her husband. She reasoned with him. She's never done that before. She always let him do whatever he wanted. She might have seen what the rest of us noticed a long time ago. "Now, do you really understand how magic is used? I tried my best, but I don't know if it worked for you. Everyone's different when it comes to this." "I get it. It makes sense. The only problem is practicing it, and I can't do that here." "In a few days you might be able to, Harry." Watching his eyebrows shoot up in anticipation, Tonks figured she should clarify a little bit. "I can't say more than that, so don't you go digging around for it. I've still not recovered from the last time. Just practice using your intent and willpower to make your magic happen. Everyone can do a little wandless magic from time to time, and I think you'll be better than average at it. Anyway, wandless magic is untraceable by the ministry. Now it's late and you should get to sleep. We talked for a long time about things. If you have any questions, just ask." "Where are you going to sleep then?" Harry asked, looking around his small room. There was only the bed, and he was planning to sleep in it. "I'll do what I did last night, Harry." Tonks stared at Harry, waiting for him to get ready for bed. "What? Aren't you going to brush your teeth or something?" "I'm waiting for your answer, actually. Where are you going to sleep?" "I'm going to bunk with you, of course. Why, do you have a problem with that?" Harry didn't know what to do about what Tonks had said. Thinking fast, he said, "No, no problem. I just don't know how you want to do this." "Oh, this was so much easier when you were unconscious. You lay down. I lay down. Then we get comfortable and go to sleep. Boy, Harry, you act like you've never done this before." "I haven't, Tonks. This will be a first as far as I can remember." That was not what Tonks had expected to hear. "You mean to tell me you've never slept with a woman, even the sleeping part?" Harry shook his head, confirming what she heard and destroying what she had thought about the boy who lived. "I figured you for a ladies' man, Harry. Athlete, cute, hero. You have it all. I figured you to have a long list of ladies waiting to keep you warm at night." "Nope. My first shot at a relationship failed spectacularly. I really didn't have the time to get another one. I doubt many women would want to date someone like me." "Oh no, they would want the ugly ones or maybe an arse." Tonks smiled, letting him know she was just playing around. "You should try, Harry. You're only young once, and Hogwarts is full of women wanting the same thing." Trying to turn the tables and save himself from more shame, Harry said what came to mind first. "Speaking from experience, Tonks." "Maybe, but that's for me to know and you to find out." Harry hung his head, hiding his red face. "I set myself up for that one and she took her shot." Cutting his losses, Harry left his room and got ready for bed. Tonks laughed to herself. She had got Harry to blush twice in one day. He really wasn't the suave man she had expected. He was more of the clueless young man they all were at that age. When Harry came back, he just stayed near the door. "Come on, Harry, in you get. I'll just slide in where I can find room." Seeing his disbelief, Tonks grabbed him by the shoulders and pushed him to the bed. "Honestly, must the woman show the man everything?" I think I've had enough innuendo for the evening, Tonks. Thanks. Harry got into bed and chose the side closest to the door. If his uncle got any crazy ideas and found the courage, Harry would be the first one to get it. Tonks could get away then. Settled, Harry? Tonks took Harry's annoyed look as confirmation and jumped over him to get to the open space. More than enough room, Harry. If we fit together tonight like we did last night, then there will be enough room for a third if you have someone in mind. Do you? One is enough, thank you. I wouldn't want to get ahead of myself now, would I? That's a very mature way of approaching it, Harry. Now if you start getting too frisky, I will let you know by smacking you. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Thanks for the warning, Tonks. I'll keep that in mind. Harry found himself looking into a pair of dark eyes that didn't seem to stop. He watched her hair lengthen and darken. She had changed into the real Tonks. Did you do that last night? No, I stayed the same Tonks last night. As a peace offering for my bad behavior, I will be the real me. Only tonight, though, or it could become a habit. Feeling sleep trying to overtake him, Harry couldn't help but think of how nice a place he was in at that very moment. Thanks, Nymphadora, I appreciate it. Tonks wanted to yell at him, but she couldn't because he was being sincere. Might have overdone the sleeping charm a little bit, but he never would have fallen asleep at the rate his heart was beating. Tonks watched Harry sleep for a few minutes before feeling herself beginning to drift off. Testing the link to the wards, she found everything as it should be. The last thought to cross Tonks's mind was how things could change for Harry in the next few days. He will be a different person if things happen the way they should. He will see things differently and act differently. Am I doing the right thing by helping him? 2. Teasing and the Williamses. A soft fluttering invaded Harry's slumber. Thinking that Hedwig was just trying to get his attention, Harry ignored it and tried to return to the warm and comfortable place he'd been pulled from. The sound continued unheeded, and he knew she wouldn't let him sleep if she needed something. The fluttering persisted. Past experience told Harry that Hedwig wasn't above landing on his head if it was important, and her talons would hurt. Forcing his eyes open, Harry saw dark brown hair obscuring his view. It took him a moment to place it, but he quickly figured out that Hedwig wasn't the reason he was awake. It was the aura curled into him that woke him up, not Hedwig. Tonks was fast asleep and making a quiet rattling sound in her throat as she breathed. Harry couldn't help but smile at how new this situation was to him. I like this waking up with someone. It feels good. Harry looked around as well as he could without his glasses. The only thing that wasn't blurry was Tonks. He watched her breathe, causing her shoulders to move slightly. He noticed that she was completely wrapped up by him. He didn't remember doing that, but it must have happened during the night. She seemed happy with the way things were, at least by the way she was sleeping. Much to his excitement and discomfort, Harry found her rear firmly against his front. He felt himself stir a bit but fought down those thoughts. That's not how I want her to wake up today. There would be no chance fighting that blush, not to mention the embarrassment. Breaking his train of thought, Harry felt a vibration coming from under her pillow. She moved slightly, reaching a hand under the pillow, and the vibration stopped. From her movements, Harry became acutely aware of where his left hand was resting, and he didn't know what to do. She'd stretched a little, reaching for her wand, causing his hand to be squashed into her breast. Oh shit, this just gets worse. Harry was waiting for her to wake up and smack him across the head for his wandering hand. The seconds ticked by. Tonks settled a little bit and seemed to drift off again. Trying his best to be careful, Harry slowly moved his hand away from her soft, warm breast and returned it to a safer place. Once he had his hand safely on her hip, he relaxed, thinking he'd pulled it off. Just like every other guy, grope and run. I see how you are, Harry. Tonks spoke quietly, and it was obvious that she had just woken up, but the playfulness was still there. Harry didn't know what to do, but decided he should apologize for starters. I'm sorry, Tonks. I didn't realize where it was until you moved. I'm really. Hush, you did the same thing last night too. No worries, Harry. It felt even better this morning. You love this, don't you? Harry prompted. You love being the innocent one in this and making me feel guilty. I see how you are. Don't you mean you know how I feel? And guilt has nothing to do with it. I'm the adult here, Harry. If anyone should feel guilty, it would be me. But me being me, I don't feel guilty at all. I rather liked it, in all honesty. I could go another turn if you'd like. Tonks took this moment to roll over and look into Harry's eyes. She saw him fighting a pitched battle between embarrassment and the desire to take her up on her offer. I'm a tease, Harry. I can't help it and wouldn't if I could. As you get to know me, you'll learn when I'm playing, when I'm serious, and when I'm both. Take a guess which one it is right now. I think I'll keep what little dignity I have left and hold my tongue. Thank you. Sure you don't want me to hold it for you? At least I didn't wake up with you trying to spear me in the back. Tonks knew she was going a little too far, but she couldn't help it. She enjoyed it too much, and Harry was all sorts of fun. Never mind about the dignity. I think you just ran that over with a hippogriff. Harry took a deep breath and settled himself for a second. I believe I'll get up, out of bed before you can humiliate me any more than you already have. Don't you have some order member to meet soon? Yes, but it's just Dung and he'll be late as usual. Besides, this is far more entertaining. I'm glad I can amuse you, Tonks. If you keep this up, I may just start doing the same thing to you. What would you do then, huh? I eagerly await that day, Harry Potter. Maybe then you'll finally figure out if I'm playing or serious, or both. Tonks thought she had won the battle, but she noticed a twinkle in Harry's eyes that was far too reminiscent of a certain headmaster. Careful what you wish for, Nymphadora. You may get what you ask for. Hesitating a second, Tonks spoke very softly. It's Tonks to you, Harry. Oh, Merlin, I may have gone too far. He might have me figured out, and that twinkle should be outlawed. Stay strong, he's probably just trying to spook you. Harry saw her hesitate. He knew she wasn't sure of things right now. That was the opportunity he needed to save face. He leaned forward and kept his face as blank as possible. This was the crucial moment. He didn't want to stuff it up. You didn't say anything about it last night. Why the sudden change? Harry gave her a playful smirk and eased out of the bed slowly. Leave them wondering. That's what Wood had said second year after he kissed that blonde during the party. Leave them wondering, and they can't get enough, Harry. Harry grabbed some clothes from the bureau and left for the loo to wash up. He never noticed Tonks let out a huge breath and swallow nervously. She quickly gathered her wand from under the pillow. Righting her clothes and waving her wand over them to get the wrinkles out, Tonks apparated outside to meet Dung. Yep, he called my bluff and I caved. Now I can only wait and see what he does about it. I hate not being in control, but what can I do about it? Her musings were interrupted by a drunken slob appearing next to her. As covert as Hagrid, you are. Are you sure you can handle this task, Dung? I mean, even with the cloak you are obvious to anyone who happens to have a pulse. What's got your knickers in a twist, Tonksy? Boyfriend not doing his job. Thaw time, oh thaw mumph. Watch it, Git. I know where you live, alley, trashcan, and all. Now, same as yesterday, watch the fat one. We nearly had a killing last night. I don't think he can be taught. Maybe all the cholesterol gets in the way. I'll do me best, Tonksy, thaw. I'll be back at 6 or before. You heard about the change, right? Yeah, I eared. Thanks about thaw. I hate the daytime, looking forward to dark again. Later, Dung. And with that, Tonks apparated away. Harry returned to his bedroom without passing any of the Dursleys. He found Tonks already gone, which was no surprise. Thank Merlin she's gone. I doubt I could have kept up what I was doing before. Left with little to do now that Tonks was gone, he saw Hedwig asleep in her cage and the remains of a mouse at the bottom waiting for him to clear them away. Decisions. Clean her cage or eat something. Harry pulled up the loose floorboard and pulled out a bag of crisps that he had hidden. The breakfast of champions, well, at least the Triwizard survivor. Harry looked around his room and decided that he may as well practice what Tonks had told him last night. He decided that levitating a book would be a good place to start, so he grabbed his copy of Quidditch Through the Ages and set it on his desk. Okay, willpower plus intent. You can do this. You did this before, just do it. Come on, up. Seriously, up. Half an hour later, Harry found himself with a headache and the book in the exact same place, mocking him. From what Tonks told him, words and wand movements were triggers, and in his case, so was anger. Fine, I'll anger this bloody thing to move. He gave Matt a shot, but nothing happened. Then he focused his anger about Voldemort and Bellatrix on the book, but he had to stop when the book started smoking. Great! If I need to light a cigarette, I might be onto something. Harry blew out his cheeks in frustration. It was clearly time to get creative. He stopped thinking about words and people he hated and simply thought about making the book move. He concentrated on the outcome instead of the process. After a few minutes, Harry felt a movement inside of himself. He didn't know what it was, but it was a movement nonetheless. He felt it move from himself to the book, and he was shocked to find the book levitating in midair, albeit listing to the left precariously. "Ha, I did it. So that's what it feels like," Harry said out loud, looking over to Hedwig, was decidedly still asleep and ignoring him. Unperturbed but silent, Harry continued. "I guess I've never had time to feel it before. I just made it happen." Harry tried the process again and managed to level the book out. When he was satisfied with lifting, he willed the book to lower itself back down to the desk. Nothing happened. "All right, try to recreate that feeling again and then direct it to the book. Maybe I work in reverse. Tonks did say that everyone was different." He created the feeling again and pushed it towards the book. Much to his surprise, it worked. With the small achievement earned, Harry planned out the rest of his day. He wanted to be faster and more accurate, wandlessly, with levitation as well as 3 other spells before Tonks returned. Looking to a still sleeping Hedwig, Harry promised, "I will not fail." Over the next 4 hours, Harry got a lot faster at willing the book to levitate. He moved it up and down and side to side around the room. Hedwig had voiced her disapproval once when the book got away from Harry and nearly hit her. Harry apologized for the next hour, levitating treats to her for over 10 minutes. He also practiced summoning things. Memories of a lost wand in an alley inspired him in making sure he would never find himself wandless again. With just a few mishaps, he perfected the familiar spell quickly. The vanishing charm was executed too. Hedwig's cage, no longer containing mouse bones or owl droppings, served as evidence of Harry's efforts and success. He couldn't think of another spell to practice that was easy but important for staying alive. He knew offensive spells would be good ones to work on, but he wasn't sure if the Ministry could detect those kinds of spells, wandless or not. Besides, damaging the Dursleys' house wouldn't make things easier for him at all. After tossing the idea around in his head, Harry decided on the silencing charm. It would be dead useful when he was wandering around Hogwarts, trying to avoid teachers and who knew what else. Harry idly wondered what kind of nightmare of a defense teacher he could expect to deal with this year. Whomever Dumbledore managed to con into the job, Harry could only hope they'd do him the courtesy of not trying to kill him until after Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup. Harry's hunger broke his concentration shortly after he had perfected silencing his footsteps. Concerned about how Aunt Petunia would react this time, Harry reluctantly set off for the kitchen. Maybe she'll throw a knife at me or some boiling water. Harry opened his door and listened. Hearing nothing, he went downstairs and slowly opened the kitchen door and found his aunt and Dudley sitting at the table. Dudley was quiet because he was eating a rather thick sandwich, and Aunt Petunia was still reading the book about him while nibbling on some fruit. Deciding that it was now or never, Harry entered the kitchen and headed directly for the food that was laid out on the counter. Dudley paused gnawing on his food and followed Harry with his eyes. Harry noticed what Dudley was doing, but chose not to show that he had. Harry wanted to be in and out as fast as he could and didn't want any distractions. 1/3 of the day had passed pleasantly, and he wanted to keep it that way. With 2 pieces of bread laid out, Harry slapped down cheese and turkey, completing his sandwich. Grabbing an apple from Dudley's diet basket, on his way by, Harry made for the door only to find his cousin staring him down. Harry glared back for a few seconds while continuing towards the door and safer rooms. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Dudley. "Mum, he's taking food. He can't do that, can he?" "Leave him be, Duddykins," Petunia said as nicely as she could. "Do you want more, Harry?" Harry shook his head, not wanting to speak out loud for fear of rousing the real Petunia he felt certain was nearby and waiting to attack. Dudley nearly fell off his bench when his mother asked if Harry wanted more food. He'd never heard those words directed at Harry before. "Mum, what in the bloody hell are you doing? Are you touched in the head? He didn't put a spell on you, did He?" "Enough of that, Popkin," Petunia chided softly. "Are you sure, Harry?" "Yes, quite sure, Aunt Petunia." "Can I Petunia began, completely ignoring her son's sputtering, but didn't seem to know how to finish. Did you really? Petunia paused and seemed not to know how to continue. What? Harry asked hesitantly. Did you really duel the man who killed Lily? Yes, I did. I almost died doing it too. If you ever see him, run. You don't stand a chance against him and he'll kill you without a moment's thought. How did you fight him? How could you beat him? I didn't beat him. Harry couldn't believe he was having this conversation. I ran before he could kill me. Ha, coward, Dudley said. Harry shifted his focus to his swollen cousin. If you ever see him, Dud, you'd probably fall over yourself trying to run away or just mess your pants. When it comes to Voldemort, there's no such thing as being a coward. You are either alive or, like most people, dead, just like that, too. How many people have fought him and lived? Petunia asked with a shaky voice. 2 that I know of, Harry answered. Dumbledore is the only other one who has fought Voldemort face to face and lived. And you are the other person who has. Yes, Aunt Petunia, I'm the only other person who has lived when Voldemort decided to kill them. Hence, the hero thing, I guess. Mum, what in the devil is he talking about? Dudley asked, but saw his mother staying silent. Mum, how many times have you faced him? You want a list? Seeing Petunia nod slightly, Harry listed them off. 1 year old, Mum and Dad died, I lived. First year, twice, but he wasn't in a human form. Second year, once, but he was a memory from the diary. Fourth year, once in the graveyard and he was in human form then. Fifth year, once in the atrium to the ministry. So that makes it 6 times I've faced him and lived. Anything else you want to know? Petunia thought of what else she could ask him quickly since his agitation had been growing the entire conversation. Do you have a book explaining Quidditch? This one doesn't give any details about it. It's just recaps of your matches. Harry nodded and willed his copy of Quidditch through the ages to come to him. The book came flying through the air, shortly afterwards, and Harry caught it easily as it forced the kitchen door out of its way. Petunia gave a slight shriek when the door opened, revealing the book, and Dudley wore a gleeful look instead of his normal one of puzzlement. You did magic, Dudley cackled. You're going to get chucked out now. No, Dud, I'm not. I did wandless magic and they can't trace it. I'm still new at it, but so far things are going well for me. Want me to levitate you around the room? I'm pretty sure I could manage it easy enough. Dudley watched a smile grow on Harry's face. From the look of things, Harry was sure of himself and Dudley didn't like that. No, that's okay. I prefer to stay on the ground, thank you. You keep your weirdness to yourself, freak. Your choice, Dud. Harry was glad Dudley hadn't forced his hand on the issue. He wasn't sure he could control Dudley if he got him off the ground, and Aunt Petunia's odd behavior definitely wouldn't survive Dudley bouncing off walls. Harry handed Petunia the book and watched her look at the cover. Surprisingly, she really seemed interested in it. Still not trusting her, Harry wrote off his impressions with a simple thought. The tabloids are just really boring right now. This is probably the next closest thing for her. Harry scanned the room one last time, then headed for his room with the sandwich in hand and the apple floating after him for good measure. The kitchen was silent after Harry left. Dudley stared at his mum, not sure what to think. Mummy, what's going on? I read some things about Harry that are hard to believe. If they're true, then our past treatment of him could be really dangerous to us. I've just finished a book about him, and I'm still trying to figure out what is real and what is fiction. A book about him. Why would anyone write a book about him? Here, Petunia handed the book to Dudley. Read that, and I think you'll see why they wrote a book about him. Either way, I don't need to remind you to keep this from your father, do I? As if I would mention any of this to him. As fun as it would be to see him get mad, I think Harry and his bitch would hurt Dad if he tried anything. Don't say that about her. I may not like her either, but Harry seems to, and after you read that, you won't want him mad at you. Now, keep it well hidden, okay, Diddy? Yes, Mum, I will. Dudley grabbed at the book and found a smiling Harry looking up at him. The picture moved a bit, and Dudley nearly dropped the book in shock. Mummy, it moved. I know, Diddy. Their pictures move. It's just one more thing that makes them different from us. Try not to let it bother you, Popkin. Some of the pictures can't be real, but they're in there. A dragon chasing him around on a broom, far-fetched fiction if you ask me, but the book made it seem normal. Odd people, like those Hare Krishnas in the airport. A dragon, they aren't real. We would have seen them if they were, wouldn't we? You would think so, but no one else knows about them and their ways, do they? Petunia said, looking scared and checking the not-so-dark areas of the kitchen for specters. I know you don't like reading, Didikins, but it might help us prevent bad things from happening this summer. I have a bad feeling for some reason. What in the hell is going on here, and what did Tonks do to her? Harry couldn't believe what was going on in number 4. Not once in his life had anything similar occurred. Harry tried to convince himself to let it go, repeating over and over that worrying about it wouldn't get him an answer until Tonks returned. Once he muted his curious thoughts, he managed to eat his bounty and focus on practicing. It was fun to scare and torment them with that summoning charm, though. Harry ate and reviewed all the spells he had worked on earlier. Proving to himself that he had them down, he chose 4 others to learn. Since he'd already achieved his goal for the day, everything else was a bonus. Harry practiced the flame charm on a small candle he had brought from Hogwarts and barely avoided setting his room on fire after numerous sparks and smolders. Surveying the damage to his blanket, several of Dudley's old books, and a spot on his desk, Harry decided that if he was going to set things on fire, then he had better practice the flame freezing charm, too. He tested the spell by holding his hand over an open flame he had just created, much to Hedwig's vocal disapproval. After an hour's practice, he finally mastered McGonagall's switching charm, though he wasn't quite sure why he was even bothering with it, other than McGonagall always saying, "Future learning builds on past learning." He'd just have to take her word for it. The freezing charm caused Harry some difficulty, as well, but not in freezing things. That worked fine. It was his aim that needed work. Harry winced and muttered for the 3rd time, "Sorry, Hedwig," when the spell just missed the wary owl. With several rough spots on the wall from practicing, Harry heard a noise from downstairs. It was far too early for Tonks to be back. He opened his door and listened. He heard voices, but they were too quiet to understand. Curiosity getting the best of him, Harry cast the silencing spell on his feet and crept to the top of the stairs. Harry wished he had a pair of extendable ears handy. The new voice seemed familiar, but he couldn't place it. With few options, Harry took a deep breath and descended the stairs. Someone was standing in the living room. Crouching a little, Harry spotted a worn cloak that had been repaired more than a few times. Recognizing the cloak, Harry took a moment to ponder whether he really wanted to talk to its owner or not. Decision made and hanging his head in defeat, Harry walked the rest of the way down the stairs and into the living room. He stood directly behind Remus and listened to the conversation Remus was having with Aunt Petunia. No one had heard him enter the room, and they remained ignorant of his presence. "I don't want you here any more than the other one," Petunia declared, while eyeing Remus's threadbare clothing, barely restraining her contempt. "Now, Mrs. Dursley, I just want a short visit with Harry," Remus explained. "I'll be gone before Mr. Dursley arrives, I assure you." The internal struggle was quite apparent on her face before she slowly answered. "Fine. 2 of you are too many. The last thing I need or want is more of your kind here." "Why, thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Dursley," Remus forced as politely as he could. "Now I'll just go up to his room and speak with him." Harry said, "I'm right here, Professor Lupin." Remus jumped a little at the sound of Harry's voice and turned to give him a small, sad smile. "Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Harry, and my ears are sharper than most. I bet we don't hear the half of what mischief you managed to get up to at school." Harry did not return Lupin's smile. "Your ears better than a certain bat or old man. Not to sound rude, but why are you here, Professor?" "It's Remus, Harry," Remus said softly. "I haven't been your teacher for a few years, and I see you as an equal, so please call me Remus." "Fine, Remus, then. Why are you here?" "Well, I think we should go somewhere private for this. I'm sure you would prefer it considering what I have to say and all." "What's it about?" Harry asked, his patience waning further. "Serious," was the only word Remus spoke while waiting for an explosive reaction. "Ah, okay, I see your point. My room then, Harry said, not waiting for an answer. He turned and walked up to his room after discreetly removing the silencing charm from his feet. I don't want to advertise anything yet. They can all find out on their own the hard way. In spite of himself, Harry wondered what terrible thing Remus needed to tell him that couldn't have been sent by post or through Tonks. Once the door closed, Harry fixed Remus with a stare waiting for him to start. Remus looked around the room and spotted the large bed, which seemed to pique his interest. A clearing of Harry's throat caused the older man to look him in his eyes. Harry, you look well. Have you been sleeping and eating okay? Remus prompted nervously. Why are you here? Harry wasn't going to play the game. He wanted to know what was going on, and he wanted to know fast. Okay, well, I'm here to discuss Sirius. I know you would rather not, but certain things must be discussed. I miss him as much as you do, Harry, maybe more so, but that's not the main reason I'm here. In the next few days, you should receive something from Gringotts concerning Sirius's estate. I didn't want it to catch you off guard, so I came to tell you in person. I know you are in his will, Harry. You're going to get most of it, too, if I know Padfoot. I wanted to tell you that life goes on. Sirius would want you use his possessions to cause as much mayhem as possible. At least, that was his plan when his mother died. I also wanted to tell you that you didn't cause his death. You have no reason to feel guilty. Harry merely stared at his father's friend. This was the last thing he wanted to deal with right now. He didn't want any of Sirius's stuff, and he wanted to think about it even less. Sighing, Harry knew he had little choice in the matter since Gringotts would carry out whatever directions Sirius had left with them. Fine, Harry said evenly, fighting his anger and sadness. Anything else? Remus was not surprised by Harry's attitude. He understood the emotions Harry was dealing with. They were the same ones he, himself, had dealt with years ago when their lives were destroyed that terrible Halloween night. If you need to talk about things, Harry, I'm here for you. Ha, you mean you are somewhere else for me. I'm the only one here. Hedwig is here too, but she doesn't talk much, her being an owl and all. I know you're hurting, Harry, but things will get. Stop, Harry didn't want to hear it. I don't want your sympathy or your words of advice. I'll get through this like I have everything else in my own way. Harry didn't voice what he was really thinking. I'm going to get that bitch one way or another. That's my way, at least when it comes to this subject. Remus looked worried and happy all at the same time. He wasn't sure how to take what Harry had said. He could have meant any number of things by that statement. I hope you're okay, Harry. Try not to dwell on this too much. I speak from experience when I say that nothing good can come of it. Yes, but when you had your experience, everyone was dead or in prison, so you could never really do anything about it, could you? I don't have that problem. Everyone I need to deal with is still alive. Harry stopped himself from saying any more. He knew he had to think clearly and not let his emotions take over. He figured he could make a book float pretty easily at this point, but chose not to practice that spell. Remus, if there's nothing else, I would really like to be alone right now. Thank you for telling about this. I'll look for the owl. Remus watched the young man wrestle with his feelings. He knew Harry had a long road to travel before he would get over what had happened. I understand, Harry. Try to think of the good things, okay? Sirius died on his feet. He always wanted to go that way, or under a good woman, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about that. I know I didn't, but Sirius made sure to describe it in great detail whenever he got bored. Remus smiled sadly as he remembered the many times Sirius had told those stories. Thanks for that picture, Remus. I doubt I'll be able to get to sleep tonight. Now, if you are quite finished corrupting my mind. Harry cracked a small, forced smile. Yes, I think I'm quite finished. Thank you for listening, Harry. Remember the good times, okay? I'll show myself out. Remus turned and left the room. He walked down the stairs and out the front door, completely ignoring the head sticking out of the kitchen door following his every movement. Harry heard the telltale crack of apparition and let go of the tight emotional control he had been forced into. His mood turned sourer than it had been. He had anger coursing through him, and he needed to direct it somewhere. He knew he couldn't do magic right now, because he would get himself into trouble. With no other options coming to mind, Harry decided to head to the park, thinking that maybe a walk would clear his mind, or at least he could get away from Privet Drive for a few minutes. The oppressive feel of the house was beginning to take hold like it always had every other summer. Only this time, it was occurring much faster. Leaving the house was easy, and the walk to the park went quickly. The swings had been repaired while he had been away at Hogwarts, so he sat on one and gave a great heave with his feet. He pumped once, trying to force out as much anger as he could without letting his magic kick in. Harry watched as the view of the park tilted and he was staring at the clouds overhead. The view swung back to one that was the park, and so on, as he swung lower each time. His anger slowly ebbed with each swing, allowing Harry to focus his mind back to reality. Movement from underneath, a small bush caught his attention after he had settled into a more gentle back-and-forth motion. He saw a bushy tail flick out of sight in the growing shadows. As if one wasn't enough, I have a second minder. Are you after me, or are you minding my minder? A furry face poked out from the bush and mewed at him. Harry decided that meant both, since he knew Dung's reliability was questionable at best. The silence remained for another 20 minutes until a pair of kids entered at the far end of the park. They must have been new to the area, since they were in the park around the time Dudley and his gang would come by and cause problems with the other kids. The property damage to the park happened after dark, as did most of the harassment. The boy and girl had to be brother and sister, judging by the way the boy would tease her. He never had to say or do much to get her swinging her fist at him. They alternated between climbing the slide and spinning the merry-go-round. Harry wondered what it would be like to have a brother or sister. He wondered if his mum and dad had thought about having more kids before Voldemort killed them. Knowing those thoughts were not the best ones to think about, Harry focused on watching the kids more. They had to be around 8 and 6, maybe 9 and 7. The girl would follow her brother around and do what he did until he made her mad. The teasing was a lot like how the twins would tease Ron or Ginny, only without the explosions, of course. They seemed happy together, and that was something foreign to Harry. He'd never had a sibling to love or be mad at. He only had Dudley, and there was never more than anger, hate, and loathing between them. Harry thought about how things worked between him and his friends. As he thought about it, Hermione was the closest thing he had to a sister. He had to admit she was an older sister most of the time. She always made him do his homework. She nagged him to keep trying to do better and follow the rules. She did her best to help him in her own way. She believed in adults. She always had trust in them. They had always helped her in her life. Her parents were good people. They loved her and cared about her. They believed her and in her. She never had to manage on her own. Harry also realized that she was a younger sister sometimes, too. Whenever the books and her knowledge failed her, she was lost. When she was lost, she turned to Harry to help her to make the decisions and to fix things. When things got difficult, Hermione turned to him to make them right. He knew that in most situations he had no clue what he was doing. He would just do something and things would usually work out. When faced with trouble, if he ran one way, she would follow him without question. If it was a real problem, she would follow his lead, giving help along the way if she could. He thought about all the times they had gotten in over their heads. Every time, they made it because they worked together. Harry led because he was willing to make the choice and see it through. Hermione would sit back and think the problem through. If she didn't have the time to do that, she would wait for Harry to lead. She was the sister he never had growing up. She could drive him crazy just by trying to make him better, but when it came down to it, she followed where he led. As he watched the siblings, the girl slipped and fell near the seesaw. She tried not to cry, but she wasn't doing very well in her attempt. She was in pain and holding her arm tenderly. The brother had stopped what he was doing and ran to her side. Harry could see the worry on the boy's face, but he had no idea what to do. Her brother's uncertainty was causing her to cry harder, and she was getting scared because her older brother was getting scared, while the situation began to spiral quickly away from the calm and joy that had been present earlier. Harry stood up and started walking towards them. When he really thought about it, he could see that he always did something when it needed done. Right or wrong, he always made a decision. Usually, Hermione just made sure he didn't muck it up too bad. "Are you all right?" Harry asked the little girl. She was fighting her tears, but she was losing. Her brother just looked on, not knowing how to help. "I fell and my arm hurts," the little girl said. "Are your parents nearby?" Harry asked. "They're at home," the brother said. "Down that way," he pointed down Magnolia Road. Let me see your arm, okay? I'll be as gentle as I can, all right. The girl nodded and moved her right arm away, which was covering her injured left. Harry saw a bump growing on the side of her forearm, and it was bruising quickly. He thought it might be broken, but he wasn't sure. He didn't remember his first broken arm very well, and the other time, his bones were no longer there thanks to a certain professor. "Do you think you can walk?" Harry asked the girl. She shook her head slowly. "Okay, do you want me to carry you home then?" She nodded after looking at her brother, who could only shrug his shoulders. Harry picked her up carefully, and she settled into his arms, quietly sniffing every now and then. Harry told the boy to lead the way. Harry followed him across the park and down Magnolia Road. He watched the brother and saw the fear in his eyes. Harry wondered why someone would be so scared of a possible broken arm. As he thought about that, he realized that, to normal people, a broken arm was a big deal. Harry almost laughed when he compared a broken arm to his list of injuries. It would be quite a ways down the list. As they walked, Harry thought about Ron. He could be the brother Harry never had in much the same way Hermione was a sister. Ron could make him laugh easily enough. He could also annoy him and make him angry. Ron had a problem with money and jealousy. Being the youngest boy in a family of men would explain the jealousy issues. He was always last in things, and then he became a friend to Harry freaking Potter. Good choice, Ron. Ron was also self-conscious of his financial situation. Harry never had money growing up. He learned he had a vault full of money when he was 11, but by then it didn't make any difference. For Harry, it was one less worry on his list of worries. Ron could get angry at Harry for the littlest of things, and then it would be fine. He could make him laugh by doing something stupid or just very Ron-like. Growing up so alone, Harry had somehow managed to accumulate a brother and a sister along the way. He didn't know how he had done it, but he had. Looking at the little girl in his arms, he wondered if his dad would have done the same for him. Mum probably would have yelled at him for letting me get hurt, and then fixed it with her wand in a second. Harry was broken out of his thoughts by a nasty comment. "Oi, Potter, first you go for the older ones and now you're robbing the cradle. Can't you get enough?" Harry slowed and found Dudley, Piers, Dennis, Gordon, and Malcolm standing in his way. Dudley had made the comment, but it looked like he was forced to say it by the others. The gang was quietly prodding Dudley to say something else. "You are sick to think something like that, Dud. My guess it was really Piers who said it. Though, seems like something he would say, knowing how he likes them young. Now, if you'll excuse us, I have to get a hurt kid to her parents." "Watch it, Potter," Piers said. "I should cut your heart out for what you said." Piers pulled a knife out of his pocket and flipped it open. Dudley looked at the knife and at Harry. He seemed unsure what to do. His friends expected him to beat Harry up any time they found him out of the house, but Dudley knew his mum told him to leave Harry alone. He remembered what Harry had done to his father and the magic he had performed earlier. The book his mother had given him was still in his room, unopened under his mattress with the rest of his reading collection. Harry didn't want the kids to get caught between Dudley's gang and himself. He decided to postpone the confrontation if he could. "If you give me a couple minutes, Piers, I'll come back and let you try. I doubt you could do it, though. More dangerous people than you have tried the same thing and they haven't managed it yet. So, let me take care of current matters, and then we can settle our differences later." Harry began walking normally again and followed the little boy around the group. The girl had hidden her head as much as she could when the gang had started making threats, and she was keeping her head down. Harry hoped he could get away without having to fight anyone. Malcolm chose that moment to make a comment. "Think you could take us, Potter? Sounded like a challenge to me, Piers. Whatcha going to do about it?" Harry sighed and kept on walking. If the house was close enough, he might get away without anyone else getting hurt or himself in trouble. "I'm going to kill you, Potter," Piers said coldly. Harry stopped and turned slowly, trying to put forth the most intimidating look he could manage. "Are you sure you want to try, Piers?" Harry said every word slowly and with emphasis. "Others have said the same thing. I'm still here, so what do you think happened to them?" Harry made eye contact with every member of the gang. He held Piers and Dudley's gaze the longest. Harry gave one last sweeping glance as he turned to follow the little boy again. He never turned around to see what Dudley's gang did about his comment, and he made it all the way to Wisteria Walk before anything was said among them. The little girl looked up at him calmly and said, "You can be scary when you need to, can't you? I feel safe with you, though. You don't scare me." "Thank you, I think." Harry wasn't sure how to take the comment. It seemed both good and bad all at the same time. They walked down a couple of houses, and the boy ran up the sidewalk to a house with a red door. He opened the door and yelled for his mum and dad. Harry walked up the path slowly, watching for parents and Dudley's gang, not to mention any Death Eaters that might be after him. Being as far away from number 4 as he was probably wouldn't sit well with Dumbledore. Stuff him. The door opened quickly, and a woman ran out with the boy following closely behind her. Harry smiled at the woman and carefully let the girl down onto her own feet. He waited to see what the mother would do, not having much experience with this kind of thing. The woman knelt in front of her daughter and asked her what happened. She explained everything quickly and gingerly showed her injuries to her mother. Harry saw the love in the woman's eyes and wished he could remember that from his own mother. The woman checked the worst injury and sighed deeply. She asked the boy to run inside and tell his father that they needed to go to hospital right away. The boy ran into the home again, and Harry could hear him yelling the instructions. He watched the girl get a careful hug from her mother. Harry turned and began walking back to Privet Drive and the prison that awaited him there. He felt movement behind him and turned quickly to see the mother walking up to him. She had a grateful but worried look on her face. Harry wasn't sure what was going to happen, but he was ready for it all the same. "Thank you for helping Emma home. I don't know how to repay you, Harry, it's not a big deal, you're welcome." "Some boys threatened to kill him, Mum. They scared me." The little girl was standing behind her mother, cupping her arm. "Don't worry about them, Emma. I've dealt with worse." Harry smiled at Emma and her mother, then turned to leave again. "Did they really threaten your life, or was it just words?" the woman asked. "They were serious, but all the same it isn't a big deal. I'm not worried. They're nothing compared to what I'm used to dealing with." Harry nodded at the mother, and Emma then walked down the street. He made it to Privet Drive without any problems until he got a weird feeling that something wasn't right. He spun on his heels and pulled his wand from its hiding place, which kept it concealed but usable. He scanned the street looking for anything that could be a threat. He waited until he heard a movement to his left. He swung his wand to the side and dove forward, hitting someone squarely in the chest. The fabric of an invisibility cloak felt familiar, and the girlishoof, when they crashed onto the ground, told Harry all he needed to know. "Watcher, Tonks," Harry said causally, regaining his feet. "You might want to avoid sneaking up on me next time. You could have gotten yourself hurt." "Oh, that's most definitely going to leave a mark, Harry. You're abusive, you know that. Get inside so I can take this stupid thing off and check for damage." "Right this way, Nymphadora." Harry hurried his pace to avoid any possible attack she could launch at him outside. He opened the door and waited for the sound of feet on the stairs before closing it softly. He quickly followed the sound of Tonks climbing the stairs. She didn't have the same spring to her step that she usually did, but at least she wasn't falling down again. His door opened, and he heard the sound of cloth moving quickly across something and thrown to the floor. He entered his room and closed the door, finding Tonks was undoing her outer cloak. She dropped her gray cloak on top of the invisibility cloak, which was puddled near the foot of his bed. Harry was about to make a comment about her undressing when she continued her efforts. She pulled her shirt out of her pants and undid their buttons. Holding her shirt up and exposing her flat belly, she pulled down on the back part of her pants, revealing the upper part of her shapely rear. She turned slightly and caught sight of herself in the mirror on the inside of Harry's open bureau. She scowled a little, but Harry couldn't take his eyes away from her exposed flesh. "See, I told you it was going to leave a mark," she cried out. "How could you attack me like that? I was only going to tickle you." Tonks turned, showing Harry the red mark on her lower back and upper butt. "I landed on a rock, I'm sure of it. Hurt too." Only now did Tonks notice how big Harry's eyes were. She figured she could use this to embarrass him again, since the last time hadn't worked out very well. "Like what you see, Harry? Would you like to touch it? Maybe kiss it and make it better." She caught a slight reddening of his face before it disappeared. "She loves every minute of this. I'm not going to fold this time. I'm going to show her not to tease me." Harry raised his eyes and stared right at Tonks. He waited a few seconds before speaking, watching how she reacted to his stare. "If you insist, Tonks, I won't mind taking a closer look." Harry cocked his eyebrows as he finished. "Keep it up. You've watched the twins and Seamus do this to other girls before. It's all about confidence and perseverance." He watched as her mouth opened slightly and made an O look. "Got you." "Well, are you going to let me have a look at it, or are you going to keep parading around my room showing off your blue knickers?" Harry used whatever he had in him to keep a straight face while he waited for her response. He didn't expect her reaction, though. Tonks closed her mouth and seemed to make a decision. She took a step forward and turned, giving him a perfect view of the injury. She held his eyes for a while before looking down at the scrape and sighing. "It still hurts, and I may need your help healing it. My first aid spells are basic at best, and I'm not used to doing them on myself." Harry looked at the scrape and saw that the skin was torn slightly and the bruise was still growing slowly. He couldn't help but notice the smooth skin she had on her hip and back and her beautiful rump. He swallowed before saying anything. "What can I do to help, Tonks?" Tonks smiled in surprise at how well he handled the current situation. "I'll need you to direct my wand around the area in a circular motion. It has to be a fluid motion or it won't work. I can do the spell, but the location is hard to reach and still have the proper wand control." "I'll do what I can, Tonks. Just show me how." "Gladly, Harry." She was awarded with a small twitch from Harry, showing he read between the lines as intended. She rolled up the front of her shirt and tucked it up to keep it out of the way. Then she pulled her pants further down, showing even more of her blue underwear. She saw Harry swallow twice and force his eyes away from her special areas. "Oh, this is too much fun. I may have lost the war of words to him, but I own the visual war without question." "Harry, I need you to hold my wand lightly and move it around in a slow, smooth circle around the wound. Don't worry about doing any magic, since it's my wand and I know what to do." Tonks waited for Harry to grab her wand and begin the motion. He had a problem keeping the wand over the specified area, though. "Tonks, you keep moving every time you move the wand. How am I going to keep it over the wound like you said?" "That's for you to figure out, Harry. I have to concentrate on the spell." Left with few options, Harry put a hand on her opposite hip, held her body steady, and continued the circular motions. Tonks' concentration broke as she felt that safe feeling return. She couldn't explain it, but she just felt safe with him. It was more powerful than when they had been sleeping, but it was still the same feeling. Where his hand was touching her hip, she felt a warm sensation. "I may win the visual war, but he kicks my arse when it comes to touching. Oh, those hands of his." Tonks mentally shook herself before focusing on the task at hand. "You need to concentrate or this will take all day." Would that be such a bad thing? Tonks used occlumency to calm herself and refocused on the spell. She managed to heal her wounds in a few minutes with Harry's help. She stopped her wand from moving and tossed it on the bed. She looked where the wound had been and found her unblemished skin glowing from the setting sun. She looked up and found Harry still looking at her body. "Like what you see, Harry? Maybe if you're nice, I might let you look more later." Harry's eyes snapped up and looked right at her. She didn't know what it was, but that stare was penetrating. "All joking aside, thank you for helping me. Back to joking, it's your fault I got hurt in the first place." "You were going to attack me. What did you expect?" "Not to get caught, that's what I expected. I showed up about the same time that girl got hurt. Well done on that, by the way. Always the hero, aren't you?" "I did what I thought was best at the time. I only hope her arm isn't broken. Muggles have to wait a month or longer for bones to heal. I know I had to wait 6 weeks for my arm to heal after they broke it." "Who are they?" "The doctor had to break it, since it started healing wrong." "How did it heal wrong in the first place?" Tonks didn't understand what Harry was saying. "I didn't get to the doctor for about a week after I broke my arm." Harry hung his head a little, trying to avoid eye contact. "It was those fucking Dursleys, wasn't it?" Tonks yelled. "What did they do, ignore the bump on your arm?" "No, they didn't really see it. They locked me in my cupboard for a week after it happened. I guess that was some sort of punishment. Aunt Petunia had to take me to the doctor because my arm looked terrible and she didn't want people talking. The bone had started healing already, but it was crooked. I could have used a little magic that time. I might have healed quicker and Dudley wouldn't have tried hitting my arm every chance he got. Tonks wanted to kill the Muggles even more than before. How in the bloody hell could they have done that to you? How could they do that to anyone? Leave it, Tonks. It's over and done with as far as I'm concerned. Now you were following me since the park. Yup, and I was waiting for that idiot to attack you so I could save the savior. Tonks laughed at her own joke, but Harry scowled. If you were there then, why didn't I sense you were there like I did when I got back here? Don't know. Maybe you were thinking about your other woman and didn't notice me. Tonks pouted as well as she could while fighting her growing smile. Not likely, Tonks. I knew someone was near me when I got back here. You said you were going to attack me. Yeah, I was going to tickle you. I would have done it too, but you decided to knock me over and hurt my bum so you could get a free show. You wanted to get me then. You planned to attack me. Why such a big deal, Harry? People get premonitions all the time. It's called a sixth sense. Because I've had these feelings before. When someone's going to attack me, I seem to know it. Most people probably figure it's just reflexes, but I know when something bad is about to happen to me. I've always known things like that. Something else to bring up, Tonks said to herself but spoke out loud. What was that, Tonks? Nothing, Harry. Now I want to hear about what you worked on today. I told you to practice some wandless magic, so show me what you learned. Giving her a stern look for dismissing his concerns so abruptly, Harry levitated a book on the other side of the room, then summoned it. Tonks gasped and looked at Harry with her surprised look. What? Said Harry. You told me to practice, so I did. Did I do something wrong? You didn't use words or hand movements. You also used 2 different spells. You mean I was supposed to use words while learning wandless magic? I thought you wanted me to do it silently and with no motions. I left you on your own to learn wandless magic. I figured you would start off the easy way, doing all of it minus your wand. I didn't expect you to do it wordless and motionless. You never read ahead, did you, Harry? Of course not. That's why I have Hermione. She does the reading, Ron does the worrying, and I just do. That proves your willpower and magical ability at least. Okay, so you mastered levitation and summoning. I'm impressed. That's great work for a day. I learned 8 spells today. Harry listed off the spells. I'm not sure if my freezing charm works though, since I only had inanimate objects to practice on. Tonks could only shake her head. How in the name of Merlin could you know matter? Way to go, Harry. That's better than anyone else I know of. Tonks thought of a question she wanted to know. Do you know of any limitations for magic? Harry thought and tried to remember. Well, you can't apparate inside of Hogwarts because of the wards. There's the no defense against the killing curse thing, but that isn't always right since I'm proof of it. Harry thought longer, and Tonks seemed to get anxious. That's the only one I know of, Tonks. Hermione could probably give you a few pages if you really want to know. I think I understand you better now, Harry. You only know what you have been told, and people haven't told you very much. Most probably figure you already know things since you are Harry Potter, after all. Yeah, like the whole Parseltongue thing in 2nd year. How was I to know only dark wizards could talk to snakes? Like, I knew I could talk to snakes before that. I'd only ever seen one before at the zoo, and I kind of forgot about the talking snake bit with everything that happened afterwards. You have no idea what we can or can't do based on what others have said. You only know what you can do and what you can't do. On that, what can't you do? Beat Ron at chess for starters. Read more than Hermione or know more than her anyway. Apparate inside of Hogwarts. I can't really think of anything else. Tonks laughed. You have no idea about the accepted rules for magic. You just go out there and do things. I can tell you that people usually start wandless magic with a prop wand and work down from there. It's rare for anyone to do wandless magic without words and motions. You doing all of it your first day is kind of scary. And the fact that you learned 8 spells makes it scarier yet. I've been told my entire life I'm worthless and I can't do anything. Magic is the one thing I can do that they can't. I'm not about to prove them right about that too. I'm not going to let my mum and dad down either. Tonks shook her head, showing her understanding of Harry's convictions. She knew her life had been very different from Harry's. She always had support from her parents. She never needed to prove her worth to them. They always loved her. Harry never had any of that. It was a constant struggle for him. Magic was his thing, and he seemed to be better at it than anyone else she knew of, barring the headmaster and you-know-who. Tonks watched Harry calm down and settle his mind. She could feel his emotions just beneath the surface. She felt him battle them for control of his mind, and he won the fight. She knew she was using a little legilimency to read him, but it was necessary to know what he was feeling. She felt his body go rigid and wondered what could have caused it. Harry realized that he still had his hand on Tonks' hip and her pants were still pulled down to her thighs. He saw the vibrant blue material covering her special places and wondered what she felt like down there. Knowing that Tonks had been using legilimency on him moments before, he stopped those thoughts immediately. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ah, Tonks, maybe you should pull your pants up now. I doubt any of the Dursleys would appreciate walking in and seeing us this way. Well, Dudley might, but I'd rather not think about that happening." Tonks looked down and saw that her pants were still down and her knickers were indeed in full view. Watching Harry's face, she slowly pulled them up, trying to see if he was enjoying himself. "Sure you wouldn't rather they be down, Harry? I'm sure we'd figure out a way to pass the time." "Thanks for the offer, Tonks, but I doubt you really want to get involved with a guy like me. You know, the whole marked for death thing kind of scares people away." Shaking her head again, "You really are ignorant of how people feel, aren't you?" Tonks forged ahead with her plans for the evening. "I want to help you with your occlumency, Harry. You'll need to have a firm grasp of it if we go ahead with my plans for the summer. It will need to stay absolutely secret from everybody. Are you interested in my idea?" "I need to learn occlumency, that's for sure, but I won't know what your plan for the summer is until you tell me. So, what is it?" "Not now, Harry. You'll find out tomorrow if it's going to happen. I should know sometime this evening one way or the other. Now, let's practice occlumency. You know the clearing your mind bit, but you don't know the rest of it. You need to want to keep your mind to yourself, Harry. You have to sense the intrusion and fight it or divert it somewhere safe. A really skilled occlumens will be able to show the legilimens whatever he wishes and not be detected doing so. Some people can ward their mind and prevent entrance, but the goal should be to redirect the intruder to false or safe memories. Are you following me?" "Yes, I understand the goals, but I don't know how to do it." "Willpower is the key, Harry, and you have enough of that. Now, I'll cast the spell and you should try to show me safe memories. Only throw me out if you can't do anything else." Tonks cast the spell and began sifting through Harry's memories. She started in a safe place of his mind, concentrating on things he did when he was in his first year. She saw the mirror and felt the happiness of seeing his family. Tonks felt the tears dripping down her face after that memory. She moved on to scenes of Quidditch matches, and she felt his overwhelming exhilaration when flying on a broom. Next were conversations he had with Ron and Hermione throughout the year. Nothing made sense, since everything was out of order, but she heard the words. Tonks paused in the exercise and watched Harry sitting across from her with a look of intense concentration on his face. She dove back into the sea of thoughts and found a rather frightening one. It was the Forbidden Forest, and a shape was moving towards Harry. The memory changed to one of very tall chess pieces moving about a chessboard. The image shifted again, and she saw a troll swinging a club at Hermione. With a feeling of movement and pushing, Tonks found herself back in Harry's room. Harry was sitting on the bed, with his eyes closed, breathing hard. "Very good, Harry. That was good work, all things considered. I couldn't hold you to a single memory or stop you from going wherever you wanted. You purposely stayed away from the bad memories, didn't you?" "Wanted to start easy and then work my way up, Harry. If I started with your worst memories, you would never learn anything. Let me guess that Git pulled up your worst experiences and kept at them, didn't he?" "What else would he've done? I've seen Cedric die more times than I can count. Mr. Weasley being attacked and Voldemort coming back are favorites of his, too. I can't say anything even remotely nice or neutral on that matter, so I won't say anything at all. It's amazing you learned anything with that kind of instruction. If you're rested up a bit, let's try again. I'll keep it light until you master it. Then I'll get progressively darker and more forceful. This is not optional, I'm afraid. Just get it over with, Tonks. I'm better doing than talking." Once eye contact was made, Tonks said the word and she was viewing Harry's thoughts again. It was second year this time, and she was watching the trip to Hogwarts. A flying car was too much to take, causing her to laugh out loud. Oh, the trouble he could get into over that misuse of a Muggle artifact. He and Sirius would have been the best of friends if they had been given the time. Tonks continued watching more Quidditch matches. The skill Harry showed was amazing. She was convinced that he could play professionally if he wanted to once he was out of school. The memories changed for a second back to the Mirror of Erised from first year, but it didn't last long. She was watching Harry dueling Draco and loving every minute of it. She saw them in Myrtle's bathroom, working on a Polyjuice potion. Oh, Harry, that's a difficult potion. What did you need that for? She saw Gilderoy Lockhart prance around like a ponce in periwinkle robes. The images changed once again to the mirror scene, and they held for a few minutes before Tonks willed the show to continue. She felt Harry resisting. There you go, Harry. Keep it up. You're learning quickly. She put more willpower into her efforts, and the image changed slowly, but everything was fuzzy and out of focus. She kept trying to change the image, but her vision seemed frozen in a cloud. Releasing the spell, Tonks saw Harry looking at her with a small smile on his face. Good job, Harry. You held me where I was. I couldn't change the scene, but I was still in there. Are you trying to force me out at all? Nope. I was trying to redirect you, but since that didn't work, I just held you where you were. I seem to only get one shot at changing the image, otherwise things get held up. You're advancing quickly, Harry. Let's keep at this for a while longer, then we can go out for dinner somewhere. I'll even buy since you're a poor student and all. They began again. Scenes from third year flashed around, but something was different. Every image seemed to be slightly distorted and viewed as if it was through the eyes of another. As Harry blew up his aunt for the third time in a row, the images became sharp and clear again. Tonks tried to change the memory to Quidditch, but she found herself watching his first trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid. She put as much effort as she could into seeing Harry get his Hogwarts letter. The only image she saw was the mirror scene again. Releasing the spell, Tonks watched Harry take a few breaths. Great job, Harry. I think you got it figured out now. Let's try one more time, and I'll be as forceful as I can this time, too. Receiving his reluctant nod, she cast the spell and forced her way into his memories. She watched his meeting of the advanced guard from last summer. She watched him punch Malfoy in the face from 5th year. She tried to bring up the memory of Arthur's attack by the snake, but she found herself looking straight up at the ceiling and feeling the beginnings of a headache. She groaned slightly and sat up. Harry was staring her down, and he didn't have a smile on his face. I tried to change it up a little, Harry. I wanted to see how you would handle it, and you dumped me out quickly. Had you ever managed that against the Great Git? Yes, I have thrown him before. Did you really want to see that memory, Tonks? No, Harry, I didn't, but you seem to handle the friendly memories quite well. I wanted to test you a little. I know you were never told this, but when learning how to do this, you start off with pleasant memories and then progress to worse ones. You learned how to hold me in a memory, and you also learned how to redirect me. I could tell you were redirecting me, but then again I knew what memories were there and what happened in them. The real trick is, when I look for something I don't know about yet, you can create a false memory telling me whatever you want. I was trying to do that, but all I could do was to give you a different memory than what you asked for. You're really good at this, Harry. Don't get discouraged because you haven't mastered the hardest part of the whole subject. We can work on that part later. Right now, I'm hungry and I need food. How about you? I could eat. Do you have any place in mind? Isn't there something nearby? I mean, the Muggles need to eat too. Yeah, there are a few places on the other side of the park and a few streets away. I think we can eat there. Hungry for anything specific. As long as it tastes good and fills me up, I'll be happy. When leaving his room, Harry kept an ear busy listening for Uncle Vernon or Dudley, and they snuck out the front door without any problems. Harry led the way, looking out for things Tonks could trip over. Much to his surprise and humor, she managed to trip over absolutely nothing a few times. They had a few laughs about her inability to walk properly as they headed north along Magnolia Road towards the restaurants. When they arrived, Harry swung his arm in a wide arc, displaying her choices. What'll it be, Tonks? We have Italian, Chinese, fast food, and a pub to choose from. I think pizza sounds good tonight. Let's go there. Harry held the door open for Tonks, and they entered the decently sized restaurant. A waiter seated them in a corner booth between a family on one side and a couple on the other. Harry opened his menu and thought of all the times he had gotten to order his own food. Outside of Hogwarts and the magical world, he could think of a very limited number of times. Every one of those times, the Dursleys had told him what to get, and it was always the cheapest thing on the menu. Harry was going to get what he wanted this time, and he wanted a thick-crust pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. His mind made up, Harry looked at Tonks and saw her face scrunched up in thought. Her tongue was between her teeth and the tip was sticking out just a little bit. Harry watched her for a few seconds, enjoying the view before he got a devilish idea. Careful, Tonks. I don't want you to hurt yourself by thinking so hard. If you need help, just let me know and I can lend a hand. Harry grinned at her as she looked up and gave him a blank look. What was that, Harry? I was busy trying not to kick you as hard as I could under the table. Would you care to repeat your comment? No thanks, Tonks. I think I'll just sit here quietly as you make up your mind. I wouldn't want you to trip when you tried to kick me. Harry moved quickly as he finished his sentence, avoiding a smallish foot that shot out to kick his shin. Tonks looked disappointed when her foot failed to connect with any part of Harry. Watch yourself, mister. I don't forget and I don't forgive easily. On another subject, I'm glad you're starting to relax around me. You should be comfortable enough to talk to me like you do your other friends. I'm really just a big kid at heart, so don't let the tough exterior fool you. Tonks watched the evil smile reappear on Harry's face. But I think you can keep that comment to yourself, young man. They were interrupted by the waiter bringing them their water and asking if they were ready to order. Harry nodded and saw Tonks urge him to order first. I would like a small pepperoni pizza, thick crust with extra cheese, and a Coke. Tonks smiled and told the waiter to make it a medium. They bantered back and forth as they waited for their food to arrive. Harry scanned the room, looking for anyone out of place, but found everything as it should be. Their food arrived and they started eating. For most of the meal, they kept a friendly conversation going in between bites. With the last piece remaining, Harry offered it to Tonks. Come now, Harry, go ahead and eat it. I should watch my figure anyway, Tonks said, striking a pose of sorts, earning a snort from Harry. Hey, I know I'm not hideous, but laughing at me is downright rude. Now I'm going cry. Tonks dramatically wiped imaginary tears from her eyes. Fine, we can split the piece. Does that sound okay to you? At her nod, Harry cut the piece in half and served one to Tonks. There, all better. They finished the pizza and Harry felt pleasantly full. Tonks sighed and held her stomach for a second. I should have let you have the entire last piece. I'm really full now. You asked for it and you got it. I have no regrets, Harry said as he settled back in the seat. Tonks paid the bill, as she had offered. They were discreetly discussing the techniques Harry had used to learn wandless magic when a head popped over the seat behind Harry. Tonks waving and smiling caused Harry to look up into a familiar face. Emma smiled and giggled a little. Her face disappeared and they heard her telling her parents who was behind them. Fancy meeting you here, young man, the father said as he walked the short distance to their table. I wanted to thank you for helping us out today. I appreciate it. Like I said before, it wasn't a big deal. How are you doing, Emma? Harry asked. I'm doing better, she said softly. The doctor gave me some medicine and the pain went away. They also gave me a purple cast for my arm, see. She held up her arm and showed off her cast. She looked tired but was fighting it with everything she had. Wow, a purple one, Harry said. When I broke my arm, they gave me a plain white one. Harry turned to the brother and told him he did a good job today, earning a smile from both parents. Thank you again, Harry, the woman said. We never finished proper introductions. My name's Kathy Williams and this is my husband, Charles, and you met Jonathan earlier today. Emma hasn't stopped talking about you all night. Ignoring the last comment, Harry did his best to keep the conversation moving and shook Charles's hand. Harry Potter, decided to eat out tonight, Harry asked. With all the time at hospital, we figured this was the best option. I see you made the same choice. Is this your girlfriend? Kathy smiled, but seemed to give Tonks a harder look. Well, Tonks is a friend, Harry began weakly. Yes, I'm his girlfriend, Tonks said without hesitation. He's a wonderful person, too, as you saw today, I hear. He was wonderful, Tonks, is it? Kathy seemed to choose her words carefully. I imagine it must make things hard, Harry still being in school with you out working. Oh, it's not hard at all, said Tonks, dismissing Kathy's comment. Harry's a lot older than he looks. At least he acts a lot older than he is in years. I, on the other hand, act a lot younger than I am, so it all works out in the end, if you understand my meaning. Tonks smiled her best impish smile. I think I understand your point, Tonks, Kathy said, softening her tone. He was such a gentleman earlier. I'm glad he was there. You are among a growing list of people who have said that, Tonks said seriously. Tonks, stop it, Harry said under his breath, but everyone heard him. Hush, Harry, you know it's the truth. I know no such thing. Oh, bugger you then, Tonks huffed playfully and winked at Emma, earning a small smile from the tired little girl. Kathy watched how Harry tried to play down what he had done for them, and how he tried to stop Tonks from talking about other good deeds he had done. She didn't know what this young man had done, but it seemed like helping a little girl was one of the easier of them. Thank you again, Harry, Charles said. We should get our very sleepy children home before we have to carry them the whole way. Tonks led the way to the door and grabbed a few mints on the way out. Harry helped the family out the door and they all started walking down Magnolia Road. At the park entrance, near the gate, Harry had a feeling of danger again. He paused and looked around, quickly causing Tonks to take notice. She put her hand on her concealed wand and waited for justification to draw it in front of Muggles. Kathy and Charles noticed the change in Harry's demeanor and put their arms around their children. Harry scanned the park and found a group of people emerging from the shadows near the trees. In the lead was Piers. Oi, Potter, come to finish what we started, or you going to run away again? Mummy, that's the boy who threatened Harry, Emma said quietly. He said he was going to kill him. Harry looked straight at Piers and willed himself to look threatening. As Charles and Kathy watched, they understood what Emma had meant by Harry being scary when he needed to be. Kathy looked to Tonks and saw her relaxing, but her hand stayed hidden in her pocket. Being the protective father that he was, Charles stepped forward and told Dudley's gang to bugger off. I can take care of this, Charles, Harry said confidently. Why don't you get your family home and enjoy the rest of the evening? Charles had never seen someone as young as Harry speak so clearly and forcefully while facing down at least 4 rather dangerous-looking thugs. Charles found himself moving his family further down the road and out of the way should things get violent without really meaning to. Piers, you should ask Dudley what happened to his father the other night before you decide to attack me. Fuck you, Potter, Piers yelled. I make my own moves. Watch your language, Piers. There are children here and I would hate to have to shut you up myself. Harry checked to see where the Williamses were and found Charles moving closer again while the others moved down the road. Mr. Williams, go with your family. I don't need any help with them. You'll only get hurt and you don't need to be stuck at hospital again today. Yes, Mr. Williams, please leave this to Harry, Tonks said sternly. He can take care of himself just fine. It's when others get involved trying to help that things go awry. Charles watched Tonks slide forward next to Harry. Harry motioned her back and completely ignored the offended look she gave him. I'm fine, Tonks. I don't want you in the middle of this. Piers moved forward trying to intimidate Harry. He pulled his knife out and brandished it around. Protecting your whore, Potter. As the words left Piers' mouth, his feet left the ground and his body arced backwards from the punch Harry had landed on his jaw. Piers crashed onto the ground and rolled into a misshapen ball while the others looked on in horror. The knife flipped end over end behind Piers, nearly striking Malcolm in the arm. Dudley saw a replay of his father dropping to floor in the house after he had attacked Harry. He'd heard the threats made to his father if he insulted Tonks. Dudley wanted to go home right now. He even thought about reading that freakish book, too. Watch who you insult, Piers. That goes for the rest of you, too. I won't tolerate any of you saying those things about a friend of mine. Harry glared at the others standing around watching the failed attempt at Harry baiting. Get him out of here before one of the nosy neighbors up and phone the police, why don't you? Harry turned and ushered Tonks away from the boys. She could only laugh at how Harry handled everything. Harry, you really can't stop yourself from standing up for others, can you? No, Tonks, I can't. Now let's get the Williamses home before Dudley and company want revenge for Piers getting laid out. Come on, Mr. Williams, let's get your family home. Charles hurried after his wife and children, but kept giving Harry sideways glances when he got the chance. They made it to their door without any additional problems and thanked Harry for everything again. Charles shook his hand firmly and thanked him for helping his daughter and his family. Harry shrugged it off and bid him a good night. As Harry and Tonks turned to walk back to Privet Drive, she grabbed Harry's hand and held it tightly. He jumped a little but didn't pull away. Relax, Harry. This is for their benefit. Remember, we are boyfriend and girlfriend as far as they are concerned. We have to make a good show of it. Harry didn't know what else to do but listen to Tonks. So he held her small, warm hand in his as they walked down the street and turned the corner towards number 4. He started thinking about how nicely her hand fit in his, but his thoughts were interrupted by the crinkling of plastic. Harry turned his head and saw Tonks attempting to unwrap a mint from its packaging using her teeth and her free hand. He almost laughed, but she finally managed to expose the mint and immediately popped it in her mouth. She handed another mint to Harry. He followed the same process and ate it. They walked to Privet Drive in silence while Tonks thought about what Harry had done to Dudley's friend, whereas Harry thought about Tonks' hand still resting in his own. She broke the silence first, when they were a few doors away from number 4. Harry, why did you get between those thugs and the rest of us? They were after me, no one else. I wasn't going to let someone else be put in danger because they wanted me. I learned that lesson the hard way. Harry went silent until they made it to the front door of the Dursleys' house. Harry sighed and Tonks watched him become depressed. Harry, things are better here. Haven't you noticed that? No, things are just different. I'm not sure what you did to my aunt, but I know it won't last. Uncle Vernon will change her back to the way she always was before. It's only a matter of time, really. Harry got quiet for a second. You didn't put a spell on her, did you? Of course not, Harry. I just told her the truth, though I might have scared her to make her listen, but she changed on her own. She might really care about you now. At the very least, she knows what your life is like outside of here, and that should be enough. Thanks for everything, but I'm not going to start jumping up and down until I know it's for real. I have a feeling that that will never happen, so don't get your hopes up, okay? No problem, Harry. I think I understand some of what you went through here. Tonks watched as Harry tried to summon up the strength to open the door and face his uncle, who was long home by now. She saw his face fall again and a sense of resignation settle over him. Not knowing what else to do, Tonks pulled on Harry's hand, causing him to turn and look at her. She leaned towards him on her toes and placed a kiss on his lips. It was a firm and reassuring kiss. Harry froze for a second before he kissed her back. It was nothing like the messy kisses he'd had with Cho earlier in the year. He could only think it was warm and felt good. Harry's free hand instinctively moved behind Tonks and held her in place. He wasn't sure if she was going to run away, push him away, or slap him. He was ready for all of it, but he wanted to get at least one good kiss out of the deal. Tonks broke the kiss after a while and expelled a satisfied breath. She smirked at Harry when she opened her eyes and he flinched. Deciding he was preparing to get slapped, Tonks thought of something to say to lighten the mood. Minty, Tonks said as she moved forward and pressed her body against Harry's. Maybe we should try that again sometime. You're a rather good kisser, Harry. I wonder what else you're good at. Tonks wiggled her eyebrows at him and lengthened her eyelashes as she batted them as well. Harry managed to hold his ground, but he couldn't think of anything to say. The nervous but charged situation was shattered when the front door opened and a red-faced Uncle Vernon appeared in the threshold, staring down the couple. You idiot boy, Vernon snapped. Get inside now so the neighbors don't see you. Vernon grabbed Harry by the arm and threw him into the hallway, completely forgetting about Tonks. You will not hang about the front stoop and do that. I should beat you for doing that in front of my house. Tonks was afraid of any number of things happening because of this confrontation. Harry could unleash some of his magic, controlled or not, or she might have to end the fight herself. For the time being, Vernon wasn't advancing on Harry, but he looked ready to attack all the same. Harry stood up quickly and faced off against Vernon. "I will do as I please, Uncle Vernon. You will not grab me like that again." Harry's voice was level but threatening. "I told you before to leave me be. I warned you that you will not treat me the same as before. I promised you that things would change, one way or another. I'm willing to change things right now. Are you ready for me to make those changes?" Tonks felt a cold chill sweep across her, and Harry's eyes seemed to come alive. A noise at the top of the stairs alerted Tonks to Dudley's presence. A whimpering from the living room meant that Petunia was home as well. This could be the turning point for Harry and the Dursleys. "Are you threatening me, boy? You think you can take me on?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon, I'm threatening you," Harry said calmly. "Yes, I know I can take you on. I've handled worse than you before." "Oh yes, you must have taken care of bigger people than me at that freak school. Go on then, try it, boy. If you're so tough, take me on. We can settle this matter once and for all. If you get hurt or worse, so be it." Vernon had never challenged Harry outright since he had gone to that school. He thought that Harry would back down this time, as he had every other time while growing up. Vernon's confidence started dropping as Harry held his ground and stared straight into his eyes. "Your move, Uncle," Harry spit out as if the word was a nasty Bertie Bott's bean. Harry didn't know if he could take his uncle on in a real fight, but he'd never shied away from a fight yet. He saw Tonks in the background holding her wand at Vernon's back. "Vernon," snapped Petunia at her husband for the first time in her life. "This will not happen here. It will not happen anywhere. I will not have you two fighting. It will not happen." Petunia stood tall and imposing in the doorway to the living room. "Vernon, I told you not to continue this. To begin with, she has her wand pointed at you. Do you really think she won't hurt you? And you know Harry will do whatever he has to do to survive." The hallway was silent as everyone thought over what had been said by Petunia. "Harry, you and Tonks should go upstairs for the night. I think you understand that is the best thing to do, right?" "Yes, Aunt Petunia. That's where we were going to go anyway, Tonks." Tonks poked Vernon in the back firmly with her wand, and he jumped out of the way, keeping his eyes fixed on the shaft of wood. She started up the stairs and waited for Harry to join her. Harry stopped right behind her before speaking to Vernon. "The next time you attack me, Uncle, I will hurt you badly. No one will stop me from doing it. That is the only warning I'm going to give you. Please remember it." Harry stared down Vernon and waited for Tonks to continue up the stairs. He lightly nudged her in the back to urge her forward. They passed Dudley, who was open-mouthed and gaping at the show he had witnessed. He moved back as far as he could, but it didn't provide much room at all for them to pass. Once they were safely in Harry's bedroom, Tonks hugged Harry tightly. "I was worried there, Harry. I was afraid he would hurt you or you would kill him. Now don't get me wrong, you killing him would be an easy thing to justify, but it would be a very complicated process." Trying to lighten the mood again, Tonks said, "You know how much paperwork I would have to do. It would take me the rest of the summer to finish it." Harry cracked a smile. "Nah, I'd get Hermione to help you out with it. She'd have it done in a week at most. Besides, Dumbledore can't afford to lose you. Being an Auror would make it easier, paperwork-wise, I'm sure." "It would, but I would have had to kill him, not you. Anyway, I think we've had enough fun for the night. You have been in 3 fights, saved a girl twice and her family once. I think you've earned your rest." "Stop it, Tonks. I did what I needed to do. That's all I ever do." Harry collected his things and left the room heading for the loo. Tonks looked around the room and wondered if Harry would ever realize just who he was to others. She waited for him to get back before going to the loo herself. Harry settled into his bed. He was starting to like having someone to sleep with. He seemed to sleep better at the very least. He hadn't had a nightmare yet, and it was a most welcome change. He waited and listened for sounds outside and in. He heard the water running through the pipes. He heard Dudley in his room doing something. He heard an owl outside in the tree. He figured it was Hedwig since she was the only owl he knew of in the area. A soft murmur was coming from downstairs, and Harry hoped his aunt wasn't getting yelled at for saving Vernon. Tonks opened the door and entered the room being as quiet as she could. She looked the same as she did before she left, but something was different. She said something to her wand, and it vibrated slightly before she slid it under her pillow. She looked at Harry, who was lying in the bed under the sheet. She smiled at him before she pulled her shirt off. He froze, yet again, and watched as she was thankfully wearing a t-shirt underneath. She winked and undid her pants. Harry was expecting the same kind of thing as the top. He planned to see shorts or something on under her pants. His mouth dropped a bit as he stared at the same pair of blue knickers she had been wearing earlier. When she bent over to pull the pants off, Harry saw the blue fabric stretch across her rear and the t-shirt hike up, exposing her whole backside. Harry's mouth was rapidly drying by the second, and he didn't know what to do about it. He forced his eyes to meet a pair of dark brown ones. Tonks was her normal self. That was the difference he noticed. Harry managed to sneak a peek at her chest, and her breasts were pushing on the front of her shirt, pulling it rather taut. Tonks, what do you do? Hush, Harry, Tonks said in a breathy voice. She stepped to the bed and pulled the sheets back and slipped under them smoothly. She moved towards Harry very slowly, holding his eyes in place. She slid her left hand up his right side to the back of his neck. Her right hand went under his head and wrapped around his back, pulling him towards her. She smiled in a way Harry could only describe as the way a nymph would smile. Harry held his breath as Tonks pulled him to her. He was fighting so many thoughts that his limited occlumency training was working overtime. Tonks pulled his head to hers and kissed him. It was similar to the one they had shared on the front steps, but she was going deeper with it. She was pressing harder, and her tongue was pushing on his lips. Harry opened his mouth a little, and her tongue flicked into his mouth, lightly brushing his tongue. He tentatively licked her tongue in reply, and she reacted by pushing hers further into his mouth. He thought of the kissing as a fight with tongues. She always beat him by having her tongue in his mouth more than his in hers. The kissing settled down a bit, and she seemed to put more heat into the kisses. Harry's mind was spinning. He didn't know what he was doing, but he loved every minute of it. Tonks had moved her left leg on top of him, and she was resting most of her body on top of Harry's. The kisses were getting lighter, so Harry took the opportunity to breathe. "Breathe through your nose, Harry," Tonks said as she took a few deep breaths. Tonks moved her hips a little bit, rubbing Harry's lower half, causing him to react quickly. She pulled her head back and stared into his wide eyes. She nibbled on her red, puffy lips a few times, then moved her hips again, receiving the same reaction as before. She took a shuddering breath and began kissing him again. Harry was completely lost in teenaged hormones and thoughts. He wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to do, but he had the overwhelming urge to do it anyway. He wrapped his arms around Tonks' firm body and pulled her fully on top of himself. She wiggled a few times, settling into a very comfortable position straddling Harry. He hugged her tightly and kissed her as deeply as he knew how. A few minutes later, Harry opened his eyes when Tonks lifted her head away. He looked into her dark eyes, shrouded in varying amounts of light from the window. He wanted to know what she was thinking. He really wanted to know what to do next, or whether she wanted him to do anything at all. He felt a slight moving sensation, and he could see himself. He could also feel an overwhelming burning sensation in his crotch. It felt like a hunger or something similar. Not sure what had happened, Harry watched himself move forward and kiss himself. The feeling flooded his senses. He knew he wasn't kissing himself, but that was what he was seeing until his eyes closed. The feeling increased, but the images became of himself and Tonks. He heard her voice in the distance saying she wanted more. He also heard a serious voice saying she was too old for him. Harry opened his eyes and willed whatever it was to stop. He felt a moving sensation again and found Tonks looking down at him with her eyes half closed and a weak smile on her face. She was breathing heavily, and she was slowly moving her hips around. Harry couldn't stop himself from moving slightly, as well, matching her rhythm. He pulled Tonks down to kiss him, and she complied eagerly. The snogging continued for a few minutes before Tonks gave a gentle push on Harry's shoulders and lifted her head up. She stared at Harry and breathed deeply. She blinked a few times before saying anything. "I have no idea how you did that, Harry, but I hope you can do it again." She waited a few more minutes, closing her eyes before speaking again under greater control of herself. "I planned to kiss you a little and then tease you a lot. As you can tell, that didn't work at all. You win the touching war, Harry. I concede that fight because I'm completely outclassed. How many people have you kissed before?" "One girl." Merlin, you're good at it already, Tonks said under her breath. We might be able to work on it some time, Harry. Now, as much as you want to keep going, we have to stop. I hope you aren't sore in the morning, but if you are, I apologize. Tonks leaned down and placed a warm, soft kiss on Harry's lips. She moved a little, sliding back onto the mattress, and rolled over. She snuggled her back and rear into Harry's front and pelvis before settling onto her pillow. She sighed lightly when Harry adjusted his body, causing a certain body part to press into her butt. Doing his best to stay calm, Harry hesitantly placed his arm around hers and under her breasts. He gave a tight squeeze and let himself relax. Both sighing to themselves, they began drifting off to sleep. Harry had his eyes closed for about a minute when a dim flash of silver light shone through his eyelids. He felt Tonks jerk slightly. So he opened his eyes and asked what had happened. It's okay, Harry. I just got a message from some people whom I'd been waiting on. Do you think you are up for an outing tomorrow? I've a few people I'd like you to meet, and we need to get you some new clothes anyway. Needless to say, none of this must be found out by the headmaster. I trust you, Tonks. If you think I should meet someone, then I'll meet them. I'm more than willing to keep anything from the headmaster. He's kept enough from me over the years. He does his best, Harry. Please don't be too hard on him. I know his best has been a complete failure concerning you, and I agree with you being mad at him, but don't make an enemy of someone who could help you. Remember, manipulation can work both ways, and you have leverage on your side. We need to get to sleep if we want to make it there by 7. Tonks reached under her pillow and mumbled a few words before wiggling into Harry again. Harry couldn't see the smirk, but he felt the giggles. You're teasing me with the wiggles, aren't you? Yes, but you love every one of them more than you are willing to admit. I know how the male mind works. Really? Harry said, trying to make his voice sound as deep as he could. He moved his mouth so it was right behind her ear. I think you enjoy them as much as I do, Nymphadora. He felt her shiver and press against his body. Please don't call me Nymphadora, Harry. Think of something else. Her voice was quiet and almost had a pleading edge to it. I like your name, but if you insist, how about Nymph? That makes me sound like a sex fiend or a sex toy. It's hard enough to get respect from men when they stare at my tits the whole time, but with a name that screams plaything, it's impossible. Do you think I see you that way? No, I don't, Harry. My whole life has been a fight to earn respect from others, especially those I work with. I make them call me Tonks so I have less working against me. I just don't know what else to do. When you say it with respect. I like to hear you say it, but I don't think I can let you say it. If I do, who's next? Let me know what you want me to call you. Until then, I'll use Tonks. Thank you, Harry. It means a lot to me. Now go to sleep. It'll be a long day tomorrow. Harry fell asleep thinking about Tonks, and her sexy butt pressed against him, not to mention numerous ideas about the next day. Tonks fell asleep thinking about the next day and how it could turn out. She also thought about how Harry had overwhelmed her both emotionally and mentally. He had entered her mind and felt her urges for him when they were kissing. She felt his urges as well, and they nearly drove her over the edge. Her last thought before she fell asleep was of how safe she felt in his arms. 3. The Department of Mysteries. Harry was kissing Tonks, and she was moving around on top of him, touching everywhere she could reach with her small, warm hands. Her fingers slid all over his chest and into his hair. Her hands tugged at his raven-colored hair and pushed his lips against hers more forcefully. She was rubbing her tight, barely clothed body up and down his. Harry loved every second Tonks rubbed him. He felt her breasts move around on his bare chest and her nipples strain against the thin fabric of the shirt she wore. The shirt had bunched up right beneath her breasts, and it was threatening to move higher yet. Harry's hands were running across her rear and up her sides. He wanted to tear her underwear off so he could feel more of her. He was getting very excited and felt himself nearing a pleasurable point. He heard Tonks squeal a little, and she pressed herself down as hard as she could. Harry felt himself getting even closer. Harry awoke at that moment, breathing harder than normal. He had his arms wrapped around the still sleeping form of Tonks, who was lying right in front of him. He gave his left hand a squeeze and felt a soft but firm breast in his grasp. Harry found his other arm wrapped around the front of Tonks, holding her protectively against his chest. He knew his dream had excited certain areas, but he didn't know what damage had been. He breathed deeply, trying to calm down. He smelled Tonks' hair in the process and found it had a faint flower smell that he couldn't place. He relaxed and tried to sense if he would have to explain something when she woke up. Much to his surprise and thanks, nothing seemed wrong with any part of his body that he could feel. The only thing he could feel quite well was Tonks' comfortable rear and back pressed into him. He practiced his occlumency to control any additional reactions he could have thinking about such things. He avoided thinking about their kissing the night before because that would only lead to more embarrassing moments. If she brought it up, Harry was fine with that. Otherwise, he was going to keep his mouth shut on the subject. As he laid there lost in his thoughts, Tonks slept on, unaware of Harry's near disaster concerning her. She was still making that soft, rattling sound, and Harry couldn't help but smile. It was a calming and endearing sound, and he loved it. Harry thought she felt better against him this morning than last morning. Something just felt right about it. Having no idea what time it was, Harry decided to enjoy his time holding Tonks and think about what magic he should practice today. He had no idea what she had planned, but it would probably end up being a quick visit with some friends, and he would have the rest of the day to practice wandless magic. He ran through the spells he already knew and tested his ability to bring up the proper feeling to cause his magic to happen. One thing he learned the day before was that the more he played with his magic, in reference to using it wandlessly, the better he was with it. He could pull it up faster and use it quicker than when he started. He also thought of what spells he wanted to practice today. He knew he should work on some shield spells and the basic offensive spells too. When she woke up, he would ask Tonks if offensive spells could be detected if cast wandlessly. He also remembered the spell book he was reading that had listed some really nasty spells. He wanted to know some of them should he find Bellatrix or Wormtail in the near future. Hopefully Tonks was right and she can work out a way for me to practice magic with my wand. I don't want to learn those kinds of spells wandlessly starting out. I could end up casting them on myself, and where would I be then? St. Mungo's, that is where I would be if I lived long enough to get there, and how would I explain everything? His thoughts continued as he recited spell after spell to himself. He worked on bringing the feeling up and pushing it down again. He was so preoccupied that he never noticed Tonks wake up. Tonks felt a surge of magic appear and then disappear quickly. She had never felt something like that before. The only way she could describe it was that it was like swimming in magic. She opened her eyes and felt the sensation wash over her again and again. She saw a slight shimmer in the air that seemed to be coming from behind her. The only thing that could cause this type of magical display was Harry. She watched the air shimmer for a few minutes. She didn't know if Harry knew what was going on or not, but it was impressive to watch all the same. The shimmering stopped, and she heard Harry mumbling words under his breath. She made out a few of them, and they seemed to be spells. The few she heard clearly were rather nasty curses that she hadn't expected Harry to know. Rolling over slowly, Tonks faced Harry, causing him to pause in his efforts. "What you doing, Harry?" "I was practicing my wandless magic, and then I was reciting spells that I had read about the other day. I do have a question for you. Can the Ministry detect offensive spells if they are cast wandlessly? I wanted to practice some offensive spells today after we get back from our visit." "I honestly think you are going to be surprised by our visit, Harry. I also doubt you are going to want to practice magic when we return." "What do you have planned, Tonks?" "Ask me no questions, and I will tell you no lies, Harry. Just go with the flow today, okay? You may have a few challenges to overcome, but do what you always do." "And just what is that, Tonks?" "Win, Harry. You always win, or at least get out of whatever you got into. Just keep doing that and everything will be fine." Seeing his unhappy face, she added, "If you do well, I might be convinced to kiss you again." Harry thought over the situation and the offer from Tonks. He liked the kissing. His dream this morning was evidence enough of that, but was she only kidding him? He didn't think he could take the embarrassment if she was just having on Ian him. "I accept your offer, Tonks. What are the terms?" Tonks stared at him, realizing she would have to hold up her end of the deal if he succeeded. You make it through the day without getting seriously hurt, and I will kiss you before bed tonight. Deal?" Tonks held out her hand, which was right in front of Harry's chest. "Is there a chance for me to get hurt on this visit? Where the hell are we going?" "I assure you that nothing really dangerous will happen. You have worse days here judging by yesterday. I promise you won't be spending any time with Madame Pomfrey." Taking her hand and shaking it firmly, Harry said, "That isn't much of a promise, but I accept your offer, Tonks." "Great, now you should get ready. We need to leave in." Tonks pulled her wand from under the pillow and said, "Time." In front of her appeared a clock showing it was 6:30 in the morning. "We have half an hour to get there, Harry. You had best get moving so I can as well. I will nick us some food while you are showering." Harry grabbed his clothes and left his room. He knew that Vernon would up in 20 minutes and he would be mad if Harry was anywhere near him. Not that I really care, but I shouldn't be starting fights with the man. In and out of the loo so Tonks can do the same. Harry returned to his room to find Tonks finishing her toast and jam. She motioned to the remaining pieces of toast and walked past him to the loo. Harry sat down and ate his food. He swallowed the last of his food and opened the loose floorboard to retrieve what little money he had left after a year at school. While replacing the board to conceal the hiding place, Harry heard a banging on a door from the hallway. Hearing his uncle yell, Harry gathered his cloak and wand before leaving the room. "Open this bloody door, you worthless bastard. You think you can make me late, do you?" "I am not in there, Vernon. I would stop yelling too, since the neighbors can probably hear every word you say." "Watch yourself, Potter. If you aren't in here, then who is?" "Tonks is in there, and I suggest you leave her be." "Your floozy can't use our water. That costs money." Harry drew his wand and stepped towards Vernon. "You do not listen, do you? I warned you to treat her with respect." Harry was beyond mad. He wanted to make his uncle understand that everyone should be treated with respect. "You will apologize to her when she comes out, or I will make you apologize. Do you understand me?" "Think you got what it takes to make me do something, boy. She ain't here to back you up." "I know I can make you do things, Uncle. The question is if I want to do it or not. Personally, I would be happy to never see you again, but I don't think that is in the plans right now. Hopefully it will be soon, though. Nevertheless, you will apologize to Tonks for your comment." "And if I don't, boy?" Vernon was making his stand, and if he won this time, Harry knew he would never get another chance. Putting on the most serious expression he could, and calling his magic up to enhance his look, Harry spoke directly to Vernon. "I will shatter every bone in your arms and legs. I will leave you to heal the Muggle way too. There is a curse to do that, you know." Harry watched as Vernon shrunk a little. He also seemed to lose his confidence and started looking for a way to escape. Harry knew that he had to keep his edge while he had it. "I see you understand what I said. Now, Tonks should be out of there in a minute, and I expect you to apologize as soon as you see her. I won't hesitate to curse you if I need to." Vernon stilled as sounds came from the bathroom. The sound of movement and humming could be heard. He looked at Harry as saw his nephew was serious. The causal way Harry had told him what was going to happen if he didn't apologize scared him more than the actual threat. His nephew had gotten frightening over the last year. The boy wasn't easy to intimidate anymore. He was downright menacing now, and Vernon didn't like it at all. The door opening and a soggy-headed Tonks stopping short of running into Vernon brought the scene to a head. She looked at Vernon and could see the telltale signs of rage. She saw Harry standing in the hallway with his wand drawn, looking every bit the man he would become. "Did I miss something, Harry?" Tonks didn't know what she had missed. She knew someone was pounding on the door and yelling, but her father did that when she was growing up, so she learned to ignore all distractions when she was showering. "Do you have something to say, Uncle?" Harry prompted, never removing his piercing gaze from his uncle. Vernon paused, reassessing the situation and the possible risks. Harry inclined his head a little, but never wavered in his posture. "I would like to apologize for my words while you were in the bathroom," Vernon forced himself to say. Harry raised head a little more, indicating that he wasn't finished. "And for the other times as well. There is that good enough?" The last was directed at Harry. "Yes, it is. You will not get another chance to apologize, Uncle Vernon," Harry said. Vernon waited for Tonks to leave the bathroom and walk over to Harry before he entered and closed the door, sharply locking it as well. Tonks turned to see Harry visibly restraining himself from using his magic. "Thank you, Harry. You are my hero." Tonks leaned up and planted a kiss on Harry's mouth before returning to his room to gather the remaining things she had left there. Harry was trying to calm down after almost cursing his uncle. He was feeling a little in over his head concerning things at Privet Drive. He had never stood up to his uncle like he had been doing in the last few days. He had never felt like he had to stand up for himself. Everything came down to his absolute need to take control of his life. At Privet Drive, the Dursleys controlled his life. They had abused him for 10 years before he got a break. Then they continued the abuse during the summers. At school, Harry's life was controlled by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and any other teacher who decided to get involved. Not a single person had ever asked Harry what he wanted done in reference to his life. That lack of choice or say led to Harry living a miserable life with his relatives, and his life being in constant danger at school. The more he thought about everything, the less sense things made. How could everything that has happened to me at Hogwarts happen in the first place? If the place was that dangerous, no sane parent would let their child go there. It just defies logic. Then again, so does magic, I guess. Maybe all magical people are a little touched in the head to begin with. Have I ever met one that wasn't a little bit cracked? Hermione comes to mind. Harry kept evaluating what he had done in the past and how he was handling things currently. The only conclusion he could come up with was that something had to change or he would be dead in months. Worse yet, someone else could end up dead because of him, and he couldn't take that again. Too many had died for him, and he was making the conscious decision to stop that trend. The kiss from Tonks broke his pattern of self-assessment. He watched her walk into his room and could see her gathering her outer cloak as well as her invisibility cloak. She scanned the room once to check for any left items before grabbing her wand off the bed. She walked up to Harry, slightly tripping on a floorboard that was slightly raised, and smiled at Harry as she righted herself as if it was a common occurrence. He figured it was common for her and smiled back before asking her what the plans were. "Well, we leave this cheery place as fast as we can and get outside where I can make a portkey to get us to the ministry. Now, I will put a glamour charm on you in case you are found out when we get there. Mind, it will only last a short time, though. We have to enter the building properly or all sorts of hell will come down on us. If things go well, we can come in the back door from that point on." "We are going to the ministry? Why would I want to go there again? They are likely to arrest me the second they see me. I did destroy a few rooms in the Department of Mysteries, you know. There has to be a law against that. If not, I am sure Fudge made one so he could get me thrown into Azkaban." "Calm down, Harry. I can tell you for certain that they will not arrest you when we enter the ministry. I can also tell you that the unspeakables are not looking to arrest you either for what happened in their department. A few may want to have a chat with you, but they are good people. Don't worry." "Right. Last time someone told me not to worry. You don't want to know, Tonks." "Come on, Mr. Happy. Let's get your positive personality to our meeting. I only ask that you trust me on this one, Harry. Please, trust that I am doing what I think is best for you." Seeing Harry about to object, she spoke before he could. "I am doing the best I can because you asked me for my help whether you remember it or not. This isn't just good intentions either. You will have to work at what I am offering you. The amount of help you get out of this depends on you as much as it does anyone else. If you fail, it is on your own head. Doesn't that sound like a better arrangement than your past ones?" "Yes, it does. I would thank you now, but I am not sure what is going to happen, so I will hold off for a bit if that is okay with you." "Fine, Harry. I know that you can't afford to give away your trust, but I hope that I can earn it." Tonks led the way to the street and pulled a small wooden box from her cloak. She tapped it once, and it glowed blue for a second before returning to normal. She smiled at Harry and motioned him to put on his cloak. She followed his movements, putting on her own cloak. They held the fronts open so they could still see each other. Harry watched as she held the box out for him to touch. When he had a tight grip on the box, she tapped it with her wand, and Harry felt the pull of a portkey on his navel. They landed in the empty atrium of the ministry. Harry started to fall over, but Tonks grabbed him by the arm firmly and stopped his movement. She quietly told him to follow her and say nothing. Harry watched her pull off her cloak and stride towards the security desk. The desk was manned by one lone guard who looked as scared as he was young. Tonks flashed her Auror badge and a saucy smile before continuing to walk to the lift. She hesitated as a small light glowed on the guard desk, alerting him to Harry passing through the checkpoint. Fortunately, the guard had followed Tonks' movements and wasn't paying any attention to the light, which was slowly dimming. Tonks pressed the call button and waited for the lift. The lift arrived a moment later, and she entered it, pressing the button for level 9. She felt Harry nudge her side, so she knew he was with her. She waved at the guard as the gates closed and the lift descended to level 9. When the bell dinged, Tonks walked off the lift and a few paces down the hallway. She paused and said that Harry could remove the cloak. When the cloak was removed from Harry, she could see he was jumping to conclusions. His aura was visible again, and he was looking rather dangerous. "Now, Harry, before you burn me to a crisp, hear me out." Harry said nothing, but his wand hadn't moved from its down position either. "Here's the real story about me, Harry. I am an Auror. While I was in the program, another group came to see me. They knew about my metamorph abilities and they were interested in recruiting me. Being who I am, I kind of liked the idea of having a secret life. Matches my many faces, wouldn't you agree? I can look like other people to a certain degree, and that is dead useful for an unspeakable. I have been with them since my 3rd year in Auror Academy. You will learn about how we are structured and where I fit into the organization. I am telling you so you don't think this was a setup to get you to resolve your issues about Sirius. I miss him too. You will get over his death in time and at your own pace. I asked them if they could help you because you asked me for help. This is the meet and greet, as they like to call it. I can tell you that you will be evaluated and tested on various things: magic, reflexes, instincts, and overall performance. It won't be easy, but this is a great opportunity to learn what you need to survive and win. You told me you wanted to win and that you had to. This is your chance to do it. I told you that this will be in your hands. If you fail, it isn't because Albus made a bad decision on your behalf. If you hate me, tell me now and I can escort you out of the ministry and back to Privet Drive. If you want to show them what you got, let's go show them. Personally, I know that you can do this. I wouldn't have brought this up to them if I doubted you." She waited for Harry to say something. He had been quiet the whole time she had talked. He hadn't even moved. Before, she was afraid he was going to fly out of control when she first saw him standing there. Now, she was worried that he would simply turn around and leave. The minutes passed, and she noticed he was getting ready to say something. "You did this because I asked you to help me," Tonks nodded. "You set this up to help me." She nodded again. "You are offering me the chance to help myself stay alive and maybe win this war." She nodded again with more emphasis. "Did my fame help me get this chance, or is this going to be on my abilities alone?" "I assure you, Harry, nothing down here is offered because of who or what you are. Every one of us earns the right to stay here. You are here because I mentioned you would be a good candidate. You will remain here because you are a good candidate. If you don't make it, I don't care. You are still a hero to me. Not to mention that you are a wonderful kisser, but that won't help you with the tests." Tonks was playing around trying to soften his mood. "Cheeky minx, what kind of tests?" "I am not sure. They differ for each person based on their skills and where we need people. You will learn about the teams later today, I think. Now, shall we go in, or are you going to leave?" Harry contemplated the whole situation. He had a perfect chance to learn things that Hogwarts would never teach him, and he doubted that he would stand a chance against Voldemort with Hogwarts-taught spells. With little choice but to accept the offer, Harry took a step towards Tonks. "Excellent, Harry. I am so happy. Now if you will follow me, I will take you to our meeting." She walked down the hall to about the midpoint and turned to her left. She tapped the wall about shoulder high twice and proceeded to make a box with her tapping while saying something in Latin. There was a click, and the wall began to recede, revealing a doorway. Harry watched as a full doorway appeared in the wall and Tonks entered the portal. He followed her closely and found himself in a dimly lit room with a desk and a chair in the middle of it. Behind the desk were 2 doors. Both doors had brass name plates, one reading Research, the other door reading Other. Harry laughed at the other door, but it reinforced his recent belief that all magical people were crazy. Tonks walked to the other door and knocked twice. She waited for the door to open, which it did, and she called Harry to follow her in. Harry walked through the door and saw another hallway leading away in a straight line. There were numbered doors on either side of the hallway. A dark red runner ran the length of the hallway, and Tonks found herself tripping every half-dozen steps or so. She stopped in front of door number 9 and said that this was the meeting room. She knocked once and entered immediately. Harry followed her once again and saw a dark wood table in the center of the room. It had old-looking chairs around it, and a spotlight, from above, lit the surface. A pitcher of water and a few glasses sat in the middle of the illuminated table. Harry scanned the room and counted the chairs. There were 13 of them, and he could tell at least 2 people were already seated at the table. He walked up next to Tonks and stood ready for whatever was going to happen. Tonks took a seat directly across from one of the people and motioned Harry to take the seat next to her. He sat down, but he held his wand under the table ready to defend himself. The man across from Tonks leaned forward, so the light revealed his face. It was a soft, caring, slightly aged face of an average-looking man. His hair was light brown with a dusting of gray, and he had an average build. He folded his hands together and wore a small smile. "Good morning, Chamel. I see that you have brought your hopeful." "Good morning, Marcus," Tonks replied. "I hope you like what you see." "I will be the judge of that, Chamel," said the still hidden person, who was obviously a man by his voice. "This better not be a waste of my time. I have other potentials just waiting to fill the open slots." "Calm yourself, Horace," Marcus said. "I am sure that Chamel wouldn't waste our time. Am I right?" "Yes, Marcus. I think you will be happy with what Harry can do." Tonks smiled simply and waited for the men to say something else. Harry watched everything and wondered why Tonks was called Chamel. He looked at the man he could see and tried to figure out if he was a threat, and the hidden man was most definitely a threat right now. Marcus spoke directly to Harry for the first time. "Harry James Potter, currently of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Formerly of an unknown address in Godric's Hollow and formerly of Potter Estate near Godric's Hollow. Son of James and Lily Potter. Born July 31, 1980. Sorted into Gryffindor House. Youngest Seeker in a century. Savior of the Philosopher's Stone. Parseltongue. Defeater of a basilisk. Winner of the Special Award for services to the school. Familiar in the use of a time turner. Highly skilled in the use of the Patronus charm. Champion of the Triwizard Tournament, only there were 4 of you. You can defeat the Imperious Curse and maybe the Killing Curse. Leader of Dumbledore's army. You have dueled with Voldemort and lived. You have dueled with Bellatrix Lestrange and lived. You have broken into this very department leading others. You have shown some aptitude for advanced magic. Anything I am missing?" Harry sat silently as the information was processed. What the hell is Potter Estate? They knew an awful lot about him, and Harry wasn't sure that was a good thing. He felt a probing feeling in his head and allowed the person in only to thrust them out as forcefully as he could. The hidden man rocked back in his chair. "Better add slightly skilled and occlumency to that list. You have any other tricks, Potter?" asked Horace. "Maybe a few things," Harry answered. He stared down the hidden man, seeing him as the greatest threat to his safety and well-being. "Excellent place to start from, Chamel," said Marcus. "I accept him as a candidate. What do you say, Horace?" "I will answer that after I have had a chance to test him. Have to make sure he isn't all name and paper before I go giving him my stamp of approval." "That is the most positive I have ever heard you say about a possible member, Horace. I do think you are getting soft in your old age." Marcus seemed to be the one tasked with keeping things running smoothly. "Stuff it, you. I am not old nor am I soft," Horace rebutted. "Yes, well, all things being the same, I am Marcus." Harry nodded at the greeting, not saying anything since they knew him pretty well already. "I am in charge of the Department of Mysteries. I oversee everything that involves this department. I am the go-between for the 2 branches. This is Horace, my colleague. He is a bit rough around the edges, but he means well. He handles the training and mission assignments for the operations side on things. I will let you explain the rest to Harry Chamel." "Thanks, Marcus," Tonks said. "Now Harry Marcus runs the entire department. There are 2 parts, the operations side, which I belong to, and the research side, which Croker runs. The research side is the public face of the department. People know they exist, and that is fine. Every member of the research side researches magic. I know it sounds lame, but that is what they do. People know who they are sometimes, and that is fine in most cases. The research side gets involved with all sorts of things both inside the ministry itself and with other ministries around the world. Marcus manages some of that, but leaves Croaker to most of it. Marcus spends most of his time managing the operations side of the department. We are the really secret side of the department. We handle the missions that need done and can't be discovered by others. No member of the operations side is known by name to anyone who isn't an unspeakable on the operations side, but a few people internal to the ministry know of us in general terms, the minister being one of those people. Tonks ignored Harry's scoff. The chief warlock of the Wisengamot is another such person. Yes, Albus knows we exist, but not who we are. The operations side handles the dangerous research missions that the research side shouldn't handle. We also settle matters that are of a sensitive nature. If you know about the Muggle Me-5, we are their magical equivalent, only a touch more secret. We handle beasts like basilisks, wild sphinx, or other really dangerous animals. The research side isn't trained or equipped to handle things like that, so we keep them alive by taking the missions. Within our side, we have Marcus our head, Horace our trainer and commander of sorts. There are 6 teams of 3 that operate on our side. I am a member of Team 3. We only have 2 people since we lost a member this year. He got a little big in the head and he lost it on a mission. The other teams are fully staffed. I know the research team is down a member since Bode was killed. I should have recognized the devil's snare when I was in his hospital room. Sorry about that. Harry spoke for the first time since Tonks began her explanation. It happens, Harry. Don't worry about it, Marcus said. Have you ever seen Devil's Snare before? Yes, I have, my first year. I fell into a large nest of it. Interesting. I didn't know Hogwarts left that kind of stuff lying around for the students to get into. All the same, you are here now and probably wondering what we have planned. Thought did cross my mind once or twice, sir. Harry was trying to stay respectful. I am Marcus, not sir. We go by our first names or our cover names. You will get one as time goes on. Only your teammates, Horace, and I will know your real names. Our operatives are required to have their faces concealed at all times while working. You can choose to tell your team who you are if you want, but many don't. The operatives are part-timers, meaning that they all have jobs somewhere else in our community. Do you understand how we work? Yes, it makes sense, Harry replied. Where do I fit in then? I am still in school, so how can I help? You can't help, Horace interjected. You know nothing and are of little use to anyone. But it is Horace's job to teach you to be able to help us, and he loves his job, don't you, Horace? Marcus said, in a friendly way, cutting off the sharp criticism. Sod off you git, was the reply. I work my arse off trying to teach these fools not to get themselves or others killed while working. I don't know what to do about you, Potter. A little young and scrawny, if you ask me. All things that can be remedied, Horace, Marcus said. I expect great things from you, Harry. You and everyone else, Harry said under his breath quietly, and for the first time Horace moved on his own and came into the light. He was an older man with a fair share of wrinkles. He had mostly gray hair with a few black ones scattered about his head. He had a solid build and was rough-looking, but a lot better than moody. I have excellent ears, Potter, he said, showing something other than contempt. I do want a chance to see what you can do. Maybe you aren't all that you are cracked up to be in the papers. I wouldn't believe anything written about me in the papers, Horace. I could count the number of accurate things on one hand. Harry thought that this man was a lot like his uncle, with a little of Moody thrown in to add a certain level of craziness. Is that so, Potter? Horace smiled for the first time since the meeting began, and Harry felt more than saw the eagerness he was displaying. I will be ready when you are, Marcus. Send him my way when you get done with all your paper pushing. Horace stood and left the room silently. He is such a friendly person, don't you think, Harry? Marcus said with a wide smile. Don't worry, he will warm up to you in time. Yeah, I will believe that when I see it, Harry said doubtfully. Yes, well, on to the boring stuff. Marcus pulled a folder from the seat of a chair that was next to him. "We have a few things to settle before you can leave and start playing around with Horace. I have a secrecy letter here that you need to read and sign. I have a few other things for you to read over, and I must cast a spell that we use to protect our department. If you will be so kind as to read this." Marcus slid the folder to Harry. Looking at Tonks for confirmation and getting it, Harry opened the folder and started reading the top form. "I, the undersigned, do hereby swear a wizard's oath to keep my orders, missions, leaders, and teams secret from all unauthorized people. I will keep my secrets until my death or am ordered to reveal such secrets." Harry read the whole document and took the offered quill, which was a familiar black. "A blood quill. Must I sign this with a blood quill?" "When have you ever seen a blood quill?" Marcus asked. "They are highly restricted in their use and illegal for most people to possess. Last year, Dolar's Umbridge had me using it during detentions. I still have the faint scars on my hand from using it." "What?" yelled Tonks. "Why that miserable hag?" "Most interesting," Marcus said calmly while watching Tonks cycle through different angry hair colors. "She could get a written reprimand for this. Maybe even a demotion since Fudge isn't really in a position to save anyone lately. I never liked that woman. Thoughts for another time. Yes, Harry, you must use the quill. It will make the contract magically binding." "Fine," Harry said succinctly. He signed his name with a flourish and ignored the scratching pain on his hand. He never broke eye contact with Marcus during the process. Harry handed the form to Marcus, and he took the sheet quickly. "I think you have that stare down, Harry. I know I can see why a few people are intimidated by you. Now, if we can finish the forms. The next one is a release form absolving the department of any liability should you get hurt or die." Imagine that. Harry was beginning to see how things worked in the ministry. Paper them to death if you can. "Does Hogwarts have one of these? I only ask considering all the times I have been hurt while at school." "Of course they do," Marcus said. "Most likely your guardians signed it when you went for your first year." "Not likely," Harry said swiftly. "If the sheet promised injuries, then they would have signed. Otherwise, I doubt there is one signed by anybody I know." "Someone had to sign it for you to attend Hogwarts." Marcus looked puzzled. "You can look into that when you go on your first mission. Everyone loves their first mission, don't they, Chamel?" "The first is a lot of fun, Marcus. I still remember mine. Good times." Tonks got a little reminiscent. "Why do they call you Chamel?" Harry asked. "It is short for chameleon, Harry. Horace spent a few weeks trying to think up one that would fit. Chamel fit, and that has been it since. I kind of like it too. It is a fun name just like me." Tonks was starting to bounce in her seat. "Whatever makes you happy, Tonks." Harry shook his head a few times, but was stopped when she smacked him playfully. "Interesting," Marcus said more to himself than anyone else. "Now if we can continue with the boring stuff, you can get on to the fun stuff." Harry signed the release form and the salary sheet which said that Harry would be paid a lump sum for his training, 200 galleons, plus all his supplies and equipment. He would receive a sum based on the type of missions from that point forward. When they got to the next of kin form, Harry paused. "I have no next of kin." "Well, then you can name a person or persons who you would like to handle your affairs. If you have a will, then we can just put that down." Marcus was being pretty flexible about everything. "Let's do that then." Harry didn't know what else to do, so he took the only route we could. "I will take care of that when I have to deal with Sirius's will." Harry came to the last form, and he noticed that there was a certain shimmer to the parchment. Reading the top, Harry saw that there were quite a few magical words on the paper. He looked up and found Marcus was standing for the first time. The man was about 5'10" and seemed at ease on his feet. When he drew his wand, Harry reacted the only way he knew to react when someone pulled a wand. He drew his own wand. He leapt out of his chair, sending it crashing to the floor, and swung his wand on target, Marcus, and took up a defensive position. "What is going on here? What is with the wand?" Marcus stopped his motions and calmly pointed his wand downwards and away from Harry. "My apologies, Harry. I should have explained the process before drawing my wand on you. As unusual as it sounds, I rarely have people coming on board who have had to fight for their lives before. It is even rarer that they have had to fight like you have. That is a mistake that I won't make again." Harry stared Marcus down, trying to figure out if he was being truthful or if he was being set up. So far, Harry knew he had been pretty easygoing about everything. He didn't make a fuss when he signed any of the forms. He looked to Tonks, who had an expectant look on her face. "This is normal, Harry," Tonks said. "Marcus is okay, I trust him. I should have warned you too. Remember, I know what happens when you get startled. I can clearly remember you knocking me down yesterday and what happened after that." She was being cheeky again, and in front of her boss too. "Is this a favorite thing of yours, Tonks?" Harry asked, fighting the blush that he knew was starting to appear. "Okay, I am sorry about my reaction, but having so many people after you tends to make you a little jumpy." "I completely understand," Harry Marcus said with a smile. "I am impressed by your reflexes. I will need to make a bet with Horace before you start your training. I think I have an edge this time. Now, back to things at hand. You have to sign that form before we go any further today. There is another place to sign if you pass your entrance tests. I must cast a spell on you when you sign it both times." "What kind of spell?" Harry wasn't taking any chances on this. "I will be informed the whole time or I will leave. I am done trusting others to do what is best for me." "The spell is a form of the Fidelius charm. We adapted it to protect our information, identities, and secrets from others. Legilimency cannot be used to extract this information because it is protected by the spell. You cannot tell others who aren't covered by the same spell for the same reasons. It is another failsafe that only the operations side goes through. As you sign the form, I will cast the spell and you will feel a slight presence in your mind. This is normal and it will pass in a few seconds. It is not unlike the real Fidelius charm, but we are not hiding a place or thing with it." "Okay, let's get this over with." Harry took up the quill again and signed the form and heard Marcus murmuring as he wrote his name in spiky letters. When he finished, Harry felt the presence as he was told. The feeling remained for a few seconds, then it faded until Harry couldn't tell where it had gone. He handed Marcus the folder and his signed form. "Wonderful, now let's get you to Horace. I am sure he has had more than enough time to prepare. Follow me and feel free to talk amongst yourselves until Horace calls on you to start." They left room number 9 and continued down the hallway. Tonks continued tripping on the runner, so Harry had positioned himself to catch her should she actually fall instead of stumble. The area of hallway they were walking in had no doors for long distance on the right side. Harry saw one single door up ahead, and then more blank wall for a good distance again. "Before you ask, Harry, this is the training room," Tonks said, while stumbling enough she had to reach out a hand to Harry to steady herself. "This is the room you will hate at first and then come to love later. I know that I hated it for a few days." "Is this where I will be tested?" Harry asked. "Yep," Tonks replied. "Do your best with everything that is thrown at you. Do not hold anything back for any reason, okay? Consider everything to be a real situation and treat every opponent as you would a Death Eater." "All right, I think." Harry wasn't sure what to expect. Marcus mumbled a password and opened the lone door. He entered and walked farther into the room. Tonks and Harry followed. Harry's first impression was disbelief. The room was wider than the wall space outside led you to believe, and it extended nearly 80 feet. The ceiling was at least 40 feet high, and it was shrouded in darkness in some areas. The room was at least 150 feet deep. The volume of the room was immense, and Harry could feel a charge to the air in the room. He could feel the air move too. Harry stood near the door and simply looked around for a few minutes. "Amazing room, isn't it, Harry?" Tonks said with some awe to her voice. "I love coming in here. It feels alive, doesn't it? You can feel the magic, but that shouldn't be anything new to you." "It feels alive," Horace snapped, trying to keep his voice as overwhelming as he could. "Because it kind of is. The walls are a metallic gray for a reason. The whole room is covered in the skin from Ukrainian iron bellas. Our research team managed to figure out a way to keep the skin alive, in a fashion, so it could heal itself from spell damage. This, Potter, is our training room. This magnificent room is completely sealed from external detection, so you being a minor and all is not an issue. Operations team members are the best trained operatives in the ministry. My job is to test you, and to ensure that you can put our training to use should the need arise. I had one person who knew every spell ever written. He was a master at casting those spells, too. He had one flaw that cost him his life and the lives of his team members. He couldn't use those spells against an enemy when the shite was hitting the fan. He got confused and he died. If you are anything like him, I will kill you myself so you won't do the same to every else. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said, simply giving his full attention to Horace. Harry noticed Tonks and Marcus exiting through a door to the right side of the room adjacent to the entrance. Glad you can hear me, Potter, Horace replied forcefully. Here are the rules for your testing and all training moving forward should you pass. Everything goes. All spells are fair game. You can use anything, everything, and even shite you make up. There is only one spell that is not reversible, and that is the killing curse. You cannot use the killing curse while you are facing live opponents when in this room. If you kill someone using another spell, so be it. Shite happens, you move on. I have only lost 2 people while running this room, and both times they failed themselves. They died because of their own failures, not because of the actions of others. Do you understand those rules? Yes. Harry wasn't sure what was going to happen, but this whole thing was looking more real and serious as he went. Your first test, Potter, Horace stated. If I throw a decapitation curse at you, what will you do? I will try to stun you. Wrong. Horace stepped forward and tried to look even more menacing. Schoolboy ideals, how grand. No, Potter, you fire an equally dangerous spell back at me. Do you know of any that would come close? I haven't used it, but the bone-exploding curse could be one. Excellent, you got it right on the second try. Too bad you are missing your head at this point, and we only have a few seconds to repair the damage. You have to think fast on your feet, Potter, or people will get killed. Give me another spell you could use, not one you know about. The Cruciatus Curse. You sure you could handle that one? It is mighty dangerous to play around with. Have you ever cast that spell? Horace saw the hesitation in Harry. Just like the spells, no words leave this room either. We are all under secrecy oaths and we govern ourselves. The ministry kind of stops at the hidden door out front if you couldn't tell. Yes, I have used it once. Well, knock me over with a feather. The boy wonder isn't all goody-goody after all. And just who felt the sting of your first Cruciatus curse? Bellatrix Lestrange. Horace held his comment and watched as Harry's face turned a little darker. He looked over Harry's shoulder and smiled slightly. How surprising. Maybe you aren't that worthless after all, Potter. You would be the first other than that raving lunatic calling himself a Dark Lord to have accomplished such a feat. Maybe I won't go easy on you today. Maybe you can take the real test instead of the kid's version. Interested? Ready as I'll ever be. Harry stared him down. He was getting mad, and he didn't even want to try to use occlumency to calm down. The man was pissing him off, and Harry wanted to prove that he was good enough to learn whatever they had to offer. Fine, the test begins now. No killing curses, yell out yield when you have had enough. I will stop when you lose consciousness otherwise. With a tap of his wand, Horace disappeared, and the room shifted into that of a forest. Harry looked all around and saw old trees where nothing had been before. He stepped to his left side and touched a tree. It felt real. The bark was rough and the ground was uneven beneath his feet. He smelled the fresh air and grass and felt the dampness of the forest around him. Must be like the room of requirement. Harry figured that standing in one place was not the best choice, so he began to move to his left, checking for a structure or a clearing. Harry walked for a few minutes before he had that feeling of someone attacking him. Harry spun and held his wand in the direction of the feeling. A silver ribbon of magic came flying at him from a tree where his wand was pointed. Harry reacted by ducking and sending a reductor curse to the same area. The silver ribbon flew over his head and struck a tree that was about a foot thick. The tree groaned from the impact. Where the spell had hit the tree, the wood separated, and the top slammed into the earth with a deep thud. Harry moved behind the cover of some trees and small bushes. A burst of fire ignited the shrubs, and Harry cast the flame-freezing spell on himself and jumped into the fire. He saw movement to his right, so he fired the blasting curse in that direction and moved out of the fire. Harry heard a loud splintering of wood sound come from the poor tree that had been hit by his spell. He retreated for a few minutes and found a dip in the earth where he had more cover from his attacker. He moved up and down the depression until he had that feeling again. He turned to the general direction and started firing off stunners and impediment jinxes. A twisting red jet of light shot from the area Harry had been firing his spells. The spell nearly hit Harry, but he had rolled to the ground before he was struck. Bloody hell, he wasn't kidding. That was the Cruciatus curse. Harry knew he was outclassed when it came to the number of spells he knew. He thought he might have an advantage when it came to mobility, but he knew he couldn't match spell for spell against Horace. Harry scanned the area for movement and saw nothing. He needed a way to even the odds and thought of a smoke spell. He cast the spell which caused smoke to billow from his wand. He waved it around and soon found himself obscured by the cloud of smoke. He felt that feeling again and fired the cutting curse at that direction. He heard something tear and heard a grunt from someone. Harry knew he had to press any advantage he made for himself and began firing reductor curses in a small angle from the last place he had heard Horace. Trees were being destroyed from the sounds of things. Crashes and creaks followed by the splintering sounds of wood being pulverized. Harry began to move sideways from his last position and saw a yellow streamer fly right where he had been standing. Harry moved further away and wished he had learned the disillusionment charm last year. That was the only way Horace could have remained unseen. As Harry thought, he remembered what Horace had said in the meeting room. "I have excellent ears, Potter." Idiot, Harry thought to himself. He wandlessly cast the silencing charm on his feet and continued his retreat. Harry had kept moving for over 10 minutes without any spells being fired at him. He was trying to think of a way to go on the offensive, but not knowing where your enemy was made that hard. Harry was coming up on a creek by the sound of it. He broke through the underbrush and found a wide stream running steadily and some rocks creating a path of sorts. The only way across was to hop from rock to rock. Harry got an idea and hopped across the only place where the rocks were close enough to do so. Harry paused in the middle of crossing and bent down to splash some water over a smaller stone. Once the rock was covered, Harry wandlessly cast the freezing charm on the rock, turning the water into ice. Harry was pleased that the rock just looked wet. He finished crossing the stream and climbed up the hill to a vantage point behind a few live trees and a fallen one. He could see up and down the stream quite a ways, and he had the best view of the rocks. Harry waited and caught his breath. The minutes ticked by and Harry watched. A slight movement of the first rock brought his wand to bear on the approximate location of his pursuer. Harry knew he had to focus as much as possible. He had to force as much of his magic into his spells. Tonks had been giving him skills and hints at becoming better with his magic. She knew what was going to happen, and she helped him as much as she could in the 2 days they had before today. Harry chose his spell and summed up all the intent and willpower he could, and waited for a more conclusive indication that Horace was crossing the stream. The moment that Harry heard a shite and a splash, he unleashed repeated stunning spells blanketing the area near the ice-covered stone. A silver shield appeared slightly downstream from the rocks, and Harry adjusted his aim. He was firing spell after spell, and the silver shield sounded each time it was struck. Harry was pouring his magic into the spells. He was beginning to feel that pushing sensation he had when doing wandless magic. The silver shield held, but no spells were being returned. Harry held his current course of action because he didn't know what would happen if he didn't. A cold feeling broke his concentration. He started hearing his mother's screams in his head. Dementors. Harry ducked down and moved away from the stream. He summoned up all his will and intent, remembering the time he saved Sirius. He thought of the strongest positive memory he could think of, too. Tonks in a t-shirt minus her pants kissing him was the one he selected. Harry pushed all the magic he could into yelling, "Expecto Patronum," and cast his Patronus. The silver stag erupted from his wand and charged into the woods to Harry's right. Harry thought the stag was larger than before, but now was not the time to think about anything other than surviving. Deciding that the right was full of Dementors, Harry ran to the left. He kept running, bouncing off trees and breaking through brush. His face was getting cut up by the angry twigs that would snap at him as he ran past. The stag came running or floating by and went ahead of Harry. A screeching sound told Harry that Dementors were ahead of him as well as behind. He veered slightly to the right and saw a clearing up ahead. Hopping that a clearing meant a better chance to see his opponent, Harry ran for the open space. The Dementor screams grew quieter as Harry progressed, giving him a more positive feeling of his current direction. The open space was a yard to an old farmhouse. Harry saw a paddock behind the house and a water trough waiting for an animal to drink from it. The house appeared to be well maintained, and its thatched roof looked new in the sunlight. Harry saw no movement in or around the house, so he ran up the walking path leading to the side door. A quick alohomora, and the door swung open, allowing Harry to run in at full speed. He closed the door and muttered "Colloportus," locking the door behind him. Harry ran up the stairs and found a bedroom with a window overlooking the way he had come. He opened the windows and eased back into the shadows, making sure he had a good view of the tree line. Harry took the time to catch his breath. "This is one of the stupidest things you have ever done, Harry. What in the fuck are you trying to prove?" "Who are you trying to prove it to, and why does it matter?" "Ah, got you." Harry stopped berating himself when he saw the outline of a shape emerging from the woods. Horace was using the disillusionment charm, and the sunlight allowed Harry to see his outline instead of it being hidden by the trees and leaves in the forest. Harry lined up his wand and forced his magic out again. "Incarcerus," Harry said quietly. Ropes leapt from his wand and quickly wrapped around the hidden shape. The ropes followed the shape to the ground as it fell over. Harry ran from the room, down the stairs, and out the door he had sealed closed after removing the locking spell. He found his ropes lying in a pile where he had seen Horace collapse. "Damn it," Harry managed to say before being struck by a bludgeoning spell. Harry rolled with the force and regained his feet, fighting to take a breath since his chest had taken most of the force. Harry fired a cutting curse in the direction he could best figure the spell came from. Hearing no impact, Harry swung his wand in an arc, casting flagrate in all directions. He saw a shield snap into existence to his left, so he focused his spells to that area. Stunners, reductors, and impedimentas were fired repeatedly. Harry saw the shield weaken slightly and the disillusionment charm fade. Horace was standing there looking a little beaten, sporting own cuts and burns from Harry's attacks. With an angry scowl, Horace ducked and fired the Cruciatus Curse at Harry, causing him to dive out of the way. Horace followed it up with his own Incarcerus spell. Harry countered with the Cutting Curse and followed it up with a Stunner. Horace batted the Stunner away, looking insulted that Harry would even try. Harry knew that he had to use something stronger than his school hexes. Harry remembered the spells he had read during his first day home. "Aussie's Fragment," Harry said quietly, trying to remember that yelling did little to help your magic. The spell struck Horace in the left arm, and Harry heard a bone snapped loudly. Horace held back his yell, but a whimper escaped. Harry continued his assault with another Reductor Curse, which was blocked. Horace fired another Cruciatus Curse at Harry, forcing him to the ground. Harry returned fire with Aussie's Disfringo. Horace was struck in the left leg. The sound of his leg bone shattering was drowned out by his yell of pain as he fell to the ground instantly. Harry regained his footing, but was brought to his knees when Horace scored a hit with Crucio. Harry did his best to hold in his screams, but he was disoriented by the pain. He was seeing stars as the hot knives drove themselves into his joints. Harry tried to roll away from the pain, but he figured in reality he was merely rolling around in the same place. Horace must have stopped his spell because Harry regained control of his body. "Never again will I take the pain from that spell. Where is that arsehole? I want him to hurt." Harry shakily got to his knees and saw Horace on the ground 10 feet away, trying to steady his wand on Harry. Horace was still trying to cast a spell at Harry, even though he was lying on the ground. Harry drew up his wand and stared into Horace's eyes. "Crucio!" Harry pushed all the pain he had suffered from Horace and his family in the last few days into his spell. He added a little of his hatred for Bellatrix, too. Horace was laid flat on the ground, screaming from Harry's spell. Harry held him under the spell, wanting him to feel every bit of his anger and suffering he had. A shout from the side caused Harry to break off his spell and turn his wand on the voice. A Reductor Curse shot from Harry's wand and flew towards the voice. Harry couldn't see who it was, but he was still disoriented from the Cruciatus Curse he had been under for an undetermined amount of time. A feminine shout of the shield's spell helped Harry recenter himself to reality. His vision came back into focus, and he saw Tonks moving his way warily with her wand drawn. She was recovering from her dive to the ground to avoid his Crucio spell. Harry looked down at his wand and back up at Tonks. He released his wand, and it fell to the grass softly. Tonks stowed her wand and fell to her knees a little out of control right in front of him. She pulled him into a hug and held him as he took deep breaths assessing his injuries. "It is over, Harry," Tonks said near tears. "I am sorry I brought you here. I didn't know they were planning such real test. I am so sorry, Harry." Harry didn't know what the big deal was, but he knew Tonks had to calm down. "Hush, Tonks, I am fine, no big deal, just a little pain. Nothing I haven't been through before. This is par for me, remember." "Harry, you have serious injuries, and you were held under the cruciatus for way too long. We ran down here as soon as you were hit with it. I need to get you to the healers right now." "What injuries? I am just a little tired and sore, no worries." Harry pushed Tonks back and started trying to get to his feet. He was shaky, but he managed. Tonks didn't know what to do, but she helped Harry stand up and kept him from falling over. Marcus watched Harry stand and looked at Horace still curled into a ball on the ground. He saw Harry waver a few times, but when Harry's wand flew into his hand, Marcus knew something was going on and it was a good thing. "You lost, old man," Marcus said with a laugh to Horace. He received a grunt of pain followed by a whimper. "I will just call the medics then." Marcus snapped his wand in the direction of the door and a silvery shape shot out of it. Marcus walked over to Harry and Tonks assessing his condition more thoroughly. "The healers are on their way, Harry. I need your face covered since you have most definitely passed the test." He conjured a gray hood that would cover Harry's face and placed it over his head. "Harry, I'm going to heal the cuts on your face and then cover it so no one knows who you are." "Okay." Harry looked to Tonks, who nodded. Harry sighed and gave his permission. Marcus waved his wand a few times and the small cuts healed. Harry's face was covered with the hood, but he could still see Tonks' worried face. Tonks pulled the hood of her cloak up, and her face was shrouded instantly in shadows. "Remember to call me Chamel, Harry. I won't say your name when the healers arrive. They will want to take you to the medical wing because of your injuries." "What injuries? I didn't get hit that much." "Your left arm is broken, Harry," Tonks explained. "You have a puncture wound to your leg and a burn on your chest, not to mention the exposure to the cruciatus curse." "I don't remember anything but the curse, and that was at the end. When did the rest happen?" "The whole time you were fighting." Tonks was really worried that Harry couldn't remember getting hit by the spells. "Now, you rest, and we will let the healers do their thing." The door opened and the healers entered the normal-looking room. There were 5 people, 2 women and 3 men, and they hurried over to Harry and Marcus. One of the women started giving orders and the others began their work. Wands were waved and spells cast. "Broken arm, shattered leg, fire burns, rope burns, contusions, and crucio exposure," a man said. "Broken arm, penetrating wound, lacerations, fire burns, and crucio exposure," said a woman. The woman in charge shook her head. "What is this, Marcus? A final aptitude test or something?" "No, Spears, it was an admission test," Marcus said lightly. "Admission, my arse. These are serious wounds. If this is what I can expect in the future, I demand that a healer be present during the testing. I don't even want to know what spells missed." Spears directed the healers to levitate Horace and walk Harry to the medical bay. Harry shook off their help and leaned on Tonks, urging her to lead the way. "I will do things myself if I can. If not, I will ask for help if I need it." Harry walked slowly after the healers. They repeatedly tried to help him, but he waved them off every time. It took Tonks telling them to let him alone before they stopped offering to help. The medical bay was right across from the training room, which Harry thought was the most sense he had ever seen at use in this building. He was laid on a bed, and his healer team started pouring potions down his throat. He was poked and prodded and scanned and measured. Tonks sat with him the whole time, giving him all the support he could stand. He heard various things from the other side of the room. Most of it was medical talk that he didn't understand and couldn't be bothered to figure out since his medication had started working. Marcus was in the room speaking with someone, but Harry was starting to drift off. His arm was throbbing from the skill grow he had taken. The last face he saw was Tonks' covered head hovering above him. Harry came to with the smell of disinfectant in his nose and the sounds of people talking quietly reaching his ears. He opened his eyes and immediately noticed that his glasses were somewhere other than his face. He willed them into his hand and soon found them resting lightly in his palm. He carefully slipped them on and the world came into focus, or what he could see with his hood in place. He saw 3 healers moving about the room, straightening things and restocking shelves. He also saw Horace resting in his own bed. There were empty potion bottles of varying sizes next to his bed. He seemed to be asleep at the moment, but Harry could clearly remember what the man had done to him earlier. Harry wished he knew what time it was, but since there were no windows, he had no clues to go from. Looking to his side, Harry found Tonks slouching in a chair. Her eyes were closed, but she was humming a tune to herself. Harry looked to see if he saw anyone else in the room, but it was empty. The room was smaller than Madame Pomfrey's hospital, but it was well supplied judging by cabinets of potions that lined the back wall. Everything was in perfect order and labeled from what Harry could tell. He turned his attention back to Tonks and cleared his throat quietly. Tonks' eyes snapped open and a smile grew on her face. She sat up and leaned forward, coming closer to Harry. "Do you hate me?" Her smile had disappeared and a hesitant frown was in its place. "No, why would I?" Harry didn't know what to say. "I got you hurt," Tonks said tentatively. "Most people would be pretty horked off at me for doing something like that. And when have I ever been like most people? Honestly, I spend my summer doing wandless magic, getting my life threatened, and getting cursed left and right in a secret department under the ministry. Does that sound like most people? Didn't think so. I am fine, too Chamel. I feel good right now aside from feeling a little sore and not completely with it." "Good," Tonks hesitated, saying, "Harry. You were amazing. Horace hadn't had such a fight in years. He usually toys with people and then finishes it. When he starts throwing the Cruciatus curse around, you know you are doing something right. That is his finisher. I still remember when he used it on me. It was bad, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't that terrible. He has nothing on Voldemort or Bellatrix." Harry saw Tonks flinch. "If you are going to spend any amount of time around me, get used to me saying Voldemort. I have earned the right to call him whatever I want, and I intend to do just that. Not everyone has faced him, so we aren't all at your level of acceptance. Most people have never seen him in person. Why do you think he is so scary? The less you know about something, the scarier it is." "Well, I have seen him, and he is scary in person too, but that is no reason to give him more power by being afraid of his made-up name. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He just made up Voldemort by messing around the letters. Anyway, what do I do now? And what time is it?" "Those I can answer. It is around 2, and we are to meet Marcus before we get you outfitted. Then, we have your first mission to complete before we can leave." "I have a mission already." "Oh, it is an easy mission. You don't even have to leave the ministry. That will be explained later. Now up you get so we can go shopping." "Shopping? Why do women like shopping so much?" "Because it gives us pleasure, and we get new things that we didn't have before. Now let's go." "Fine, fine." Harry swung his legs off the edge of his bed and set them on the floor. He tested his steadiness and then forced himself into a standing position. He swayed to the right, but Tonks grabbed his shoulders, stopping him from falling. "So you are up," called a healer. She bustled over like all healers do. They must be taught how to do that in medical school, Harry thought. "Here," she said, handing him a vial. "You must take that before you leave. It will perk you up and help you with your balance issues. You should be as good as new in a few minutes." Harry took the offered greenish potion and downed it quickly. He expected an awful taste and frightening texture, so he didn't believe the sweet taste he was met with. It flowed down his throat smoothly. Harry found himself perking up in the few minutes as promised. His balance wasn't perfect, but it was constantly improving. She waved him out the door faster than he had ever seen a healer do so. He allowed Tonks to lead him past door number 16, the training room, to door number 2. She knocked and helped Harry in when the door opened. Harry found himself in a room that felt old. Everything in the room seemed modeled from the 1800s. The lights were old-style gas lamps, similar to the ones in Grimmauld Place, only more basic. There was a bookshelf overflowing with books that were stuck in at every direction they would fit. There were 3 green leather chairs facing the antique desk that Marcus was seated behind. The desk was clear in the center, but papers were piled high around the edges. Quills were lying about the desk, in various stages of wear. Marcus looked up from his high-backed leather chair and smiled a wide smile that seemed to fit the man. "You are free to speak here, Harry. This room is constantly protected against all forms of eavesdropping. Now, I need you to sign the last form again if you wish to enter our program, of course." Harry looked from Marcus's hopeful face to Tonks' caring one. "Yeah, I think I will, as long as I will learn things that can help me stay alive. If I am just going to be a punching bag or poster boy, then I am out." "None of that will happen here, Harry. We don't have poster boys, for one. Kind of defeats the secrecy thing, doesn't it? As for the punching bag part, it may seem like it for the initial stages, but I think you can progress beyond that quickly enough. Here is the form and the nasty quill again." Harry grabbed the quill and paused, thinking what he should have thought long ago. Am I just trading one controlling old man for another? This one is telling me he will teach me things, and I have the chance to learn on my own if need be. The other one said he would teach me, but all I got was Snape and no information. The real difference is that I am choosing to do this. I never had the choice before. That is the real truth. I am deciding to do this under my own power. I am making the decisions. This is for real. I will learn everything I saw today and more. Yes, I promise that you will learn what you saw today and more. You will also learn how and when to apply those skills depending on the situation. Sometimes, we are a very direct group of people. Other times, we work in subterfuge. If you are willing to give it a shot, sign the form. You can always back out if things don't work out for you. I will warn you that your oaths will last for your entire life, and we may decide to obliviate certain things if we think they are excessively dangerous for us. That is the deal you are walking into. It is your choice. Harry thought about the situation for a while. Fine, I am in. Harry signed his name again and felt Marcus's spell at work. The presence was more pronounced than before and took longer to fade. It is normal for the second time to be more invasive. It is the level of permanence causing it. Now, if you go to room number 18, you can get outfitted. I'm sure Chamel can help you with that. I wish to welcome you to our family, Harry Potter. We may not trust many people often, but we rely on everyone who takes the oath. Oh, and on a side note, you won me a case Ogden's finest with your performance today. Thank you. Tonks grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him out of the office and down the hall. He bet a case on you and you came through. You earned points with him today. I am proud of you. They continued down the hallway and Tonks seemed to regain her clumsy ways. Harry had to stop her from falling twice on the way to room 18. She tapped the door with her wand and said a word, causing the door to shudder and open. Harry entered the room and saw stuff. It was full of stuff. One wall had cloaks lined up in one really long rack. They were all gray and seemed rather common. The back wall had a few swords and daggers with matching leather gear beneath them. The wall opposite the cloaks had shelves of books and various magical devices that Harry recognized from Dumbledore's office and Moody's classroom. The center of the room had boots in the far section and small trunks in the near section. Okay, we are here to outfit you. First is a cloak. Tonks walked over to the cloaks and started sliding down the rack, checking the length every now and then. She paused about halfway down and pulled one from the rack and held it up to Harry. It was about a foot too long. Not quite right, eh? She returned the cloak and walked down until she seemed happy. Tonks pulled another cloak out, and the length was about 2 inches from the floor, but the shoulders were about 6 inches too wide. Now you can see why I didn't get the job at Madame Malkin's. Tonks returned the cloak and checked for one with smaller shoulders. She pulled out another one and held up it to Harry. Not bad. Try it on, will you? Figuring he might as well play dress up for her, Harry removed his hood and donned the cloak. It fit nicely in length, but the shoulders were a touch too large. Harry's original opinion of the cloaks being common had to be revised. The material was soft and very comfortable. The room was like most clothes storerooms, stuffy and warm, but the cloak felt nice and cool. A little too big, but it will do. Now, to brief you on your brand new, slightly used, unspeakable wear, I will list off their handy-dandy features. Tonks finished with a flourish. I love doing that, in case you couldn't tell. The standard cloak is made up of 2 parts, the outer and inner. Kind of like a belly button, only this thing has a much greater lint factor and isn't a button since it has no buttons. Harry nodded his head twice before switching to a shake. Tonks is another of those crazy people I should watch out for. Tonks never paused in her description. The inner is made up of a soft liner the muggles make. The outer is all us, though. The exterior is made up of 3 separate materials. Hungarian horntail hide is overlaid with the hair of a demiguise interwoven with the skin of a grand chameleon. The dragon hide gives us added protection from spells. The demiguise hair gives us the ability to disappear to a certain degree. It isn't as good as an invisibility cloak, but then it is cheaper than that too. Remember, this is government work, so you settle for less than spectacular equipment. The chameleon's skin gives us the ability to blend into our environment. The invisibility can be activated by tapping your wand on the cloak, or wandlessly, I guess, and saying invisible. Real technical stuff we have to remember here. The chameleon feature is more versatile. Same tap and you say blend or color, then the color you want. I like gray or blue or really any color actually. You will want black or another normal color, I suppose. That is me, Tonks boring. You are far from boring, Harry. You simply haven't been properly motivated to try new things. That is where I come in, just so you know. Now, on with other features. Self-cleaning upon command. Wrinkle-free always. Temperature control to keep you nice and warm or comfortably cool. A hood that has obscuring charms in place to hide your face and a security feature to prevent others from removing it but one of us. Don't ask me how, it just works that way. Built-in wand holder for either arm that can be activated by thought. There is a spell to attune you to it so it all works right. Enough pockets that you will lose stuff for weeks, and the kicker is that they are summon-proof too. So when you lose something and try to summon it, you get naught. Tailors with a sense of humor. Is there anything else? Tonks thought on the subject for a bit. That is all I can think of. Now that you have your new threads, let's get you some boots. The section of boots was searched, and Harry found a pair of boots that fit well. Hungarian horntail as well, with the self-cleaning, temperature control, and chameleon features. Your cloak is long enough that you can crouch a little, so you don't need the invisibility option. Remember, government work. Now the trunks are all the same, Harry. They have a modest shrinking charm on them, as they are 1/3 the size of the real one. They can be shrunk more, but then they would be hard to find in here. Pick one and let's open it up. Harry grabbed one and set it on the floor. Tonks tapped it with her wand and countered the charm. The trunk grew to full size and Harry opened the lid. Inside was a blank journal, an empty set of vials, a sleeping bag, a canteen, a round clear ball similar to Neville's Remembrall, a self-inking quill, a pocket sneakoscope, and a few storage cubbies. You know what most of this crap is, so I will only explain the odd things. The clear ball is used to identify someone's injuries. A medically skilled team member will use it. The journal is like most journals, but it is never-ending. You are supposed to put all your notes in it. Basically, you will have your own spell book when you get into it. Otherwise, there is a pocket for this thing right near your belt line. Shrink it and put it in there. Harry shrunk the trunk and put it in the pocket. Now we move on to the edged weapons. I am too clumsy to carry one, so I don't. Last thing I need to do is remove my own arm. You should grab one and a sheath and put it on the inside of your robe. There are access pockets so you can reach things on the inside. Harry found a dagger that was about 8 inches long and had a sturdy frame. He found a sheath that was slim and held the dagger tightly, preventing any accidents. He used the access pockets to store the dagger in an inner holder designed for a blade. Harry also tested out the wand holder in his sleeve. Tonks said the spell to make the cloak respond to his wishes. After a few minutes testing the wand holder, Harry was satisfied with its response as his ability to catch the wand properly. Well, I think we are done in here, Harry. You said you learn better by doing, so we will skip the books for now. Anything else you need from here? No, I think I am good for now. What do we do now? Well, Harry, you need to get your hood up and you can cue me in so I can see your face. Don't ask me how it works. It is more of the department's secrets that I don't care to learn. Flip up the hood, and once you are ready, then tap the hood and say, reveal to, and the full name of the person. Tonks' smile faded as she just realized she told Harry to say her real name. Harry smiled at her and decided to have some fun with her. Tapping the hood, he spoke very clearly and slowly. Reveal to Nymphadora Tonks. Harry saw Tonks hesitate slightly, but the smile returned. There, I can see you just fine now. I will do the same so you can see me." Tonks followed the same procedure, and Harry could see her face clearly as if the hood wasn't there. "Neat trick, Tonks. Where to now?" "Back to the man in charge. He has to give you your mission for the day. You should have loads of fun with this one. I know I did." Tonks skipped out of the room and started down the hall. Harry followed her, trying to keep up without running. He only caught up after she tripped and fell down completely. Harry assisted her to her feet, and they finished the trip without skipping anymore. The office door opened for them, and Harry was greeted with a friendly smile. "Now you look like one of us. A little loose in the shoulders, but medical can fix that. Here is your ranking bar. Chamel can explain it later." Harry looked at the patch and saw that it was made up of different colored vertical bars underneath an empty horizontal bar that went the whole length of the patch. The patch was about 2 inches long and 1 inch tall. Harry found the location for it over his left breast, right where the Hogwarts house patch would go. Harry affixed the patch and let his pass from his mind. "Your mission for the day, Harry, is a multi-part mission. Since you are a minor according to the Ministry, you are to infiltrate the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. More specifically, the improper use of magic office. Once there, you will locate the sensory device that has been attuned to you or your current location. You must disable the device without it being obvious. Hitting it with a reductor curse would be an example of how not to do it. A strong freezing charm could do it. The device only does something if it detects magic in its target area. So, it doing nothing is what we are after. I am sure you have no love lost with that particular department. The second part of your mission is to gain access to the main storeroom containing records on all magical people. You will place this form in your folder without being detected. The form is simply a legal document stating that you have been emancipated. Since you are under the age of 17, you must be emancipated to work in any capacity outside of a family business. Once I put our seal on the documents you signed, a record will be made of you entering into an employment contact. That is as detailed as it becomes. But if there isn't an emancipation document in your folder, the clerk for the Wisengamot will be notified automatically. I know it sounds silly, but the Ministry has been mucking around in people's lives for centuries. They have some really stupid rules and procedures in place, but I see this as a fun challenge for you to test out your new toys. Do you have any questions? Do I come back here when I am done or what? And how do I get in here anyway? Great questions, Harry. You come back here when you are done. I will stamp the documents then. Now getting in here, you tap the wall like you saw Chamel and you say your password. You will set it the first time you enter. I have already adjusted the wards to permit you entry into the door the first time. Once you learn some of the transportation methods, we can adjust them to let you in other ways that are more convenient for you. Any more questions? Don't think so. Brilliant. Now, Chamel will go with you, but she will not help you in your mission. She is only there to get you out of trouble should you get caught, but if that happens, just cop an attitude and reveal your badge. Most people know to leave us be when we ask. Harry looked down to see that his badge had indeed disappeared. He drew his wand and tapped it, one causing it to reveal itself for a short time. Harry shook hands with Marcus, grabbed the document, and followed Tonks out of the offices. Once he left the secret door in the main hallway outside of the department, he turned around and repeated the double tap and the box motions as he had seen Tonks do when they first arrived. He heard a faint voice ask for a password. Harry thought for a moment before saying his password. Marauders for the win. He turned and walked towards the lift. He pressed the button and waited calmly as the lift worked its way towards level 9. So, Chamel, what do the colors on the badge mean? Tonks tapped hers and the badge revealed itself. The colors went from left to right: red, blue, green, yellow, purple, and black. The red bar is for offensive spells. The number of bars is a weighted average based on power, knowledge, and skill with the spells. Everyone needs to be at least a level 3 in red and blue to be added to a team. Blue is for defensive spells. Next is green, and that is speed and accuracy of spells. A dueler would be really high in this area. Yellow is for healing spells, and purple is for stealth, tracking, and the covert skills. Last is black, and that reflects your ability with the unforgivables. Speed of casting, ability to hold them, and proficiency at fighting them. As you can see, I have 5 red out of 7. I would be in the upper end of the main group. Offensive spells are important to us. I have 5 bars of 7 for blue. I am pretty skilled with my shields and counter curses. The Patroness falls into this group as well, so you should have a good score here once they start measuring you. I have a 5 for speed and accuracy. 2 in yellow makes me able to heal very minor wounds in a controlled environment. You have seen and been a patient of those skills, and you are still alive, so no worries there. I have 6 purples. My tendencies for tripping keep me from a 7. I am the highest of all team members in this area. I have a 3 for the unforgivables. I can't hold the Cruciatus for very long, and my killing curse is luck if it works. My Imperious is good, but my lack of raw power keeps me from a 4. We can test as often or as seldom as we want to get our levels reassessed. At the beginning, people are always trying to get higher levels, but over time they settle for what they have. The top bar indicates our rank in our team. I have a Roman numeral III saying I am part of Team 3. I have 2 pips of 5 showing that I am a level 2 operative. A level 1 is a new member or someone who is still learning the ropes. A level 3 is the team leader. A level 4 is a team leader and operations specialist, meaning they can command multiple teams and have operational discretion if a mission becomes complicated by external forces. In short, if the mission is fucked, a level 4 can change the mission to something attainable or call it off. A level 5 would be Horace and Marcus. They call the shots and plan the missions. I wouldn't want their job if you paid me. In the old days, there used to be level 5s that went on missions and were consistently in the field, but that is long past now. Let's see what they started you out as, and don't worry about any of your levels right now. They are bound to go up. Tonks tapped Harry's hidden patch and her mouth dropped open. Holy shite, you really must have impressed them earlier. You will make some friends and enemies among the teams with levels like this starting out. Harry looked down and saw the colored bars. 4 red, 3 blue, 5 green, no yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black with 1 pip in the upper field. Everyone gains at least 1 level in all areas, and many get an increase of 2 or more levels. You could be hitting 6s and maybe 7s in a few years. The pip and your levels in offensive and defensive spells mean that you can be added to a team and sent on missions already. The lift arrived at that time, and Harry couldn't wrap his head around everything. He just wanted to finish his mission and go home. He was tired and needed sleep, not to mention he hadn't eaten yet. He knew it wasn't even 4 yet, but that didn't change the fact that he wanted to go to bed. He entered the lift and pressed number 2. The lift rattled and started on its way to the floor containing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and his first stop. The lift paused on the 7th floor, the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and 2 people entered the lift hesitantly. Tonks and Harry were in the rear of the lift and in opposite corners. The newcomers looked up and down at Harry and Tonks before they continued their conversation in very hushed tones. Harry turned to see if Tonks was bothered by their actions at all. He saw her alternating her hair color randomly. She seemed completely oblivious to anyone else. The lift proceeded to level 5, Department of International Magical Cooperation, and 1 more person entered the lift. He was a stout little man and had wild mustache that seemed to reach his shoulders. He greeted one of the other men happily by name and struck up a conversation, completely ignoring Harry and Tonks. Without further interruption, the lift arrived at level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry wasn't sure how to exit the lift. He wasn't sure he could say anything or do anything. Tonks, however, didn't waste 1 minute. She cleared her throat, and all 3 people in the way leapt to the sides, making room for her to exit the lift without a risk of being touched. Tonks strode from the confined space, exuding confidence with every step. Harry followed, trying to mimic her. He managed to keep up with her until the lift closed and continued to the 1st floor. Is that normal? People reacting like that? Yep, most are dead scared of us, Tonks said, stopping near one of the magical windows. The whole secrecy thing really frightens some people. You will get used to all the whispering and hesitation. They actually think we care about their business. Games does 1 event a year, maybe 2 at the most. Otherwise, they just muck with the Quidditch leagues. Cooperation can't cooperate with themselves, let alone others. One thing you will learn is that every department thinks their shite doesn't stink, and their business is the most important. Ha, my arse. So, we want people to fear us. Harry was beginning to wonder if the unspeakables weren't like the Death Eaters, only with different colored cloaks. No, but people always fear what they don't know. By nature, we are not to be known. Besides, if people are on their toes when we are around, things go smoother. Half the time when we show up to something going on, people are ever so helpful to us. Now, on we go. People in the MLE are more used to us, so they won't be jumping out of the way. Here is a hint. Use your fancy new cloak if you want. Harry looked at her, and then remembered his cloak could become invisible to a certain degree. He also had his own invisibility cloak on him from when he originally arrived at the ministry. Harry tapped his cloak and said, "Invisible," and he faded from sight with only a slight distortion giving him away. Harry wandlessly cast a silencing spell on his feet and pulled his own cloak from the inside pocket where he had stowed it. With a swirl, Harry disappeared completely from view. He walked down the hallway, ignoring the scenes the windows projected. He stopped at the door to the Auror headquarters and took a deep breath. Now or nothing, I guess. Harry turned the handle and was met with the sounds of a busy office. He slipped into the room silently and stayed close to the left wall. He saw a few people walking about discussing things and a few paper airplanes floating about near the ceiling. Harry slinked his way to the rear of the room, where a closed door sat beneath a small, hanging sign that read, "Improper use of magic office." Under the sign was a nameplate, Mafalda Hopkirk. Harry recognized Hopkirk's name quite clearly. It was her letters that caused Harry so many problems last summer, and before that during his second year. Reaching the door, Harry tried to open the door slowly, but it was locked. Harry wasn't sure what to do next. Usually this was when Hermione would jump in with an idea and it would work perfectly. "No, Hermione here, now what? Well, if I want in, I could always knock." Left with few options, Harry knocked softly so the Aurors wouldn't hear it. "I could use my wand to unlock the door, but that would trigger the device in the room." The door opened quickly, nearly hitting Harry in the shoulder. He moved to the side against the wall. Mafalda looked out the doorway, checking for a visitor. She saw no one right there, so she looked around the door to see if anyone was hiding behind it. Harry thought he had a chance to sneak in, but she was blocking the entire doorway. "She has to be at least 100 kilos. How can I get past all that?" Harry's moment of opportunity was fading quickly. Mafalda finished her search, mumbling under her breath about idle children and worthless gits, and began to close the door. Harry started to panic a little. If this is a common problem, then she won't open the door again. "Do something, you idiot." Harry saw the door closing, and he had a few inches left before the door was locked again. He pushed his magic out and cast a freezing charm on the latch, hoping it would work. The door closed, and Harry waited for a few minutes before slightly pushing on the door. It swung freely, allowing Harry to breathe again. He waited for a lull in the noise of the Auror's room before quickly slipping into the adjoining office. He closed the door, knowing that Tonks was now 2 doors away from him should he get into trouble. He was alone until he left both offices. The mission was his alone at this point. He heard quills on parchment coming from a room in the back. He had a short wall blocking his view of the small office where he knew Mafalda was waiting. He walked to the wall and peered over it. He saw a well-kept desk directly behind the wall, and Mafalda sitting there methodically sorting papers. She must have been Percy's idol before he was promoted to Fudge's staff. A large stack of papers were already sitting in an outgoing box. Harry saw another door in the rear of the office, and the quill sound was coming from in there. Harry slid around the short wall and worked his way to the rear door and found it to be unlocked, but Mafalda was sitting at her desk sorting papers. Harry saw a chance to get in without her noticing. He moved to the end of her desk and waited for her to look away. A few minutes later, she did, and Harry nudged the neatly stacked pile of papers, causing them to slip out of alignment and begin to fall off the desk. Mafalda noticed the papers shift and reached out with her short arms and tried to stop them from falling over. Her efforts only caused the stack to fall over in a very dramatic way. Papers were scattered in all directions, and Mafalda cussed once before getting out of her chair and started picking up the papers. Harry retreated to the back door and opened it when he saw the chance. Inside the room, he saw at least 30 drum-like devices similar to old seismographs. There was a quill hovering above a piece of parchment near the base of the device. Harry saw labels on every machine and moved to get a better look. One read Wales, another was South London, another was North London. The list kept going. Many major cities had their own device. After a few minutes, Harry found the device he was after. He knew it was the one for him because it said so as dark writing, Harry Potter. Beneath his name was scribbled Surrey. I hate fudge. I wonder how long this thing has been trained on me. Well, now it is time to fix the problem. Harry pushed his magic with as much intent as he could and fired a freezing charm at the device. Harry looked at the device and waited for something to happen. Nothing did. He knew he had cast the spell because he felt it happen just like when he was practicing at Privet Drive. After a few more minutes, he decided to test out using his wand. If it detects me, then I might have a chance to get the sheet before it is sent out. Harry grabbed his wand from his built-in holder and pointed the wand at the ceiling. Wingardium Leviosa. The machine did nothing. Harry tried the shield spell and a summoning spell. Again, the device did nothing at all. Cool, I am free of this blasted department finally. Harry turned and approached the door wearing a large smile on his face. He checked his invisibility cloak to make sure it was covering him properly and opened the door slightly. He saw Mafalda finishing up on rearranging her papers. She had her back to the door, and Harry was sure he heard her mumbling under her breath. He slipped out of the detector room and closed the door. Moving very carefully, Harry worked his way to the front of the room and the exit that led to the Auror department. Mafalda was done sorting her papers and was sitting down again. Harry looked over the barrier, making sure she was far enough away in case she heard him open the door. Now is my chance. Harry opened the door quickly and as silently as he could. He slipped out of the room and closed the door. Once the door was closed, Harry retreated to the door leading out to the hallway. He kept one eye out for Aurors and one on Mafalda's door. When he reached the doorway to the hall, Harry saw 2 Aurors coming into the room. He waited for them to move away from the door before he approached it. In one quick motion, Harry opened the door and slipped through to the hallway. He turned around to look for Tonks, but didn't find her. Where the hell is she? Harry wondered if she had left or if this was part of the mission as well. Remembering that her cloak could become invisible too, he pulled off his personal cloak. With a tap of his wand and the spoken counter, Harry turned off the invisibility feature of his unspeakable cloak. Seconds later, another person materialized down the hall a few feet, standing next to the windows. The figure moved towards him and Harry could see Tonks' face under her hood. He smiled, feeling like he had accomplished something on his own. I did this on my own. I did this because I wanted to, sort of. This had nothing to do with Hogwarts or Dumbledore. I am free. I am really free. I am in control of my life more than ever right now. Tonks smiled at Harry, and when she got close enough, she pulled him into a hug. Harry felt her arms encircle him and hold him to her chest. Great job, Harry, she whispered. Can you do magic now? Harry gave her one last squeeze and stepped back. He drew his wand and cast the Orchideous spell for Tonks and handed her the bouquet of flowers that it produced. He smiled widely at the grin and sigh on her face. Well done and thank you. Now the next part of the mission. Tonks turned around slowly, smelling her flowers the entire way to the lift. Once they were in the lift, Tonks pressed the button for level 8. Now we go to records to let you add that sheet to your file. Oh, one more thing. Harry was smiling and turned to Tonks when she said her last part. Harry found Tonks moving towards him, and she grabbed his head with her hands. She pulled him down to her and planted a big kiss on his lips. Harry wasn't expecting it, but he couldn't find anything to complain about. She held the kiss, causing Harry to remember the last time they had kissed, until the lift chimed at a floor other than the one they wanted. They separated, quickly assuming positions in either corner of the lift as the doors opened. Harry noticed that they were on level 5, and Arthur Weasley stepped into lift, hesitating for only a second. He gave a forced smile and nodded to both Tonks and Harry. Tonks didn't return the nod, so Harry forced himself to do the same. He watched Arthur turn and press the button for level 7. Harry wondered what Mr. Weasley would be doing with the magical games and sports department, but he tried to focus on his next mission. The lift cleared of anyone else and started moving again. Tonks reached over and grabbed Harry's shoulder. This should be easy, and you can do what you need to do. Make me proud. Harry nodded and stepped off the lift when the doors opened. He made his cloak invisible and put on his own cloak. He moved down the long hallway, which had doors on both sides every 20 feet or so. There were letters on each door for every letter of the alphabet. Harry sped up his pace so he could get to door P and get home. The fatigue he had before was getting worse. The fight with Horace had taken a lot out of him, and he knew it. Seeing an N on the door to his left, he knew that P was going to be next. He walked the 20 feet and found it. He tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. He drew his wand and tried the unlocking spell, but nothing happened. Not really knowing any other spells to unlock things, Harry used all his will and intent to open the door. It took him a few tries, but finally he heard the lock click open when a pinkish-colored spell shot from his wand. Harry opened the door and moved inside, closing the door behind him. He lit the lamps around the room, put his cloak in his pocket, and started searching the long room for his name. There were shelves and shelves of folders inside of boxes. The shelves were along the outer wall, and a set of shelves were in the middle of the room as well. The organizational method seemed to be by family name. Harry started at the end, on his right, and started looking at the labels on the boxes. PWI was the last name on the last box. Spending the next few minutes searching and pausing at the Privet box, Harry found the box labeled Potter. Harry pulled the box off the shelf and found that the outside of the box was completely clean of dust. Harry had found some boxes that had layers of dust on them, meaning that the people had either done nothing worth documenting for years or the family was dead. The Privet box was covered in dust, making Harry think that Molly Privet Weasley's activities must be filed under Weasley. Once Harry had the box on the floor, he removed the top and looked inside. There were rows of miniaturized folders lined up side by side. Harry could see that there were a few levels worth of folders as well. Searching for a while, Harry found a section that had a small label on it marked, Harry James Potter, 1980. Harry pulled out the section and set it on top of the rest of the files. He enlarged the section and opened the front of the folder. The first sheet was a certificate of live birth stating that Harry had been born on July 31st, 1980 at St. Mungo's at 12:46 p.m. to Lily and James Potter. Harry saw the signatures of his parents on the certificate and found his eyes beginning to wet. I have never seen their signatures before. The map might have my dad's writing on it sometimes, but I never knew his writing was like mine. The spiky letters were very familiar, and his mother's writing looked very much like Hermione's. Must be a muggle-born girl thing. Guys just don't write like that. Harry wanted a copy of this certificate, so he had something else of his parents, or at least could see their handwriting. Harry performed the copy spell he had seen Hermione use so many times over the years. The spell was fast, and it worked. The only problem, he found an odd ghosting of the word copy on the sheet. The originals must be protected somehow from duplication. Looking at the rest of the box, and knowing he shouldn't waste time reading through his folder, Harry skipped ahead to the back of his folder. The last thing in his folder was a sheet saying Harry had completed his 5th year of Hogwarts. He looked at the sheet right before that, and found McGonagall's and Dumbledore's signature on a sheet that reinstated him to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. So nice of them to let me know about this. Harry returned to the end of his folder and pulled out the emancipation form. He slid it into his folder, and there was a slight glow before everything returned to normal. Harry reshrunk the folder and replaced it in the box. Harry paused before putting the lid on the box. Fuck it, I want this information. This is about me and my family. Harry pulled over an empty box that was sitting at the end of the row. Harry concentrated hard and cast the duplicate spell again, focusing on the entire box. After a few seconds, the empty box started filling up with miniature folders. Harry kept doing whatever it was that he was doing since it was working. After a minute or so, the new box was full of folders just like the old one. Harry pulled out a folder labeled James Harry Potter, 1960. Harry enlarged the folder, opened it, and saw that his father's certificate was there as well. Forcing himself not to read anymore, Harry reshrunk the folder and returned it to his box. He put the original back and made sure it was lined up properly like the rest of the boxes on the shelf. Harry sealed his new box and shrunk it. He picked up the box and placed it in a pocket of his robes. Moving to the door, Harry extinguished the lamps with a wave of his wand. With a feeling of accomplishment bursting from inside, Harry opened the door and exited the room. He saw Tonks sitting on the floor leaning against the Q door. She was looking right at him, wearing a large smile again. I am done, Harry said. Where to now? To our boss and then home. You look really tired right now. That is because I am. The test took a lot out of me. Tonks smirked and stood up, but under her breath Harry heard her say, "Not as much as it did from Horace." Harry looked at her, but she acted like she hadn't said a word. She put her arm around his waist and directed him to the lift. When they reached the lift, Tonks pressed the button, then turned to Harry and started kissing him again. Harry was enjoying the kissing, but he didn't know what it was all about. Tonks had always been forward, and he was always confused afterwards. "I am not sure what to do, but I will keep doing what I have been since this is fun." Harry slid his hands around Tonks' small body and held her firmly to him as she moved slightly as she kissed him. Harry decided to try the legilimency trick again, since it had a rather interesting result the last time. He opened his eyes a little and hesitated in kissing back, causing Tonks to open her eyes slightly. Once he saw her now purple eyes, Harry willed himself into her mind. He felt like he was falling into a very soft and fluffy pillow. It was a warm sensation, and he felt very safe. He started kissing her again, and she reacted immediately to his ministrations. He felt heat beginning to rise inside of her. She started moving up and down against him as she kissed more intently very second. Harry felt his body move in response to her, and he had to fight down his urges. He knew they were in the ministry and could be seen by anyone who came down the lift, but he didn't really care at the moment. He could feel her emotions and what could only be desire raging in her. He heard a distant chime indicate the lift was on its way to pick them up. Harry let her win the tongue battle and held her close for a second before removing his mind from hers. He looked at her and saw Tonks trying to control her breathing. She was fixing her clothes as well. Harry smiled and wondered what she was going to say, if anything. The lift arrived and they entered the very empty compartment. Harry pressed button 9 and the lift started moving again. Tonks looked at him and shyly said, "You have to tell me how you do that and what you see or feel." Deciding to be coy, Harry replied, "I will think about it." Harry was saved from being hit by his quick actions and the doors opening at the right time, allowing him to escape. Harry sprinted down the hallway as fast as he could, considering his exhaustion. Tonks moved after him and watched him open the entrance to the office. They entered together and headed to Marcus's office. Tonks knocked, and the door opened for them. They entered and found Marcus sitting behind his desk and Horace in one of the chairs. "Done?" Marcus asked. "The device was frozen, and the form was added to my folder," Harry answered. "Brilliant," Marcus said. "I look forward to more successful missions from you. I want you here tomorrow at 7 to begin your training. Sleep well, since it will be a tough day." Horace had a wicked gleam in his eyes as he stood and left the office. "You will do fine, Harry," Marcus said. "I have no doubts about that. Now that you have everything you need, I believe you are free to go. Also, Medical and Horace wanted you to take this potion tonight." "What does it do?" Harry asked, not trusting anything without knowing what it was. "It is an enhancement potion," Marcus explained. "All of the operatives have used them. It enhances your body's strength and endurance. You are in shape, don't get me wrong, but you are still on the small side. This potion will help you out in that area. Everyone reacts differently to it, and its results vary. It won't hurt you if that is what you are concerned about." "Fine, I will take it tonight. Does it work quickly?" "It works over time," Marcus said. "After a few weeks it will run its course and you can see what you have. This is a restricted potion and only unspeakables have access to it." "Okay, thanks," Harry said. "We should be going," Tonks said. "It has been a long day and I think tomorrow will be even longer." "Quite possibly, Chamel," Marcus finished. "Good day and welcome, Harry." "Goodbye," Harry said and followed Tonks out of the office. Both of them tapped their cloaks, and Harry saw the same small box appear from a very well-concealed pocket from Tonks' cloak. Harry saw a wand appear and tapped the box, making it turn blue for a second. The wand was concealed again, and a finger motioned Harry forward. He touched the box and waited for the tug on his navel, which happened quickly. Harry appeared in the back garden of Privet Drive and heard Tonks hit the ground with an "Oof!" Harry tapped his cloak and saw a wand do the same. Both visible now, Harry helped Tonks up. She stumbled into Harry and stayed that way for a few seconds before moving away slowly. They approached the rear door, and Harry tried to open it, finding it locked. For the first time at Privet Drive, Harry pulled his wand, intending to do magic without worrying. He cast the unlocking charm and opened the door. He let Tonks in and closed the door, locking it manually. The kitchen was spotless as usual, and the house was quiet. They moved into the hallway and up the stairs to Harry's room. Once inside, Harry removed his new and old cloaks, storing them appropriately. Harry pulled out his shrunken box of files, causing Tonks' eyes to open widely. "Harry, what is that?" Tonks asked, but it seemed she knew what it was. "I made a copy of my family's records. What about it?" Shaking her head, Tonks said, "I have created a monster. It is illegal to be in possession of ministry records like those without the proper requests and such. You are in big trouble, mister." The last was said in such a way that Harry knew she was having one on him. "Is that so, Ms. Orrer? What are you going to do about it?" "I am going to punish you." Tonks was smiling in a sexy way, and she was moving closer every second. "Well, can you punish an unspeakable?" "Oh yes, since I am one too, I can do that. I also outrank you, but we don't get hung up on rank in our department." Tonks pulled Harry into a kiss, and he wrapped his arms around her. They kissed for a while before falling onto the bed and relaxing. Tonks saw Harry yawn and knew he was tired. "It is almost 6, and you have to get some sleep. Take your potion and go to bed. You won't need any food with that potion since it fills you up basically." "What about you?" "I will take care of myself, Harry. Here, drink your potion and get in bed." Tonks left the room for a second, not saying where she was going. Harry took the potion and felt it slide down his throat. He didn't know what was going to happen, but it didn't taste terrible. As Harry was removing his shirt and pants, he found that he didn't need any food. He felt very full and only wanted to sleep. He crawled into the bed and settled into his pillow. The bed sunk a little and a warm hand moved around him and gave him a little hug. Harry turned around and was staring into the face of the real Tonks again. "I thought you didn't want it to become a habit of looking like yourself." "With you it works," Tonks said very quietly. She looked him in the eyes and kissed his nose lightly. "I am falling asleep, Nymphadora, so I will say good night now." Harry leaned forward and gave Tonks a strong kiss on the lips before easing back and closing his eyes. Tonks stared at Harry as he fell asleep. "It is Tonks, Harry," she said very quietly under breath. She sighed pleasantly and rolled over as well. She moved her back against Harry and snuggled into him. She found his arm moving to encircle her as had happened before. "Oh, I love this part," Tonks thought. She was pulled to his warm body and held tightly there as she, too, fell asleep thinking of how great an affect Quidditch had for certain people. Neither saw nor heard the door open a few hours later. Neither saw nor heard the inquisitive eyes and strangled gasp. The door was closed tightly, and the floorboards creaked a little as the person moved away from the room that held Harry Potter, student and unspeakable, and Nymphadora Tonks, his guard and friend. 4. Training. Tonks tried to move while asleep, but the resistance she met caused her to wake up. She immediately felt a sense of safety wash over her as her eyes opened and her brain started functioning. "Oh, this is heaven. What a way to wake up in the morning." She looked down and found, yet again, Harry's arms wrapped around her tightly. Her left breast was completely covered by Harry's long-fingered hand. She took a deep breath and sighed slowly, enjoying the sensation. "Anyone else would have been at my pants from the first second, but Harry just holds me and gets embarrassed when he finds himself in personal situations. I love his naivety. It is so endearing." Tonks closed her eyes and let herself be swept up in the moment. "He is so rare a person. I have never met someone like him before. He is as clueless as they come concerning intimacy, but there I am, completely in over my head. I tried to tease him just for fun and he kicked my arse. I tried to kiss him a little just to frustrate the poor boy, and I lose all control over myself. And that thing he does, wow, that is amazing. No one could withstand that. No matter how skilled they are in occlumency, they would crumble." Tonks reveled in her memories of the last 2 days and the feeling of warmth Harry gave off as he held her. She only stopped when she started getting too excited by her thoughts. "I am sure he wouldn't mind being woken up that way, but I would probably scare the hell out of him by doing it." Her thoughts threatened to shift back to more pleasant memories, but she forced them down. "You are the adult here whether you act like it or not. Think of what people would say. Think of what the papers would do to you." 20-something Auror seduces the boy who lived. That would be a wonderful headline for Mum to read over morning tea. She would be shocked at first and looking to yell at me, but she would be happy for me in the end. Dad would read it too. He would probably yell at me and congratulate Harry. Men, stop it. This is Harry you are thinking about, and he is years younger than you. Up until now, it has all been for fun. Be the adult you are supposed to be and distance yourself. Tonks' train of thought lasted until Harry shifted slightly and pulled her close to him. Oh, I am fucked. A simple hug and I fall apart. I have to be strong, I have to fight it. But he is so cute and sexy, and yep, I am so fucked. Tonks sighed again and didn't know what to do about Harry. She was going to spend a lot of time with him this summer guarding and training him, but this was something she didn't expect. Why do I have to be such a flirt? Why did I have to flirt with him? It was just supposed to be fun and games. And now I look forward to the teasing as much as he does because it makes me feel good. Is it me or is it him? A very clear voice in her mind told her it was him. He was the difference. Tonks kept arguing with herself as she tried to figure out what to do. The only options she could think of were to let things happen as they may, or to completely close herself off to Harry. Maybe I can just see what happens. He is young, and I am nothing terribly amazing, so he is likely to move on to some other young hottie when he sees her. Harry opened his eyes slowly and realized he was holding Tonks again. She was firmly in the grasp of both of his arms. Without moving, Harry tried to figure out where his hands were. Left hand is on her right hip, which is okay, I guess. Right hand is shite. Why do they always end up there? Because it is fun for some reason. Okay, is Tonks awake and will she be mad this time? Harry waited a few minutes until he decided that Tonks was awake and just lying in his arms. Tonks is a flirt. She told me that the first or second day she was here. Why is she still flirting with me? I am no one special. I couldn't even keep Cho around, but that wasn't entirely my fault. Some things aren't my fault. Should I ask Tonks what is going on? And say what? I like kissing you, so can we do it some more? Yeah, right. That would be a stupid thing to say, and she would probably curse you for it too. Harry didn't know what to do. He had never known what to do about the girls at school, and this was no different. She is the adult. She knows what she is doing. I should let her make the decisions here. It is not like I have any clue what I am doing anyway. That is what I will do. I will follow Tonks' lead. She knows what she is doing, and that is more than I know. Besides, I am having a lot of fun with her right now. The two stayed in Harry's bed until a vibration from Tonks' wand ended the comfortable silence. Tonks stopped her wand from vibrating and took a breath. In doing so, she felt Harry's hand move with her breast. Harry, you need to get up. We have to be at the office in 40 minutes. I have been awake for a while. What are the plans for today? More tests? Tonks flipped over, not hesitating, as Harry's hand was pushed across her chest, simulating her a little bit. After a deep breath, she said, "You will be tested in your knowledge, speed, and power. It will be more like a test at school, though, so there shouldn't be any simulations like yesterday. I will warn you that other members might be around, and some of them will not like the fact that you have such high levels already. You might have to prove yourself to some of them before they start giving you the respect you deserve. I know I had to beat a few of them up before they left me alone. All right, anything else I should know? I had a question from yesterday. When you are casting spells with your wand, how strong is the feeling of magic? I am not sure what you mean. When you cast a spell, you feel the magic rush out of you. What does it feel like? Yesterday was the first time I had ever felt a pushing sensation, or anything for that matter, when using my wand. Aside from when I first got it, of course. Tonks just stared at Harry's eyes. You don't feel your magic when using it? Never, not even when you cast your Patronus. Harry didn't know what to say about this comment, so he went with the truth. No, I never feel my magic when casting spells. The only time I have was when I started learning wandless magic. The only way I could get it to work right was to push the magic out of me. Yesterday, I felt the magic while using my wand because I was using the same techniques. I was forcing my intent and will into many of my spells because I knew that I couldn't beat Horace with my limited knowledge of spells. I tried to overwhelm him with the number and strength of them, and by moving a lot. This is another one of those times when you don't know the basic rules of magic, Harry. This is so unusual, I am not sure what to do. Almost everyone feels their magic when using it. You feel it move out of you when you cast a spell. You feel yourself getting weaker when you use a lot of powerful spells. I watched your entire test, Harry. They have the ability to monitor everyone in the room. The number of spells you cast and the power you put into them would have drained most people. Your Cruciatus Curse alone would have drained most wizards. As we get older, our capability to perform magic increases a little. We get more powerful to a point, but we are able to do more spells. A student starting out might be able to cast an easy spell many times, but they will not be very powerful. A strong spell would drain the kid very quickly. Have you ever gotten tired from using magic? I am not sure. I have been tired after a fight before, but I have always been injured, so I don't know what caused it. When I learned the Patronus, I was tired, but I was fighting a Dementor. Really, it was a boggart, but it had the same effect. How about during the DA last year? Did you ever get tired demonstrating the spells? No, I only did them a few times, then I walked around and helped the others. I am sorry, but how about one of the fights with you-know-who? Voldemort. Harry watched Tonks flinch. His name is Voldemort or Tom or any insulting variation thereof. Please work on saying his name. I will try, but it is something we are trained not to say. Fine, the fight in the cemetery wore me out, but the Cruciatus Curse had a lot to do with that. The Imperious Curse and the Priori Incantatum made me tired too. I had a broken leg at the time, so I don't know if that mattered at all or not. The Ministry fight was nasty, but I don't remember being that tired afterwards. I was thinking about other things at the time. So you don't remember becoming tired from using magic? I have to tell Marcus that since he wants to know anything that you can do that others can't. This would be one of those things. I am sure Horace will want to test your magical endurance today then. Tonks saw Harry scowl and didn't want him mad at her. Today should be you casting spells at things or at the target drones. I doubt Horace is ready for another test like yesterday. You really surprised them, Harry. You are starting off really well. I am very proud of you. Tonks leaned forward and kissed Harry lightly on the lips. Why did I do that? I just wanted to see what would happen, and here I am kissing him. Oh, I am so weak. Harry accepted the kiss and returned it as long as Tonks maintained contact. He realized his right hand had settled on Tonks' hip and was holding her steady. He looked into her eyes when she opened them. They had a dark, hungry glint to them, and Harry found them entrancing. He smiled at her and waited to see what she would do. He was slightly disappointed to see her close her eyes for a few minutes. When they opened again, the entrancing look was gone and the playful Tonks look had returned. I should shower before we leave, Harry. You should be fine since you will probably just get sweaty today. I shouldn't be more than a few minutes. Get yourself ready and don't worry about food. We can eat when we get there and I can show you the kitchen. Tonks got out of the bed and started gathering her things. Harry watched Tonks very closely because she wasn't wearing any pants again, and her t-shirt was shorter than the one the other day. Harry was mesmerized by the light purple, lace panties Tonks was parading around his room. He could only think that light purple was as nice a color as the blue she wore before. He watched her grab her cloak and a few things from a bag that she had under his bed. She left the room and closed his door. Seconds later, a slight squeal made Harry grab his wand and toss on his nearest item of clothing, which was his new cloak. Harry opened his door quickly and found Tonks defiantly standing in front of Petunia, who was glaring daggers. Harry wasn't sure what had happened, but it was his family, so he would handle it. Tonks, I will handle this. Why don't you get ready so we can leave? Aunt Petunia, if you have something to say it to me. Tonks pushed past Petunia and entered the loo, closing and locking the door. Petunia stood in her place for a few seconds before she looked directly at Harry. She marched straight past him and into his room. Harry turned and followed her in. He found her standing in the corner staring at his messy bed. He waited to see if she would say anything, but after a few minutes he spoke first. Tonks charmed the bed larger so she had a place to sleep the first night. We left it since she is my guard. Now, what is the problem? Petunia looked up from the bed to Harry. She seemed to be thinking something over in her mind before opening her mouth. I checked on you last night for the first time in years, Harry. To say the least, I was shocked by what I saw. And what did you see, Aunt Petunia? Harry held his ground. According to the Ministry, he was emancipated and he could handle his own life. According to him, Petunia had given up the right to have any say in how he lived his life the day she locked him in his cupboard. I saw you and her in your bed together. That is bad enough, but then I find her in our hallway wearing nothing but an old t-shirt and her knickers. What did you get up to last night, young man? Harry was astonished at the nerve of his aunt. She had never given a damn about him until now when he started living his own life. I got up to whatever I got up to, Petunia. You have no say in it anymore. Actually, you never had any say in it. You have to act like a parent before you can be one. You have never shown me that you care in the slightest about me. Why are you starting now? This is our house, Harry. You are here so you will not do things you shouldn't. Consider yourself lucky Vernon didn't find you like that. He would have been irate. And if he touched either one of us, I would have hurt him as promised. I can use my magic now without any worries or concerns. We took care of that yesterday, and now I have a job to go to as well. A job, you? You are too young to have a job. Well, I have one, and there is nothing you can say about it. I am making my own choices, and no one can prevent that anymore. If you wish to stop me, go ahead and try. I will do everything I can to control my own life, and no one is going to stop me either. Harry was beginning to glow again, and Petunia had moved back as far as she could into the corner. Harry was mad. He was getting worked up, and his magic was starting to bleed through and become visible. I will not let her or these people control my life. I may just be starting out, but I am an unspeakable, damn it. For the first time in my life, I am Harry fucking Potter. Petunia cowered in the corner and watched Harry's aura ripple and twist around itself. She was completely overwhelmed by the anger she saw and felt. Her nephew was everything the book had said. She realized that every bit of it was accurate. Every lethal situation she read about was true. Her sister's scrawny son had lived through so much, and he was not going to stop now. For the first time in her life, she felt ashamed of herself. He could kill me right now. I can feel it. I can see it in his eyes. He really will do whatever he has to right now. I am sorry, Lily, I failed you. She, Harry, she is older than you. It isn't proper for you and her to share a bed. You have no say in what I do or don't do in case you missed what I said earlier. To me, you are just a person who lives here. You are no one special to me. Tonks is someone special. She is helping me when no one could or would. She has done so much for me in the last 3 days I can't even begin to explain it. I may survive this war because of her help. I know that because of her, I will at least have a chance at living through this. No one else can say that, and I know of no one I will say that about. Harry was glowing as his anger was still running high. He felt someone behind him, but before he did anything aggressive, he heard the familiar sound of Tonks' voice. Harry, please calm down. You are glowing again and you could hurt someone accidentally. Everything is fine. Calm down, please. Harry took a deep breath and used what little occlumency he had to calm down. He closed his eyes and found his magic swelling inside of him. Harry had never felt this before, but it was invigorating. He opened his eyes and saw Petunia still cowering in the corner. He turned his head and saw Tonks standing in the doorway haphazardly dressed with water running down her face. She was smiling at him, but she was hesitant nonetheless. What is wrong? Can't I get mad at someone? Harry, Tonks tried to stay neutral but found it very hard to do so. You are still glowing even though it is less than when you were raging at Petunia. Have you ever seen someone's aura before? Harry shook his head. Your aunt is completely beside herself from seeing one. I have seen them a few times in my life, but yours, just now, was more impressive and unnerving than any of the others. On that, can you feel your magic now? Yes, I can. It is like a wave on Hogwarts Lake, only bigger. I can feel it moving around and swirling. I have never felt like this before. That sounds like how most magical people describe their magic. The only difference, Harry scowled at the word difference, but Tonks forged on. The only difference is that we liken it to a stream or a ripple. I can feel my magic all the time. Being a metamorph magus, I am constantly in touch with my magic. I know you have at least a little of the ability, but the most intense I have felt my magic was during my final practical after Auror training. I would say it felt like a stream running steadily. You call yours a wave. Think about that if you find the time, Harry. Now, what did you say to make Harry this mad? Tonks asked Petunia. Petunia stayed in her corner and stared at Harry. Tonks looked to Harry, and he was almost back to normal. Harry, what did she say? Basically, she said that you were too old for me, Harry said, fuming. And what is that supposed to mean, Petunia? Tonks directed her question at the woman still backed into the corner. You are too old for a 15-year-old. How old are you anyway? 25. I am 22 years old, thank you very much, Tonks said. As Harry has said, it is none of your business what he does since you have never been a parent to him. I believe we should go, Harry, since we are supposed to be there at 7. Tonks pulled her wand and dried her hair, quickly, right in the doorway. Petunia watched her but said nothing about it. Harry stared down his aunt. He wanted to do something, but he didn't know what exactly. Make the portkey, Tonks. I want to leave as soon as possible. I told you things wouldn't change. Petunia, get out of my room. Harry was stern in his command, and he left no argument on the subject. Petunia moved out of the corner, past Harry and Tonks, and into the hallway near her room. Harry made sure he had his things and walked out of his room. He closed the door loudly and cast a locking charm on the door using his wand. Petunia squeaked but fought it. Harry stared at her as Tonks tapped the box again, turning it into a portkey. With a tap on his shoulder, Harry held his hand out and Tonks put the box in his hand while she held onto it as well. They both flipped their hoods up and waited for the pull on their navels, taking them to the ministry. Harry stared at his aunt and felt his anger returning. He didn't care about why. He just wanted to be mad at something, and she was a perfect person for it. The tug came and Harry found himself in the atrium of the ministry again. He let Tonks take the box away before he stormed on his way to the lift. He didn't even pause at the guard station, completely ignoring the young guard who had backed away as he approached. He hit the call button with his fist and stood waiting for the lift to arrive. Tonks caught up to him and stood right next to him in case he lost control of his magic. The lift arrived and Tonks followed Harry onto it. The lift shuddered to life and whisked them to their destination. Harry reached the doorway first and tapped out the sequence, giving his password. Once inside the department, Harry made his way to the training room. Didn't you want to eat first? Tonks asked, but wasn't sure it was a wise thing to do. She received no response and decided to watch how Harry handled things. She was beginning to worry because he was so mad. He had repressed a lot of anger over the years, and it looked like it was coming to the surface. He is taking control of his life. He took control from his aunt this morning, and that must have been the cause of this. I hope he doesn't get into any fights today. He will draw the others' attention, enough being the new guy. Harry walked to the training room and opened the door, giving his password again upon request. There were a few people inside, but he wanted to get started and knew that Horace was the man to see first. He found Horace talking to another hooded man near the center of the room, which was different than the day before. On the right side, there was a firing range of sorts with dummies set up in a row. They were levitated off the ground a little, and they moved from side to side in erratic patterns. Harry saw 2 others at the range shooting spells at the dummies. Above the heads of the 2 shooters, there were 2 black boxes for each station. When a spell hit, the 2 boxes would display numbers. Harry was too preoccupied to pay attention to the numbers that flashed with each spell. He walked over to Horace and waited for him to finish talking to the other unspeakable. Harry found his anger subsiding as he waited. He figured it was best to calm down before talking with Horace, who would no doubt want to get even for the other day. Horace, sending the other off to begin range practice, let Harry know he was next up. Well, I see our recruit is ready to begin his first day, Horace said loud enough that the others in the room turned to watch. Think you can get lucky again, recruit? Where do I begin, Horace? Harry wasn't going to step into that question. Horace was trying to bait him just like Snape would. Only Horace would really hurt him with spells if he got the chance. Wise answer, recruit. First, let's see how much you know. I will have you fire off all the curses you know, and then I will see if you should know any others. Part of the room changed into a grassy field, and there were boulders in front of Harry. Horace stood next to him and instructed Harry to begin firing. Harry started off with the first curses he learned at Hogwarts. His shots were pretty accurate for where he was aiming. Horace never said a word during the demonstration. Harry cycled through all the common curses and finished with a powerful stunner. Harry then started working on the new spells he had read about before the DA and the first day he had returned for the summer. When Harry cast the bone spells, he heard Horace make a sound, but he didn't stop firing. Harry ended his demonstration with the Cruciatus curse. He turned and looked into Horace's face, waiting for the next command. Not bad for a new guy, I guess. Horace was looking down his nose at Harry, very similar to how his aunt would. That is barely acceptable, but you have a lot to learn. Now let's go over to the range and see what your numbers are there. Harry could feel the anger returning from what happened at Privet Drive. The look Horace was using was driving it. Harry wanted to show him not to treat him like she did. Harry was going to prove to this man that he was good enough to be here whether he liked it or not. The others at the range saw Horace coming over with Harry and stopped firing. They knew the drill and gave up the range to the trainee. Horace stepped in front of the range line and waited for Harry to take up a position on the line. A flash of a silver spell fell across the room and hit Horace in the head. He paused, then smiled widely. The other unspeakables noticed this and stepped back, quickly conjuring chairs a good distance away from Harry and the range. Once Harry's feet hit the line, Horace began his instructions. Think you are something special, don't you? Think you got what it takes? That first test was just the admittance test. I can still boot you out if I think you are a worthless git. You have to prove to me that you have what it takes to be here every single day. Are you up for that kind of challenge? Yes. Harry wasn't going to give Horace any reason to kick him out. He was going to do this, and he was going to learn how to survive. He was going to learn how to keep others alive, too. I will be the judge of that. Horace was sounding more like Snape every time he opened his mouth. Harry was getting more annoyed as time went on. Since this is your first time, I will take it easy on you. 6 targets appeared at the end of the range, 25 yards away. Harry never saw the spectators lean back in surprise. This range is designed to measure your spell's power and accuracy. The further you are away from the center, the lower your score, and the more powerful your spell, the higher your score. The accuracy measurement is a simple one to figure out. It is based on distance from the core and spell selection. An area spell will score differently than a specific target spell. Makes sense, good. Horace didn't wait for Harry to respond. The power score is something altogether different. It is a logarithmic measure. The jump from 10 to 20 is exponential and so on. Need a better explanation than that? Visit a library. Normal people would score around 30 to 50. I expect our operatives to be in the 60s and 70s. More than that, well, I doubt it will happen, so I will move on. Harry glanced up but couldn't see the score boxes at all. When he brought his eyes back to Horace, he saw a wand pointing at him and a spell forming. Harry followed his instincts and snatched his wand from the air as he released it. The spell was flying at him now, and he threw up a quick shield deflecting the attack. Harry responded by returning a stunner. Horace still had a smile on his face as he ducked the stunner and watched it fly past him. Harry's spell struck a target with a slight tone, echoing in the room he hadn't noticed before. The audience and Horace saw the numbers register, but Harry didn't. Horace kept his face blank, but the others made a sound when 4072 appeared on the board. Horace barely concealed his scowl as he threw up a silencing dome, preventing any sounds from reaching the range area. Pathetic, Potter, and never take your eyes off your enemy no matter what. At Harry's startled look, Horace explained, They can't hear us and we can't hear them. The last thing I need is you being distracted by them. You are hopeless enough as it is without more things getting in your way. Horace got what he was looking for, a death glare from his trainee. Excellent. Let's see what you got, boy. Well, what are you waiting for an invitation? I would rather find out quickly how helpless you are and move on to another. So get started. The glare only intensified, and Horace saw defiance. Fuck him. I will prove to this arse that I belong here. He wants spells, I will give him spells. Harry started firing spells at the targets. He was casting them as fast as he could too. After about a half hour, Horace stopped him. If that is the best you have to offer me, then leave, boy. Horace put extra emphasis on the word boy. He waited until Harry was visibly angry. Horace saw a sparkle in Harry's eyes, and it was of pure hate. That is what I saw yesterday before you leveled me. Use it, damn it, use it. You going to use that wand or just wave it around? I am right here, Potter. You want to hurt me, then hurt me. Horace sneered at Harry, hopping to aggravate him further. He got his wish. Harry fired at bone-shattering spell at Horace, followed by the breaking one. Horace had been slowly moving back towards the targets to give him enough distance to escape getting hit should Harry actually attack him. The targets were struck and the scores registered: 45-78, 51-81. Weak, boy, weak. Horace enjoyed his job. He was paid to annoy people and teach them to use their magic to their fullest extent. He watched as Harry continued to fire curses. Horace could only spare a split second to look at the scores, or he risked getting hit by a nasty curse that had quite a bit of power behind it. He saw a twisting red curse flying his way, and he dove to the floor knowing how bad that one would have hurt. The audience watched Horace antagonize the recruit. They had all been through it and knew that he would use anything he could to get the best out of them. They watched as the recruit lowered his body into a fighting stance, and one comment started the assault. They were all prepared to joke and ridicule the new guy for being pathetic. Everyone started off low in the beginning. They had figured the 72 was a fluke, but as the spells started flying and Horace started moving quickly, they knew this new guy was not a fluke. The high 60s and low 70s gave way to low 80s within a few spells. They could see Horace still egging on the new guy, and he wasn't tiring. The first guy said, "How the hell is he keeping up? He has been tossing spells for 40 minutes straight." Another commented, "Not sure, but Horace is getting a workout. I know I could barely get him to move my first day." That was close, Horace thought as he picked himself up from a dive. This kid's a natural, and I will make him better. Time for the clincher. I may have to duck out and let him go at the sim for my own safety. "So, you have a little bit of fight in you, eh? Is this the same kind of fight your father put up when he was slaughtered like a sick animal?" Horace watched as the fatting look of hate intensified, and Harry started giving off a dangerous feel. "Did you hear your mother scream, Potter?" Horace almost dove out of the way when Harry twitched. "I am stabbing a dragon in the eye while I am standing in front of it." Harry heard the words Horace was saying to him. Harry could only stand there and get angrier. He had heard similar things over the years from various people, so this wasn't that bad. The only difference was that Harry had felt his magic now, and he wanted to feel it again. He wanted the feeling, and getting mad was one way to get there. He was searching for the swirling sensation when Horace said something that caused Harry to snap. "Got your own godfather killed by your own stupidity. Maybe Tonks will be next. You think?" Harry could feel his magic, and it wanted out. It wanted to hurt someone, and it wanted it badly. "Sirius was not my fault. I am not going to let Tonks get hurt. No one else close to me will be hurt." Harry heard his mother dying and saw Ginny lying in the chamber. He saw Hermione getting hit by that spell in the department. The magic swelled up and needed an outlet. Harry gave it one, Horace. Harry fired spell after spell at Horace. He dove and moved a few times, but soon a barrier grew up from the ground and Horace dove behind it. He popped up and moved around the range area with renewed vigor. Harry followed him with his wand, trying to bring him down with every spell. He poured every ounce of magic he could into every spell he fired. He wanted him to hurt. The reductor curses struck the targets, leaving scorch marks. Harry didn't stay at the firing line for more than a few curses before he started advancing on Horace's position. Horace moved away, and things kept appearing from the floor as cover. "Bastard is using the room to protect himself." Harry continued to move after Horace and destroy anything that got in his way. The audience watched as Horace kept talking, and the recruit seemed to get angrier. They knew it was Horace's way. He forced you to wear yourself out the first day. You would be completely exhausted by lunch, and then he would start teaching you spells and techniques. They were waiting for that moment when Horace would get the recruit to lose it. They always did in the end. Horace and Marcus did their research, learning every bit of information they could on someone. They needed to know which buttons to push to get the most out of their people. A good leader knows the limits of the people under him, so they know whether or not a goal is achievable. The smiles grew as Horace continued his verbal assault until the recruit hit his limit. The visible aura appeared, and they all leaned back in their chairs. "Motherfucker," said one. "Have you seen one that bright before?" asked another. All three watched for a moment as the spells started flying again. The scores were popping up so quickly that one of the unspeakables activated the memory function, creating an ever-growing list of scores. 5584, 4486, 7283, 7588, 6786, 6689, 5091. Merlin, a 90, who the hell is that guy? Asked the first. 10 galleons that he collapses after 5 minutes. You can't keep a visible aura up that long, said the third. 6 minutes, replied the first. 7, said the second. I will take that bet, but he will keep firing spells and have the aura for at least 10 minutes. My guess is that he can make it until lunch without burning out, too, voiced a newcomer to the group. You that confident, Chamel? Questioned the third. Yes, I am, Miguel. Bets are placed, any others? Announced Miguel. I will say 8 minutes. Horace made his presence known. He looked very tired and disheveled. Using the sim on the first day. Sure you aren't getting too old for this, Horace? Asked the first guy. If you want to jump in there, Bitten, go right ahead, Horace said, watching the numbers scroll up. I thought you were joking about the aura, Chamel, but I see that you weren't. Every time he gets really mad. Every time since he started working on wandless magic. He said that he had never felt his magic before that. Tonks was watching with a big smile on her face. Wandless, huh? I knew he had used a few things during the first test, but it wasn't that extensive. How many spells is he proficient in? Horace asked. He told me he had learned 8 so far, and he learned with no props. He just did it and there you go, she said, waving her arm at Harry, who was still firing spells at the sim that was moving around the range. Good. How long has he been working on them? Horace asked, generally interested. It took him 1 day to learn those, and he had never thought of doing wandless magic before that. Tonks said, simply ignoring how the others turned to stare at her. You picked a good one in him, Chamel. I have counted 5 spells that broke 90 so far, and he is still going strong. I have the sim taunting him to keep him motivated. I want to see how long he can go. I think you only lasted 5 minutes during this exercise. He will last far longer than I did, Chamel said calmly. I have felt his magic when he was working on his wandless skills. It was overwhelming. He has never tried to do these things with his magic before. The aura, wandless magic, working himself to his full potential, none of it has ever occurred to him. He has always done what needed done, and his magic has let him do that without much thought. If I really make him mad in the future, I am getting away fast. At that moment, Harry fired a Cruciatus curse at the sim and it hit. A score of 9887 appeared on the board. Fuck! Well, that ends that exercise since I am now a pathetic, quivering mass of meat. Kid is good, but I can't tell him that yet. Horace strode to the range area and slipped behind a barrier that had appeared. Harry had been firing spells forever, and Horace was always avoiding them at the last second. Why can't I hit him? I will make you pay, you bastard. Harry tried to increase his firing rate and his aim, but no matter what he did, Horace was able to outmaneuver him. Harry cast back-to-back Crucios, and the second one landed and Horace went down hard. Harry held him under the curse until he saw movement to his left. He released the spell, spun, and fired the bone-shattering curse. He had gotten quite good at that one today since it was one he knew Horace had felt and didn't like. The new target dodged and held his hands up. Harry then realized that it was Horace, another one. Harry looked where his Horace had been, and there was nothing left. Settle yourself, recruit. That was the second test, and I wanted to see what you have got and where I could take you. You aren't too bad, but you could use a lot of work. Your aim is basic and your power is variable. You need to work on consistency in both areas. Your spell selection is limited, so you need to learn many more. Also, expand your wandless abilities for Merlin's sake. Learn some defensive spells first, since they are great for wandless casting. Offensive spells should be next, followed by the helper spells like concealment and manipulation ones. Harry was still mad, but he was kind of weary. So you weren't even in here. I was for a while, but when you started glowing and trying to kill me, I took my leave. A smart man will fight the fights he can win. He will leave the losing battles, leaving the fools to die. Only fight if you have something to gain. Fighting to fight is a waste of time, and risking yourself just to do so is inane. Think, choose your battles, choose your enemies, choose your location. Always be in control of the fight. Never let another control it. Never let another have an advantage over you if you can remove it. We are the smart fighters. We do not go blindly into a situation and just wing it. That is how people get killed who we want to live. I know you can improvise and survive, but not everyone has that ability. Our operatives must think of the big picture and remember the objectives at all times. We do not settle debts here unless that is the mission. You achieve the goals and get out. Do you understand? Yes, Harry choked out. He was still calming down from his fury, but the words made sense to him. The disaster happened here because I wasn't thinking about my friends. I was only thinking about Sirius. I lost him because there was no plan. Hermione tried to tell me that, but I wouldn't listen. I have so much to learn. Now that you have calmed down, I am going to draw my wand and adjust your badge. Horace drew his wand and tapped Harry's chest, revealing the badge. When it appeared, Horace mumbled a few words and started moving his wand around on it. Harry waited until he was done and looked at it. He saw 5 red bars, 4 blue, 6 green, no yellows still, 2 purple, and 4 blacks. Harry felt happy for the first time since the very early morning. He must have shown something during this test to get the added bars. He still remembered what Horace had said to him, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He knows that getting me mad improves my magic. That must have been his goal the whole time. He just wanted to see what I could do, and he did that. You work on your knowledge, accuracy, and shields, and I can guarantee you will get more bars. If you can keep using that much power with every spell you cast, I might leave you alone about being so pathetically weak. I might even say you are acceptable, but we ain't there yet, boy. Horace watched as Harry's smile dropped from his face and look of grim determination replaced it. That is what I want. Determination is the key to our job. Oh, you will be fun to teach. I think you should go to lunch and take Chamel with you. I don't want you passing out on me later today from exhaustion. Harry nodded curtly and walked off the range, which had returned to normal. He walked up to Tonks, who was collecting galleons by the handful from the other unspeakables. He waited until she looked at him. He could see her smile under the mask of her hood. She was beaming. She pulled out her wand slowly and tapped his badge. 4 more bars, Merlin. Not bad for your first day. My guess is you are hungry after all that. Tonks resumed dropping galleons into her money pouch. Yes, I am hungry. Where do we go to eat? Harry wanted a break from the training room atmosphere. We have 2 choices, our own kitchen or the ministry cafeteria. You choose. I would like a break from here, so let's go to the ministry one. All right, follow me. They walked out of the training room and into the hallway leading out of the department. Harry followed Tonks and kept trying to relax his mind from the morning's activities. She called the lift, and it arrived quickly for once. They boarded the lift, and Tonks pressed the button for the atrium. Harry managed to settle himself as the lift doors opened up to the bustling atrium. People in all sorts of clothing were running back and forth from the lifts and through the guard station. A few groups of wizards were moving as one through the hordes of people. Harry saw 1 or 2 people he had seen before but couldn't name. He moved out of the lift following Tonks, and they turned walking to the far back wall from the lifts. Harry saw a set of doors standing closed and wondered what was behind them. He found out when Tonks pushed the doors open and entered the large room behind them. Harry saw tables lined up with numerous chairs surrounding them. He could only compare it to the Great Hall in its appearance, minus the beautiful ceiling. People were moving about from the tables to the sides of the room. Harry saw many pots and serving dishes along the left wall. Every now and then, a dish would disappear only to be replaced by another reappearing in its place. Harry watched the witches and wizards move in a line down the length of the wall to a few stations at the end. He could hear money changing hands in the distance. Tonks tapped him on the shoulder, and he followed her to the end of the line. A couple people who had been trying to get into the line readily moved aside for the 2 cloaked unspeakables. Harry watched as they hesitantly took places behind them. Harry wasn't sure he liked the way people reacted to him, but it was far better than everyone gawking and pointing at him and his scar. He said nothing and kept close to Tonks since he didn't know what to do. Tonks grabbed a tray from the pile and added a bowl and plate along with utensils and a goblet. Harry copied the actions and proceeded down the row of awaiting food. He selected a piece of steak and kidney pie, rolls, a spot of potatoes, treacle tart, and pumpkin juice. When he reached the end of the line, Harry followed Tonks past the pay stand and into the general populace. Harry heard someone behind him say that they hadn't paid, but another voice told him to shut up and that unspeakables didn't pay for food in the ministry. They found a table in the corner that was mostly empty, and they sat down on the same side, keeping their backs to the wall so they could watch the room. Tonks started in on her food and gave Harry odd smiles now and then. He began eating as fast as he could because his stomach was growling loudly. The minutes ticked by and Harry was finishing his dessert. Tonks had picked out less food, so she had finished earlier and sat watching the room and the people, including Harry. "Having fun so far?" she asked cheekily. "Right, and would you be having fun trying to kill your teacher?" "Depends on the teacher, actually. You weren't really trying to kill him, were you?" "Not exactly, but I am not sure what I was trying to do. I wanted to hurt him, that is for sure. Every single one of us has wanted to hurt Horace at some point or another. That is his training style. He gets you good and mad, and then he starts being mean. He usually activates the sim before the killing curse starts flying, though. He is a good judge of people and what they are going to do. If you ever surprise him during training, you will win points with him. He likes to be surprised because it means you are better than he expected, and he gets that much better at reading people." "How did he know what to say to get me so mad?" "They study every single person they accept. They know everything they can find out. They interview people about you and learn who you are." "You mean they have asked people about me?" "Of course, that is just the right way to do things. Don't worry, though, they obliviate who they interview. No one remembers them asking any questions about you." "Who would they ask?" "Friends, relatives, common acquaintances, those kinds of people." "Hermione, Ron, the other Weasleys." "Those would be the ones. They asked me too, but since I am your sponsor, I wasn't obliviated. Don't worry, it is standard procedure and they keep all their other memories. We are professionals, you know. We do this kind of thing all the time. Now you should relax more before we go back. I'm not sure what he has planned for the rest of the day." Harry slouched in his chair and watched the people move about their lunch hour. He saw Mr. Weasley getting up from a seat and walking to the exit with his partner, Perkins. Harry saw a few Aurors that he recognized from various encounters. He saw a few Wisengamot members speaking with other witches and wizards. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, assessing the day thus far. He had shown what spells he could cast, and he tried to kill his teacher. Not a bad day, considering. Maybe the afternoon will be better since it couldn't be much worse than the morning. I am taking control of my life. Information will come as people realize I need it or I make them tell me. I am staying alive, but I need to learn more and how to keep others safe as well as protect my mind. I cannot fail. I cannot lose. If I am the only one who can do this, then I am the only who can. I have the opportunity to do it, and I must." Harry felt Tonks shift in her seat, so he opened his eyes, seeing a group of 5 approaching them. Tonks smoothly drew her wand from her cloak. So following her lead, Harry did the same. The group consisted of Aurors, and the leader was a large, burly man with a wiry mustache and bushy hair. Harry would describe him as a mountain man if asked to. The others were normal-looking men and women with few distinguishable characteristics. Tonks stared the man down as he approached their table. "What have we got here? A few lost mutes from the basement? Lose your way or just slumming it with the common folk?" He boomed loudly, drawing the attention of many people in the room. Not missing a beat, Tonks answered in a loud voice. "Now that you are here, we have the slums and common folk all rolled into one. You never were a smart one, Brack, so why don't you take your group and leave before we cause a scene?" "Feisty aren't cha," Brack announced. "Maybe you would like a turn with Brack before you crawl back into your hole." Tonks scoffed, but Harry answered the challenge first. "Leave and take your lackeys with you." Harry kept his eyes on Brack, waiting for him to do something. "Keep your dog on its leash, bitch, or it might get hit," Brack replied. "You will apologize to her, or I will make you," Harry said, standing up, moving his chair backwards with his foot. He kept his wand hidden but prepared to strike. Brack watched the slim, unspeakable stand and make his threat. "Am I supposed to be scared? You are a titchy fucker, aren't you? Why don't you run along before you get hurt?" "I won't be the one getting hurt," Harry stated plainly. "Apologize or I will make you." Tonks stood as well and revealed her wand to the group. "Julian, Bree, Michaels, and Morris, is it? Why don't you all leave? This isn't a place for moderately intelligent people right now." By using their names, Tonks had captured their attention, and a few looked to be seriously considering leaving Brack on his own. Brack, I suggest you do as asked and leave. I have seen him do things you could only hope to achieve. Fucking you couldn't be that hard to. Brack never finished his sentence. Harry struck him with a bone-breaking spell. Brack's right leg snapped, and he fell to the ground, making a lot of noise and scattering a few chairs in the process. The other Aurors went for their wands, but Harry had already summoned them into a nice little pile on his table. Harry moved around the table and waved the friends away, who complied instantly. Harry lowered himself to eye level with Brack, who was trying to stop himself from screaming out. Harry stared him down, watching his face. Apologize. Brack looked to Tonks and back to Harry. Chokingly, he said, I'm sorry. Harry watched him for a bit before standing up and turning for the door. Tonks came up alongside him but said nothing. They left through the double doors, being watched by everyone in the room. Harry continued to the lift and rapped the button. They entered the lift and descended to their level. Harry broke the silence first. Is that the kind of thing you have had to deal with here? Is that what you meant by having to work hard to get respect? Are they all like that? No, just a few here and there. It is the same everywhere you go. There are always a few pillocks in every bunch. No worries. Yet again, you are my hero, Tonks said, taking the mickey out of Harry. Very funny, Chamel. What else could I have done, honestly? Let me handle it and be done with it. It wasn't that big of a deal. I have dealt with that idiot a few times already. But to be honest, I have never dropped him like you did. That was really funny to watch. I'll have to be careful where I take you. There are some places that you would be cursing every person who talked to me, and that would make for a noisy evening. I did what I felt I had to. I take care of my friends. Harry remained quiet the rest of the way back to the department and into the training room. Tonks entered the training room, followed by Harry. They settled over near the range. Bitten and Miguel were with the other unspeakable that had been present earlier. Another person had arrived while they were gone, and he greeted Tonks in a friendly way. Chamel, I heard you had brought someone in. Is this him? Yes, Cal, this is my recruit, Tonks answered. This is Cal, my teammate. We have been on team together for almost 2 years now. Hello, Cal, Harry said. Pleasure to meet you. Why, thank you, new guy, Cal said happily. You need a name and fast. New guy and recruit suck for names. Now let me just see where you are on your first day, if you don't mind, of course. Cal drew his wand slowly and tapped Harry's badge. He stared and said nothing for a few minutes. He seemed to be thinking about something before he continued. Well, that explains that then, doesn't it? Explains what? Harry asked, truly confused. He saw the other people looking at his badge and they weren't saying anything. What is going on? Tonks moved forward and put her hand on Harry's shoulder. They are just getting ahead of themselves is all. Don't worry about it. Cal is the healer for my team, and he has a few other specialties making him useful on a mission. Cal tapped his badge and Harry saw he had 3 red, 4 blue, 3 green, 6 yellow, 4 purple, and 2 black. He is a support person. Mostly he stays back and observes the mission. He gives us intel, and obviously he has the healing thing down. He makes a fair sharpshooter too, but he needs time to get into it. In a fast-moving fight, he mostly just keeps their heads down. Don't chaw, Cal. Tonks finished with a big smile and a twist to her words. Yes, Chamel, that about sums up my role for the team. Yours would be the not-so-quiet person who can fight and defend and fool everyone. Sound about right? Cal returned. Fair summation, if you are into things like that, Tonks replied, waving off the backhanded insult. Harry watched their interactions and knew they had worked together for a while. He, Ron, and Hermione could probably have played off each other like that if they were asked similar questions. Harry spent the next few minutes watching all of the veteran members trade insults. Harry saw a lot of familiar qualities from the Gryffindor Quidditch team in these people. They each had their own specific areas they were good at, but they were a team first and foremost. Up in the observation booth, 2 people were having a very private meeting, obscured amongst the shadows being cast by the lighting from the training room. Well, how did it go? Asked Marcus. What part? Queried Horace. The lunchroom first. As you expected, he dropped the fool with 1 spell. I owe you another bottle now. This kid is going to bankrupt me, you know that, Horace whined. I learned from others' mistakes, Horace. I will never bet against him. That should be the lesson we learn from him. He will always come out ahead when he has to. I don't think he even knows how to lose, to be honest. Did Brack receive proper medical treatment? More or less, but that is why we sent him, wasn't it? Horace offered. He has been an arse of an Auror for years, always looking for a fight with one of us. You knew he would find them and start something. You also knew he had little respect for women. Did you hope Chamel would handle him, or was it Potter you were testing? Horace, I had to test something before, went with my gut instinct. I was right to do so. Harry will defend Chamel without hesitation. We know from our interviews with his friends that he will do what he must to protect others, especially his friends. He led 5 others into our own department trying to save Black. He knew Voldemort would be there, and yet he went anyway. Could you say that about any of our people? How many would follow our orders if Voldemort was the target? I can think of none. Even going after the inner circle would be a massive undertaking in terms of training and planning. He brought 5 school kids into this ministry, such as it is, against 12 Death Eaters, the highest-ranking members of Voldemort's inner circle, and with a little help captured all but one of them. He dueled with Bellatrix and Voldemort. Our teams don't plan, they do. I think there is only one place for him, and you know where that is. Yes, but he is new, and it will be hard for him to gain the respect he needs for the position. Ah, Horace, there isn't a more accommodating team than 3. He already has Chamel's respect that is obvious by her words and actions. You know Cal is as easygoing as can be. Over the speaker, they heard Cal's comment saying, "That explains that." See what I mean? He already knows what is going on, and he would have been the only problem we would have, Marcus said. So that issue is settled, but he has a long way to go before he will be ready, Horace pointed out. Just how long away does he have to go? Marcus asked. I have never seen you duck out of a second test so early. The numbers he was putting up were impressive, to say the least. I spent my lunch hour reviewing them. As did I, but you saw his effing aura. I would have been a fool to stay in there and cross wands with him. One of his bone shatterers to the head, and I would have been a goner. No magic can unscramble your brains from that. I saved myself, as anyone should. He knows so few spells, so he is just too limited to use right now. Besides, he knows no healing spells. His stealth is limited to a silencing spell, albeit wandless, and he knows so few shield spells that an experienced dueler could figure him out in a few spells. We need to work on his unforgivables, too. He is too good with the Cruciatus not to know the others. So, your plan for the rest of the week is what? Shields first so I can sleep better at night. Then transportation since he knows none at all. Maybe a few common healing spells for kicks and a little work on stealth. I want to perfect his unforgivables before I send him out, though. He has too much promise with those. He needs to be quicker with his motivation, though. You have to rile him up so much to get it to be effective. You saw his first spells, 60s, 70s, and a few 80s. Then he gets really mad, and they are 80s and 90s. I need to teach him to harness that power and not let it go to waste being a nightlight. Like he needs more attention brought on him in a fight by glowing. You know how to do this, Horace. You will not fail. I will be perfectly candid, Marcus, off the record, of course. He has more potential than I have ever seen before. I can teach him to rival Dumbledore in a few years if he is willing and has the inner strength to persevere. I love a challenge, but this one could blow up in our faces if I make a mistake. Are we willing to risk that? Is Potter strong enough to handle everything we could give him? I have no firm answer, but something tells me that there is more to Harry than even we know. I hope you are right, Marcus. I really do. I should get out there and teach that boy how to protect himself using more than Protego and running around. Think of him taking spell after spell from those idiots and tossing them back at them. A teacher's dream. Horace turned and left the room, heading back to the training room. Marcus settled in for a good show. Harry stayed quiet as the others bantered back and forth, extolling the virtues of their teams and dogging the others. Horace walked up and sent everyone but Chamel and Harry away. Well, now that you have eaten and released a little tension, I think I should teach you some shield spells. Protego is basic and quite weak as far as shields go, so we will start there and move on. I want you to get them down wanded as well as wandlessly since you have a gift for the skill. Get your book out and note the words and so on as I tell you. The right corner of the room, on the same wall as the door and behind the range, altered to a classroom setting with a chalkboard, desk, and chair. Harry followed Horace over to the area and sat down at the desk. He pulled out his shrunken trunk, enlarged it, took out his journal and quill, and returned the trunk to its proper location and size. Protego, simple shield that some can't cast. Got that? Good. Fortis Aegis, more difficult to cast and harder to maintain. This one works on all the same spells as Protego and more. Motion is as such. Horace pointed to the downward spiral motion of the diagram. Next is a favorite of mine, Absolvo Ancel. I love this spell because it is very effective and it covers the entire body. This one is perfect for an ambush or a fire fight that got out of control. The wand motion matters little as the mind mostly casts this spell. And lastly is Imprimis Patrociner. Very sturdy shield, but it is localized to a certain area on the person. I believe you saw this in the atrium towards the end of the fighting. The caster lends a color to all but the Protego and Fortis Aegis shields. Those are gold and silver in color by nature. Got that down so we can get to the real work. Harry scribbled down everything that was written on the board and said by Horace. When he finished, he looked up at Horace, who was watching him expectantly. Horace let out a grunt of disapproval and started walking over to the range. Harry followed him while he reviewed his notes. Now I get to see if you can learn anything instead of just using what you already have down. Well, let's get to it. Horace scowled at Harry, waiting to be impressed. Harry focused on the words and wand action mimicking what he had written down. He said the words, Fortis Aegis, and copied the wand movements. A slight silver shield snapped into being. Harry stared at it, pleased with himself that he had cast the shield on the first try. The silver had very small ripples in it, moving very slowly over the surface. If you are quite done gawking, Horace grated as he drew his wand and threw a stunner at Harry's shield, causing it to collapse instantly. I might get you to create a real Fortis shield, but that was a pathetic effort all around. Horace smiled as his insult caused all wonder to fade from Harry's face. You do the magic and I will let you know if you have cause to wonder at it. Again and make it good. Harry felt the anger rising in him. He wanted to attack, not shield, so he wasn't sure what to do. He was feeling his magic more today since his fight with Horace or whatever it was on the range. He tried to redirect that feeling, that being, in him to create a shield. Harry said the words and did the wand motion again. This time he only stared at Horace when the silver shield appeared. Horace wore a vacant expression on his face as the shield appeared and remained. He examined it closely and found the ripples were very small and moving rapidly over the surface. Second time and he gets it. This kid is lucky, good, or both. Now to see what he can really do. Respectable, but do it wandless and wordless now. That will be the key in battle, bringing this up with a thought while you fire a curse at the stupid bastard who attacked you. Get a move on, recruit. Horace watched Harry make a few attempts at creating the shield. Each one was better than the last, but after 4 attempts none were stable enough to stop more than one spell. Are you damaged in the head, recruit? You have 2 more of these to learn today, and then I have a few more things for you before I release you. Get this right now, or I will start cursing you until you do. He saw Harry's eyes narrow and a fire erupted in them. There we go. Now get it right this time and we can move on. Harry made 2 more attempts, each was an improvement over the last. Horace scowled at Harry as he began his 7th attempt. I will have to back up what I said if he fails this time. He can go longer than I can in a fight. Get it right, damn it. Horace watched as the shield sprang into existence. He felt a wash of magic as it appeared. Holy Merlin, he just forces the spells to work. Oh, he will be a force to be reckoned with once he learns to control all that. Horace examined the shield closely before commenting. Passable, I guess. Work on that one tonight. I want it up on the first try or you and I will have words tomorrow. He saw the comment raise Harry's ire that much more. He is so easy to work up. At least he can use it when he needs to, otherwise he would be hopeless. Now we move on to Absolvo Ancel. Same as before, but try and get it faster. We are running out of time here. Harry cast the shield properly on the 3rd try with his wand. creating a whitish dome around his body that was mostly transparent, and moved on to the wandless attempts at Horace's unforgiving direction. He felt as much as watched Harry pull up the shield a few times. On the third time, Harry had the shield correct, but Horace wasn't letting him off that easily. With a scowl, Harry tried again, and Horace realized, firsthand, what Chamel had meant by Harry's magic being overwhelming. His senses were flooded by the effort Harry was putting forth. Harry held the Absolvo shield after his fourth try. He watched Horace examine it with another scowl. "It is the same as last time, you great git. What are you doing here other than yelling at me? You are getting closer and closer to Snape in my book, arse. This is good enough, so let's move on, eh?" "I guess that passes, recruit, but work on that one as well. Will you ever get this right on the first try?" "Fuck you very much." Harry was beginning to lose all the patience he had managed to build up over lunch, which was a long time ago as far as he was concerned. "Now you get to try the Imprimis Patriciner shield if you can mange it. Judging by your last attempts, I would say that you have about a 20% chance of getting this in the next 10 minutes. I am keeping track of the time. Go." Harry reached out and seized his magic as he was slowly learning to do. All the magical exercises had allowed him to feel his magic with a greater intensity and precision. He wasn't sure how to do it consistently, but he knew it was there, and he could usually find it when he had to. Now was one of those times he had to find it and use it. Focusing on his will and intent, just like when practicing wandless magic, Harry grabbed a little of his magic and pushed it out of himself and willed it to form the Imprimis shield. A ghost of a cloud appeared on his left arm made up of a swirling metallic blue mist. The mist held its form, but it wasn't right according to Horace. Go figure. Harry tried again, only he forced more of his magic out. The shield was larger, but the mist was the same consistency. Bugger, this is hard. Let's try thinking something different. Remember Tom's shield, now create one just like it. Harry willed himself to picture the shield on his arm as it was supposed to be. He focused and pushed with all his might to create the shield. He was very happy and relieved when the metallic blue shield appeared on his arm and was solid to the touch. Harry found that creating the shield was a lot harder than keeping it up. Of all the shields he learned today, this one was the easy to maintain and use in a fight. Harry moved his arm around, testing how it moved with him, and what it would do to his fighting technique, of which he had none. With a sigh, Horace made his inevitable comment. Fine. Now can you do it wandlessly? There is nothing more frustrating than your opponent putting up a high-level shield around his body and another one on his arm at the same time. You still have 4 minutes to get this done properly." With a grin and a smirk of determination, Harry put his wand away yet again. He followed the same steps as before, focusing and pushing and grabbing and willing everything to happen. After the first failed attempt, Harry noticed Horace moving away. Harry kept working on the shield because he had a feeling he would need it shortly. On the second failed attempt, Harry noticed Horace draw his wand while trying to hide his hands. The third attempt didn't happen like the others. Horace waited for Harry to shift his focus before he attacked. Harry had the feeling of danger, and he looked for Horace, who he found off to his right. Without thinking, Harry pushed the shield up, deflecting the cutting curse and throwing a reductor curse at Horace, forcing him to the floor. The whole exchange took less than a second, and the other members, who had been sort of watching Harry's lesson, stared dumbfounded at the exchange of magic. "Bloody hell, he is fast. Where's his wand? Did you guys see his wand at all?" Bitten asked. "Oh, I like him already," Cal said, smiling. "My new team member he is, you watch." "Not bad, but you should be able to do that without being attacked," Horace scolded. "You will never get 7 greens until you can do this consistently, and work on your accuracy too." Horace looked at his watch and laughed. "You would have had it in the allotted time, but I had to help you, so it doesn't count." "Help, my arse, you bastard. Now what torture do you have in mind, you psychopath?" "I need you to know some form of transportation that you can do on your own. Without that, you would have to depend on someone or something else to move about. What forms of travel are you familiar with?" "Night bus, portkeys, flue, apparating, broom, carpet, goblin cart. Those what you looking for?" "Getting tired, recruit. You are getting a little curt with your words." "I am fine. What spells am I going to learn next?" Harry did his best to calm himself before saying something else potentially aggravating to Horace. Not so sure on the learning part, but we will give it a shot. Let's start with a favorite of the ministry, the portkey. Simple to learn and cast, but harder to aim your destination accurately. The spell has multiple parts: the incantation itself, the destination, the activation method, and whether or not it will be a return portkey. Any wards between you and the destination cause, well, let's not worry about that until it becomes a problem. Horace pulled a metal ring out of his pocket and tossed it to Harry. Notes are thus: you point your wand at the item to be enchanted. You say portus, while focusing on the exact location of where you want the portkey to take the traveler. It is the same process as apparating, only you are using an item to move the person. Once you have the destination in your mind, you must select an activation method such as touch, timed, or number of occupants. The last thing you focus on is the return trip. Basically, you set another destination after all the rest. Most people focus on the mechanics first, then say the spell, but whatever works for you if it does. You ever apparate before? No, never. Always climbing uphill you are, Horace said while shaking his head. No matter if you get this down, apparition will be easy. So here is the process for creating a portkey. You must focus on the destination using either coordinates or specific landmarks. Everyone is a little different in how they direct their portkeys, but the principle is the same. The key is being exact and precise. If you stuff this up, the person will end up somewhere other than the one you want. You better hope they don't end up in a wall or tree, or another person for that matter. After you have chosen the exact location, you mentally focus on the activation type. You must keep the destination in your mind as well, or it all falls apart. Finally, if you want it to be a two-way portkey, you must focus on the return coordinates or location. If you can cast these shields wandlessly, then you can handle creating a portkey. Practice with that ring while I go do something constructive. Oh, and don't worry about appearing inside the walls here. This room is charmed to keep you in one piece. It can redirect portkeys to a specific location if they are out of bounds. I turned that on for you since you have yet to prove yourself right out of the gate. Let me know if or when you get it right. Horace walked off without looking back at all. He went up to the observation booth and found Marcus and Chamel sitting together and talking quietly. Chamel didn't look very happy, but she was putting up a fight about something. Marcus finished his point and turned to Horace. Well, I see you aren't sparing the rod on this one. Do you have a particular reason for that, Horace? Course I do. His entire life he has had constant verbal abuse, and look where it got him. Tell him he can't do something in an infuriating way, and he will do it just to prove you wrong. He has lived with confrontation since he can remember, and that is where he shines. If you have any doubts, I suggest you challenge him to a fight, only duck when he fires those bone spells at you. Fucking hurt they do. He has had enough broken bones to know how to make those spells really nasty. He succeeds where others fail because that has been the only way he has known. It is a way of life for him. Look where he is with those shields and tell me he can't do something if properly motivated. My, Horace, Marcus chided. I do say that you are getting rather attached to the new recruit. I haven't seen you this worked up in years. Oh, shut up, you tosser. I am only doing my job and he makes it worthwhile. I know that great arse of a potions teacher was mean to him, but the boy's temperament isn't conducive to making stew. He is a fighter, plain and simple. His anger can drive his magic to limits others could only hope for. I need to get him to a point where he can protect himself and move around. Then, I can teach him to control his anger so it isn't controlling him. Right now, he could blast a hole through you and keep going. Problem is he will be blinded to everything but his enemies. He has tunnel vision when relying on his anger. I need to get him to balance himself more. Also, he is not efficient with his magic at all. He was putting so much force into his spells, I wonder how he can stay on his feet at the end of the day. You see what I meant by it being overwhelming, Tonks interjected. It is amazing. And on that subject, Marcus began, I must question your intentions, Chamel. My intentions are no concern of yours, Marcus. Tonks crossed her arms, staring down the head of her department. They are not specifically, but the results could be, Marcus posed. He has protected you a few times so far, am I correct? He has come to your defense. Yes, but that is who he is. He doesn't think about it. he just does it. Tonks was trying to control her anger about being talked to like a little girl. Marcus lowered his head and sighed. My concern is not about the age difference, Chamel. It is about the effect it could have on Harry, you, and the team once he is brought in. I do not trifle in other people's private lives unless I have a distinct interest in results that could come from it. Do you understand my meaning? I hear your words, but they mean little at this point, Tonks snapped. He is 16 and you know they have short attention spans. Whatever happens, I will just be a passing interest, but I know that and I am okay with it. My eyes are open and I know what I am doing. Neither of you understand me enough to see where I am coming from. This is no concern of yours to begin with, and you said so yourselves that he is a fighter and always comes out on top in the end. Do you really want to get in his way? Besides, if there are any problems, I will handle them. The three people went quiet as they watched Harry tapping the ring, turning it blue for a second, and then disappearing and reappearing across the room. They watched Harry fail a few times, and he tried even harder as a result. After 30 minutes, Harry was moving about the room quickly, and it seemed that he was going where he wanted to. Guess I should get down there then. He needs to work on destinations outside of the room and to places he can't see. Then there are the complications from wards and such. Horace, Tonks stopped him. Don't mention anything about wards, just see what happens. Fine, I can leave that for when he buries himself in the side of a building then. No harm to me, Horace said, laughing lightly. The more I do this, the easier it gets, and the less I expect to see Cedric when I get there. At least I don't fall down anymore when I land. That is so embarrassing. Harry Potter can't travel by magic without ending up on his bum. Harry felt the tug and appeared exactly where he meant to appear. He waited for the return trip, which was scheduled for 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, tug. Harry appeared where he started off from standing tall. I think I have this down. Just picture the place clearly and do it. Oh, what now? Harry watched Horace move towards him with a grim look on his face. Well, I guess you should have this one down by now. Let's move to a real application of the spell. I want you to give me a location somewhere in Britain and then take your portkey there. We don't use portkeys to move about rooms. We use them to move about countries and continents. We use them when apparition isn't advised. Tell me your location and I will put a tracking charm on you so I can find you when you stuff it. Horace tapped Harry on the shoulder and a faint, gray shimmer appeared where the wand touched him. Harry looked at Horace as he waited impatiently for an answer. What place do I know well enough that I can make a portkey to? Nowhere there are muggles, that is for sure. That pretty much leaves the Weasleys. The backfield of the Weasleys. Do you know of where I am talking about? I know the Weasley home. I can find you if you make it there. Horace dismissed Harry with a look. Harry focused on the ring and pictured the location clearly using the same process he had before. He chose a 3-second timer and a return destination of his exact spot. He tapped the portkey with his wand, and it vibrated glowing blue for a second. Harry looked straight into Horace's eyes until the portkey pulled him to the Weasleys' backfield. Harry felt a strange sensation wash over him when the world came clearly into view. He stumbled a little from the lightheaded feeling, but recovered quickly. He looked around and saw the familiar trees and grass. He turned and saw the oddly shaped house that was the burrow. He stared at it, dreaming of what it would have been like to grow up with a family who loved and cared about each other. Standing amongst the tall grass, he closed his eyes and absorbed the warmth of the sunshine. He heard the birds chirping in the trees and the wind blowing across the field. He heard human noises and opened his eyes, looking in the direction of the burrow. He saw Ginny in the distance, moving around the back garden. She was throwing something, but it was too far away to tell what it was. He saw a tall redhead stand up and throw something else. Looks like Ron and Ginny are denoming the garden today. I wish I could be down there with them worrying about getting bit or something equally mundane. Harry sighed and started slipping into a funk. He could hear a noise from inside the house, and Ron and Ginny started moving inside quickly. What is wrong? Why are they running inside? Harry started moving towards the house to see if he could help, but a muffled crack of apparition stopped him. Harry spun on his heels, throwing up an Absolvo shield and pulling his wand on the newcomer. Harry was preparing a reductor curse when he saw the face of Tonks appear from under her hood. Harry, we need to leave. Tonks said, her voice showing some concern. Why, what is going on? Everyone ran inside a few minutes ago. Are the Weasleys in trouble? Tonks, tell me. Calm down, Harry. No one is in danger but us. I promise they are fine, but you have to come back with me now or we won't be. You promise? Harry wasn't going to let things happen to his friends if he could stop it. Tonks was nodding her head quickly and moving towards him. Fine, but you will tell me everything when we get there. If I am not satisfied with your answers, I am coming back and finding out for myself. Harry held out the ring and Tonks grabbed on tightly. Harry tapped the ring, activating the return action. As they were leaving, Harry heard the pops of multiple apparitions. When he landed in the training room, he grabbed Tonks by the shoulders and stared into her eyes. What was going on and who were those people apparating in? Everything is fine, but let's go somewhere more private to discuss things. The training room isn't the best place for this. Tonks waited for Harry to agree with her, but he wasn't moving. If you trust me at all, trust me on this one. She saw him think it over and he nodded finally. Tonks led him out of the training room and down the hall to a room labeled 12. She opened the door, giving her password, and entered it. Harry saw an average-sized room with a couple couches, an overstuffed chair, a work table and chairs and lockers. On the back wall was a moving mural depicting witches and wizards doing very magical things with wands and swords. It was titled Team 3. Tonks closed the door and pulled him over to the couch, pushing him down and sitting next to him. Harry, we can talk here, Tonks began while facing Harry directly. You took your portkey to the burrow. Horace followed the tracking charm to the coordinates you were at, but he was stopped by the wards guarding the burrow. He came back here immediately and told me you were on warded property and where it was. In short, by you portkeying onto the Weasleys' property, you only triggered the intrusion ward, since you are keyed to access their home. Horace triggered not only the intrusion ward, but the apparition ward and other wards the Order put on the Weasleys' home. They ran inside the burrow, because the alarms were going off telling them someone had tried and succeeded in gaining access to their land. I know a meeting will be called tonight because both apparition and a portkey were used. And the pops were. The Order members arriving to protect the Weasleys from a perceived attack. If we had stayed, they would have attacked us thinking we were Death Eaters or something. You didn't do anything wrong, but I needed to get you out of there before we were caught. Now, we need to get back to Privet Drive before they do a check on everyone they are watching. If they find you and I'm missing, Albus will sound the alarm and every member will begin combing the country looking for you. We can talk more when we get you home. Fine, let's go. Harry wasn't sure what to do, but he would worry about it when he got home. The last thing he wanted to do was scare the Weasleys. They exited the room and returned to the training room. Tonks spoke with Horace quickly, and he nodded once at Harry wearing a scowl. She ran back over to Harry and grabbed his arm and told him to create a portkey home. Harry focused on his sad little room and his magically altered bed and cast the spell on the ring. They both grabbed it, and Harry gave it a tap with his wand, transporting him home. As soon as they landed in the room, Harry sunk onto his bed, feeling responsible for everything that had happened. Tonks sat down on the bed as well and gave Harry a friendly smile. What is wrong, Harry? You did great today. I triggered the wards at the burrow. You tripped the portkey ward, but you are authorized to be there, so it wasn't a big deal. Horace trying to follow you was what set the world on its ear. An unauthorized, attempted apparition tends to do that. As soon as he told me where you were and what happened, I knew that I had to get you out of there before everyone showed up all hot and bothered. How do you know about the wards at the burrow? Because, Harry, I helped put them up. I am not all smiles and purple hair, you know. Tonks pulled her hair down a little and saw that it was purple right now. She nodded once, more to herself than anyone. I can weave a ward fairly well. Not like Albus, Phileas, or Bill Weasley, but I do okay. She gave Harry a cheeky smile, trying to lighten his mood. So you managed all the shields he taught you. That was an awesome show you put on when I apparated to you. What spell were you going to use on me, by the way? Reductor Curse. I tend to go to that one since it is quick and can cause some damage even if you have a shield up. Tonks made a nasty face, then shifted it to one of serene innocence before shifting quickly back into her playful mode. You wouldn't have reductored little old me, would you? Tonks batted her eyes a few times, earning a laugh and smile from Harry. You did amazingly today, Harry. You really did. It is so much fun to watch you. Tonks' voice grew quieter as she spoke. Harry looked in her dark, twinkling eyes for a minute. She told me everything I needed to know. She was honest with me. She could have kept things from me, but she didn't. Thank you for telling me the truth when I asked for it, Tonks. It really means a lot to me. No problem, Harry, Tonks said quietly. She smiled her impish smile and couldn't stop herself from moving closer to Harry. Thank you for helping me. I need every bit of it I can get. Harry watched Tonks' smile change slightly as he spoke. He wasn't sure what to do, but he knew what he wanted to do. The only thing I won't thank you for is Horace. You could have gotten Snape for a lot less than him, I am sure. You hate him now, but soon you will be thankful you had him as a teacher. Horace knows how to get the most out of his people. I think it is safe to say that he is getting the most out of you, right? He gets me so mad most times that I just do the spell without thinking about it. His gift is doing just that, Harry. He gets you to do things you never thought you could. Yeah, like killing him. Harry joked even though the thought had crossed his mind a few times during the day. Tonks laughed and put her hand on Harry's side. I am sure that man has been on the receiving end of more than a few curses intended to end his life, but he sticks around. I think he is too much of a bastard to die when we want him to. I thought the same thing today. Harry's eyes never left Tonks' face. She was leaning forward more than before, and her face wasn't more than 6 inches away. Harry looked at her lips and back up to her face. He swallowed and felt himself leaning in too. What am I doing? I am not doing this, am I? Tonks closed the distance and planted her lips on Harry's in a warm but needy kiss. She held it for a few seconds before allowing her mouth to open slightly and her tongue out to ask for entrance to his mouth. She explored the various ways of kissing Harry as they slowly fell over onto the bed. She had her hands tangled up in his hair within seconds of pulling his hood off. She kept kissing him when she could as she pulled his cloak up over his head. She managed to remove her cloak, too, while never removing more than one hand from Harry's head. Once freed of the protective clothing, she let herself become a little wild. Always in a lip lock, she moved one hand to Harry's shirt and gave a tug, pulling it out of his waistband. She repeated the motion on the other side as well, receiving no resistance from Harry. I have no idea what I am doing, but I love every minute of it. I hope she never sees how pathetic I am at this. Was that her hand or something else? Tonks moved her hands around Harry's chest after sliding them under his untucked shirt. What are you doing? Why did you have to try and tease him again? Was I even trying to tease? You have talked about this with yourself. You had a conversation with Marcus about this. You to hell with all of them. This is the best I have felt in years. Harry makes me feel good about myself. He expects nothing from me but friendship. Besides, I can't stop myself. I don't see how anyone could. The best and worst thing I have ever done was to tease Harry Potter. Tonks worked her left hand behind Harry's head and held him firmly to her lips while her right hand was running up and down his chest. She was distracted by a rather deep kiss, and her hand got away from her, rubbing a little lower than she had intended. Oops, that wasn't what I had planned. How did he take it? Just a minor pause and he is back at it. What a guy. Oh, this is a joyous feeling. I could do this for hours. Tonks continued kissing and rubbing until she felt a message spell hit her. Always when I am enjoying myself, they interrupt. Tonks ignored the message for now and continued snogging Harry. She was starting to feel that warm sensation all over, so she opened her eyes and watched Harry do the same. He looked at her with an eager smile and desire clouding his eyes. He stared a little longer and she waited. Do it, Harry. Please do whatever that is again. She didn't have to wait for long before she felt a presence enter her mind, and her senses were completely overtaken. She felt her urges increase by at least double and new feelings arise in places she had never felt before. Who needs an orgasm when I have this? Tonks couldn't stop herself from completely letting go. She had limited control over her hands, which spent most of their time clenching and unclenching in Harry's hair, rubbing his chest, or just being somewhere else. She was completely focused on Harry and what he did to her. She took the opportunity to breathe when Harry started kissing her neck and throat. She twitched when he kissed behind her ears, so he spent some time on that, nearly causing Tonks to lose it. She was able to move onto Harry a little bit and started moving her body in sync with her wave of desire that was completely in control of her. She was tingling all over, but it was worse on her breasts, in her mouth, and in another private place. She had no ability to think anymore. She could only feel, and it felt wonderful. Her shallow breaths were slowly turning into muffled moans as she rocked to her own beat. Harry kept doing what he was doing. His hands found their way to Tonks' back and down to her butt. One hand held her in place, sort of, and the other moved slowly up and down her back, opposite her rocking motions. Tonks was nearing a place of wondrous joy when a second message spell hit her. "God damn it all to bloody hell," Tonks screamed to herself. "I am so unsatisfied right now I can't even begin to describe it." Knowing that the messages would only come more often if she didn't answer, Tonks slowly began to extract herself from her intimacy with Harry. She had trouble ending the kisses, but with a lot of effort she managed. Her breathing still wildly out of control, Tonks slowly moved off of Harry. "Oh, I was so close too. I am so frustrated I could hurt someone." She moved to lie beside Harry and looked into his eyes, which were studying her intently. "You are way too good at that, Harry. I have no idea what you do, but that is truly an amazing thing you do. I didn't stop because I wanted to. Trust me, I would have went right to the end with it. But the Order are sending me message spells, and they are kind of annoying. I need to respond and go to Grimmauld Place for the meeting really soon, or else they will show up here and cause all sorts of trouble. I will be back tonight after the meeting, and I will tell you everything I can. If I can't say anything, please believe me that Albus is using the secrecy agreement to prevent me from saying it." Tonks slowly lifted herself off the bed, righting her clothes and gathering her cloak. She shot off a reply to the Order. She turned to the bureau and used the mirror to make sure she didn't look like she had done what she had just done. After adjustments had been made, Tonks turned and found Harry sitting up on the bed looking slightly confused. "What is it, Harry? What are we doing? Us, I mean." "You are doing what someone your age is supposed to do. You are kissing a pretty girl who lets you kiss her. What is wrong with that?" "That is great," Harry said with a crooked smile. "I mean, I really like doing that, but what about you? What are you doing?" "Me." Tonks pondered what she could say at this point to make things sound better than others would describe them. I have always done things that others told me not to. I am very much like you in that sense if you think about it. People have always seen me a certain way the minute I meet them. You never did that. That makes you special in my book, as if you need more things for that. I am enjoying our time together, and I hope you are as well." "I am enjoying it, but what are we doing?" "We are enjoying each other, having fun, and ignoring what others think we should and should not do. How does that sound to you?" "Are we going to keep doing what we were doing?" Harry asked, with worry hanging off every word. "I can think of no reason to stop now. Can you?" Harry shook his head quickly. "I didn't think so, stud." "Then I think it sounds good to me, Nymphadora." Harry flashed a smile at Tonks when she tried to lower her eyes and look menacing. Tonks took a deep breath, trying to prevent herself from tackling Harry playfully. She walked up to him, gave him a passionate kiss showing that she was serious about what she had said, then stepped back, pulling out her wand. "Not sure how long this will take, but I will be back as soon as I can, Harry. Get something to eat while your relatives aren't home." Harry nodded at her, and Tonks apparated to the park near Grimmauld Place. Tonks appeared in an empty park filled with scattered rubbish. Tonks tapped her cloak, saying, "Color," blue, and started walking quickly to number 12. "I want to be in and out of this meeting fast. I have somewhere better to be for once in my life, and I am still frustrated to no end." Tonks reached the plot that contained number 12 and thought of the address. The dingy house appeared in front of her, and she climbed the steps, stumbling on 2 of them. She knocked on the door and saw Molly open it for her. "At least you remembered not to ring the bell, unlike my darling sons over there." Molly stabbed a finger in the direction of Fred and George, who were sitting in a corner annoying Ron with small, brightly colored items. "We have an emergency, and all they can do is make pests of themselves. If I didn't see them born with my own eyes, I would swear there had been a mistake at St. Mungo's." "Oh, you love your children more than you can describe, Molly, and you love those 2 more than any of the others. I heard the stories about you from school. I know the apple didn't fall far from the tree with them. Don't bother denying it." "Hush, Tonks, The last thing those two need is more justification for causing mischief. If they knew that, there would be no stopping them from declaring an all-out prank war on anyone foolish enough to get within 20 feet of them. Now, hold your tongue before they hear you. I was in the middle of that before I got called here. Thank you very much, Tonks mumbled. What was that, dear? You seem a bit agitated today. Everything all right? Man troubles. Things were going very well before I got called here, Molly. I just want to get out of here so I can get back to what I was doing. You were watching Harry, right? You weren't off somewhere else pulling a dung and leaving Harry unprotected. Molly, calm down. I am nothing like that drunk. I was watching Harry as I am supposed to. Just because you are on guard duty doesn't mean you can't have a good time as well. You aren't bringing men to the Dursleys to keep you company on your watch, are you? Molly was starting to get all protective of Harry, and Tonks needed to stop her before she attracted attention. Molly, I am doing my job the best way I know how. Have no worries about Harry's well-being, although right now he is alone since we are all here, but he can take care of himself. Oh yes, he is alone. We should get this over with so you can get back there. You still have an hour before dung is supposed to come on. Molly hurried away, directing everyone into the kitchen that was supposed to be in there. Ron and Ginny had to stay out of the meetings. The twins passed their mother, ignoring her disappointed, angry, and scared looks. Tonks waved to Ron and Ginny as she stumbled into the kitchen. The room was full of every order member. People were squished into every available spot, leaving the entryway to Tonks. She leaned up against a counter and made herself as comfortable as possible while standing up. About time the little girl showed up, came a biting comment from the only person who would trouble himself to insult her from across the room. Why, Snapey, I never knew you cared, Tonks replied, letting her annoyance shine. Couldn't be troubled to arrive any earlier. Too busy watching Boy Wonder sulk in his misery, Snape jibed. You might be surprised, Git. When is this shindig going to start? Tonks queried. Right now, Nymphadora, answered Albus, twinkling away. Tonks held her anger at the use of her name, not wanting to prolong the meeting any more than it was. She heard the story from Molly about the wards being triggered getting the kids inside. She heard from Moody and Remus, who were the first on scene at the burrow after the wards went off. They reported that they saw two people in gray cloaks disappear as they arrived. A scan of the area revealed nothing out of the ordinary, and the wards were still intact. Snape blamed the obvious hole in the wards on Tonks, since she helped put them up. Tonks thanked Snape for his opinion by flipping him off and looking bored. She wanted to leave, and there was nothing they could say that she didn't already know. Her thoughts were interrupted by Albus asking her a question. Nymphadora, how is Harry doing so far? Other than what I mentioned to you, he is fine. He is doing pretty well considering everything. Tonks didn't elaborate when the others asked what she meant. Albus did his best to stop the questions too, but it was obvious that Molly was going to corner Albus after the meeting and pick his brain. Tonks stared at the floor and waited for the meeting to end, which it finally did after 30 minutes. She walked out of the kitchen and headed for the door. Finally, I can leave. Tonks was walking down the hallway and getting closer to the door with every step. Tonks, is Harry doing okay? Asked Ginny from the side of the hallway. Ron was standing next to her and looked as eager for an answer as Ginny. Harry is doing pretty well. He has his moments, but for the most part he is dealing. How are you guys? Tonks looked at each of them. Had a little start today, but everything is fine. All healed up from our adventure at least. Mum was going spare for the first few days. Today was the first time she let us out, and look what happens. Ron shrugged and played off his mother's concern. Don't worry about today, Tonks said. Nothing happened and no one knows who it was. The wards worked like they were supposed to. I really need to get back, so I should get moving. You both know that Harry can't be left to himself for more than 30 minutes without finding something to get into. He is so like a 2-year-old in that respect. See ya. Tonks moved to the door and left the foreboding house. She apparated from the front step directly to Harry's room. When she appeared, she found a plate with a few crumbs sitting on his desk, and Harry spread out eagle on his bed. His glasses were on his desk as well, and his clothes were hung up. Harry was covered by a sheet and wasn't wearing a shirt. Tonks smiled at the sight. She pulled a vial of brown potion out of her cloak and downed it quickly. There's dinner and now to get some sleep too. Tonks pulled off her cloak and draped it over the rickety chair next to the desk. She unbuttoned her pants and slid them off, setting them on the chair along with her shirt. Tonks unhooked her bra and dropped that onto the ever-growing pile on the chair. She pulled out her bag from under bed and found a t-shirt to wear. She slipped it over her head but didn't finish putting it on. She looked at Harry and then at the mirror. She closed her eyes and changed into her normal self. She opened her eyes, finding her larger breasts where they belonged, and sighed. She looked at herself a little longer and then put her arms through the holes and pulled the shirt the rest of the way on. She waved her wand over her mouth and cleaned her teeth. Tonks pulled the sheet back and slipped under it, trying not to disturb Harry. She covered herself with the sheet and slowly moved back against Harry. She relaxed as Harry shifted and his arms snaked around her. "Oh, I so love this." She felt his warmth envelope her, and the safe feeling returned as strong as ever. Tonks couldn't help but think about their snog session earlier. She was reliving it, moment for moment in her mind, when she realized that she was breathing heavy again. She moved a hand lower and found that she had most definitely relived the experience to a certain degree. "I stand no chance with him. If remembering things can get me going, I have no hope of stopping things if they get hot and heavy between us. Maybe I should distance myself from him, not a chance of that happening if I have anything to say about it. And thankfully, I do." Tonks fell asleep in Harry's arms again, and she slept very comfortably through the night. Dung was out in the garden planning his next business deal under the cover of an invisibility cloak. A person under his own invisibility cloak stood across the street from number 4 and was looking through an eyepiece. The man studied the house for a few minutes before sighing. He put the eyepiece away in a hidden pocket on his cloak. He shook his head as he tapped a portkey and disappeared from the very Muggle street. Marcus appeared in his own home, seconds later, in deep thought, wondering what he should do. 5. Shopping. The house was completely quiet as Harry felt a twitch in his right shoulder. It was a very bothersome twitch, and he couldn't remain asleep with the irritation. He was half awake trying to rotate the pain away when he realized that he was on his back and Tonks was lying on top of him. He was able to complete a few passes of his shoulder without disturbing her. Pain gone, Harry looked at the person who was covering him more than the sheet. Her hair was spread across his chest in rivulets moving slightly with every breath. Her nose breached the curtain of hair and sent her expelled breath through the hair. Tonks' head was comfortably nestled on Harry's left shoulder, forcing his left arm to hold her in place. Her left hand was holding his right side, firmly preventing him from leaving or moving too much. Harry smiled as he finally felt like he had a place to belong. "I like this so much. I feel good here. I feel like I am supposed to be here. Is this what everyone else feels like most of the time?" Harry continued assessing his position. Tonks' left leg was draped over his. She was pressed against the full length of his body, or as much of it as she covered. Harry closed his eyes and reveled in the feeling of Tonks' body against his. The warmth and softness was something he had never experienced before outside of this summer. Now that he had felt it, Harry craved the sensation. Comforting and special, Harry yearned to feel it as often as possible. A deep breath from Tonks forced Harry's eyes open again. He watched as Tonks snuggled her head deeper into his shoulder and chest. He felt her breasts rub against his side and he fought with his hormone-driven thoughts. "Keep it together. Tonks is just a friend, who you have been snogging with every night since you got here. She's just playing around, it means nothing to her. Her eyes say different." Harry continued to watch Tonks shift in her sleep, and his body was responding accordingly. Bollocks, this is going to be embarrassing when she wakes up. A few minutes more of Tonks trying to dig into Harry's body, and she settled. Harry couldn't see her eyes, but he could feel her heart beating steady and strong. He could feel his reaction pressing against her leg, and he hoped that she wouldn't laugh at him when she woke up. "Morning, Harry," Tonks said softly in a very female voice. Harry reacted even worse than he already had. "I feel you are awake and ready for a new day." "Oh hell, she doesn't stop." Harry looked down as Tonks cleared her hair away from her face. Harry saw a warm and hungry look in her eyes once they were uncovered. He hesitated before speaking. Sorry, Tonks, Tonks cut him off by placing her hand behind his head and pulling herself up to his face. Her lips met his and quickly her tongue was involved. She kissed him like her life was at stake. She pressed her lips to his in a hungry desperation. Her tongue flicked around his mouth in a never-ending race. Her breathing accelerated, and her body moved slowly upwards, making the kisses easier to perform. As she snogged Harry for everything he was worth, Tonks moved her body into a position where she was more on top of him than before. Her left leg had made it to the other side of his body, preventing him from moving in that direction, and her left foot had curled under his right knee, locking them together more firmly. Her chest was pleasantly resting on Harry's, and he could feel her nipples move against his skin from behind the fabric of her shirt. The kisses continued, but the fevered pitch slowed to a steadier and heated pace. They were deeper and more thorough kisses. Harry decided to let Tonks control the pace and anything else she wanted. She knows better than I do. I am the teenage boy here. Her right leg had taken up a position to his left, effectively giving her all control in the matter of the morning's activities. Harry was regaining control of his own body, especially one very excited spot, when he felt her hips move against his own. He paused as he felt her flat stomach roll against his lower abdomen. She was moving slowly, but that didn't matter to an excited 15-year-old. Harry responded by thrusting his hips upward and rubbing against her. Tonks never skipped a beat and repeated the motion, earning her a similar response. A dozen or so repetitions, and she changed her angle. Tonks lowered herself to lie flush with Harry's body. She rubbed herself, up and down along Harry's body, moving her pelvis slowly around his crotch. Harry could feel the heat being put off by her, and he loved every minute. He smelled something that he couldn't place, but he liked it all the same. As Tonks moved, the heat increased, and Harry was beginning to worry about certain things happening. He pulled away from her eager mouth and wanted to ask her a question before he became too worked up. Tonks opened her eyes enough to see his face and cut off his question with her mouth while moving her right hand from his chest to his crotch. She moved it slowly around, telling him everything he needed to know. The pace increased, and Harry was starting to feel the pressure down there. He wanted her to feel the same thing, so he broke the kiss and stared at her face until she opened her eyes. He forced his way into her mind like he had done before, and she put up no resistance. The warm feeling his body was undergoing was shared by his mind. He saw swirls of warm, soft colors and felt a gust of heated air pass through his head. He felt a burning sensation in his lower regions that wasn't there before. He heard a soft squeal of pleasure escape Tonks' mouth right before he covered it with his own. Tonks moved her hips faster and with more determination than previously. She was rubbing and moving around faster and faster. Her breathing had increased to short and fast breaths. Harry's hands had moved from her sides to her back and lower when she moved upward. Her firm butt was higher with her last stroke, and Harry held it tightly in his hands. He flexed his fingers, squeezing the muscle and skin, and heard another sound escape from Tonks' throat. Harry gave a slight push on her rear, and she responded by moving in the same direction. She pushed against him forcefully, earning a moan from Harry. They continued the movement a few times before the heat became overwhelming under the sheet. In one swift motion of her left arm, Tonks threw the sheet off of them and sat up, placing her hips directly above Harry's. She placed both her hands on his chest and pushed. Her hips were moving around, and Harry felt the pressure in himself increase again. He opened his eyes to see Tonks above him rocking back and forth. Her hair was mussed, and she wasn't showing any signs of slowing. Harry moved his hands to the sides of her hips and slowed her somewhat. Tonks opened her eyes and looked right into Harry's. He saw the hunger had been replaced by desire, and that was all he could see. He forced his way into her welcoming mind again, feeling his urges increase. Tonks bucked forcefully and proceeded to grind herself into Harry's groin. She kept her eyes open and stared into his face as she sped up her actions. Harry watched as her eyes sparkled with passion as she writhed around on top of him. He knew he was beyond the point of no return, but he didn't care. It was only a matter of time, and he would have a mess to clean up. Tonks smiled a smile that Harry could only describe as lustful. She found her pace and maintained it until she was squealing softly with each of Harry's moans. They were staring at each other and were in perfect sync. Tonks' breathing was fast and steady now, but Harry's was fast and wild. Tonks changed the pace to a slower but more forceful stroke. With each one, Harry felt like he would lose it, but he managed to hold on, surprising himself. Tonks' breathing had changed again to desperate breaths with each stroke. Her eyes were becoming unfocused, and she was gripping Harry's shoulders tightly. Her squeals had gotten louder and Harry's moans were matching her noises. They were moving together and Harry felt a burning sensation. He thrust once and he finally felt the release. Tonks squealed louder than any other time, thus far, and collapsed onto Harry's chest. Her body was racked with her deep breaths and some small shivers. Harry allowed himself to calm somewhat before he wrapped his arms around her small body. Having no idea what to say or do, Harry went with the safest thing he could think of. "Cold, Tonks? I may be the boy who lived, but I have no idea what the hell to do here." "You really have no clue what you did and what happened to you?" Tonks asked, looking up into his eyes. "You are so cute and innocent." "First time for everything, so I think I am entitled to being clueless, Nymphadora." Tonks hesitated and then smiled sweetly. "Yes, you are, Harry." She took a deep breath and continued. "I am not sure how that happened, but I just wanted to kiss you at first. That turned into snogging, which turned into rubbing, which turned into dry humping. You have no reason to worry about keeping your women happy in the future. You might not know what you are doing, but you improvise better than anyone else I know." "Thanks, I think." "That is a compliment, Harry. Thank you very much." "For what exactly?" "For making me happy and feeling wanted. And whatever you do with that form of legilimency." "Wow. I don't do legilimency, do I?" "Yes, Harry, you do. It is the most pleasant application of that particular skill I have experienced, but it is the same. You are very good at it, and I hope you keep practicing it with me." Tonks' eyes narrowed, and she looked like a hopeful and satisfied woman. "If this is what will happen every time, I think I can make that promise then." Harry tried to hide the rising blush as he realized exactly what he had just done with Tonks. Tonks half closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Thank Merlin for that." Her mouth spread into a smile, and she snuggled into Harry's neck since she was still on top of him. "Are you going to kiss me, Harry?" "Do you want me to?" "After an orgasm like that, you can do just about anything you want," Tonks said quietly and smiled. Slowly her eyes widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. "Oops, I shouldn't have said that." At Harry's completely puzzled look, she explained. "Harry, you are young. I know this and I shouldn't have done what I did with you." "I was doing it as well, Tonks. Besides, you have said that I act older than I am." "True, you do, Harry, but until now it has only been teasing and kissing. I kind of went further this time." "I understand," Harry said in a depressed way. "If you want, we can forget this ever happened." "No," Tonks said quickly. I need to, I am lost, Harry. I know what I want and I think I know what I need, but this is far more complicated for me than it is for you." "What is and why?" "First off, you are a guy, Harry, and thank Merlin for that. The rules are different for men than they are for women when it involves relationships. Second, I am the adult and people expect me to be in control. If you couldn't tell, I lose control when it comes to you. I become young schoolgirl when I kiss you. I'm not sure why, but I lose complete and total control of myself. Even if I wanted to be in control, I couldn't do it. Third, you are you. I am a nobody and you are Harry Potter. That just wouldn't sit well with others. You are supposed to be with a pure-blooded princess or something like that, not a half-blooded goofball." "I don't care what others think or say, Tonks. I am deciding what my life is going to be like now. I will not live by others' wishes, wants, or expectations. I am taking control of my life and you should too. You are giving me the opportunity to make that happen, and if I can do that for you, then I will." "It is not the same thing, Harry. IDO, you like me, Harry?" Harry paused and thought about the question. "Yes, I like you, Tonks. Why do you need to ask?" "How do you like me? A friend, a fuck buddy, a passing interest. What is your motivation?" "You are my friend, Tonks. Anything more than that I can't really tell. This is all new to me." Harry wasn't sure what was going on, but it seemed important to Tonks. "Marcus talked to me yesterday about us." Harry gave a confused look. "He is very good at reading people's intentions, Harry. You are a 15-year-old male, so you are very easy to read as far as a few things are concerned. He knew I was interested in you by the way I talked about you. He knew it was just a matter of time before my flirty nature would lead to something like this, and he told me to distance myself from you." "What business of his is it about what we do?" Harry asked, feeling his anger rise. "It is his business if it disrupts the teams. It has happened before, and they frown on coupling inside of teams. Harry heard what she said but couldn't get past the word coupling. Are we a couple then? I don't know, Tonks admitted. It would be nice to have someone, but I doubt you would want to be with me. I am older than you. I am not much to look at compared to those you could get. I am a klutz most of the time unless I am really focused. Well, I am socially inept thanks to my relatives. I am scrawny. I have a nasty-looking scar on my head. My luck is bound to run out soon, and I attract the attention of psychopaths. I'd say I am worse off. You are none of those things, Harry. You are a hero to many. You are cute and sexy, and you turn a wonderful red color. Yep, that is the one. Tonks said, pointing to the red color forming on Harry's cheeks. Harry forced the blush away and tried to think of something to say in return. You are a great person, Tonks. You are cute and sexy as well. I have fun with you. Harry thought of the big one and chose to say it. You are helping me stay alive. That means a lot to me. Everyone else would have locked me away for safekeeping. You are letting me make my own way through this. You are letting me be my own person. I am not about to give up on you, now am I? Tonks heard the passion in Harry's voice, and he was dead serious the whole time he spoke. You really believe in me, don't you? Of course I do. You not only believe in me, but you are willing to help me. I like you for all those reasons and more. You have helped me in getting over Sirius. I am not there yet, but you have got me to where I am. Thank you. You are welcome, but back to us. I enjoy being with you, Harry. You make me happy in more ways than one. Tonks smiled seductively, then giggled. I am not about to let you go this easily. Remember, I do many things that I am told not to do. Feeling playful and more self-assured than he had in years, Harry made a comment. You shouldn't kiss me again. It is a very bad thing to do, Nymphadora. Harry watched as Tonks smiled and stretched up to kiss him. Their lips met, and images of earlier swam to the forefront of his mind. Harry forced himself to concentrate on the present and remember the rest later when he had time. They kissed for a few minutes before Harry felt his body react again. Tonks shifted to give Harry some room for himself and continued kissing. She lessened her kisses until they were very light. She pulled back and gazed into Harry's eyes. You can call me Nymphadora when we are alone if you want. It sounds nice coming from you. I have enough names to remember without you coming up with another one. Thank you, Nymphadora. Your help and friendship means a lot to me. His playful mood returning, Harry added, and snogging you is a bit of all right, too. Harry rolled over, dumping Tonks off, and slipped out of the bed. He moved back to the door and waited for the attack. It never came, but a few giggles did from the roll of sheets. What is so funny? Look for yourself, Tonks said, peeking out of a fold in the sheets. Harry looked down and saw what was so funny. His blush returned full strength, and he spun to hide the front of his boxers. When you are finished laughing at me, could you hand me my wand? Harry said. I get you off once, and you forget you can summon your wand on your own. Which part do we need to practice, do you think? Harry hung his head in embarrassment. He summoned his wand into his hand instantly and cast the cleaning charm on his clothing. He sighed, then turned around and faced the still laughing woman in his bed. As her giggles subsided, she began unwrapping herself from the sheets. Finally, she threw off the sheet completely and watched Harry's eyes bulge a little among other things as well. Like what you see? She asked, teasingly, moving her arm above her head and moving her legs slightly apart. Harry controlled himself and then started to laugh. Tonks' sexy smile dropped into a confused look. What is so funny, mister? Harry laughed even harder, forcing him to make his way to his desk so he could sit down. Tonks was really worried now. She looked at her breasts and saw that they were as covered as they were going to get. She sat up a little and looked down at her underwear. The green lace panties were in place, but there was a white spot showing just how excited Tonks had been during their activities. Tonks thought of getting embarrassed, but chose to push the limits even further with Harry. It is just proof you can satisfy a woman. Do you want to try again, Harry? Maybe we could try to wake up your relatives this time. I think we have enough time for another tumble. Tonks watched as all humor left Harry's face. Desire and eagerness replaced the smile for a few seconds before Harry became serious. I joke about sex, Harry. Get used to it. I am serious in a way, but we should get ready to leave soon. Fridays are short days for us. We usually only stay until lunch, then we enjoy the rest of our day doing our own thing. I am sure Horace wants to finish up his lesson on transportation from yesterday. You should have the portkey thing down now, so you should move on to apparition next. Think what fun you can have with that. Tonks slid out of the bed, slowly letting Harry watch every movement carefully. She let her legs dangle for a short time before standing up. She looked into his eyes until he met her gaze. Keep your mind on the task at hand while working, Harry. I will always be there at the end of the day for you to play with when you are done. You aren't a plaything, Tonks. You are a friend of mine. I don't see you as a toy. You had better see me as something to play with some of the time, Harry, or we will have words. Tonks let a smile grow on her face. And it is Nymphadora when we are alone, Harry. Yes, Nymphadora, I will remember. Tonks turned and bent over to retrieve things from her hidden bag of clothing. She heard Harry take a deep breath through his teeth when she bent over. I love doing that to him. He will be so much fun this summer. At least I am not frustrated like I was last night. He has skills, that is for sure, but practice make perfect. Tonks picked out her daywear and threw on her cloak, so there wouldn't be a repeat of the previous day's morning encounter with Petunia. Once is more than enough, and this time she could see that something happened, and happen it did, oh baby. Harry watched her leave the room and disappear from view. He fell back onto his bed and covered his eyes. What did I just get myself into? What is going on here? Damn, she is hot. Bugger, I can't even keep my mind off her when she isn't in the room. Is this a good thing to do? I don't know, but I am going to enjoy it while it lasts. Harry sat up and decided he should get tidy up his room while he had the time. He located all of his dirty clothes and dumped them into a pile in the corner. His books were straightened and his quills set organized. Harry looked around his room and saw that Hedwig was in her cage staring at him with an odd look. What did I do, Hedwig? She didn't respond. Fine, what did I forget to do? Hedwig ruffled her feathers a little but kept her place. Stuffed it up real good this time then. I am sorry, Hedwig. Please forgive me and tell me what you need. The owl dipped her head in the direction of the food and water dishes. Oh shit, how long has it been, girl? Harry opened his trunk and found a bag of treats and some owl food. He gave Hedwig 2 treats, ignoring the pain when she accidentally nipped his fingers. Harry grabbed the water tray and left his room in search of water. With the bathroom occupied by Tonks, Harry went to the kitchen. He entered the room and filled the dish from the tap. He bounded up the stairs, into his room again, and slid the tray towards Hedwig. She looked at him and then at the bottom of her cage. Getting the hint, Harry vanished the waste with his wand. For the first time since he saw her that morning, Hedwig relaxed and took a drink. I am sorry, girl. I guess I have been a little preoccupied lately. And I heard every sound of it too, Potter. Harry spun on his heels and leveled his wand at the blob in the doorway. Bugger off, Dud, Harry snapped. I haven't the time for you right now. Dudley was wearing a t-shirt that barely fit him and sweatpants that were at their very limits to contain his girth. Why? Off to shag your woman somewhere else. I heard you through the wall, well her anyway. Thought you weren't shagging her. You know thinking isn't your best quality, Dud. Maybe you should leave that for others to do. Just be the muscle and everything will be all right. Give me one good reason not to tell Mum. I don't give a shit if you do tell her, Dud. I do not care what she thinks or what she expects. My life is my life and she has nothing to say about it. I could tell Dad. It would be fun to watch him beat you up again. And I would drop him like the sack of shite that he is. If you really want to see your own father hurt, by all means tell him. I am done letting others run my life. Get in my way, Dudley, and I will run you over. Do not test me on this. Another thing, hassle Tonks at all, and I will break every bone in your body. That is a promise. Harry lowered his wand and turned back to his dirty clothes and cast the cleaning charm on them. He started hanging them up, or folding them so they could be put away. Dudley stood in the doorway and watched as Harry moved about the room confidently. His little piggy eyes followed every movement and every action closely. Something had changed about Harry, and he didn't know what it was. What is different about you? Something isn't right, and I don't know what it is. Harry stopped cleaning his room and turned to his massive cousin. Like I said, thinking isn't your strong point. I am the same as I always have been. I may just be more like I am at school right now than how I usually am here. Get used to the change because I am not going back to how it was before. I am what I am, Dud. Dudley was about to make a comment, but a sharp jab from a wand in his back silenced him. Budge over, you great lump. Tonks slipped in the room quickly and ignored the shocked look on Dudley's face. Harry, you cleaned your room. How nice. After we are done at work, I will take you to my place so you can clean it as well. I am not a very tidy person, if you couldn't tell. Not in the slightest, Nymphadora. Harry ducked when she threw her dirty clothes at him. That is for your cheek, Harry. Now be a good boy and clean those too. I am running out of clothes over here, and I doubt you want me walking around your room naked tomorrow. Tonks looked up from her nearly empty bag and saw the look on Harry's face. Then again, you probably do want me walking around your room naked. Oh well, I guess I will play it by ear. Are you going to leave soon, Dud? Harry asked, showing his displeasure at Dudley's presence. I have a few things to take care of, and it would be best if you weren't here for them. Harry watched as Dudley backed out of his room and walked down the hallway. Harry closed the door and let out a breath. He heard us, Nymphadora. He heard what, Harry? Tonks gave a big smile and waited for Harry to answer. You love this, don't you? What? Tonks asked innocently. Making you embarrassed, most definitely. Teasing you. Yep, that too. Reminding you of this morning. Anytime I can get away with it safely. Tonks saw that Harry wasn't exactly enjoying her humor this early in the morning. Oh, Harry, let it go. Don't worry about that worthless git. He is an idiot, and I doubt he would say anything to anyone. Now, take your shower so we can leave, and be sure to bring your vault key in case we have time to go shopping. Harry left the room and returned 10 minutes later. He found Tonks sitting on his bed humming to herself. Keeping busy, Nymphadora. Tonks sat up and smiled brightly. The more you say it, the more I like hearing it. Yes, I am keeping myself busy. Now, create the portkey so we can leave this ever so pleasant location. Harry picked up one of his used quills from its arranged location on his desk and tapped it with his wand. It turned blue for a second before he extended it for Tonks to grab. She grabbed it with her right hand and flipped up her hood. Harry copied her actions and waited for the timer to go off. The tug signaled the beginning of the trip, and Harry readied himself for another day of abuse and anger. He arrived in the atrium of the ministry and saw a group of people waiting to pass through the checkpoint. Tonks didn't hesitate a second before striding past the queue of people. Harry sighed and followed Tonks to the front of the queue. A few people mumbled something, but no one said anything too loud. The guard was visibly flustered by the number of people waiting, and the presence of two unspeakables didn't make it any easier for him. Tonks and Harry walked to the lifts and pressed the button. The lift arrived, and they proceeded to the 9th floor. You know, you could have made the portkey take us directly to our level, right? I didn't know that, Harry said. You made it take you right to the training room yesterday. Why would things be different today? I don't know. I guess I didn't think about it. All portkeys go through the wards, and the wards block anyone who isn't authorized. You are authorized, so why not take advantage of it in the future? Remember, you are an unspeakable. Being one gives you all sorts of privileges and freedoms. Use them when you need to, or what use is it to have them? I will try to remember that, Chamel. I am still getting used to the new me, so bear with me here. No problem. By the way, I like the new you. He is all cute and sexy. Tonks was cheery, and Harry couldn't help but smile at her. I doubt Horace will care about that aspect of me. The lift chimed, and they exited into the hallway. Tonks opened the door, and Harry followed her to the training room. What he saw surprised him a bit. There were a lot of people here today. Harry could count the number of groups easier than the people. He saw a group that looked like the same 3 from the day before. He saw 2 other groups on the far side of the room which looked to have 3 people each. At the range, he saw at least 5 people, but he wasn't sure. A loud voice prevented him from counting any further. Chamel, recruit, over here. Horace was in the classroom area of room, and he was looking impatient. Harry followed Tonks over there and settled into a chair behind a desk. He pulled out his journal and readied himself to take notes. How did his portkeys work, Chamel? Like they were supposed to, Horace. Did you have any doubts? Of course I did. I wouldn't be me if I didn't doubt the fact that the recruits can even feed themselves without proper training. Now, today I want you to master apparition. You have the whole coordinate thing down, so this shouldn't be too difficult. There are a few types of apparition: self, forced, and side along. The first is self-explanatory. The second is where you drag an unwilling or unconscious person with you while apparating. The unwilling can fight you, so it is a battle of wills mostly. You must overpower the other while apparating. We do not advise you to do this until you are very comfortable with the process. If the person is unconscious, then it is almost like side along, only a little more difficult. Side along is what parents do, if they can, with their children. The traveler is willing and doesn't fight the effort to apparate. Now, you will yourself from one location to another. It is just like the portus spell, only you are the object being moved, not something else. There is no incantation, and you must concentrate fully, or you will leave a bit of yourself behind. This is painful for you and funny for me. The key in this exercise is to bore me to death. No splinching, or I will take my time fixing you. You will feel like you are being squeezed through a hose or a very tight space. The smoother you are at this, the less noise you will make when you appear at your destination. A near silent apparition will earn you a bar for stealth alone. Make this skill a priority for you to master. Range is based on your skill and power. Now, focus on your destination and will yourself to the location. Horace walked away from the classroom area and stopped beyond the doorway and placed an X on the floor. He looked at Harry and nodded with a scowl. He turned and ventured over to the range and started barking out orders and criticism. Harry looked at Tonks and she smiled at him. Go ahead and give it a try. I will be over at the range working on my aim. I have to keep up with you, don't I? It takes a while to get anywhere with this, so don't get discouraged if you find yourself in the same place after an hour or so. Tonks turned and joined the others at the range. Harry turned and looked at the X on the floor a distance away. He ran through the instructions in his head and tried to apply the same technique he used with portkeys. After half an hour of focusing, visualizing, swearing, and grunting, Harry had yet to move an inch. Bollocks. Tonks was firing off spell after spell, and she couldn't get any better than an 84 on accuracy. How does he get 80s and 90s consistently? I could spend every day here and never get those scores, not to mention I am hopelessly behind in power. Mid-70s are the best I seem to do, with the occasional 80s on certain ones. I could knock down a door, but he could knock down a whole house. I wonder if he could take on a dragon. Tonks continued firing for what seemed like an eternity until she felt a tap on her shoulder. She saw Marcus standing next to her, and he waved her over to an unused corner of the room. When they reached it, Marcus put up a privacy dome and spoke. I asked what was going on with Harry yesterday, and then I see you sleeping his bed. What is going on, and do I have to be more concerned than I already am? You what? What were you doing last night at Harry's house? My job, Chamel. It is my job to make sure these teams work and there are no problems internally. You know the past results from inter-team relations. They do not work. They get people killed. Who am I going to bury this time? You, Cal, Harry, who? None of us, Marcus. As bad as it is that you were spying on us, at Harry's no less, we are fine. We are going to see where this takes us, and that is that. I am happy, and you should be happy for me. Tonks was trying to control her anger, but she didn't want to lose whatever it was she had with Harry. He made her feel good about herself in a way she had never felt with someone. The anguish showed on her face. A very soft pop sounded from behind Marcus, and he spun around, wand out. Harry grabbed the wand in his left hand and aimed his wand at Marcus's throat. What is going on, Chamel? Marcus saw firsthand what Horace had been trying to describe. He saw Harry's eyes, and determination was what shone brightly in them. He felt the raw power emanating from Harry as well. He waited for Tonks to answer and left his wand comfortably in Harry's grasp. He was asking me about you, Harry. He has a problem with us becoming involved, like I said earlier. I told him that everything is fine and it wouldn't be a problem for us. Is that all right with you, Marcus? Harry asked. His eyes were still sharp, and he was ready to fight in an instant. I reserve the right to bring this up at a later time, but right now I see no problem with your current arrangement, Precepts. Precepts? Harry questioned. Yes, that is your name, Precepts. Let's shorten it to Seps. It means dangerous in Latin, and right now, with your wand ready to strike me down, I think it fits you quite well. I doubt Horace could think of a more fitting name. If I am not mistaken, you weren't here a moment ago and now you are. Does this mean you have apparated successfully? I guess so, Harry said noncommittally, deciding to describe the feeling. I felt like I couldn't breathe and was being forced through too small a space, if that helps. You apparated all right, Seps, said Marcus as happily as he could with a wand less than an inch from his jugular. You were nearly silent as well. I think Horace will want to perfect your execution of this skill. Now, if I may, I must return to less exhilarating efforts. Marcus stepped back and put his wand away. He nodded to Harry and Tonks and left the room. Horace had watched the entire exchange from the range and wondered what had happened. He knew Harry had apparated because the room's wards notified him of the spell occurring. As he walked over to Harry, a message spell from Marcus filled in all the blanks. I see you finally managed to apparate after an hour, Horace said after checking his watch. Congratulations and all that. Now do it faster and quieter. Move. Horace walked away and left Harry to figure out how to accomplish what he was told. Most of the morning disappeared, and Harry had barely found his way concerning apparition. He had found that as similar as it was supposed to be to portkey creation, it wasn't. He had tried many different techniques, but nothing seemed to work very well. You will figure it out, Seps, Tonks said quietly. Again, everyone is different, and this usually takes people a while to master. At least your portkeys are spot on if you need to get somewhere. I don't understand, Harry said, frustrated. I did this earlier, why can't I do it now? Easy, Tonks said, acting like it was the easiest thing in the world to figure out. There is no damsel in distress, so you are thinking too hard. Just let it happen, will yourself to where you want to be. Seps, Horace made his presence known. You are a pathetic failure at apparition, so we will move on to something else. You told me that you have been under the Imperious curse before, and I want to see it for myself. On guard. Horace drew his wand and cast the spell instantly. Harry had no time for a wand, so he threw up an Absolvo shield and jumped backwards, rolling away from Horace. The curse struck the shield but penetrated, almost hitting Harry. As Harry was planting his feet, he drew his wand and pointed it at Horace, but saw he was no longer there. A quick scan of the room told Harry that the room was gone and he was in a large grass field. God damn it! Doesn't he ever get tired of fighting? Harry moved away from his current position and began his retreat, turning his head constantly. Bugger, why do I always forget to use what I have? Harry tapped his cloak and disappeared. He cast a silencing spell on his feet and looked for any clear spot amongst the grass so he wouldn't create an extremely visible void. There were no trees, but the field had a few small rises to use as cover. Harry started moving towards them, but kept a sharp eye out of any threat. A good 30 yards away from the hills, Harry felt the attack begin. He dove to the side and put up his Absolvo shield as a spell flew past him. He started firing reductors and cutting curses in the direction of the attackers. He knew there was more than one but less than 4 by counting the number of spells flying at him at one time. Most were the Imperious curse, but a few twisting red curses were thrown in for good measure as the volleys continued. Harry returned fire, switching to the bone curses. He heard one opponent go down with a scream. Harry was worried about his sanity when he rejoiced at hearing the scream. I am not like him. I do not enjoy the pain of others. I am only happy because there is one less enemy. That is all there is to it. Moving quickly to the hills and finding a good location to view the field, Harry waited for the next wave. He strengthened his silencing spell and watched the grass for any movement. Nothing happened for a few minutes and he was getting worried. I hope I didn't really hurt the guy. I know this is just a test, but I don't want to hurt people I work with. He attacked me with Crucio and I returned fire. I will not feel bad about it. Voldemort doesn't have any sympathy and I can't beat him by wasting my time feeling sorry for everyone who tries to hurt me. This may just be training, but it is real enough and should be treated as such. Now where are they? Harry came up with a quick plan and executed it. Accio unspeakable! Harry summoned whoever was to his right. A shape came flying towards Harry from 50 feet away. He stunned the man and let him crumple into the ground upon landing. A spell shot at him from the left and center, forcing Harry to dive out of the way. A third spell, from the top of the hill, struck Harry in the back while he was on the ground. Immediately, Harry felt a calm wash over him, and a voice told him to lower his wand and surrender. Harry fought the voice and regained his feet and turned to meet the attacker. A second person canceled the invisibility charm on Harry's cloak, and the third person joined the second in an offensive formation. "Drop your wand, Seps," ordered the first man. "No," said Harry, refusing to comply with the spell and order. His mind was fighting off the effects of the spell. He had almost beaten it when the second man cast the same spell on Harry. Harry now had two people ordering him to lower his wand, and he was fighting the spells as hard as he could. "I will not surrender my wand," Harry choked out. He was resisting and gaining some ground in throwing off the spells. The third person cast the spell too, adding even more force against Harry's mind. Harry's knees buckled under the sheer presence of three people ordering him to do the same thing. The fight in his mind seemed to last forever. Harry fought off the calm feeling and tried to remain in reality. "If Voldemort can't beat you, then these three can't either." The voice in the back of Harry's mind was shouting over the other voices, keeping him in control. Finally, Harry managed to stand and bring his wand to bear on the third person. "Aussie's Fragment," Harry whispered. The man dove away from the vicious spell and his curse was broken. With that pressure lifted, Harry turned on the others and quickly broke their spells as well. No one was hit by Harry's attacks because they were so far away and could react in time to avoid them. Harry willed himself to move away from his current location as fast and as silently as he could. He felt the squeezing sensation and appeared behind the first man without a sound. Harry lifted his wand and stunned the man with a direct hit to his head. The other two heard the man fall and fired spells at Harry rapidly. Harry willed himself behind the others, and he appeared where he wanted to be. Another two quick stunners, and Harry was alone in the field with three fallen opponents. Harry looked at his enemies and took a deep breath to regain some much-needed oxygen. The feeling of danger caused Harry to roll away as a twisting, red bolt of light soared over him. Harry got to his feet and saw a black-cloaked figure 20 feet away. The bone-white mask told Harry that he was facing a Death Eater and that this was for real. All thoughts of training evaporated, and he fell into survival mode like he had so many times before. The Death Eater fired the killing curse at Harry, and he dove away. From his place on the ground, Harry fired the Cruciatus curse and missed the target by inches. Another killing curse forced Harry to retreat and move to the side. With few thoughts in his head, Harry chose to attack with everything he had. Harry let loose with every violent spell he could think of. He was pouring his magic into each one, and the Death Eater was diving away or throwing up a shield as often as the spells came. A few Crucios and a killing curse later, Harry had to fight fire with fire. He limited himself to the Cruciatus curse and continued fighting for his life. The minutes passed, and the Death Eater was still fighting hard. "She will be next, boy. I will kill her after I am done playing with her first," said the robed figure. The voice sounded like Lucius Malfoy, but Harry wasn't sure. "I will tear her heart out and watch her choke on it." In his mind, Harry saw Tonks dying the way the man described. He didn't know how it happened, but he saw, heard, and felt Tonks dying before him. Scared, confused, and overwhelmed, Harry aimed his wand and unleashed a spell. He wanted to stop the Death Eater for good and never have him threaten Tonks' life again. He said the words and watched a vile, writhing, sickly green jet of light erupt from his wand and strike the Death Eater in the chest. The figure dropped to the ground limply and didn't move. Harry stared at the man for a second, then scanned the field for any other attackers. He tried to summon anyone who was there, but no one appeared. The scene disappeared and the training room replaced it. In a small group sat the other unspeakables, and a few were looking a little groggy as they wobbled in their seats. The others were motionless, and Horace was standing off to the side. "You finally get apparition down and manage to cast the killing curse, too. Maybe you aren't so worthless after all." Harry saw red at those words. He wanted to hurt Horace more than ever. He had just cast the killing curse on another, and Horace acts like it was a normal day. Harry felt his magic writhing around inside of him, and it wanted an outlet. Harry took a few steps towards Horace and raising his wand. "Seps," a figure moved in front of Harry, and it sounded like Tonks. "It was only a test, and you did well. Nothing was real, nothing really happened except for the three you stunned and poor Michael with a broken shoulder. Calm down. I am fine. You are fine. I cast the killing curse for the first time, Harry said dangerously. How should I be feeling? I wanted to kill the Death Eater, and as far as I was concerned, I did. I am no better than him now. I am just like him. He told me I was just like him, and now I proved him right. I am just as evil as he is. Tonks was shocked by what Harry had said. She grabbed his arm and pulled the unwilling teenager off to the side. She threw up a privacy dome and proceeded to question him. What do you mean you are like him? You are nothing like him. I wanted to kill, and I would have done it. I was happy when I heard that guy scream from my spell. Michael let his guard down because you are the new guy and he got himself hurt. They were there to curse you and beat you down. You did what you needed to do to survive. You only used the killing curse when Horace directed the room to threaten my life. I have seen people kill in battle before. The ones who enjoy it get a smile on their face. You didn't smile at all. Your face became blank and I knew you weren't thinking. You were reacting, and that would have saved your life, Harry. No matter what happens, you fight to stay alive. We are at war. You know this better than anyone else, and you have to stay alive. If you kill some Death Eater to stay alive, then you did the right thing. Never doubt that fact because they won't. You can do whatever you need to do to stay alive if your life is threatened. I am proud of you for the fact that you survive when others want you dead, not because you can kill someone. Now, calm down and let's go back to the group. Tonks dropped the dome and pulled Harry over the group. They were talking amongst themselves until Harry and Tonks rejoined them. Marcus was at the back of the rows and nodded to Horace. Horace nodded in return and walked over to Harry. Rules of engagement and the unspeakables, Seps. Number 1, you go home at the end of the day. Whatever you need to do to get there, you do it. Rule number 2, your team goes home at the end of the day. They are second only to yourself. The mission is third in priority. Rule number 3, if they use the killing curse, you use the killing curse. Do not hesitate. Make the bastards die for their own cause and you live for yours. Rule number 4, always win. However you need to do that, find a way. As a team leader, you will need to figure out a way to win. Sometimes winning is retreating. Rule 1 is staying alive. Being alive means you are still on the winning side. Dying means you lost. We don't lose. Horace drew his wand and found himself staring down the shaft of Harry's instantly. Easy there, Seps. We are on the same side even though I don't act like it. Just an adjustment to your badge. Harry lowered his wand but kept the tip pointed at Horace. Horace tapped the badge and mumbled the words allowing him to change it. He worked a bit and stepped back. Team 3 remains out of rotation until they are cleared by us. Begin working together next week, 3. I want you ready to go in less than a month. Horace nodded to Harry, Tonks, and Cal before heading for the door. Harry looked down and saw changes had been made to his badge. The top still had 1 pip, but there were 2 additional pips that were ghost images. He had the Roman numeral 3 in the black square marking him as a member of Tonks' team. His bars had changed as well. He had 6 red instead of 5. He gained 1 blue to reach 5. His green and yellow remained at 6 and 0 respectively, but purple gained 1 to stand at 3. The black field had the largest increase. He had 6 bars where he had 4 previously. Harry looked into Tonks' face and shrugged his shoulders. She placed a hand on him and directed him to their team room, which was in room number 12. Once Cal entered the room, the door closed and Tonks pulled off her hood. Cal knows who I really am, Seps. I trust him with my life and have done so for 2 years. You can make your own choice on whether or not you wish to tell him who you really are. Now, what questions do you have? Tonks, what just happened out there? Seps, you showed Horace that you can do what needs done and you aren't going to get hung up by the rules. I knew you were going to do it sooner or later, but you proved to him you can do it now. You fought off not only 1 imperious curse, but 3 of them from 3 of the best operatives we have. That alone got you 1 bar. If you can cast the spell, I am sure you will get the last one. You need to work on your speed with the killing curse, too. You took too long getting to the point where you would use it. In our line of work, if someone tries to kill you, you do not hesitate in killing them. We play for keeps and our lives are the main prize. You master those 2 spells, and you will be a 7. Just so you know, no one messes with a 7 black operative during a real mission. You used a wider variety of offensive and defensive spells. I doubt you realized that many of them were wandless, too. Harry shook his head. I figured as much. All of your shields were wandless and you were firing spells at the same time. That is the reason you got another red and blue bar. You are within reach of 3 sevens, and you are only in your third day. I knew you could do all this, but you just needed the proper motivation. Motivation. If they hadn't attacked you, would you have been able to fight like that? You train fine, but you excel when you are fighting for real, or at least when you think it is real. Like I have said before, you don't think, you just do. You are going to be our team leader once we figure out how to work together. What? I am the new guy. One of you should lead. Nope, Cal interjected. I am support, plain and simple. I can't lead a team. Chamel is not a leader either. She works better from the sidelines. You, my boy, are the real deal. You jump up and charge ahead. We can hold you back when we need to, but we can't force you to the front. You have the ability and drive to lead. That is why you are the soon-to-be 3-pip. But I don't know anything. Maybe not, Cal said, smiling, but you sure fake it well enough that I will follow you. Now, if you don't mind, I am looking forward to the rest of my Friday off. Cheers, teammates. Cal turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. He is an idiot to follow me anywhere, Harry said out loud. Then I am an idiot as well, Tonks said jokingly. I will follow you, Harry, because that is what you bring out of people. You are a natural leader. People listen to you. No one has ever listened to me. The Dursleys, Dumbledore, hell, most of the school didn't believe me. Only Hermione believed that didn't enter myself into the Tri-Wizard tournament just to name one time someone listened to me. I didn't know you then, but I would have believed you. Tonks leaned forward and kissed Harry on the lips forcefully. She let the kiss progress until she started getting too warm. Now, I think we should enjoy our day and get you some clothes. I am not going to keep you locked up in the Dursleys on the weekends. We are going to have fun like a teenager should. But you aren't a teenager, Nymphadora. True, but I act like one often enough that I still count as one. She stuck her tongue out as she sprung up from her position and pulled Harry to his feet. She looked at him and removed her cloak. Harry's eyes widened as he saw that she was wearing a very tight, pink tank top and nicely fitting muggle pants. We will apparate from here to the apparition spot in Diagon Alley. You know where that is, right? Harry forced himself to concentrate on the question and not on Tonks. I know where the spot is, but I don't know if I can apparate there. Sure you can, Harry. Just do it and join me. She watched the doubt on Harry's face. If you get there in one piece, I promise you a long kiss later. Harry managed to regain some control of his mind. Only one kiss. Considering how every other kiss between us turns into a softcore porno, I am sure you will get more than just one kiss out of the arrangement. Now dump the cloak and let's go. Harry followed Tonks' lead and put his unspeakable cloak in the trunk, re-shrunk it, and placed it in his pocket. Tonks looked him up and down with an exacting eye. You need clothes desperately. It is about time you leave the rest of the Dursley era behind you. Whatever. I have no clue what to do about clothes. I will just have to follow your advice, but before you go all crazy, I am not into wild colors for myself. They work for you, but I stand out enough as is without showing off. Spoil sport, Tonks chided and stuck her tongue out at him. To Diagon Alley for money, clothes, and a little bit of trouble if we are lucky. She disappeared with a softer crack. Here we go, Harry said and willed himself to the apparition point. After a few seconds of trying, he felt the pressing sensation and saw that he had, indeed, appeared in Diagon Alley. A warm hand briefly rubbed the back of his neck as he saw Tonks behind him. Good job appearing quietly and facing away from the alley. I don't think anyone noticed you arrive. Now, we should go to Gringotts so I can get some money to pay for your clothes. I have money, Nymphadora. You don't have to pay for me. Well, I don't know how much you have, so we will go to yours first, and then I can take out however much more I think we will need. This is a treat of mine, so don't you ruin it, young man. Tonks was trying to be serious, but the smirk gave her away. I am in a playful mood right now, so you will just have to pretend that I was being stern with you. Whatever you say, Nymphadora, Harry said softly, earning a smile and puckered lips. I will keep my promise, but not here. We are a little too public even for my tastes. Now let's get moving before the shops start closing. The shops don't close until at least 5 o'clock, right? Harry asked. Correct, Tonks said, pulling Harry down the mostly empty street. It is around noon, right? Right again, Harry. Do you need a watch too? Actually, I do. But why would we need to be concerned about the shops closing when we have at least 5 hours before we need to start worrying? Oh, it will take us at least that long to get our shopping done, Harry. You need a full wardrobe. Harry swallowed nervously and looked for an escape route. The effort caught Tonks' eye. Oh, no, you don't. No running away from me. You are in this until the end. It is only shopping. You like shopping. I think you have me confused with a girl, Nymphadora, Harry said in a deadpan tone. I get what I need, then leave. I have never been shopping for myself outside of when Hagrid took me before my first year, and Molly for my second. Well, then it is about time you bought yourself something nice, isn't it? Tonks replied, undaunted. Harry had kept his eyes fixed on his minder as she drug him through the alley to the bank. Only when she started up the steps did Harry realize they were at the bank already. A quick look behind him showed the mostly empty alley had missed the fact that Harry Potter had come to visit. The doors opened and they entered the lobby. More people were in the bank than walking around the alley. A few lines had formed, and Tonks went to stand in the shortest one. Harry followed her and stood next to her for a few minutes, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible while standing next to a person wearing a bright pink shirt. Harry heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, so he turned to look in that direction. He saw a familiar goblin, Griffook, carrying an official letter in his long fingers. When Harry decided Griffook was walking towards him, Harry nudged Tonks in the side. Hello, Griffook, Harry said to the shocked goblin. You remember me, Mr. Potter. Yes, you were really the first goblin that I had ever met. Why wouldn't I remember you? You are a human, Mr. Potter, Griffook said as if everything was explained. Doesn't that answer your question? Not really, but I am used to that by now. Harry did his best to restrain his displeasure from showing itself. Mr. Potter, I have a letter for you from Director Ragnarok. If you have any business to conduct, please approach the head teller station for service. Griffook bowed his head slightly and walked to the rear of the bank, disappearing behind a gilded door. Harry looked at the envelope before breaking the Gringotts seal and opening it. He pulled the letter out and read the formal and fancy writing. Harry's mood dropped instantly, and Tonks took notice of it. She leaned over his shoulder and saw enough to understand what the letter was about. Harry finished reading and folded up the note. He returned it to the envelope and sighed. I don't want any of it. I just want him back. I know, Harry, but we both know that isn't going to happen. Take whatever he wanted to give you and enjoy it. Spend the money on stupid things and wreak havoc with the other things. That is what Sirius would have wanted. Now, on with our day. We might as well take advantage of the perks of you being you and get helped right now. Tonks directed Harry to the head teller station, drawing the attention of a few people in the other lines. Harry stowed his letter and looked up at the goblin staring down at him. The goblin looked older than Griffook, and he had white hair protruding from his ears. His expression never changed as he kept his eyes on Harry and Harry alone. I would like to go to my vault, sir, Harry said, handing the goblin his key. The goblin looked the key over with an exacting eye. Of course, Mr. Potter. Does your lady friend have any business with us today? I may, but it depends on how much Harry has in his vault. He is going shopping, and he is doing it right this time. Tonks kept the smile on her face as the goblin checked a ledger. Unless Mr. Potter is shopping for a moderately sized estate, I am sure you will not need to assist him with your own money. The goblin pressed a button, and the rear doors opened, and Griffook returned to the lobby. Griffook will assist you in your business today, Mr. Potter. Good day to you. Harry followed Griffook into the rear of the bank and to an awaiting cart. Tonks joined them on the neck-breaking ride into the bowels on the bank. Harry sat quietly as Tonks whooped beside him. On one sharp turn, Tonks leaned over and gave Harry a very tongue-filled kiss, trying to break his dismal mood. For the first time since he received the letter, Harry smiled. That one doesn't count, does it? Harry asked hopefully. Nah, that one was a freebie, Harry. They arrived at vault number 687. Harry handed his key over to Griffook, and the goblin opened the vault. When the door swung open, Harry entered and started throwing galleons into his money pouch. Tonks stayed out of the vault but looked inside. No shit, I don't need to use my own money. You are loaded, Harry. Not even out of school, and you have more money than most of the wizarding populace. If you want to buy me a Christmas present, I like witches wear unmentionables. A gift certificate is more than fine for me. I will remember that, Nymphadora. Once Harry had filled his bag with numerous coins, he left the vault and got back into the cart. With the vault sealed and secured, the goblin directed the cart to the surface. Harry joined Tonks in expressing his enjoyment on the return trip. Once the cart had stopped at the return point, Harry offered Tonks his hand, helping her out of the cart. When they neared the door, Harry counted out 10 galleons and handed them to Griffook. Thank you, Griffook, and whatever happened down there never really happened, right? Mr. Potter, Griffook stated, offering the coins back. All business inside the walls of Gringotts is kept in the strictest of confidence. Anything else occurred while business was in process. Harry merely smiled and said, All the same, thank you. Harry turned and walked through the opening door accompanied by a confused Tonks. Harry, why did you give him money? If I have so much of it, then I plan on keeping my dealings as secret as possible. It was only 10 galleons, and if that keeps certain people from finding out we were here together, then it is more than worth it. We aren't exactly being secret walking around Diagon Alley like this. Certain people are bound to find out sooner or later. They walked down the steps and Tonks led them to Madame Malkin's. True, but I am sure Dumbledore has some leverage with the goblins. This way, at least the finer points are kept hidden from others. Look at you, Tonks said, giving Harry a fake admiring gaze. You get a taste of cloak and dagger, literally, and you get all Slytherin on me. My little boy is growing up so fast. Tonks wiped away a fake tear with her hand. Harry grimaced for the first time in what would be his most common expression for the next 4 hours. The hours rolled by very slowly for Harry. Once Tonks grabbed Madame Malkin herself, she had them all sequestered in a side room. Tonks brought outfits by the armload for Harry to try on. He kept his humor about him for about 45 minutes, then he became agitated. Tonks was unabashed in her efforts to clothe him. The agitation gave way to apathy at the hour-and-a-half mark. The remainder of the time Harry put on what he was told to and didn't say one word. He turned when asked, he stretched when ordered, he even put on the same things multiple times when begged to buy a very pathetic-looking metamorph. On Harry's 100th or so vocal sigh, Tonks finally relented. Fine, Harry, you are done. You hung in there while I played dress-up with you. You might as well put on a new outfit for the rest of the day so we can burn those rags you are wearing. Harry grabbed a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt and entered the changing room, which had become a new home for him in the last few hours. Are you sure you don't want to wear a pair of new slacks and a dress shirt? Tonks asked, receiving a snort in return. Hey, you look sexy in them. Another snort could be heard from the isolated room. Fine, look like a normal teenager then, see if I care. Harry dressed and sat down to slip on his new trainers. The boots he had worn had been put in his work trunk along with all of the other clothes he had purchased. The tags had been removed by Madame Malkin, as he, or rather Tonks, had decided they were good. Shoestrings tied, Harry relaxed for a second and assessed the day. I learn to apparate, I try to kill someone, I get in another fight that ends up being another test. I am the next leader of Team 3, I have new clothes, and I have to be at Gringotts tomorrow to hear Sirius's will. Not terrible, but not the best day I have ever had. Harry left his sanctuary and returned to the madness of the small room they had been using. Tonks wasn't there. Madame Malkin wasn't there. The door to the small room had been closed, and he was all alone. Harry figured something wasn't right. He drew his wand from the hidden pocket in the side of his jeans that Madame Malkin had added for free because of the large purchase. Harry lowered himself into a defensive position and scanned the room, which had a few rows of clothes that had yet to be altered or finished. Harry waited for something to happen. He heard a very soft sound from the other changing room next to the one he had just left. He slid to the side of the door against the wall and took a deep breath. He prepared to open the door and stun the occupant if needed. In one swift motion, he pulled the door open, crouched, and moved to get a good shot off. What he saw stopped him as dead as the killing curse could. Tonks turned away from the mirror she was posing in front of and looked Harry in the eyes. "Did I miss something, Harry? Did you get in another fight and I missed it?" Tonks was smiling widely as she watched Harry's reaction to the view. She saw the blush rise from his neck and reach his cheeks. Once his ears turned red, she broke the silence. "Do you like it? I was thinking of getting it for a special occasion." Harry could only stare at the woman in front of him. Tonks was her normal self, brown hair, shapely legs, and large breasts. Her clothing wasn't the sexy little tank top and pants she had worn to the alley, but a short, very silky, light blue nightie that was form-fitting in all the right places. Harry managed to keep a hold of his wand, but he failed at controlling other things. Tonks' playful smile shifted to a sultrier smirk, and she reached out her arm to lightly touch Harry's chest. "Do you like it, Harry?" Tonks asked in a low, seductive voice. She watched Harry fighting to form the words he wished to say. After a few moments, he spoke slowly. "It is a bit of all right, Nymphadora. What, special occasion were you thinking of?" Harry swallowed and tried to move his eyes up to look Tonks in the face. "You know, just a special occasion. They happen all the time." Tonks waited to see if Harry was going to do anything else. Surprised by his restraint, Tonks continued with her tease. "So, it is just a bit of all right? Damn, I was hopping for more than that, like a very pretty or sexy or maybe even a damn hot. I think it is safe to say you achieved all of those and then some, Nymphadora." Harry took a deep breath and managed to get his brain working again. He figured out her trick. "You are just teasing me, aren't you?" "As you have seen for yourself, Harry, I tease at the beginning, but then I fall apart. Normally, this would be the one and only time I would let a guy see this, but I just have a feeling that you will see again and probably quite a bit more. I still owe you a kiss for today, and I think I will give you another for how good you were for letting me pick out your clothes. Now, if you can let me change, I think you will need a few minutes to compose yourself." Harry nodded slowly and closed the door to the dressing room. He sat in a chair just outside the room and put his head in hands. He used what little acclumency he had to regain control over his body and mind. Leaning back, Harry said aloud, "Sorry about that, Nymphadora. I just came out of the room and everyone was gone, so I kind of overreacted. I thought something had happened to you and Madame Malkin." "No worries, Harry," Tonks answered. "It was fun all the same. You have seen me in my underwear and a t-shirt, so this wasn't much different. Besides, I am glad that you approved of it so much." Tonks giggled when she heard Harry groan in embarrassment. The door opened again and a fully clothed Tonks emerged. She had the nightie in one hand and the tag in her other. She held it out to Harry, and after a few unspoken head nods, he put it in trunk with the rest of his new clothes. Once they emerged from the back room, they went to the counter where the rest of Harry's tags had been tallied up. He grabbed the tag out of Tonks' hand and dropped it onto the pile. Tonks tried to complain, but Harry raised his hand, forestalling her objection. "A Christmas present." "But Christmas isn't for months." "Then a birthday present." Harry didn't know why she was being such a pain about this. It wasn't like the few extra galleons were going to matter when he had a full wardrobe to pay for. "My birthday was a couple months ago, Harry. I can pay for this myself." "A belated birthday present, then. Merlin, you just can't smile and accept the gift, can you?" "All right, Harry. I will accept the gift from you on one condition. You let me buy dinner." Harry thought it over and decided that he won out either way. "I accept your terms, Tonks. Where are we going to go then?" "How about a restaurant here? Have you ever been to one before?" "If you don't count Florian's, then no." Tonks smiled and listed a place Harry had never heard of. With a shrug of his shoulders, Harry agreed to wherever she wanted. The whole time, Madame Malkin had rechecked the total and was waiting for Harry to pay. A glance at the till and Harry opened his money bag. He poured out a pile of coins and quickly counted out the required amount and threw in a few more. With an offhanded comment that he hadn't been there at all, Harry turned to leave the store with Tonks following in his wake. The pair re-emerged into the alley and found more people moving about, but most kept their heads down and their feet moving. Harry allowed Tonks to assume the lead, and she aimed him back towards the bank. When they passed Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred was adjusting a multicolored sign announcing a new product for sale. Harry thought of hiding, but when he turned toward Tonks, he knew that would be impossible. The pink shirt prevented her from hiding anywhere but Hogsmeade during Valentine's Day. Harry counted the seconds until Fred turned around and saw them. He got to 6 before Fred saw the pair. He only held in his shout when Harry moved forward and shushed him. "Harry, Tonks, what are you doing here? Mum would go spare if she knew you weren't locked away, protected at that prison, house of your relatives." "We are enjoying a day of shopping, Weasley twin number 1, Tonks answered. "I am Harry's guard, and I guard him wherever he happens to be. He just happens to be here right now, so there you go." "Twin number 1, huh?" Fred asked. "Well, there is only one of you here right now, so yeah, number 1 works just fine." "Fred, please don't tell anyone I was here today. I really don't need the hassle, you know," Harry begged. "No worries, mate," Fred dismissed Harry's concerns. "I completely understand. Besides, would I be the type of person who would squeal on someone doing something they weren't supposed to? Honestly, I thought you knew me better than that." Fred hung his shaking head in shame. "You spend 5 years teaching these kids right from wrong, and what do you get? I'm disappointed, Harry. Ron, I could understand not having much of a clue, but you were always the smart one of the group." "I guess Ginny is the last hope for the Weasley family." "Hermione is the smart one. I just get lucky," Harry replied. "Books not make one smart, Harry. Hermione plays by the rules so much I swear if it wasn't for you she would already have a job with the ministry oppressing everyone with more rules. Tonks, please save this lost soul from the straight and narrow." Fred dropped to his knees and clasped his hand together, pleading with Tonks. "You are making a scene, you git," Harry snapped while scanning the street. "I do not want to be seen, and you pull this in the middle of Diagon Alley." Fred jumped up and smiled widely. "No worries, mate. After the first few days, most of the alley ignores what we do over here. Anyway, I have something for you that we were going to post." Fred dug into his vest pocket and pulled out a Gringotts key. "Number 1969, and yes, we asked for that number. This is where your share is being deposited." "Share? What share?" Tonks asked, becoming giddy again at the prospect of learning some secret. "Harry's share of the profits, of course." Fred didn't hesitate in answering the question. "I don't want a share. That money was a gift, and if you want to give it away, then give it to your family. I don't want it." "Come now, Harry," Fred explained. "We are already helping out the family, but your half is still your half." "Half," Harry yelled. "Now who is making the scene?" Fred quipped, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. "We voted on it, and you get half." "I never voted," Harry said, crossing his arms. "Yes, well, you didn't make the owners' meeting that day, so you were a default yes vote. Besides, it was a unanimous vote for you getting half." "Bloody Weasleys," Harry mumbled under his breath. "Not today, but yesterday for sure," countered Fred. "Finally figured out what was wrong with that candy. Nearly lost Lee in the testing phase. Anyway, you should stop by when you have time and can be seen by others, Harry. You kids have fun." Fred wiggled his eyebrows and Harry and Tonks as he ushered them away. "Fred will keep his mouth shut and not say a word," Harry repeated to himself over and over. "What is the big deal, Harry?" Tonks asked innocently. "Don't want to be seen with me." "No, it is the fact that if Dumbledore or even Molly hears about this, they will lock me away for my own protection." "Think nothing of it, Harry. I will be the one getting yelled at for letting you out. I am the guard after all. Besides," Tonks said with a giggle, "Dung's shift started 20 minutes ago." Tonks proceeded to laugh at the situation. Harry tried to stay worried, but with Tonks laughing the way she was, he couldn't do it. Finally, a smile broke out on his face, and Harry couldn't keep the chuckle inside. They walked down the alley and turned the corner that Tonks pointed out. They continued past some clubs and other night spots that Harry thought looked pretty interesting from the outside. Tonks pulled his arm toward a darker lit building covered in old-looking wood. There was a name plate near the doorway, but you could only read the words from a certain angle, and Harry only saw curly letters before he was pulled inside. The entranceway was adorned in the same wood as outside and had marble floors. Harry's only thought was that this was an expensive place. A man met them right inside the door, and he was already looking down his nose at them. "May I help you?" Harry knew they weren't wanted judging by the man's reaction. Harry looked at his clothes and figured the t-shirt was definitely a reason for that. Harry saw the look the man was giving Tonks in her pink tank top, and it wasn't pleasant. "Yes, you can help us," Harry said directly to the man. "I would like a table away from the crowd." The man shifted his disapproving glare from Tonks, who was looking around oblivious to the situation, to Harry. He looked ready to make a comment, but paused as the dim light caught the scar on Harry's forehead. The man stepped back and seemed to change his demeanor instantly. "Right this way, sir." "I thought so," Harry said, exposing his contempt for the man. "If Tonks wants to eat here, then we eat here, and this guy isn't going to ruin it." They walked deeper into the restaurant and turned a corner, coming to a door marked VIP. Harry noticed the stares they received when they walked past the occupied tables. He kept his eyes on Tonks, hoping that she wouldn't notice how unwelcome they seemed to be. The man opened the door and led them into the even better furnished room. Harry followed the man to the booth he had chosen and let Tonks take her seat first. Harry slid into the opposite side and waited to see what would happen. The man produced leather-bound menus and a wine list before bowing low and retreating from the room. Harry opened the menu and scanned the items available for selection. The one thing he noticed immediately was the lack of prices on the menus. In his time at the Dursleys, he knew what that meant: expensive. Harry looked up and found Tonks gazing into his eyes, wearing an excited expression. "Thank you for taking care of the idiot, Harry. I know he was about to chuck us out, but you came through like I knew you would." "What?" "Look at this place, Harry. Like they would let me in wearing this, and in the VIP section, no less. That was all you, baby." "I didn't do anything, Nymphadora." "You were there and knew we were about to be tossed. You flashed your scar, and here we are. I know you hate to use it, but you have it so. I might as well make you happy and show it off." "Exactly, Harry. Who said you didn't know how to treat a lady?" "Hermione, 4th year. Parvati, 4th year as well. I think Cho last year, come to think of it." "Well, you learn fast, Harry. Thank you. I have always wanted to eat here, and you made the happen." "This place is expensive, isn't?" Harry asked, knowing the answer. "Yep, but it is worth it. It is my treat anyway, so don't worry." "I can help if you want. I still have some money left over after buying out Madame Malkin's." "I got it, Harry. I am an Auror, you know." Tonks winked and picked up her menu. Harry looked over the menu and decided he wanted a steak to eat. Without prices, he didn't know what was the cheapest. Many of the selections had foreign names, so he had no idea what they were. He closed his menu and watched Tonks nibbling on her tongue as she decided what to order. Harry had to look away since he started getting ideas in his head. "Know what you want, Harry?" Tonks asked, gaining his attention again. Harry took control of the dirty thoughts raging in his mind. "I was thinking of the steak, since I can understand what that is. How about you?" "Same. Want some wine with our meal?" Tonks didn't wait for his answer and opened the wine list and started listing off red wines. Harry watched the scene with an amused smile on his face. She was always ready to jump forward and enjoy her life. After a few minutes, Harry watched a waitress enter the room. She carried herself with poise and perfection on every step. She stood before their table and watched Tonks scanning the wine list. "Do you wish to select a wine off the house list, or do you want one from your collection here, Mr. Potter?" "Excuse me," Harry answered bluntly. "Your family, I believe your grandfather, was a frequent guest here, and he kept an assortment of his preferred wine in our cellars as best as I can recall. I can check with a house elf if you would like to confirm our current stock." "Sure, that sounds fine," Harry answered, but he was obviously confused. The waitress disappeared through a rear door. Tonks looked at Harry and smiled happily. "You have your own wine here. How cool. I wonder what you have got to choose from." "I have no idea, but considering my grandfather has been dead for at least 16 years, I guess they should be pretty old." The idle banter continued until the waitress returned. She had a slip of paper in her hand and asked what they wanted to order. Harry ordered the steak, medium, as did Tonks. "Very good, so that means you will want a red. I have a wide selection here, so if I may make a suggestion, the 1956 Mouton Rothschild should do nicely. Does that meet with your expectations?" Harry hesitated before agreeing with the choice. The waitress left the room quietly. Tonks watched Harry carefully. "You ordered a 1956 bottle of wine for our dinner. This is going to be an amazing dinner, Harry. Thank you." "There is so much I don't know about my family. When I get time, I want to read those files about them. No one has ever mentioned my grandparents before." Harry and Tonks talked about her family and what she did as a child. Harry learned that she had always been different while growing up. She learned of her abilities when she was 6, and from that point on, she had worked to develop and control them. Harry felt sympathy for her when she described how the other kids at Hogwarts had treated her during her first 3 years of school. They had always asked her to change her appearance or become someone else for a joke. She could only name 2 people who had wanted to know the real Nymphadora Tonks. Harry couldn't help but agree with her disdain for everyone else. The wine and steak had arrived, and after a glass and a half of the very old wine, Harry was feeling a little lightheaded. Tonks was altering her features every other minute trying to entertain him. When the bill arrived, Harry tried to pay it while Tonks was busy fixing her pointed ears. "I said I would pay it, Harry. Put your money away this instant." Tonks grabbed the check and signed her name and vault number on the slip. "With you supplying the wine, the bill wasn't too bad. Thanks for that." "I had no clue about the wine, so what do we do with the rest of it?" "Bring it with. We can't let it go to waste. Maybe the Dursleys will be jealous when they see it. Considering how they are, I can almost guarantee they won't know what to do when they see that bottle. It probably costs as much as that great arse makes in a week. Well, almost maybe. Let's go." Tonks and Harry stood up to leave the restaurant after Harry had deposited the wine in his trunk. Tonks was walking very close to Harry as they passed the entryway. The man bowed deeply as Harry neared him. Tonks laughed, but Harry came to a stop in front of him. "I suggest you treat people, especially friends of mine, better than you did today." Harry held the man's eyes for a few seconds before turning to leave. Harry placed his hand on Tonks' lower back and urged her on. She complied instantly and led the way out of the establishment. "You didn't need to do that, Harry," Tonks said quietly, but in an overly friendly way. "You always need to be the hero, don't you? Nymphadora, he judged you because of what you were wearing. That isn't right, and I should know considering what I wore until you made me buy new stuff. I'm not interested in places that treat people like that. It is the same prejudice that Voldemort uses. Pureblood, or you are worthless. Just because that guy isn't murdering people doesn't make his actions okay. You are my friend, and I will do what I can to make you happy." Tonks pulled Harry to a stop, to the side of the alley amongst the shadows, and moved into Harry. She gripped his head and kissed him firmly. Harry gave into the effort without a fight. As his head swirled a little from the wine, his mind went blank except for kissing the woman in front of him. They snogged for a few minutes until Tonks pulled away breathing heavily. "Make a portkey to your room. Apparating after drinking is not for novices." Harry pulled out his wand and the metal ring he had used for training. He concentrated extra hard and tapped the ring. It reacted properly, and Harry held it out for Tonks to grab onto. She grabbed the ring and kissed Harry firmly again. Harry felt the tug, and once he pulled away for some air, he saw that they were standing in his room. Tonks opened her eyes and dropped the ring to the floor noisily and pushed Harry backwards onto the bed. She followed him down and pulled herself along his body up to his lips. She continued kissing him as she slowly pulled up on his shirt, exposing his chest. She started kissing his newly revealed skin, eliciting a pleasant sound from his throat. She thought she was in control for once until Harry's hands found their way to her butt and subsequently tugged her own shirt over her head. She was lying on top of Harry, wearing her bra and pants, as his hands started roaming around her soft skin. She made a few sounds of her own as Harry moved her mouth back to his. They snogged for a while, and Tonks managed to even the odds a little by removing Harry's shirt completely and getting his pants undone before there was a knock at the door. Harry growled as Tonks slid off of him and the bed. She gathered her clothes and quickly put on her shirt, while Harry did the same and fastened his jeans. Harry checked the room once before opening the door. He saw Dudley on the other side staring at him. "What do you want?" Harry asked slowly, using everything he had to intimidate Dudley into leaving. "I can hear you again," Dudley said quietly, trying to steal a look into the room. "Mum and Dad will be up soon. You wouldn't want them to hear you shagging your girlfriend, would you? If you could keep your eyes to yourself for a second, I can tell you I couldn't care less whether they heard us doing anything. I have said it before and I will say it again. They have nothing to say about what I do. They never did, but I am taking control of my life now. I would hate to see Vernon bust in here and try something. He could get hurt, you know. Terrible shame that would be, wouldn't it? Tonks took this moment to swing around the door and step into the view of Dudley. She had messed up hair, and her shirt was very rumpled. She slid her left hand onto Harry's shoulder and her right wound around his stomach, caressing it softly. She put on her most sexy smile and spoke very enticingly. Harry, why don't you close the door so we can get back to what we were doing? I am a little cold, and I think you should help me warm up a bit. You are good at that, remember. Tonks looked away from Harry and wiggled her eyebrows at Dudley for a second before looking at Harry again. Dudley stood dumbfounded in the doorway as Tonks continued to rub her hand around Harry's body. Harry was beginning to respond to Tonks' touches, and his focus was beginning to shift away from Dudley. Dud, why don't you go somewhere else? Somewhere that isn't in front of my door. I am rather busy right now. Harry had trouble forming sentences, but he managed the best could. Dudley said nothing, so Harry absent-mindedly pushed the door closed. Once it clicked closed, Tonks threw up a silencing charm and broke into laughter. Harry took a moment to realize what had happened before he too started to laugh. It may have been fun to get him like that, but I feel the price was a little too high for me. Harry looked like a wounded puppy, and Tonks' laughter broke instantly. She watched him for a second, then grabbed him and kissed him firmly on the lips again. Her hands worked his hair into sticking up even worse than normal. She moved him back to the bed and straddled him as he lay down. She started moving her lower torso around his, getting the reaction she wanted. For once I know what I am doing, Tonks said between kisses. I am still clueless, but what are you going to do? Harry asked. I am going to play for a while, and then I am going to stop and drive you absolutely crazy. Tonks smiled widely as she continued her ministrations. Harry let her continue for a few minutes before he stared into her dark eyes. Nymphadora, I don't want to be driven crazy. Harry waited until she looked at him before willing his mind into hers. She responded with a moan, and her eyes flittered shut. Damn you, Harry, Tonks said so quietly Harry had to strain to hear it. Maybe, nymph, maybe. Harry pulled her lips to his and kissed her until his lack of air forced him to break it. She panted along with him and shivered slightly. She opened her eyes, and all Harry saw was hunger and desire in them. He started pulling her shirt off again, but she yanked it over her head and tossed it over her shoulder. She pulled on his shirt a bit roughly, so he helped her remove it. Harry made eye contact again and willed the connection to happen. He watched anxiously as Tonks tried to inhale his mouth with hers. She was kissing and probing his mouth with her tongue. She kept rubbing Harry with her body, stimulating him with every movement. As they continued, Harry felt a tremor in Tonks' body, so he opened his eyes, finding the real Tonks sitting on him. All alterations gone, Tonks kept running her hands over his body and head. With a moan, she lowered herself to lie next to Harry. She kept her eyes closed, but her mouth was open, trying to breathe. Harry, I have to stop before this goes too far. You have no idea how close I am to vanishing our clothes and fucking your brains out. I can't open my eyes or I will do just that. I am sorry, but you get me going too much and way too fast. Oh, what a talent. So, what now then? Harry, I am supposed to be looking out for you. I feel like I am betraying some oath or something here. I know what is expected of me, but I know what I want to do. Those things are at odds here. I can't do both. Everyone has expectations of me. Most of them involve me saving them from Voldemort. For the first time in my life, I am doing what I want to do. I am making decisions and dealing with the consequences. Right now, I couldn't care less about what others want from me. Harry put his right hand under Tonks' chin and moved it up so he could kiss her. She didn't resist and gave in to his efforts quickly. They proceeded to kiss at Harry's pace until a hoot from Hedwig ruined the moment. Harry looked at the owl and saw that she had a letter for him. With a sigh, Harry extracted himself from Tonks' warm, partially clothed body and took the letter from Hedwig. The letter was from Remus, and Harry sat back on the bed. He slowly opened the letter and read what was written. Without turning around, Harry spoke to Tonks, who was moving around behind him. Remus is wondering if he has to pick me up tomorrow so we can go to the will reading. Should I take him up on the offer? I just have to write him back and say yes. Now I can take you, Harry. When is it? 10 o'clock is the reading, so we should get there a little early. Remus says that Dumbledore will be there too since he got a letter from Gringotts. That is not what I want right now. I haven't worked on my occlumency much, just when it comes to. Yes, Harry, you faded out there at the end. When it comes to what? Harry turned and saw Tonks standing on the other side of the bed, wearing only her bra and panties. She gave him an impish smile and bounced on her feet a few times. Harry swallowed and took a breath. Exactly, Harry said, unable to force his eyes away from Tonks' mostly naked body, which was bathed in the moonlight from outside. Harry managed to make eye contact with Tonks and waited for her to say something in response. She continued to smile and put her pink shirt back on. Harry watched as she put her arms in the shirt and moved about inside of it. When her arms emerged, Tonks had a hold of her bra strap and tossed it at Harry, hitting him in the chest. Harry saw her nipples pushing on the fabric from underneath, and she smiled even wider. Just so you know, that always happens when I take off my bra. Are you trying to test my occlumency skills here, or just teasing again? Which would you prefer, Harry? I am not going to tell you which I would prefer, Nymphadora. I could get into trouble doing that. I doubt you would get into trouble, Harry. You might find that you get what you want and more. Harry forced his eyes to her face and found humor, lust, and eagerness there. Promises, promises, Harry said softly. Tonks pulled up the sheet and slid into the bed, leaving her leg hanging out from under the sheet. Are you going to join me, Harry? Taking a deep breath, Harry removed his pants and joined her under the sheets. Harry moved close to her and lay down. Tonks moved close to him, smiling. We can work on your occlumency tomorrow before we leave. Right now, we should get some rest. Tonks kissed him quickly on the nose and rolled over. Harry couldn't think for a second before he grabbed her sides and tickled her. You are the biggest flirt and tease I know, Nymph. I am going to tickle you until you apologize. Tonks was laughing and writhing around on the bed violently. She kept fighting off Harry's hands, but the effort wasn't much. Harry continued until he saw Tonks fighting to breathe. Once he stopped, Tonks started taking deep breaths between residual giggles. When she had regained some composure, she turned over and enveloped Harry into a hug and gave him a deep, searching kiss. That is the playfulness I want to see more of from you, Harry. Just so you know, I am always in the mood to wrestle around and play touchy-feely. Tonks became serious and lowered her voice. You are fun to be with, and you always seem to know what to do at the right moment. Keep it up and you never know what you will get. Oh, and I apologize for my behavior earlier. Don't worry about it, Nymphadora. Harry leaned forward and kissed Tonks like he meant to. They continued until sleep took them. 6. Of History and Wills. The sun was at least a half-hour away from rising, but Nymphadora Tonks was waking up. She was still slowly fighting her way out of sleep's grasp when she heard the sound of paper being shifted about. She opened her eyes and felt the sting of light in them. With her eyes closed, she remembered the previous night and everything that happened. Oh, that is going to leave a mark, isn't it? Tonks moved the sheet a little, blocking the light, and looked down at her stomach near her belly button. She saw a bruise had formed overnight and knew that her neck was going to be just as bad or worse. It was worth every minute. He is too much fun for me. Thank Merlin he had enough self-control to stop me when I tried to do not think about that. It will only end up happening again, and that is not what you want, or do you? Tonks used her metamorph abilities to hide the marks. I don't want him to worry about hurting me this early in the morning. Merlin knows he would too. He has too big a heart for his own good. Tonks found she could lower the sheet without her eyes screaming in pain from the light. She looked and saw Harry sitting on the floor leaning against the bed. She saw his messy black hair move around as he continued with what he was doing. Harry, what are you doing? Harry didn't answer, but Tonks felt a surge of magic flood her senses. She felt like she was drowning in it. It was worse than when Harry was in fights with Horace or Vernon. Harry! Tonks scrambled out of the bed and to the floor in front of Harry. She found him sitting cross-legged with a box sitting open to his right and a pile of papers and folders to his left. One folder was open in his hands, and he looked like he was reading the contents. "Harry, you are scaring me. Why are you so mad?" Tonks moved back as Harry's eyes rose to look at her. A look of pure malevolence was shining in his eyes. Tonks had never seen Harry look that dangerous before. She never thought it was possible for a 15-year-old to look that scary. She hesitantly asked the question again. "What is wrong, Harry?" "There is so much they never told me." The hate was rolling off him in waves mixed with the raw magic he possessed. "I have been lied to. I have been kept in the dark. I have been ignored. I have been prevented from knowing who I really am. I want to hurt people right now, and that scares me." Tonks watched the fierceness on Harry's face swirl with fear and eagerness. She needed to know more if she had any hope of stopping something from being destroyed. Tonks only hoped that she and Harry weren't the ones who got hurt. "Harry, please explain it to me. I do not know what is in those files. I read mine, but we weren't allowed to read others unless it is part of a mission. Tell me, please. Maybe I can help." Harry fought the all-consuming urge to level the Dursleys' home. He fought with his own magic, which was screaming to be used. He took a few controlling breaths before answering the very frightened woman in front of him. "My grandparents died of a wizarding disease and old age. Did you know that? My other grandparents died from a car accident. What harm would it have caused to tell me that? Why do I have to find this shit out for myself? Why can't people just tell me these things?" "Is that why you are so mad?" Tonks asked cautiously. "Not even close. I learned that my father didn't have a job because he managed my family's investments. Apparently, the Potters have a stake in many businesses in both the wizard and muggle worlds. My mum was employed, but it doesn't say where. She did something, but I haven't found out what yet. I also found out that Dumbledore has been filling out my release forms for Hogwarts. He can do that since he is my wizard guardian. I read that a few days after Sirius was sent to Azkaban, Dumbledore had the guardianship changed to him and the document sealed. Apparently it pays to be the supreme mugwump, chief warlock, and other such things. He got that file sealed so no one would find out without actually nicking the document itself. I also read the transcript of the trial. Dumbledore didn't do much to help Sirius. He basically let him be sentenced without trying very hard to find out the truth. Granted, Sirius didn't say much in his own defense, but still Dumbledore should have wanted to know what really happened. I know that it was Dumbledore himself who had that magic sensor thing set to watch this neighborhood. Fudge only trained it on me once I started mucking up his life. That old man had Mrs. Fig put here to watch me. I don't know what she told him, but he didn't do much watching or listening, did he? When I told him about your uncle attacking you, Tonks said, hesitantly, afraid the truth might do more damage than good, but she knew Harry's opinion on that subject. He asked if you were unhurt. He didn't seem to care about what that fight would do to you. I nearly got into it with him when he wanted things left as is. He told me not to tell the Order about it. That sounds just like him from what I have learned. He has mucked about my life since everyone died. I should have been given to Remus to have been taken care of. He was the next one, after all, on the list my parents created when they went into hiding. Dumbledore wasn't even on the list, yet here he is pulling the strings. Remus didn't even know about their choice. Dumbledore prevented the notification from being sent out that night. Here is the real kicker. The list my parents created expressly says that I should never be given to Petunia for care. Never be given to her. My mum forbade it, and what does Dumbledore do? He gives me to her against my mum's wishes. I should have lived in my family's home, Potter estate, not in this hellhole. We have house elves there, or at least we did before we went into hiding. The ministry files mention the house's existence, but they don't know where it is. My life has been fucked with ever since I was 1 year old, and Dumbledore is a big part of that. What gives him the right? Because he is the all-powerful Albus Dumbledore? Fuck him. How dare he do the things he has done? I could have grown up in a normal home away from these people. Yeah, there would have been a werewolf and house elves, but it would have been better than this god-forsaken place. A normal childhood is all I wanted. That is all I ever wanted. I dreamed of someone taking me away from here, every night for as long as I could remember. The night Hagrid showed up is one the happiest of my life. He took me away from here, from these people, and I owe him for that. But Dumbledore put me here. I owe him for that as well. Harry started getting darker in his mood, and the feeling in the air reflected that as well. Harry, please listen to what I have to say. Harry looked at her. The magic you have been learning is dangerous to practice and use. You have done a great job with it, but there is more than just using it. You have to know when to use it and when not to. Dark magic is insidious. It can change a person for the worst. I know you can handle it because I have watched you. You hate using the spells, but it gives you a sense of strength and power. You have never been in control of your life until now. Do not think the magic gives you that power. It is you who have assumed control over your life. You are getting the power because you are not letting others take it from you. Do not think that magic can produce power. That is the wrong way to think. It is the wrong way to go. I don't think that, Tonks. I know what is going on. I know you do, Harry. I only want you to watch out. I can see you fighting the urge to hurt something, and if you did, you would only feel worse. You are a good person who has been in a bad situation. You are strong enough to find a way out of this doing the right things. I am here to help if you need it. Horace should have had this discussion with you about the spells you have been using, but I think he has gotten carried away with how fast you pick things up. Fast? He says I am too slow every time. I am never good enough. And would you try as hard if he did? Would you try to prove yourself with such determination if he praised you? He knows how to motivate you, Harry. He has used that to get the most out of you. It took me a week to get those shields mastered when he taught me, and I have to use my wand to do them too. You get them all in a day and wandlessly. Don't tell me you don't know how good you are at this stuff. I just do my best, Tonks. That is all I have ever done. And your best is better than anyone else's. It is that simple. You are amazing, and I am so proud of you. Be proud to be yourself. Anyone else would. You are Harry Potter, and you are strong enough to make good things happen in this world. If you have to sneak around the ministry and borrow files or fool a group of old guys, you can still make things happen that are good. I do not want you to fall into what is easy like the Death Eaters. I am not like them. I know you aren't, Harry. I just wanted to remind you that doing what we do, it is a constant struggle to stay good. We have connections and support from people who get us out of just about anything. Our job is riddled with temptation that lesser men would fall prey to. Do not become overwhelmed by the magic you control. You wield more than anyone I know, so please be careful. Besides, you are too cute to go bad. Tonks smiled and altered her ears to make them pointed again. Harry's mood subsided, but he could still feel his magic swirling. I will not disappoint you, nymph. I never said you would, Harry. Now, I should take a shower considering what you did to me last night. We can practice your occlumency when I get back. The last thing we need is Albus finding a secret in your head today. He would only start digging trying to figure out what it is. You got that right, Harry said very seriously. I will keep reading until you get back. Tonks grabbed some clothes and put on her cloak. Being found in her knickers by the Dursleys would be an unpleasant experience for everyone. Harry watched Tonks leave the room, but she flashed a leg before closing the door after her. She is crazy, but she is fun, and my life hasn't had much fun in it. I intend to keep having fun and enjoying my life. To hell with the Dark Tosser and his morons. To hell with the ministry and anyone else who gets in the way. I am going to live through this, and I am going to enjoy doing it too. Now what else haven't I been told? Harry pulled the discarded folder into his lap and continued where he left off. Every page told him something new about his life and his family. Every new fact gave Harry something else to think about. Every untold story filled in more of his past. Harry read his father's school records. The disciplinary folder alone gave Harry many things to laugh about and quite a few ideas for the twins. Harry started a list and added things that seemed viable considering their talents. His father definitely had a problem with Snape. Most of the times he got caught were when Snape was the victim. As Harry thought about it, he started wondering how many of those times Snape set his father up to be caught. Many of them seemed similar to how Draco had tried to get Harry caught during his first year. His mother's school folder nearly brought as many laughs, but not for the same reasons. Harry could only think that Hermione's would read the same, except for all the times his name would be listed next to hers. The scores and efforts his mother put forth were sickening. How could Mum be this smart and still end up with Dad? Their records are polar opposites of each other. His mother had one detention in all her years, but a note on the sheet said that Lily was covering for another student but wouldn't reveal who. The detention was during 7th year and served with James Potter with McGonagall as the monitor. Harry compared his parents' records for their 7th year and found that after the detention his father spent with his mother, he had far less nights of punishment. He couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Could Mum have changed him in 3 hours? It was a laughing Harry that Tonks found when she returned to his room. "What is so funny, Harry?" He explained the correlation and started laughing again. "Women can change a man in far less time than 3 hours, Harry. You remember that, and you will go far in life as long as you accept the fact that you are the one to do the changing." Tonks cracked a smile and watched Harry figure out what she had said. Her own laughs stopped when Harry wrestled her onto the bed and held her down. "Getting aggressive, I see. You wanted me more playful, so here you are, Nymphadora." "Yes, quite nice, Harry, but we have other things to do besides trying to suffocate each other. Oh, and next time don't suck so hard for so long. It took me 10 minutes to hide all of the hickeys on my body. The ones on my neck were particularly hard to conceal. The ones on my back I couldn't see, so I did my best. You better hope I don't have to get naked today in front of someone, or there will be difficult questions to answer, mister." Harry hesitated before letting his evil grin spread across his face. He heard Tonks sigh as he lowered himself to give her a kiss. "Like I said last night, it is my life, and everyone who has a problem with that can fuck off." "I know, and I am with you on that, but I don't even want to think about how the questions would be asked. Oh, the shame." Tonks was teasing with her words as she used her leg to rub Harry's bum. "Now you stop that, you frisky minx. Weren't we going to do something now?" "Oh yeah, I need to test your occlumency skills. I am not expecting perfection here, just a passable defense against Albus. At the very least, you should know when he is trying to get into your head. If he does, get my attention and we can stop him." "Us stop him? What did have in mind, Nymph?" "I don't know. I could ask him a question or step between you two. There are easy ways to stop it from happening. I doubt he will outright attack you with it. We will be among others, and he doesn't need a scene like that where others can watch. Think of the press. Albus Dumbledore attacks Harry Potter's mind. That would go over as well as Fudge winning the Most Charming Smile award this summer. In fact, you have won that one, haven't you?" "I don't think so, but I never paid much attention to it. Ask Hermione or Mrs. Weasley that question. One knows everything, the other reads up on that kind of stuff." "You really rely on Hermione for things, don't you?" "Yep, either you rely on her or she makes you rely on her. It is easier not to fight it. You don't know her very well, do you?" "Not really. I just know what I have heard and the few days I was at headquarters when she was there. Ginny and I meshed better. She is more fun than Hermione. Less books around, too. Anyway, let's get this over with. As much fun as it is having someone roam around your head, I would rather not." "Well, I like roaming around your head, Harry. There is a lot in there I find humorous and entertaining." "Glad I could help, Nymph." "Much thanks, Harry. Now ready." Harry nodded, and he felt a presence in his mind. Harry signaled he felt her presence, so she started pushing into his mind. Images started appearing in his mind for no reason. Harry tried to confine the source of the disruption, but with every attempt the intruder moved somewhere else. "Try to box me in, Harry. I am not going to make this easy for you, but I am not going to run pell-mell in there either. Trap me with your mind. Use some of your magic if you have to, but don't fry me in the process. I am too cute to be killed by you." "That you are, Nymphadora." Harry tried to box Tonks in, but every time he got close she would escape his efforts. As his frustration levels rose, Harry started using more of his magic to confine her. He had her cornered once, but she broke through the thin walls he had created in an amateur attempt to confine her. Getting even more frustrated with himself, Harry forced more magic into his attempts and trapped her presence tightly in his own mind. He opened his eyes and saw Tonks lying on the bed fighting against an invisible enemy. Harry dropped all concentration and moved to hold Tonks. Once his mind changed its purpose, Tonks was released by the magic and freed. A few deep breaths were taken before Harry scooped her up into his arms and held her to him. "I am all right, Harry. I kept getting away when you were playing nice. I deserved what I got. You can trap anyone in your mind by doing what you did. Remember that if you need it in the future. Also, if you put that much effort into it, you could the choke attacker easily enough. I, for one, prefer our other way of trying to suffocate each other. Tonks smiled widely and licked her lips. Harry lowered his body a little as he held Tonks in his arms. You think I could hold off Dumbledore? If you needed to, most definitely. I don't know if you could prevent the initial attack or break into his mind, but you should be able to hold him in place for a long time. There is no way he would expect you to be this good at occlumency after Snape's pathetic efforts. Now, how about some metamorph training? I would like to know how much you can do. All right, what is first? Start with what you know you can do, hair length. Tonks spent the remaining time watching Harry struggle to change his appearance. He could lengthen his hair at will after 30 minutes, but he couldn't change the color one bit. His eyes proved even more difficult. Harry couldn't change the shape or color at all. After Tonks told a very frustrated Harry how to change the texture of his skin, Harry proved that he lacked that ability as well. Tonks went through every area of the Metamorph Magus training regimen she had created through her own life. Harry could change the length of his hair anywhere on his body with some serious thought. He could alter his center of gravity a little bit, which aided him in his Quidditch skills and made Tonks very jealous since she couldn't. His reflexes were heightened by what little metamorph gift he had. Harry could do something else, but he flatly refused to tell Tonks what his was. Harry would only tease her, saying that she might find out later in the summer. A huffing Tonks brought the session to a close. Well, you may not be me, but at least you have a few things you can do. The more you use them, the easier it is to make it happen quickly. I had hoped you would be more advanced, but I was just looking for someone to discuss the gift with. Don't worry, Harry. I still like you even though you aren't very talented at this one area of obscure magic. Thanks, Nymph, I think. That is a compliment, Harry. Now, it is nearly 9:15, so you should shower so we can eat something quick before we leave for Gringotts. Wear something new and sexy. Could you just pick out what you want me to wear? I would have just worn jeans and a t-shirt again. Oh, that is no good. You have to look dapper today. You are going to get some money and meet a few people you would probably rather not meet. So you have to make a good impression and appear formidable. Dumbledore may spring some new summer plan on you that neither of us knows about yet. If he does, it will not go down easily. I will resist any plans he has for me. Anyway, what am I wearing? Tonks opened his trunk and sorted through the new clothes. Here, wear these, she said, tossing clothes at him. I will hang up your other clothes and put away the files while you are busy. Now get moving. Tonks shooed him from the room and into the hallway. Harry turned and headed to the bathroom, only to find Dudley leaving his room and Petunia dusting the picture frames. Both stopped what they were doing and stared at Harry with their jaws hanging open. What now? Harry asked, clearly lacking patience. What have you done to yourself? Petunia asked, a little angry and puzzled at the same time. What are you on about? You taking steroids or what, Potter? Dudley chimed in. Steroids? What the bloody hell are you on about, Dud? Look at you, Dudley said, waving a hand at Harry. You aren't all titchy anymore. It has only been a week. You have to be hitting them hard for this kind of change. Jealousy and anger could be heard in Dudley's voice. Harry looked at himself and found that he was holding his clothes near his waist, covering certain areas. He also noticed that his arms, legs, and pretty much his entire body wasn't so scrawny anymore. Over the last few days, he didn't have the time to realize what had been happening to himself. A long, forgotten conversation came to his mind. The potion they gave me. Didn't they say something about me not being so small after that? Oh, this, Harry said, moving his hand up and down in front of himself. I was given a potion to help me fill out a bit. I guess it is working. I have been so busy lately that I never noticed. Well, if we are finished, I need to take a shower. Excuse me. Harry pushed past Dudley and dismissed his aunt with a look. Once the door was closed, Harry turned the water on and pretended his relatives didn't exist. When Harry finished, he put on the clothes Tonks had given him. The shirt seemed a little bit tight around the shoulders, but he wasn't going to say anything about it. The pants fitted fine, and he tried in vain to comb his hair. I can change the length, but I can't make it lay down. What good am I? Harry left the loo and returned to his room to find Tonks sitting on his bed waiting for him. He noticed his trunk had been cleared of all clothes, and his cloak was hung over the back of his desk chair. On the desk was the bottle of wine from the night before. As sexy as it was yesterday, Harry. Very nice, Tonks commented, as if she was waiting to give him a score at some pageant. We can finish the wine tonight when we have dinner, but it is breakfast time, and the muggles need to see that you are alive and well. No worries on that. I met 2 of them on my way to the loo. Really? Tonks seemed thoughtful. Did they say anything interesting? Actually, they thought I had been taking drugs to make me bigger. What was in that potion they gave me on Wednesday? It is a special mix of stuff. We use it to help ourselves become stronger. It is much faster and safer than the ways the muggles try. It should almost be done so you won't get much bigger. It won't make you huge like some professional bodybuilder, but it gets you going in the right direction. I don't think your body could handle much more than you have right now. It only gives you a comfortable increase in your strength. Do you like it? I never noticed it until Dudley made a comment. Do you like it? Did he really? Makes you think, don't it? Tonks faded off. What? Oh yes, I love it, Harry. You look very hot in your new clothes and improved physique. A heart stopper if there ever was one. Tonks watched as Harry got embarrassed and looked at the floor. Modest as ever, too. That is what I like about you, Harry. Ever the clueless hottie. Ha, is that what my goblin name would be? Harry Ever the Clueless Hottie Potter. I like it so I don't care how insulting you get about it. It fits all the same. Now grab your new sexy cloak, your keys, and anything else you think you will need. Be prepared in case something happens. You take care of yourself above all others, Harry. I can take care of myself so you worry about you. Understand. Are you expecting there to be trouble, Nymph? I am not sure, but think about who the Blacks are related to. There is a good chance a Malfoy will be there for the reading. I don't think they will get anything, but as a direct family member, they can't be excluded from the reading. I am sure they will lodge a complaint if they get nothing. Narcissa would not stand for being completely left out of the will. She has always had entitlement issues, thinking she should get everything. Be prepared, Harry. That is all I want. There will be people in the same room who are enemies. That makes for a bad situation altogether. Be ready, be prepared, and for Merlin's sake, stay sexy. Tonks, can't you stay serious for 1 minute? I could, but this is far more entertaining. Come on, let's get some food, scare some Dursleys, and frustrate my aunt a whole bunch. I am glad you are looking at the bright side of this trip, Nymph. I know I won't be. Tonks stood in front of Harry and gave him a passionate kiss while holding her soft body against his. Harry could feel her ample chest moving against his. Her silky top hid little and allowed her body heat to meld with Harry's. She broke the kiss only after running her hand down his chest and stopping right above his waistline. Stay positive, and I might be able to make it worth your effort, Harry. Tonks grabbed her cloak from the bed and moved to the doorway. Harry grabbed his cloak and followed Tonks down the stairs and into the kitchen. As he walked trailing behind Tonks, he watched her bum and used that as motivation to ignore the Dursleys. Tonks seemed to be swishing her rear a little more than necessary as she walked, and Harry could only figure that was on purpose. The chatter from the kitchen ceased the moment the door opened, and Tonks entered the room without hesitation. She walked over to the cooker and found it clear of any food. Ruddy muggles can't even leave a bit of toast for us. Ah, Harry, do you know how to cook? It is best if I remain a good distance from all kitchenware and appliances. Yes, Tonks, I can cook. What do you want? They don't count, Harry. Who are they going to tell anyway? Bacon sounds good, and maybe some eggs while you're at it. Would you like some kippers as well? Harry asked offhandedly. Yes, please. Too bad I haven't got any. You will just have to do without Nymph. Harry smiled at Tonks. Rotten luck anyhow. The Dursleys watched the byplay and were silent as Harry and Tonks bantered back and forth. Dudley slowly pushed his plate away, and he hadn't even finished his food. What is wrong, Dud? Not hungry for once? Harry asked. You two are making me sick, Dudley replied, as if before wasn't bad enough. What before? Vernon asked, barely holding his anger in check. Dudley looked at Tonks and then at Harry. He saw Harry tensing and flexing his wand hand. No, nothing, Dad. Nothing, never mind. Dudley. Don't you worry about them. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. Would you, boy? Vernon cast a scornful look at Harry. "I wouldn't you have nothing to say about it to begin with, Vernon. I haven't even been here a week and you are starting to return to your normal self. Do not forget what happened last time, Uncle. I am more willing to stop you now than I was then. Do not test me." Harry stared Vernon down and waited for the large man to relent. Harry decided he should test out his legilimency abilities while he had a volunteer willing to participate. Harry made eye contact and tried to open Vernon's mind a little bit just to listen. What Harry heard was very garbled and unintelligible. After a few minutes, Harry managed to figure out a little bit of what Vernon was thinking. Mostly, Vernon was trying to decide if Harry was bluffing or if he was serious. Harry chose to give Vernon proof. Harry slowly drew his wand and held it at his side. Then he willed an imprimis shield into existence and waited for Vernon to react. His uncle jumped back from the table, sending his chair flying across the kitchen. Harry watched Vernon back away as he sputtered incoherently. "I am serious, and I will not allow you to bully me, Vernon. Try it and I will fight back, and I assure you that I will fight to win." "So, you are threatening me, boy. Maybe I should call the police and let them remove you from my home." "You could do that, Dursley," Tonks said, drawing her wand with purpose. "Only once the police left, I would come back and destroy this house. The thing is, that is nothing compared to what the Death Eaters and Vol, you know who, would do to you." "You almost said it, Nymph. Keep trying, you will get there." "Thanks, Harry. You see, Harry is the only person keeping you lot alive. If he leaves this dreadful place too soon, the protections on this house will fall, and the Death Eaters will kill you. It is what they do, and they would love to get a hold of anyone who has sheltered Harry." Tonks saw the gleam in Vernon's eyes. "And before you get any ideas, Tubby, they won't listen to you. You are a muggle, and that makes you worse than a muggle-born wizard. You are as low on their list as you can get. Besides, Harry can protect himself if you didn't know. Now, Harry, make with the food. Chop, chop." "Thanks, Nymph, I think." Harry opened the fridge and started up the cooker. He kept one eye on Tonks and his relatives and the other on the food. He made up a decent-sized breakfast, and they ate while the Dursleys watched. Vernon never opened his mouth, but the vein in his head was throbbing. Petunia looked down on every action, but her heart didn't seem to be in it. Dudley made a big production of looking away, but his eyes kept swinging back to watch Harry and Tonks. When the eggs, bacon, and toast had been eaten, Tonks stood up and waved her wand, cleaning the dishes. Every Dursley jumped and two squeaks, and a grunt sounded in the kitchen. "Well, that puts us near our time, Harry. We had best get going so we can arrive a little early. I will let you do the honors of creating the portkey. You had better make it near the apparition point, and a return trip one just in case things get unpleasant." "All right, I can do that." Harry pulled out the metal ring and started concentrating. Vernon paled even more when he saw Harry tap the ring and it glowed blue. "You keep getting faster at that, Harry. Do we have everything?" "I think so. Let's get this over with." Harry sighed deeply and stepped towards Tonks. She put an arm around Harry's waist and held him tightly. Tonks used her other hand to tilt his head to look at her so she could kiss him. When their lips broke, Harry held up the ring and Tonks grabbed it. A tap of Harry's wand triggered the portkey, and they disappeared from the sterile kitchen, reappearing in a very non-sterile Diagon alley. The bright sun did little to raise Harry's mood. He was sad and angry at the situation he found himself in. Thoughts kept swirling in his mind as Tonks pulled him along the alley towards their destination. "I am always the one to survive. Why am I always left in the end? Why do others die when it should be me? Will Hermione be next? The Weasleys? Nymphadora? No, I can control who gets into that much danger. I can keep them away or in safer places. I can watch out for them. I can't lose anyone else. I couldn't live through that, or at least I wouldn't want to." "Not for your thoughts, Harry." "Just wallowing, Nymph. Don't mind me." "Ha, like I will leave it at that. You get more cheerful or you will hear about it from me, mister," Tonks scolded. "Yes, Nymph," Harry said in a resigned way. "He would want you to be happy right now. Think about last night or all the trouble you are going to cause with his money. At the very least, remember Vernon's face when you threw up that shield." Tonks smiled widely and laughed. "I will try. I hope things go well today, but knowing my luck, they will fall apart within an hour." They walked up the steps to the bank and entered the lobby area. Harry saw a group of people standing near the gilded doors at the back of the bank. Better make that 5 minutes, nymph. Tonks looked at the group and saw Dumbledore, Remus, Arthur and Molly Weasley, Narcissa Malfoy, and Cornelius Fudge. An array of Aurors were scattered about the lobby, taking up much of the open area. Harry turned to Tonks and gave her a wounded look. You are in charge, Harry. You are the primary beneficiary, so you control the reading. Unless they are expressly mentioned in the will, you can object to their presence. Good, I plan to then. Harry squared his shoulders and strode towards the group. The new cloak Tonks had him buy was flapping behind him as he walked. The elegant material shimmered in the dim light of the bank. His body and his stride gave him a very imposing look. He focused on Remus and the Weasleys, ignoring the others. A few people in the lobby turned and followed Harry's movement with their eyes, causing others to take notice. After a few seconds, most of the bank's patrons couldn't help but watch the young man advance on the idle group. The Aurors watched Harry approach, but many seemed to move back as Harry passed them. Remus, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Harry said as he neared the group, causing them to turn around quickly. Harry, dear, Molly exclaimed and rushed to sweep Harry into a vigorous hug. I have been so worried about you, dear. Oh, how are you doing? The Muggle's treating you better. Molly held him tightly before stepping back and holding him at arm's length. Harry, you have changed. Have you grown? Molly, let Harry be. He just got here and this can't be easy on him, Arthur interjected, preventing a larger scene from being made. Having a good summer, Harry. Better than any of the others, all things considered, Harry answered. We need to discuss a few things when you have time, Harry, Remus said. Yes, well, we can arrange a time after all of this, Remus. Harry wasn't going to be weak in front of anyone. He had to put the strongest face forward and prove his resolve. Hello, Harry. Albus stepped forward and extended his hand in a gracious manner, wearing a slight smile. Harry looked at his hand and then up into the old man's face. Harry could tell Albus was trying to make amends, but considering what he had learned earlier in the morning, Harry wasn't interested. He ignored the greeting, much to the surprise of everyone present, and looked to the minister. Why are you here, Fudge? Harry asked bluntly. One of Fudge's assistants nearly lost his head from shock at the way Harry addressed the sitting minister, but many of the Aurors had to work hard at hiding their mirth. Harry, my boy, Fudge began in a very friendly way. He stepped forward, extending his hand and placing his other hand on Harry's shoulder. How wonderful to see you again. Perhaps we could lunch together and speak of important matters. You could be of great assistance to the ministry and the wizarding world by helping me out with a few things. Harry smirked as his mood darkened. Everyone but Fudge noticed the mood shift. If I get to be the one to throw you out of the ministry, I am all for it. Otherwise, sod off, you incompetent git. Harry turned away from Fudge, brushed his hand off his shoulder, and ignored the shocked look on the minister's face. Albus watched the exchange and dropped his shoulders in disappointment. The Aurors couldn't help but laugh at this point. Many had to turn around to hide their insubordination. Molly wore a dismayed look while Arthur chuckled with Remus. The only one who didn't react was Mrs. Malfoy. All further discourse was interrupted by the doors opening and Griffook exiting through them. Mr. Potter and a guest may proceed to the hearing room in advance of the others to settle previous business, said the goblin. Albus stepped forward, as did Remus. Tonks, let's go, Harry said as he moved toward the door with Tonks following him closely. Harry, maybe I should accompany you. Albus stopped speaking when Harry and Tonks kept walking away without slowing. Once the doors closed, Molly stepped forward wearing a confused look. Albus, what did you do to the poor boy? Molly questioned in her normal domineering motherly tone. He has always been so respectful. I made a mistake, and it appears that Harry hasn't forgiven me for it. Albus sighed and adjusted his eyeglasses. Well, it appears we wait to be summoned. Harry and Tonks walked down the twisting hallways before being showed into a large room with an ornate table and numerous old chairs. Everything looked stately and formal in the light of the candle chandelier hanging above the table. Harry and Tonks took seats next to each other facing the doorway. Griffook accompanied another goblin into the room. The goblin looked as old as Dumbledore, but he had no beard and no hair on his head. The goblin had numerous wrinkles, and he walked with a gnarled, wooden staff with gold accents. The goblin slowly made his way to the high-backed chair at the head of the table. Harry and Tonks looked at him and waited for him to do or say something. The seconds ticked by as Griffook took up a position behind the elder goblin. The goblin sorted through a pile of papers, slowly arranging them into smaller piles. Harry decided to prep his mind for the inevitable intrusion from Albus. Tonks was getting impatient and figured on having a little bit of fun while she could. She placed her hand on Harry's lap and started moving it up his leg. A clearing of a throat stopped all activity in the room. "Mr. Harry Potter," the elder goblin prefaced. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. I will be handling this hearing personally due to the implications presented by such a family merger." "Family merger, sir?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Yes, Mr. Potter, the Black Estate will mostly be rolled into the Potter Estate. This is a serious matter that has every board member's attention. I am here to protect the interests of the deceased, the heirs, and the bank, of course. If you have any questions now, during, or after the reading, you are free to ask them. Moving forward, I will be available to you when needed, Mr. Potter." Tonks' jaw dropped at the announcement, and she looked at Harry, finding a confused look. She nudged Harry, earning a reaction from him. "Thank you, sir. I don't know much about all of this. I only recently learned a little about my family's financial position." "Really?" Ragnarok seemed honestly surprised. "Have you never received your statements? We send them out every month for account holders of your status." "Is that so?" Harry asked. "Does Albus Dumbledore know about the statements and their schedule?" "Why, yes, he does. He is your guardian after all." "I learned about that recently, too." Harry felt his anger increasing. "Is there something I can do about that? Some way I can change that or remove it altogether?" "There are some things we can do, but only if the position was abused by the guardian. Has Albus ever injured you?" "No, not directly." "Has he ever withdrawn money from your account without your knowledge?" Ragnarok was getting more animated as time went on. "I only found out about my vault when I turned 11, so anything before that would have been without my knowledge." "If you are referring to your trust vault, then there is no recorded activity prior to your 11th birthday's withdrawal. Now, your family account has had minor activity, but most of that is only prearranged maintenance activity. Some of your family investments have yearly obligations to meet, and your father set up arrangements to comply with them. There have been no other improper deductions or activity." "Are there any other ways?" Harry wanted to know the answer to this, since he should be able to handle at least some of his family's business on his own. "You have never received your monthly statements, so that is a small breach of the guardianship agreement with Gringotts. Has the person in question ever broken a written contract in his dealings with you?" "Yes, he has." Harry saw his only opportunity. "Before my parents were killed, they stated that I was never to be given to my aunt for care. I was supposed to go to Remus should Sirius not be available. Albus prevented that from happening. He sent me to live with my aunt. If you have a copy of that contract so I can verify the breach, it would be a direct violation in opposition with the documented wishes of his charge's parents. Essentially, the guardian would have usurped the orders of the parents, and that is never permitted. The parents are the supreme authority in family matters concerning their own children, even in death. Do you have the contract with you?" "I have a copy from the ministry." Harry pulled out his trunk and enlarged it. He sifted through the files until he found the right one containing the document his parents had drawn up. "Here, this is the list they created." Ragnarok looked it over and made a few murmurs. "This was witnessed by my predecessor and drawn up by one of our legal team members. I see the provision excluding your aunt from any kind of care and Remus Lupin being the preferred guardian. I know that Albus has been acting in that position for many years now. This is most interesting." "I wish to be free from Dumbledore's manipulations," Harry said. "Today, if possible, before the reading. Griffook, please bring me the appropriate forms to carry out Mr. Potter's wishes. I am satisfied that Albus has overstepped his purview as guardian. We will file the paperwork to remove Albus as your guardian. This will be effective immediately in reference to Gringotts' business, but the ministry may take a few days to process it. Do you have another in mind to assume his position? Couldn't I just take care of myself from now on? Harry questioned. I have pretty much been on my own anyway, so it isn't much of a change. You need to be 16 to hold your own counsel in the wizarding world. That is merely a few weeks away, correct? Harry nodded. Then, Mr. Potter, if I may suggest a temporary guardian who will allow you to handle your own decisions. I will do it if you want me to. Tonks managed to regain her composure from earlier. That is great, Tonks. Thank you, Harry said quickly. Mr. Ragnarok, are there any restrictions on the guardian's behavior? I am not sure I understand your meaning, Mr. Potter. Griffook looked at Harry, giving him an odd look. Harry nodded, and Griffook leaned forward and whispered to Ragnarok. Ah, I see then. No, Mr. Potter, there are no provisions against that sort of behavior. You are free to continue your relationship without worry. Harry lowered his head and blushed. Tonks smiled and elbowed him playfully. Griffook left the room quickly to gather the papers. Ragnarok returned to browsing the other files he had on the table. Are you sure you want to do this, Tonks? Yes, Harry, I am more than willing to be your guardian for the next few weeks. It will be fun. I will get to do what Sirius never had a chance to do, corrupt Harry Potter as his father and godfather should have. I have a mission to accomplish, dear sir. Great, Harry said hesitantly. I am not sure if that is a good thing or not. The pair continued to banter back and forth in a friendly way until Griffook returned with some forms. Harry watched Ragnarok take the forms and fill them out one by one. When he was finished, he handed them to Griffook, and the goblin presented them to Harry and Tonks. You will each need to sign the forms and provide a wand imprint, Ragnarok said, eyeing the forms carefully. I need to watch you sign them so I can list myself as a witness. Please proceed at your leisure. Harry read over the forms, as did Tonks, and they signed them one at a time in the appropriate places. Once that was done, Harry gathered them up and gave them back to Griffook. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. Now I will sign these and submit them to the proper department. I will keep them sealed as much as I can. The goblin signed the forms and handed them to Griffook to hold on to. Are there any other things you wish to handle prior to the reading? Do you know where Potter Estate is? Harry asked. No, Mr. Potter, I do not. The location of old wizarding families' homes are usually kept secret using spells. Perhaps your family chamber has information regarding its location. Chamber, Tonks said quietly. Harry had visions of a damp chamber with a dirty great snake living in it. Yes, Ms. Tonks, Mr. Potter's family has a chamber here. Many of the old families had chambers from when the bank was first opened. I believe the Potter family chamber is number 7. Griffook, could you confirm that vault number? Yes, Director. I will do so immediately. Griffook left the room quickly. Harry, you have a chamber here, Tonks asked. News to me, Nymph, Harry replied. I have no idea what that means anyway, so why don't you tell me? The family chambers are supposed to have the highest level of security the bank can offer, Tonks began. Only the oldest families have them, since they are supposed to be very limited in number. You need to maintain a certain level of money to even qualify for one, too. No wonder the director of the bank is willing to handle your account personally. Your guardian is quite well informed, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok spoke up. Harry, please, Mr. Ragnarok, Harry said evenly. I suggest the same to you, Harry. Ragnarok smiled, causing a small shiver to run down Tonks' arm. Harry gripped her hand tighter when he felt the movement. So, how much money do I have, Ragnarok? I do not have a current balance at this time. The last known inventory was made when your father assumed control over the family chamber. I can give you the balance in your trust vault, but that amount is small compared to your real worth. Never mind then, Harry relented. Needless to say, I have a lot then. Yes, Harry, you are well represented financially. Ragnarok smiled again at his understatement. Griffook returned with a slip of parchment in his hand. He handed it to Ragnarok, who read the note. With a nod from the elder goblin, Griffook returned to his position behind Ragnarok. I have a list of your current vaults in this bank, Harry. Your family chamber is number 7. Your trust account is vault number 687. A new vault was opened for you by the Weasley businessmen, number 1969. You will most likely end up with additional vaults after the reading since there are 2 others listed in the will. I can have Griffook take you to your family chamber after the reading if you wish. I would like to see it, but I am not sure if today would be the best day for that. Anyway, I think I am ready to get this over with. May we begin, Ragnok? Yes, Harry. Griffook, please escort the others in for the reading. Harry waited and calmed his mind as much as he could. He prepared for what was going to be a very unpleasant experience. The minutes ticked by before the door opened, and voices could be heard coming from the hallway. After Griffook entered the room, Albus was next, followed by the others Harry knew. He thought Narcissa was last until Fudge entered the room without his aides. Harry stood instantly and set his body. I object to Fudge being here for the reading. Harry noticed the others' surprised looks. Come now, boy. Fudge attempted to sway the current mood more to his liking. Surely you won't refuse the Minister of Magic from listening to a monumental will reading. This is an important event in history. I won't have it. Ragnok, I formally challenge his presence here. Albus showed surprise when Harry addressed Ragnok by name, but not nearly as much as when Ragnok answered Harry in kind. Minister Fudge, Harry has challenged your presence, and unless you have an unknown link to the Black family, you will have to leave the room until otherwise notified. But I am the Minister of Magic. You can't exclude me. Fudge continued to bluster about while many watched the spectacle. Out, Harry snapped. If you do not leave, I will use every last nut to see you removed from office by the end of the month. Get the fuck out. Harry saw Molly and Albus flinch. Arthur covered his mouth with his hand, but the laughter was still evident. Remus chuckled but kept a careful eye on Harry. Tonks let her mirth show on her face as she gazed at Harry in all his glory, cussing out the Minister of Magic in front of Albus Dumbledore. Listen here, Potter. I will not be talked to like that, least of all by you. Fudge was trying to bully Harry into letting him stay. Harry stepped away from the table and strode around it to where Fudge was standing. His cloak billowed behind him, giving Harry an aura of authority. He walked right up to Fudge and found he had to look down quite a bit to look him in the eyes. You will leave, arse, or I will remove you myself. Harry forced a little magic into his words and waited for a reaction. What he saw gave him hope. Fudge took a step backwards and started fumbling with his green bowler hat. Harry waited for a verbal response, but didn't get one. Losing patience, Harry swatted the hat out of the minister's hands, knocking it to the floor. Harry stepped forward, planting his left foot in the center of the hat, crushing it. I told you to leave, Fudge. I have stared down Voldemort himself more than once. If you think you can do better, go ahead and try. Harry ignored the wave of shudders and stifled voices. You have made a big mistake, Potter, Fudge exclaimed. You may be right about that, Fudge. I probably should have cursed you instead of talking to you. I will remember that for next time, though. I rarely make the same mistake more than once. Now, leave while you still can. Harry towered over the pathetic man. Ragnok, surely you can allow me to stay, Fudge tried. Even if I could, which I cannot, I wouldn't dare try, Minister. Ragnok looked at Harry and smiled. I think I see the future of the wizarding world, and I am not about to side against him. I bid you good day, Minister. Ragnok waved a hand at Griffook, and he advanced toward Harry and the Minister. Sir, you are to leave this room immediately, Griffook stated plainly. If you refuse, you will be removed by security. The goblin waited for compliance. The minister attempted to intimidate Harry once more, but he stopped when he saw what looked like flames in the bright green eyes which were boring holes straight through his head. This is not the end of this, Potter, stuttered the defeated man. You know where I live, Fudge, Harry said. Since your own people sent 2 Dementors to kill me last summer, this may not be the end, but I would watch yourself if you intend to continue your efforts from last year. I hear you are just barely holding on to your job. I wonder what would happen if I went to the Prophet today and demanded your resignation. I understand people like me again, so I am not sure who would win that fight. You or me? Harry stared at Fudge and waited for him to leave. Albus spoke up. Minister, I will see what I can do to resolve this issue, but I think it is best for you to leave right now. Harry knew Albus would try to play both sides. He knew the old man saw the opportunity to gain additional leverage on the minister. Harry watched Fudge nod to Albus and retreat from the room quickly. Only after the doors were closed by Griffook did Harry step back and bend over to pick up the flattened hat. He started back to his seat, hat in hand, until he passed the fireplace. With a flick of his hand, Harry tossed it into the fire and continued to his seat next to Tonks. The flames consumed the green material in the minutes. Everyone was silently watching Harry. He looked to Tonks, who smiled widely. "Do not encourage him, Tonks," Molly said tartly. "Harry, you could be in serious trouble for doing that. I know he isn't much of a leader, but he is who we have. If he tries anything, Mrs. Weasley, he will find himself on the street. I promise you that." Harry folded his hands in his lap and looked at everyone who was seated around the beautiful table. "Do you have any more objections, Harry?" Ragnarok asked. "One, but I understand that family has a right to be here." Harry accented his point by looking right at Narcissa. "You are correct, Harry. Family have a right to be here," Ragnarok said for the benefit of the room. "Now we will begin if there are no more objections." The room was silent except for the small parts of hat that were being devoured by the flames. Ragnarok pulled an envelope from the pile of papers, broke the seal, and opened it. He unfolded the document, and Harry could see familiar script written on the page. It was the same writing as the notes he got from Sirius over the few short years he had been free. Harry willed himself not to break down at the thought of it. Tonks watched Harry fight against the emotions. She knew when he gained control, because his face quickly became impassive and blank. A sad thought clouded her mind as she saw Harry shut down. "I, Sirius Black," Ragnarok began reading the will, "do hereby declare this as my last will and testament. For my dear cousins Narcissa and Bellatrix, I leave you shite. You deserve nothing, and that is what you receive, nothing. Get out now, both of you." Harry broke into laughs as he processed what Sirius had done. "I object to receiving nothing, Ragnarok," Narcissa said. "I did not know we were on a first-name basis, Mrs. Malfoy," Ragnarok replied. "Your objection is noted and can be addressed at the end. I will continue with the reading. Now that is taken care of, I can get to the good stuff. I get to give away everything I own and, more importantly, the stuff my family owned. I can see my mother rolling over in her grave right now. At least I hope I can. To Remus, my dear friend, I leave you a bunch of money and all of my clothes. You need them, so take them. To Albus, I leave you the family library. I know I never used it, and many of those books shouldn't be in the hands of others. To the Weasleys, I leave money. You earned it by taking care of Harry when I couldn't. Besides, any stuff I give you would taint the home Harry loves most. I also give Molly my apologies for all the arguments. I know you were just trying to do what was best for him, but I wanted him to enjoy his life. I have been there, so I know what it is like. To my little nymphie, can't hit me this time, I leave you my notebook of wrongdoings. Be sure Albus never reads it and Harry does. One should be left to wonder, and the other should be left to laugh at what his father and I got into. Lastly, to Harry I leave everything else. All the money, houses, and other such crap. But most importantly, I leave you my motorbike and the hope that you will prove me right. I told Lily, on your very first night home, that you would set the world on its ear and outdo me and your father combined. You are on the right track, Harry. Keep it up and do not mourn this old dog. I love you, son." Harry couldn't stop the tears from falling. He didn't care that he was crying in front of so many people. He had heard the words he had wanted to hear for his entire life. He was loved, and he knew it. He felt the warm sensation wash over him as those words were read aloud. He looked at Molly and found her crying as well. She was gazing at him in a motherly way. He figured she was trying to stop herself from running around the table to hug him. Remus had a sad smile on his face, and he kept his eyes glued to the table top in front of him. Albus hid his emotions well, but he too seemed saddened by the flippant way Sirius had written his will. Harry looked to his side and saw Tonks crying too. She looked at Harry and started rubbing his arm in a consoling way. "That ends the reading," Ragnarok announced. "Now I will address your complaint, Mrs. Malfoy." "I am the nearest blood-related family member," she began heatedly. "I cannot be excluded from the disposition of moneys. Potter cannot be given everything. I speak for myself and my sister, who I know would not stand for this either." "It is too bad she couldn't attend, Narcissa," Harry said coolly. "It would have been so nice to see her again. At least that way I wouldn't have to go looking for her. She did kill Sirius, so I have a debt to repay." As Harry spoke, the room grew cooler. Albus watched his favorite student become more frightening than any other student he had seen aside from Tom Riddle himself. Albus waited to see what would happen next. "I am sure my sister would love to see you again, Harry," Narcissa replied. "She said you two were interrupted last time." "Oh, yes, we were," Harry said, letting a little bloodlust into his words. "Tell her next time we can finish our lesson properly. I hope to see her soon. Something like this really can't wait very long. If she has a time and place in mind, by all means let me know." Harry sat back in his chair and watched how his words were received. Remus looked ready to kill as much as Harry felt ready. Albus appeared to be in thinking mode. The Weasleys seemed to want out of the room as fast as possible before the spells started flying. "I will tell her, Potter. Don't you worry about that. You might want to write your own will while you are here, though. These are dangerous times in case you haven't read the paper lately." Narcissa seemed to enjoy her current position on the opposite side of the table from Harry. Harry merely inclined his head to the hateful Black family member. "In reference to your complaint, Mrs. Malfoy," Ragnock returned to the business at hand. "Mr. Black has every right to divide the family estate as he saw fit. He very clearly chose to leave you nothing. The only way you could be gifted anything from the estate is through the charity of Harry Potter, since he is the primary beneficiary. Harry, do you wish to gift anything to Mrs. Malfoy?" "Not at this time, Ragnock, no." Harry looked at Narcissa. "If you could arrange a meeting with your dear sister, I might be able to see fit to give you some furniture or other family heirlooms. If you are interested, let me know." "I am not a charity case, Potter." "On the contrary, I think you are, but that is neither here nor there. No meeting, no family crap. Now, since the reading is over, I would like you to leave, Mrs. Malfoy. Be sure to tell Draco hello for me. This next year won't be like the last ones, and if you get to see the Death Eater you call a husband, wish him my best." Harry smiled evilly and waited for the prim and proper woman to leave the room. She looked to Ragnock for further assistance or support, but found none. She stood up with as much poise as she could, having been slighted so thoroughly, and headed for the exit. As she opened the door, she turned and spoke. "Be careful what you wish for, boy. You might just get it." "I could only hope for such a wonderful opportunity, Narcissa." Harry kept his eyes directed at her until the door closed. "Thank Merlin that is over with. I thought she would never leave." "Harry, it is not wise to antagonize one's enemy," Albus spoke airily. "Stuff it, old man," Harry retorted. "I got a better one for you. It is not wise to lie to someone who you need in the end." The room had gone silent with Harry's response to Albus. He had insulted the most powerful wizard in the world, and he didn't seem to care. "I apologize for my errors in judgment, Harry. I am still human." Albus waited for the old Harry to give in. It didn't happen. "When you are ready to confess all of your lies, I will be waiting. Until then, please leave the room. You got the books, so go get them out of that damn house before I burn it down. The rest of you should stay, since I like all of you." Harry felt Albus probe his mind, lightly looking for an opening. "I would stop that, Professor, or I will be forced to defend myself. One's mind should be private from others. Don't you agree?" "I am not sure what lies you speak of, but I need to remain for specific reasons, Harry." Albus adjusted his cloak, trying to cover the fact that he got caught trying to probe Harry's mind. "If you mean the guardianship you had so carefully hidden from the world and me, you are wrong. I had that changed earlier. One more lie you were caught in. Would you like to tell me more before I find them out? It would be a step in the right direction." "Ragnock, what is the status of my guardianship over Harry?" Albus asked promptly. "Dissolved, Albus, due to a breach of contract on your part," the goblin answered. "You knew the limits and you overstepped. Harry presented his case, and I found merit in it. If you wish to challenge my ruling, you may, but I think it would end up worse than the other two challenges did today. It would be a very public hearing considering those involved, and you would not look very altruistic to the general populace." "What did I do, Harry?" Albus asked. "Petunia was enough in my book," Harry responded. You violated my parents' wishes more than once to get control of me. I am not sure you can ever recover from that one. 10 years of hell add up to a lot, Albus. I will not forget that. If you want, I can go on. I have more, you know. I haven't been sitting on my arse for the last week. That much is obvious, Harry, Albus said, resigned to the fact that he had lost most of Harry's trust. If there is a way for me to repair our relationship, please tell me. As you asked, I will leave you to the finer points. Good day, Harry. Ragnarok, thank you. Everyone, Sunday then. Albus stood and left the room. Harry, how could you talk to Albus like that? Molly scolded him. He is still Albus Dumbledore and your headmaster. He is a manipulative old man that got caught messing about with my life, Harry said forcefully. I will not allow him to continue doing so. If I have to bring it up in front of others to stop him, then so be it. Now, Ragnarok, what do we have left to discuss? We must settle the specifics of the disbursement. The deceased left percentages for the money. The Weasleys receive a sum of 40,000 galleons. Remus Lupin receives a sum of 300,000 galleons. Harry, you receive the remainder of the Black estate. I can tell you the amount if you would like. No, thank you, Ragnarok. A depressed Harry slouched even further in his chair. I guess it is more than the other two, so it is a lot. Just put it in my family vault. Ragnarok seemed to understand Harry's position. Ah, yes, you also receive the Black family vault, number 183, and Mr. Black's personal vault, number 711. Here are the keys to the vaults. The aforementioned motorbike is in number 711, in case you wanted to take it with you today. Harry, Mrs. Weasley spoke up, motorbikes are dangerous. You should sell it and stick with wizard transportation. And having Voldemort after you isn't dangerous? Harry asked evenly. Molly shuddered at the name. It is just a made-up name for a psychopath by the same psychopath. There is no reason to fear the name, Mrs. Weasley. Besides, I would rather die on the motorbike than at the point of that wand any day. At least he wouldn't have the satisfaction of killing me. That would really piss him off. Molly was the picture-perfect image of horror. Her mouth moved, but no words came from it. It continued for a few seconds while Harry waited to be yelled at. How can you be so like the twins about this? This is your life you are joking about. If I don't joke, what have I got left? Harry asked. It is either joke or run and hide. I am done hiding from him. I am done being stuck away until the next school year. I am going to live my life, and if the Dark Tosser shows up then I will fight him. It is either living my life or waiting to die. It is an easy choice to make in my opinion. Oh, Harry, I can't bear to watch you put yourself in danger like that. Molly wrung her hands together. You are as much a son to me as any of the others. Why must you make me worry so? Harry laughed. You can always step back and forget you ever knew me. Not a chance, young man. Well, then I guess you are stuck worrying about me. I am not going to back down. Harry looked at the faces staring at him. Ragnarok, let's go find that bike. I think I need to learn how to ride. Tonks, are you coming? Tonks looked to Molly and saw the unspoken order to remain for a few minutes. I will catch up, Harry. I think someone needs to yell at me. Harry saw the situation and nodded. You have fun with that, Tonks. You know where to find me. Harry stood and helped Ragnarok to the door. The two struck up a conversation as they slowly made their way out of the room. He has no clue who Ragnarok is, does he? Remus asked of Tonks. Nope, Tonks answered. He just knows he is an old goblin and the director of Gringotts. When they started using first names, I didn't know what to do, but Harry just kept on going. Our little Harry is on a first-name basis with the leader of the goblins. Oh, he is all grown up. Tonks tried to keep it light by joking, and everyone, but Molly seemed willing to play along. Tonks, Molly started in. How could you let Harry go get that bike? He could get hurt. He could die on it. You are supposed to be helping him get over Sirius and learning to work with us. It is for his own good. Harry can do what he wants to do, Molly, Tonks said firmly. You people decided I would do all those things, not me. Harry runs his own life, and I like it that way. If he wants to race around on that bike, then I am all for it. This is the first time in his life he has a say in what happens to him. If you want to try and stop him, be my guest. I, on the other hand, plan to teach him how to ride that motorbike. It should be fun. Think of all the muggles he will annoy while riding it around their quiet neighborhoods. Oh, this is going to be a fun week for the Dursleys. You are as bad as Sirius, you know that, Molly commented. No regard for the safety of others. Do you not care about Harry's life? More than you can know, Molly, Tonks said forcefully. I want his life to be worth living. Thus far, it hasn't. Ask him yourself if you disagree. Tonks, I only want what is best for him, Molly deflated and began wringing her hands again. He is like a son to me. Then be happy for him, Tonks said. Harry only wants to have a little fun. His life has had very little of it so far. Now I think I should catch up with him. No telling what he could get himself into with Ragnarok. They might try to overthrow the ministry if we leave them alone too long. Tonks smiled widely and walked over to Griffook. Remus watched the Auror and the goblin leave the room. Tonks seemed happier than the last time he saw her. She seems buoyant today. I think she has a new man in her life, Molly said offhandedly. She was frustrated at the last order meeting. Something about being interrupted or something. I hope she is keeping her focus on Harry when she is protecting him. We know Dung isn't reliable. Molly, Arthur stated. She may be young, but she knows what to do. Harry seemed better mostly. At least he seemed friendly to me. I don't know what Albus did, but he had better fix it soon. Harry seemed pretty mad at him. I have never seen Harry like that before, Molly expressed her concern. He is a good boy, but I got scared there for a bit. I think Sirius's death has changed him, poor dear. I think it has, Remus added. I only hope it is a temporary change. Harry is in a position to carry out any of his intentions if he wants to. He insulted the Minister of Magic, and I think we all know that Fudge can't do anything about it. Harry was right that he could have him removed. With Ragnarok and the money he has, Harry really has no limits on what he could do. Harry will do what is right, Arthur said without hesitation. He has always done what is right. You need not look any further than what he has done in school to know that much. Now I think we should go see what 40,000 galleons looks like. Coming, dear. Oh my, Molly said, putting her hand to her mouth. That is right. Sirius left us something. What a sweet man. Quite a change in your tune, Molly, Remus chided. It does not do well to speak ill of the dead, Remus. Molly grabbed her husband's hand and they led the way out of the room and into the hallway. 2 goblins were waiting and one took the Weasleys to the cart room. I guess I should go see what clothes that old dog left me. The goblin waved Remus down the hall into the lobby. All the while, Remus kept thinking, You damn fool! Why did you have to die on me too? Now Peter is all that is left and I will kill him if I get the chance. You foolish man, but I miss you all the same. Harry kept up an idle conversation with Ragnarok on the way to Sirius's vault. He was surprised by how much the elder goblin enjoyed the cart ride. They zoomed down the track and around a bend. The breakneck speeds reminded Harry of his broom, and he longed to ride it again. The cart came to a stop at vault number 711. Harry looked around and saw vault number 713. He remembered when Hagrid brought him down there to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked up and down the walkway in front of the vaults. He saw a light flickering in the distance, but because of the darkness, he couldn't see who or what it was. Ragnarok, Harry posed. Are there other people down here? There is a light coming this way. I am not sure, Harry, Ragnarok said calmly. What do you think it is? I don't know, but I am not taking any chances. Harry moved back behind a pillar and listened to the faint voices echoing off the walls of the corridor. Harry unconsciously used his left hand to move Ragnarok behind him while drawing his wand with his right. Harry got into a defensive position and waited as the people grew closer. He could make out a few words from their conversation. He heard ward and security, but he also heard you-know-who. Once the people had reached vault number 709, Harry jumped out and leveled his wand at the taller of the men. A shocked face turned into a wary grin as he saw Harry. Harry, fancy meeting you here. Bill Weasley held his arms out to the sides to show he wasn't a threat. Would you mind lowering your wand a bit? I kind of like my head where it is, thanks. Bill, what are you doing here? Harry asked. I work here, but you knew that. Harry, you know this employee. Ragnarok had moved into the walkway. Director, sir, Bill stated formally. Yeah, I know Bill, Ragnarok. Harry said casually, putting his wand away. He is the son of Molly and Arthur Weasley. Ah, yes, from the reading, Ragnock said. Pleasant people your parents are, Bill. They are quite comfortable now financially. So how is the security check going, Brognot? A goblin moved from behind Bill and approached the director. Director, we have been evaluating the security in this wing and found it adequate, but not ideal. No vaults have been entered illegally. You knew they were down here, Harry asked the director. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to see how you would handle the situation, Harry, Ragnock replied with a goblin smile. I was pleased with what you did. Just to assure you, these security checks are preventive in nature. Gringotts prides itself on its security. We have only had one break-in in the last century that wasn't stopped. I know, Harry said. Professor Quirrell broke into 713 to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but Hagrid and I had removed it hours before. Professor Quirrell was the culprit. Ragnock spoke with an edge to his voice. How long have you known this, and who else knew? I have known since the end of my first year at Hogwarts, and I think Dumbledore knew as well. I wouldn't worry about him trying it again since he is dead. It is good news that he is dead, but it's bad news that I wasn't informed of the thief's identity. Brognot, Weasley, please continue the security checks. I would like this wing better secured by week's end. Yes, sir, both answered. Bill eyed Harry as they started walking again. I hope to see you soon, Harry. Mum has been trying to get you released from the Muggles since day one. Take care, Harry. Goodbye, Bill, Harry said. You do the same. Goodbye, Brognot. Mr. Potter, Brognot replied, lowering his head respectfully. On to our previous business, Harry, Ragnock said. I will open the vault for you. Ragnock did the same motions as Griffook did years earlier to the neighboring vault. He ran his finger down the front of the vault, and Harry heard the locks clicking open. The door swung open, and Harry peered inside. He saw the vault had been cleared of money, and only a few things remained. A sheet was covering a large object near the back of the vault, and a shelf near the door held a journal of sorts. Harry picked up the journal and opened to the first page. It was titled, A Marauder's Tally, and it was signed by Sirius. Harry held the book tightly against his chest and wondered if his father had a journal of his marauding as well. Harry slipped the book into his cloak so he could give it to Tonks when he saw her. He looked at the only thing left in the vault, the sheet-covered object. Walking across the sizable vault, Harry heard his footsteps echo softly. He figured his new trainers had a lot to do with his now soft steps. He reached out and pulled on the sheet, dropping it to the floor. Harry took a deep breath when he saw the chrome reflect the candle light. The motorbike was in perfect condition. Harry didn't know what to say or do. It has a restorative charm on it, Tonks said from the entryway. Harry, may I have access to vault number 711? Of course you can, Tonks. Why do you need to ask? Harry questioned. Because I have to, or the security wards will do nasty things to me. Tonks stepped into the vault and walked over to Harry. She wrapped her arm around his waist and softly rested her head on his shoulder. He cared about this bike so much. He has every charm imaginable on it. Restorative, a sparkle charm, the flying charm, the self-righting charm, and a few others I can't remember. This was his baby until you came along. I wish I knew all that. The depressed way Harry spoke made Tonks hug him tighter. You know now, Harry. I only knew him for a few years before he was sent to Azkaban. We reconnected last summer. He told me stories about you. I remember one where he waited until your mum left you in the backyard while she went to get something from the house. Sirius said he took that as a sign from Merlin himself to kidnap you for a few hours. He didn't give specifics, but he did say that your mum was none too happy to find the two of you flying around the countryside on this very bike. He knew he was relatively safe as long as he had you, because your mum would risk hurting you by shooting spells at him. He stalled until your dad got home from somewhere and tried to get him to help the foolish dog out of the hole he had dug himself into. From reading between the lines, I figured that Sirius was banned from the house for a week, and he couldn't sit straight for 3. Harry started laughing a sad laugh. He told me it was worth every day, though. He said you loved flying on this bike almost as much as you loved the trips on your father's racing broom when your mother was absent. Tonks hugged Harry again and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Go on, have a seat. It is yours, you know. I know, but it just doesn't seem right. It is his bike, not mine. It is yours now, Harry. That is how he wanted it. Don't refuse the one thing he really wanted you to have. This is what he wanted to give you when you turned 17. I think your mum refused to let it happen earlier. Harry held Tonks tightly and sighed a few times. He thought about everything that happened that day and how sad everything seemed to end up. He wanted one good thing to come of the day. He pulled out the journal and handed it to Tonks. This is yours, Nymph. I only looked at the first page. Let me read it when you finish it. Thank you, Harry. What are you going to do now? Harry smiled lightly and smirked. Sorry, Mum, but Sirius wins this one. Harry reached out and grabbed a hold of the handle bars. He gripped them tightly and swung his leg over the bike and sat down. The bike sank a little but was perfectly quiet otherwise. Harry looked at Tonks and gave an embarrassed smile. Do you know how to work one of these things? Harry asked bashfully. Yes, I do. I wanted to know how to use all Muggle vehicles when I got out of Hogwarts. Now, first you have to put up the kickstand and then you. Over the course of the next few hours, Tonks instructed Harry on the finer points of motorbike operation and safety. Harry learned quickly, but needed room to practice riding. Once the engine roared to life, Griffook entered the vault to see what was making all the noise. He offered Harry an unfinished corridor to practice in. With the bike strapped down to a cart, Harry, Tonks, and Griffook said goodbye to Ragnarok and delved deeper into the catacombs. When Griffook turned into a large, empty cavern, he stopped the cart. They unloaded the bike and Harry began his first riding lesson. It was lucky for Harry that the self-riding charm still functioned, or he would have crashed a few times. Tonks was appalled to learn that Harry had never learned to ride a bike before, but fortunately his Quidditch skills assisted with his balance. A few close calls later, and Harry was riding around the room at a comfortable speed. As his confidence grew, so did his daring. Harry learned to lean into the turns at higher speeds and the miracle of brakes. When he was thoroughly comfortable with his abilities, Tonks joined him in riding. He found out that a second person changed the dynamics enough that you couldn't become complacent even for a second. Once Tonks felt satisfied in Harry's skill, she pointed to a lever on the tank. Harry pulled the lever, and he felt the bike shudder. Only when the front wheels started lifting off the ground did Harry figure out what the lever was used for. Harry made short work of figuring out how to control the bike in the air. Harry learned that he could use a silencing charm on the exhaust to make the bike nearly whisper quiet. Tonks dabbled with the disillusionment charm on the bike and found the proper place to tap to hide the whole machine. After some fancy flying and riding, Harry landed the bike and Tonks dismounted, letting Harry continue his fun. Harry's mood improved as he thought more about what Sirius would really have wanted him to do. Sirius would want me to ride this thing everywhere and cause trouble with it. How many people get to learn how to ride inside of Gringotts anyway? I will make you proud, Sirius. I promise. Tonks checked her watch and waved Harry down. It is getting late, and we should be getting home. We need to eat, and I owe you a little fun before the night is over. Okay, let's get this thing loaded onto a cart and go home. They wheeled the bike over to the cart they had used to get wherever they were and strapped it down. Griffook, who had brought some paperwork to complete, checked everything before he set the cart into motion. They rocketed back to the surface, twisting and turning with the track. Tonks settled into Harry's arms for the majority of the trip. She snuggled into him and relaxed, taking in the scent of Harry and motorbike. At the top, they unloaded the bike and wheeled it out the front door, drawing quite a crowd of onlookers and curious people. Harry scanned the crowd once, and then continued to the apparition point. Tonks followed, keeping an eye on anyone who could pose a threat. Harry pulled out the ring and tapped it discreetly with his wand, altering its destination. Harry held out the ring for Tonks to grab onto, and he waited for the timer to go off. When the tugging stopped, Harry saw the desired alleyway off the quiet street a few blocks away from Privet Drive. "This is for you, Sirius," Harry said aloud. He straddled the bike and started the engine. It roared to life and Harry revved it a few times. "Care to join me, Nymph?" "It would be my pleasure, Harry." Harry released the clutch and powered down the street. He made a few laps around the neighborhood, getting the feel for the bike on the Muggle roadways. After a half hour or so of Harry cruising around Little Whining, he came to a stop in front of the Italian restaurant they had eaten at before. Harry realized he was still wearing his new cloak, so he removed it and put it in the saddle bag attached to the bike. Tonks did the same and reached out a hand to pull Harry into the establishment. They were seated in the same booth they had last time and ordered the same meal. They ate quickly, not bothering to speak much. When they were finished, Tonks paid the bill with the Muggle money she had in her pocket. Harry made a mental note to change some of his galleons into pounds. They left the restaurant and headed to Privet Drive. When they pulled into the driveway, Harry couldn't help but rev the engine one last time. He turned off the motor and escorted Tonks to the front door. She found the door locked, but a wand flick and a word fixed that instantly. They entered the house and were met with a blustering Vernon standing in the hall. "Yes, Vernon, you wanted to say something," Harry asked nicely. "What in the devil was that noise?" Vernon boomed. That is my motorbike. Be sure not to hit it tomorrow if you take the auto somewhere. I would be very angry if you damage it." Harry spoke evenly, but made sure to get his point across. "A motorbike?" Vernon yelled. "You can't drive a motorbike. You aren't old enough. And where did you get a motorbike? You have no money in the first place." "My godfather left me the bike, and I can ride it whenever I like. I am a wizard, so I do not need a license." "Funny thing, when the police stop us, they seem to forget what they were trying to do. Imagine that," Tonks chimed in. "Yes, well, we have had a long day, so if you will excuse us." Harry motioned Tonks up the stairs with his hand. "You will keep that motorbike out of our driveway and away from the house," Vernon demanded. "I will not have the neighbors thinking we support that kind of behavior. A motorbike, honestly." "I will park the bike wherever I wish to park it, Vernon," Harry told his uncle. "If you have a problem with that, then too bad. I really don't care what you want. Good night." Harry ascended the stairs right behind Tonks, who was swaying her rear again. When the door to the room was closed, Harry grabbed Tonks from behind, earning him a squeal. "Why did you do that when we were walking up the stairs?" Through her laughter and suggestive winks, Tonks replied, "Because it is fun and I wanted you a little worked up." "I think you putting your hands a little low on the ride back managed to accomplish that much, Nymphadora." "I did, huh? I never would have known." Tonks' attempt at an innocent look failed when she grinned devilishly and pulled Harry on top of her and began to snog him to within an inch of his life. The minutes rolled by before Harry could even think of something to say. "Tonks, what are we going to do tonight?" "I was thinking of returning the favor from last night, Harry. You know those things can be annoying while they heal." "Well, don't you have some healing skills? You are a second-level yellow, right?" "Oh, I guess I am. I should have been able to heal those easily enough. I wonder why I didn't do that." Tonks smiled and forced Harry's hands over her own head while she drove her mouth onto his. "Maybe I wanted you to sympathize with me, or maybe I wanted to remember where your mouth had been." "You couldn't remember without the marks." "I think you will have to remind me, Harry. Now get to it." Before Harry got too much into the fun, he put up a silencing charm on the room. Tonks pulled his attention back to her by pulling his lips to hers. Harry kept kissing her as he pulled her shirt free from her pants. He started moving the shirt up slowly with his left hand as he continued kissing her. After a few minutes of that, Tonks pushed him off and pulled her shirt over her head in one swift motion. "Enough of that shirt for the evening." She pulled him to her and started kissing him fiercely. Harry let her tongue ravage his mouth and her hands remove his own shirt. He lowered his chest to hers and slowly began to move against her. He felt her lace bra rub against his skin with every movement. Her hands were in his hair and gripping his back. He wrapped his arms around her body and pulled her to him, lifting her off the bed. He held her in place while his fingers moved to the clasp on her bra. His nimble fingers worked away for a few minutes before he willed the frustrating hook to release. The bra released instantly, and Harry slowly removed it from Tonks' body, freeing her breasts from their confinement. She sighed deeply before her mouth latched onto his neck and began sucking as if she was desperately trying to draw blood. Harry moaned softly and maneuvered his mouth to return the favor. They proceeded to mark each other quite thoroughly before Harry broke free and started trailing kisses down her chest. He went all the way from her neck to her lower abdomen before starting back up. He paused at her breasts and kissed around each of them slowly, using his tongue liberally. The noises she made assured Harry that he was doing the right thing. He kissed her breasts in circular motions from the outside inward, leaving the very erect nipples for last. Tonks squealed loudly when Harry finally gave in and took as much of her breast into his mouth as he could. The whole time his hands had loosened her pants and worked them to her mid-thigh. Tonks was not paying very close attention and was more than willing to be free of them when Harry started tugging. She managed to regain enough semblance of control to remove Harry's jeans quickly. When her breasts had received adequate attention, Tonks pulled Harry down to the bed and rolled him over. With Tonks in control, she planted kisses all over his body in a similar fashion to what he had done to her. Harry reveled in the sensations, and he fought for control of his own urges. He did his best not to fight Tonks away when she got too close to certain things. When Tonks' mouth returned to his, Harry thought he was relatively safe. He was until Tonks' hand slid into his boxers and grabbed him tightly. Harry opened his eyes and found Tonks gazing at him lustfully. "Nymph, don't you think?" "Shut up, Harry. I am not thinking right now, so just enjoy it." Tonks started moving her hand slowly but firmly. She continued despite Harry's mumbled protests. She only stilled when Harry did the same to her. His hand moved beneath her panties and found a sensitive spot. Harry started rubbing it slowly with his fingers in time with her own motions. After a few minutes, Harry knew the end was near and forced his eyes open to find Tonks gritting her teeth and breathing rapidly. "Nymphadora," Harry spoke quietly and watched Tonks open her eyes slowly. He willed himself into her mind and started moving his hand quickly before she could respond. After a few seconds, Tonks' response was to grip tightly and stroke him quickly. Amongst the swirling colors in his mind, Harry could hear Tonks squealing with each movement. He heard her breathing quicken even more, causing her own actions to increase, overloading Harry's senses. With a scream from one and a loud grunt from the other, Harry and Nymphadora collapsed onto each other. Their movements stilled, and only their breaths were evidence they remained alive. As the minutes passed, Harry heard a soft coo escape Tonks' puffy and red lips. "Nymph." "Merlin, that was worth it, Harry. If you can do that again, you will never have to worry about me being happy." Tonks gave a shuddered exhale. "I am glad you liked it, Nymph." "I loved it, Harry." Tonks smiled weakly and tried to bury her head into Harry's shoulder while squeezing him firmly once more, gaining a positive reaction. "Oh, Nymph, I am not sure you want to do that." "And why not, Harry?" Tonks opened her eyes and gave him a wicked grin. Harry moved his fingers back and forth, causing her eyes to snap shut and eliciting a moan and shivers from Tonks' body. "Because I will do the same thing to you if you do." "Promises, promises, Harry." Tonks stretched to give Harry a passionate kiss and proceeded to repeat her earlier actions. Harry couldn't think of anything but doing the same to her. From her perch, Hedwig blinked her large eyes twice, then nestled her head under her wing, intending to sleep until earlier in the morning before going hunting. It was some time before the snowy white owl managed to fall asleep. Her owner and friend weren't very considerate that night. 7. What a wonderful mess. The hazy morning light filtered into Harry's room, fighting away the darkness. Hedwig fluffed her wings nosily and waited for Harry to wake up. Her owner slept on, wrapped up with his friend. Undaunted, Hedwig hopped out of her cage and took flight. She swooped around the room a few times and came to rest on the bed. She bobbed her head a few times, trying to wake up Harry. Failing again, Hedwig flittered further up the bed and stopped when she landed on Harry's shoulder. From her position, her tail feathers were covering Tonks' head completely. Hedwig nudged Harry's head, getting no response. She made a noise that could only be deciphered as frustration. The snowy owl nipped at her owner's ear and finally saw a stirring. She repeated the action 2 more times before she saw green orbs revealed by their opening eyelids. Hedwig gave Harry the unhappiest look and waited for a response. "Hedwig," Harry asked softly, "how did I slight you today, girl?" The owl held his gaze. You have food and water, the window is open. What? He received a blank stare in answer. I have ignored you, haven't I? For the first time, Hedwig moved and cuffed his head with her wing. I am sorry, girl. We can go to the park today and you and I can play. How does that sound? Hedwig closed her eyes and hopped into the air and settled on her cage. You are so whipped, Harry, called a sweet voice muffled by the pillow. What do you mean, nymph? Hedwig has you wrapped around her wing. She chirps. You ask how high. You are so adorable with her. Glad you approve, nymph. Harry buried his head into her neck and gave her a kiss and started nibbling lightly. Tonks arched her back and wiggled a little in response. Oh, Harry, I like that you know. Tonks giggled softly as she pressed herself into Harry. The minutes passed as Harry kissed and touched Tonks in various places, earning the same attention in return. Returning from a quick trip to the loo, Harry entered his room to find Tonks reading Sirius's journal. Harry looked on eagerly, awaiting his chance to read the contents. It will be worth the wait, Harry. I promise. I knew Sirius was out of control, but this is something completely over the top. Well, hurry up, nymph. I'm not getting any younger here. Thank Merlin for that, Harry, or I would be in some serious trouble. Back to my age again, nymphy. Hey, that his name is off limits, sexy. You stick with the others or no more fun for you. Tonks did her best to look resolute on that statement. It would work both ways, Nymphadora. If I don't get to have any fun, neither would you. Well, bollocks on that then. I'm not giving up on you now. I have too much effort put into your. I'm glad to hear that, nymph. So, what are the plans for today? Not much, Harry. You have to walk Hedwig or something, or she will hate you forever, and there is an order meeting tonight. Otherwise, we have the whole day to ourselves. Harry nodded and gathered what he thought he would need for the day. He was wearing another new outfit that Tonks had handed him when he left for the bathroom. He mentally checked for his wand, vault keys, the ring for portkeys, and his money pouch, which he had shrunk for a better fit in his pocket. Harry looked around the room and saw Tonks using the mirror to choose a hairstyle and color for the day. Pink gave way to blue, to red, to blonde, to brown, to purple. The purple was a duller purple than normal, but Harry could see the color waiting to appear. Tonks decided to keep her normal style and spun to face Harry. She gave him a winning smile and Harry mentally paused. You like it? Tonks asked brightly. I like it, nymph. Let's go. Hedwig launched from her perch and landed on Harry's shoulder like she had done it 1,000 times before. Tonks watched the pair lead the way out of the room and down the stairs to the kitchen. When they entered the room, Harry was glad Hedwig went to sit on the light over the table. What in the bloody hell is that pigeon doing in our kitchen? Vernon bellowed. It is bad enough the filthy animal stays in your room, but I won't have it in the kitchen. No, sir. Hedwig is cleaner than you are, Vernon, Harry spoke clearly. She goes where I go. Don't like that, too bad. Harry continued to the cooker and found that some food remained from earlier. Harry split the food into equal portions on 2 plates and made his way to the table where Tonks had taken a seat next to Petunia, who was trying to scoot her chair away, and Dudley, whose eyes never ventured further than her chest. With a sigh, Harry moved an extra chair into the gap next to Tonks. Keep your eyes to themselves, Dud, or you might lose them. Vernon almost yelled at Harry for threatening his clone of a son until he saw that Dudley's eyes were locked onto Tonks' chest. He quickly cleared his throat, gaining his son's attention. That is better. Remember that for next time, Dud, or I will defend her honor. Harry began eating, as did Tonks. When she wasn't eating, she put her hand on Harry's leg and rubbed it. The Dursleys watched everything, and 2 of them looked appalled while the last one looked hopeful. They were nearly finished when another owl entered the open window and landed on the edge of the table. It had a letter attached to its leg, and it waited to be relieved of its burden. More owls, Vernon snapped. No more owls, I am done with them. Harry silenced Vernon wandlessly and removed the letter and gave the owl a bit of his bacon. It ate the offered food and took flight, joining Hedwig on the light. Vernon went still when he realized what had happened. He was afraid of worse things should he continue with his outburst. Harry unrolled the letter and the included article. He gazed at the letter and sighed loudly. What is it, Harry? Tonks asked, not sure she really wanted to know. Silently, Harry handed her the letter. Harry, I told you nothing good would come of it. It seems that idiot didn't learn his lesson the last time. Please be safe, son. Oh, and the owl is Permin. We needed to retire Errol in the worst way, poor thing. With love, Molly. The article was a cut out of the Daily Prophet. Harry Potter not fan of fudge. Yesterday, Harry Potter attended the will reading of Sirius Black. Also in attendance were a few selected others including Albus Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. We at the Prophet learned that Harry objected to the presence of the minister and had him removed from the reading as was his right as the primary beneficiary. Reports say that the minister challenged his removal, but his request was dismissed quickly by Director Ragnarok in accordance with the rules governing will readings. Harry supposedly challenged the minister and made certain threats against him. The minister refutes our account of the meeting between the two stating, Mr. Potter and I have mended our past differences and are working together to fight the current problem plaguing our society. I have Harry's full support. We would love to hear from Harry Potter on this matter to see what he has to say on this situation. Our readers should be aware that, with the inclusion of the Black Estate, Harry Potter is now one of the richest wizards in the world. A current tally is not available, and our requests to Gringotts have been refused by Director Ragnarok himself. Tonks finished reading and looked to find Harry concentrating intently. A few seconds later, a quill and a piece of parchment flew through the door and were caught by Harry's quick movements. He started writing with an angry flourish and paused now and then to think through something before writing it down. Tonks watched and waited until Harry was done. He asked Permin to deliver his letter to Gringotts immediately. The owl did as asked and left the kitchen quickly. Harry took a deep breath and calmed himself. He noticed how Hedwig was reacting and called her down as well. Sorry, girl, but we have plans for today. That letter wasn't that important. Hedwig puffed out her feathers in an attempt to make herself look more important. Harry offered her a much larger piece of his bacon, a bit of toast, and some of his juice. Petunia scowled at the actions of her nephew. Harry, what did you do? Tonks asked softly and saw Harry grow angry again. I did what I should have done yesterday. I just asked Ragnarok to tell me everything he has on Fudge. I guess Fudge has never been a fan of goblins and the feeling is mutual. I intend to remove him from office. How dare he say I support him? The pompous arse won't know what hit him. Look at you all fired up at the Minister of Magic, such as he is. You go get him, Harry. What have you done to my husband? Choked out Petunia. Harry turned to look at Vernon and saw him turning red from fury. I silenced him when he was raging about the owls. Hedwig doesn't like loud noises, especially from Vernon. Harry went back to eating his food and stroking Hedwig now and then. Could you fix him? Petunia asked, quietly knowing that yelling wouldn't get her anywhere. Harry looked up and removed the spell. Yell like that again, and I will leave that spell in place for a few days, Vernon. Harry made eye contact and held it for a few seconds before returning to what was left of his breakfast. What minister were you talking about? Dudley asked, refusing to look at Harry. Minister of Magic, Harry answered between bites. You can just remove a minister like that? Petunia questioned. It is that easy. What kind of government do you people have anyway? Harry kept quiet and proceeded to finish his food and pet Hedwig. For the most part, we are just like the Muggle system, Tonks offered. The thing is, Harry kind of carries public opinion right now and he can back it up. If the goblins join him, then Fudge is sure to be out. After last year, Fudge won't be hard to remove. How can you carry anything, boy? Vernon blustered. He shrunk when he met Harry's gaze. Harry can do pretty much whatever he wants, fatso, Tonks replied. He is Harry Potter after all. The confusion on Vernon's face remained until Tonks stood to leave the kitchen with Harry and Hedwig, who led the way. What does that rubbish mean? He is Harry Potter after all. What kind of codswallop is that? Vernon wanted answers to his questions. He is a hero in our world, and everyone knows who he is, Tonks said. You are looking at one of our most famous people, and he can make a lot happen if he wants. Harry hastily led the way out of number 4 with Hedwig on his shoulder. Tonks caught up, and they headed to the park. Hedwig took flight after a few houses and soared ahead. Harry looked at the haze that hung in the air and wondered if that was how the rest of the day was going to be. Did I do the right thing, Nymph? Is ousting Fudge the right thing to do now? Did I just stuff up the war effort that much more by getting mad? Harry watched the cracks in the sidewalk move beneath him as he mindlessly walked to the park. Fudge is an idiot that needs to be removed, Harry. You did what you thought was right, and honestly, I think it is the right thing to do. He isn't the leader we need right now. He can't be effective with his job sitting so precariously. A leader needs to have leverage over others to make things happen. Not that Fudge ever did the right thing, mind you, but it is a fact. Ragnarok told me yesterday that Fudge has been trying to make the goblins' lives more difficult for years. He has either sponsored or supported every single law that restricts what they can do since he got into the ministry. Ragnarok told me he has tried to reason with Fudge over the years, but our git of a minister won't listen. I just want to be left alone, Nymph. That is all I have ever wanted. The ministry, Fudge, the prophet, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, I just want them to leave me be. Is it too much to ask for that? Is my life so cursed that I will never have that? Tonks put an arm around Harry and hugged him tightly. She cooed in his ear, softly trying to calm him. You dictate your own life, Harry. You are your own man now. Tonks held him as his body relaxed in her embrace. With a quick kiss on his cheek, Tonks said, "Except for the part that I dictate." She smiled widely as she pulled back and nudged him forward. Harry chuckled lightly, but kept his head down the remaining distance to the park. When they entered the gate to the park, Hedwig flew down from her perch in one of the trees. Tonks followed her flight around the park as she flew up behind Harry, who seemed to be lost in thought. At the last second, Harry held his left arm up and Hedwig landed perfectly as if they had coordinated the whole thing. Tonks watched Harry stroke her softly in a loving way. Hedwig moved around so Harry would rub the spots she wanted. Tonks could see Harry's lips moving, but she couldn't hear the words he was saying. She watched how the two companions bonded. She could see Hedwig controlled the majority of their friendship. Tonks had seen the owl get Harry to do things he never would have for someone else. She had seen how Hedwig kept a close eye on Harry when he moved about his room. She knew that she had also seen the snowy owl following them when they went to dinner the night before and around the neighborhood a few other times in the last week too. At that moment, Harry lifted his arm and Hedwig took to the air, pumping her wings a few times to gain altitude. She floated around the open area in a few lazy circles before heading north over the trees. Tonks looked to Harry and saw him following his owl with a lost look and a loving smile on his face. You love her, don't you? Tonks asked softly. She was my first true friend, Nymph. She's the only one who has been with me both at school and here. She doesn't care if I am famous or unknown, hated or adored. She has no expectations more than a little care and attention now and then. If I stuff things up, she lets me know right away, and you know she won't give in. Harry caught sight of a brighter white in the sky when Hedwig flew in front of a chimney. Do I love her? If I knew what love felt like, I might be able to answer that question, Nymph. I know that I would do anything to keep her safe if she was in danger. Do you think that way about anyone else, Harry? Sure I do. Ron, Hermione, Molly, and Arthur, the rest of the Weasleys, I guess. I would do whatever I had to do to keep everyone safe. I have so few real friends that I want to keep the ones I already have. Is that what love is? It is whatever you make of it, Harry. Everyone is different, but you should be used to that comment by now. Love is the most confusing thing in the world. It is the greatest and worst thing as well. All I can say is that you will know it when you feel it. The rest is up to you to figure out. Now, what are we going to do now? Well, Hedwig is about 10 seconds away from landing on me, so you better wait on doing anything right now. Tonks counted the time, and at 10, Hedwig landed on Harry's arm again. How did you know that she would do that? It is the same every time we do this. She flies the same pattern and for the same amount of time. I am not sure why, but that is what she does. I knew what she was doing by how she took off. Hedwig has 2 other routines that she likes, but she takes off differently for them. Harry stared at his owl and caressed her soft feathers. Tonks was captivated by the exchange between the two. She had an owl since she was in school, but they had never bonded like that. Tonks let her owl do his thing when he wanted, and he always showed up in the morning for letters. I have yet to see anything normal about him. Not one thing is the same as another. He can't even own an owl like most people. Hedwig took off again. She will fly to the left, then the right a few times. Then she will do spirals before doing a flyby and circling around to land on my right shoulder. Harry spoke, as if he was reading from a book and not describing what an animal was going to do. Sure enough, Hedwig did exactly as Harry had predicted. Tonks could only shake her head a few times in surprise. When Hedwig took off again, Harry turned to Tonks. She is doing her own thing now, Harry said simply. What would you like to do, Nymphadora? I would like to sit under the tree, dear sir. Tonks grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him over to a gathering of trees to the side of the park. Harry sat down first, and Tonks followed him in an uncontrolled way. She ended up sitting on him rather than next to him. With a perky smile, Tonks kissed Harry forcefully. The snog session continued for an hour or so, as the haze remained hanging over Surrey. Tonks had pulled away to look into Harry's eyes when movement drew his attention away from the sexy creature in his lap. Harry watched as people moved along the far fence line toward the other entrance. The people emerged from behind the bushes, and Harry saw that it was Emma, Jonathan, and Kathy Williams. He smiled when he saw the purple cast on her arm covered in writings and drawings. Tonks couldn't help but smile at Harry's reaction. Tonks slid off of Harry and stood up, brushing the grass from her pants. Harry stood up and unconsciously ran a hand through his hair. Emma ran ahead of the others and stopped short of hitting Harry at the knees. "Hi, Harry," called the little girl. "Why, hello, Emma," replied Harry, offering his hand in a gentlemanly way. "How are you today?" "I'm fine. Mum wanted me to come back here so I could, what was it, overcome my demands or something like that." "Demons, maybe." "Yeah, that is it. Demons. There aren't really demons here, are there?" asked Emma, looking around the park quickly. "Nah. I scared them all away for you." Harry smiled and nodded to Kathy and smiled at Jonathan. "Pleasure to meet you again, Mrs. Williams." "Harry, it is Kathy." She smiled at Harry warmly and gave Tonks a quick once-over before the smile returned. "Not the best weather we have had, but it is Britain after all. What are you two doing today?" "We were enjoying our Sunday, Kathy," Tonks replied. "Emma here to get back on the horse then." "Yes, she is," Kathy answered, laying her hand on her daughter's head. "Have to turn the other cheek on something like this. Can't let one bad experience beat you." "I couldn't agree more," Tonks said, elbowing Harry in the ribs. "What?" Harry asked Tonks. "Anyway, I was just spending the morning with Tonks and Hedwig." "What's a Hedwig?" Emma asked, showing a very confused look on her face. "I'll show you," Harry answered. "Hedwig!" Harry called out and waited for her to arrive. A rustle in the far tree revealed her location, and she flew out of the dense cover. She circled the group twice and dive-bombed Harry, but pulled up in the last second, spreading her wings wide to slow herself. Emma and Kathy ducked when the large owl flew at them. They watched the beautiful bird come to rest on Harry's shoulder perfectly. Emma was bouncing with excitement, and Kathy was speechless at being so close to a real owl outside of a zoo. "Hedwig," Harry introduced. "This is Emma, Kathy, and Jonathan. Everyone, this is Hedwig." Emma hopped forward and reached out to touch the owl. Kathy went to grab her hand away, but Harry lowered himself quick enough, showing it was okay. Jonathan came forward next, and Kathy did so last. "She is a snowy owl, and we have been friends for about 5 years now," Harry explained. "What kind of name is Hedwig for a girl?" Emma asked. Harry hesitated and looked at Hedwig. She turned her head to him and titled it expectantly. Well, it just kind of came to mind when I got her. I am not sure other than that. If I say anything more, she might get mad at me, so I won't." "Harry isn't joking," Tonks added. "Hedwig will let you know if she is mad, and Harry folds like baby when she does." Tonks laughed at Harry as he shook his head and made a face. "I am smart for not trying to fight her, Tonks. You have never been on her bad side. It is not pleasant." Harry let everyone pet Hedwig before he stood up and let her fly off to her perch in the tree. "Aren't you afraid she will fly away?" Emma asked. Nope, Harry answered. Hedwig knows her way home, and I think she likes me enough to stick around. An owl is a pet, Kathy said quietly. You have any other surprises, Harry? Maybe one or two more, Kathy, Harry replied coyly. But I am not telling. Tonks burst into laughter and nearly fell over. What did I miss? Kathy asked. Harry scowled at Tonks and turned his attention to Emma. He reached a hand out, which she quickly grabbed, and led her over to the play park equipment. Jonathan followed, but he was giving Tonks a few odd looks, not sure what to make of the woman who was laughing uncontrollably. What did I miss, Ms. Tonks? Kathy wanted to know if it was her or what she had said. It was Harry saying he had one or two surprises, Tonks forced out, gaining some control of herself. If that isn't the biggest understatement I have ever heard. He surprises me 2 or 3 times a day, and I know him. Tonks couldn't stop most of the giggles from continuing. Well, he is not your normal teenager, is he? Kathy asked, watching the young man in question push her daughter on the swing. Normal is not a word that has ever been used to describe Harry, Tonks explained. Except when he is doing the describing, of course. Look at him. You could not tell by seeing him, but he has never been around children before that were younger than himself outside of school. That alone is surprising considering how he is with Emma and Jonathan. Kathy watched Harry move about the park, assisting both of her children when they needed it. He always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. Surprising, yes, Kathy said mostly to herself. You haven't seen anything yet, Tonks chimed. And those kisses, Tonks' sentence drifted off, as did her thoughts. He is still a child, Ms. Tonks. Kathy assumed the voice of a disapproving mother. Kathy, Harry hasn't been a child since he was 1 year old, Tonks said mournfully. Every year since then has reinforced that fact. If I had to gauge Harry's age most of the time, I would put it somewhere around 40. All the things he has been through. It would make you cry for days for him. Yet there he is playing with your children, trying to live a carefree life through them, if only it was that simple. Kathy looked from Harry to Tonks and saw the true sorrow written on her face. How bad has it been? He is only 15 after all. Tonks shook her head slowly. I can't even begin to tell you. Some you can't know, others you wouldn't want to know, and a few even I don't know. He has seen more than I, and that is saying something. Tonks turned to Kathy and weighed her opinion of the woman. Have you ever seen death, Kathy? The shocked and surprised woman shook her head slowly. I have seen my grandmother pass, but I don't think that is what you are getting at, is it? Tonks dropped her head in a defeated way. Harry has seen death, far too many actually. He has looked into the face of a murderer, a few of them, and held his ground while others would have run screaming. He has fought for his life and the lives of his friends too many times. I know one thing about Harry that many don't know. As fragile as he may look, as quiet-mannered as he seems, I will never stand against Harry. To do so would be your own folly. How can someone so young go through all that? Kathy asked, the first thing that came to mind. How can I not have heard about that? You know little escapes the press. Tonks barked out a laugh. You have to know what to read first of all. Secondly, Harry either finds himself the center of the happenings or he puts himself there. That is just how he is. You care about him, don't you? Kathy asked simply. Most definitely, I do, Tonks replied. How could you not once you get to know the real Harry? Do I know the real Harry? Cassie pondered. Yes, Tonks said, pointing towards the group of 3. He is right there. Kathy looked from Tonks to Harry and saw that he was holding Emma's hand, trying to get her on the seesaw. It was the place she had gotten hurt a few days ago. The mother in her wanted to go console her daughter, but the adult in her forced her to remain where she was. She watched the fear in her daughter's eyes grow. She saw Emma wrap her arms around Harry's legs in protest. She watched Harry lower himself and speak with Emma. Emma's face slowly changed from fear to determination. Her little girl turned away from Harry and stared at the seesaw. She held her left hand up and Harry grabbed onto it. Emboldened, Emma stepped towards the seesaw and sat on it. Harry slowly removed his hand and went to the opposite side and started working the toy. Her daughter's smile grew with every cycle. That is the real Harry, Kathy, Tonks said softly. How can you not care about him? How could I not fall in? How could I not do anything for him? You want a real hero in the world, you are looking at him. It took me this long to even get her to come to the park. Kathy spoke with a slight amount of awe to her voice. She sees him and she forgets her fear. She didn't even hesitate in running to him. He got her on that thing and she never doubted him. How does he do that? That is another one of his surprises, Tonks supplied. So that is 2 in the last, 15 minutes? And he told you that he only had 1 or 2 left. Now you see why I was laughing so hard. He can't help himself. He is who he is. Kathy watched how Harry worked with Emma and included Jonathan when it was possible. I see what you mean, Ms. Tonks. I wish you both well in your life. I hope things get better for him. It's Tonks, and you aren't the only one hopping for that. I know a whole group of people wanting the same thing. I am afraid that his life will never be boring enough for his wishes. If it isn't one thing, it will be another, that much is guaranteed. The morning gave way to early afternoon, and the Williamses had to go home for lunch. Harry politely refused the offers to join them and remained with Tonks. Harry settled against the tree again, and Tonks returned to her original position in his lap. "Miss me?" Tonks asked cheekily. "Not really," Harry said, earning himself a slug to the arm. "Hey, I was in the company of another cute girl. There is no reason to get violent." Harry rubbed his arm while fighting his smile. "You were brilliant with her, you know. Kathy was so happy. You are a natural when it comes to children." Funny that. Since I never really was one. Harry started looking depressed. Tonks leapt at the chance to change his mood and kissed him passionately. She snogged him in every way she could think of, and even a few that she hadn't. The flap of wings broke their embrace as Hedwig landed on a branch above them. She hooted a few times to get Harry's attention. "Yes, girl," Harry said. "It is your day after all." Harry gave Tonks a peck on the lips and urged her off so he could stand up. When he did, Hedwig flew down and landed on his outstretched arm. After a few pets, Harry tossed Hedwig into the air and followed her movements with his eyes. How do you know what she wants? After a time, you learn, or she nips your hand until you figure it out. She is a slave driver when she wants to be, but I wouldn't trade her for anything. It was nearly 2:00 when Hedwig landed, and Harry knew she was done for the day. "I am hungry," Harry said. "How about you?" "Same, where to?" "Let's go get the motorbike, and then we can find some place to eat. I really don't feel like dealing with them again today." "That sounds like a plan." Tonks ruffled Harry's hair a little and jumped ahead, leading the way back to the Dursleys. Harry, with Hedwig, followed. When they arrived at number 4, Harry hefted Hedwig into the air, and she flew in the open bedroom window. Harry walked to where the bike was parked and took up the driver's position. Tonks joined him from behind. Harry started the bike and they roared out of the driveway and down the street, gaining quite a lot of attention from Mrs. Number 7 in the process as she stared out of her front window. A very short ways out of Little Whinging, Harry felt a thump on his chest and saw a finger point to a deli, indicating that he should stop there. Harry slowed and parked the bike, then helped Tonks off. Being the gentleman that he was, Harry bowed and swept an arm to the front of the business as Tonks walked by. She gave him a coy smirk and walked on. She never saw Harry come up behind her and grab both of her sides until it was too late. It took them at least 5 minutes to walk the final 30 feet to the restaurant. The couple drove around the neighboring area for the remainder of the day. The haze had abated somewhat, but it still hung around, for the most part diffusing the sunlight. Harry learned his way around Surrey and the surrounding towns in one afternoon. During a break at a nearby park, Tonks received a message spell from Dumbledore. "Harry, guess what?" "What?" "Albus would like me to bring you to the Order meeting tonight. What do you think this is about?" Knowing him, he probably wants a chance to corner me and get information out of me. That, or he wants to yell at me for yesterday. Either way, I don't really care. I am not going to apologize or back down. He owes me too much for what he has done. I hope he understands that. He isn't your real enemy, Harry. Please remember that tonight. Now, it is around 5, so unless we are going to use magic to get there, we should start on our way now. I can direct you when we get closer to headquarters, but until then I will have to use Point Me. Think, you showing up on this thing should cause enough mayhem for the rest of the day. How much fun will that be?" Tonks' smile turned evil looking. You are a bad influence, nymph. You know that, right? I am only following orders, Harry. I have certain expectations to meet, and I plan to do so. All right, let's go, nymph. Harry turned left at the next major road, and Tonks directed him with her wand. The journey took them a fair amount of time and a few wrong turns that didn't go through as hoped. At the beginning, Harry tried to memorize the street names he took, but after the 12th Street, he gave up and just concentrated on driving. They were cut off twice, and only Harry's reflexes saved them from crashing. At one point, a police car followed them for a few blocks, but Harry stayed within the law of the road, and the car turned off. As the neighborhoods became nicer, then rougher, then nasty, Harry figured they were getting close. He knew they were nearby when Tonks stowed her wand and started directing him with more confidence. The familiar rundown homes told Harry that he was on the correct street. The street sign had been torn off the corner post, so Harry didn't know for absolute certainty until Tonks tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to the house numbers. 18, 16, 14, 10. Harry pulled the bike to the curb and shut off the engine. He dismounted and assisted Tonks. No matter what happens, Harry, please keep your temper, Tonks pleaded. I know you will want to kick some arse, but don't. You can yell, throw things, even hit them, but do not use magic. That is something you need to keep hidden as long as possible. Remember, I am here and I will help you when I can or when I have to. Oh, and if Snape gets in your face, smack him. He can't do anything to you with all of us around. Spy or no, he doesn't have many friends here. I will do my best, but no promises, nymph. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. I will not use magic on purpose, but if they get to me too much, I am not sure what will happen. If you lose it here, Horace will kick your arse tomorrow. If that isn't enough motivation, then I won't sleep in your bed tonight. How you do like that? Not much, Nymphadora, Harry said. I will do my best. Then you will be fine, Harry. Your best is so much better than anyone else's. Now what do you say we go get yelled at? Sounds like fun, Harry said offhandedly. Nothing new there at least. Harry concentrated on number 12 Grimmauld Place, and the house appeared between two other dilapidated homes. Harry kept walking up to the door and knocked lightly. Tonks joined him on the front step, placed a hand on his back, and started rubbing it softly. The front door opened after numerous locks were thrown open. Molly's head appeared and she broke into a forced smile. Harry, Molly said with a hushed voice. What was that noise we heard? It sounded like the twins were messing about out here. That was my motorbike, Mrs. Weasley. Harry waited for the reaction he was expecting. He got it and then some. Molly pulled him in the house and Tonks followed closely. The door was thrown closed and one lock was secured. Molly put a hand in the small of each of their backs and hustled them into the partially filled living room. Molly gave a shove, and both newcomers were sent in the direction of a couch. What in the world did you think you were doing, Tonks? Molly raged. Driving that death trap all the way here from Surrey, Harry could have been hurt or worse. You are an Auror and should know about safety, not to mention how much noise that thing makes. How could you take a risk like that? I am waiting, young woman. I was driving, Mrs. Weasley, and it was my idea, Harry said evenly. He looked around the room and saw the twins, Ron, Ginny, Arthur, Bill, Hagrid, and a few others standing in the back of the room. Remus was directly across from Harry and Tonks, sitting on the other couch, wearing a large grin. If you are going to yell, yell at me. Molly seemed to deflate, but it was clear she wanted to continue yelling. Harry, that thing is dangerous. You really should just sell it. You could probably get a new broom or something. I already have a good broom, Mrs. Weasley, and I like the motorbike. It is great fun, and I am not going to sell it. Harry, please, think of your safety. Molly was becoming less angry and more concerned. I am as safe as you can be with Voldemort after you. Harry watched the shivers spread around the room and sighed internally. Ron, Ginny, twins. Harry, they chimed at once. The meeting will be a little delayed, Remus said. I believe Severus couldn't get away until later. Why don't you tell us how your summer has been so far, Harry? Harry looked right into Remus's eyes. Enlightening, Remus. Harry scanned the room once more and found hesitant looks on the faces of his friends. How has your summer been so far? Not bad, Harry, Ron said. Good for the most part, Harry, Ginny replied. Smashing, Mr. Potter, Fred responded. You should come by the store, Mr. Potter, George said. You might see something worth putting your money into. Molly scowled and crossed her arms. Remus laughed, as did Ron and Ginny. Tonks giggled. Maybe I will, George. Enough of that talk, Molly interrupted. Why don't you kids go upstairs and visit? They stood up and turned to go up the stairs. Tonks was stopped by Molly's hand. You should stay, Tonks. If you are going to yell at her, then I am staying, Harry spoke. She did nothing wrong, and you need to understand that. Harry, Molly placated. Tonks is the adult here, and she knows better than to let something like this happen. I made it happen, Mrs. Weasley, and there is nothing more to it. Leave Tonks out of this. Oh, Harry, you are still a child and she is not. Molly seemed to deflate. I am as much an adult as anyone else, am I not? Harry challenged. Molly went quiet as Arthur placed a hand on her shoulder. Sadly, yes, Harry, Arthur answered slowly with regret. Molly just needs time to get used to that fact. What is done, right, dear? No more yelling tonight. Under his breath, Harry said, Yeah, right. His friends heard him clearly enough. They resumed their trip upstairs, and Tonks remained behind with a determined glare. Tonks. I am fine, Harry, Tonks said. Don't worry about me. If I need help, I will get you. She waved them on, and Harry hesitantly walked away. They went up the stairs and turned into the room that Ron and Harry had shared last summer. Well done, Harry, Fred announced. Really well played, Harry, George said. You have to get in front of Mum before she gets going. Otherwise, Fred chimed in, she will go on and on. Stop it, Ginny said. You two are annoying when you do that. How about when we do this, sis? Fred asked as he messed up her hair and knocked her back on the bed. Fred, Ginny snapped from under her hair. I know where the money came from, so you better be nice to me. What was that, little sister? George asked. Are you threatening us? Fred seconded. I am making a statement, Ginny answered while sitting up. Take it however you want to. I know, and Mum doesn't know, yet. Fred and George shared a startled look. You wouldn't. You don't hate us that much. We love you like a sister. Since you are one. And you treat me the same, too, Ginny added. We treat you better than Ron, at least, Fred retorted. Prats, Ron answered. The sibling squabble continued for some time as Harry watched it. It was like a tennis match that Petunia seemed to enjoy when the neighbors talked about it. She always said that it was a respectable sport played by proper people. His spectating was ruined by one last comment. You wouldn't endanger Harry like that, Fred said. You like him too much. As you saw for yourself, Ginny answered. Harry can take care of himself when it comes to Mum. You know she has a soft spot for him. I was referring to the soft spot you have for him, actually, Fred replied, then stopped instantly. That was all wrong, that was. George paused and then hit his brother on the head. Pillock, that's our Gin you are talking about. Sorry, got caught up in the moment, Fred apologized. Either way, you wouldn't risk Harry like that. He is Harry Potter after all. Yeah, George added. Who would save your life next time? If Mum kills Harry, then he is not an option. Hey, how did I get brought into this? Harry asked. You gave them the money to start up the business. That is how you got into this, Ginny answered. Dug your own hole, you did. Well, they put it to good use at least, Harry replied. Good for them. You gave these two money, Ron asked, confused. Where did you get it? Oh, Ron, are you that thick? Ginny questioned. His own vault or the Triwizard winnings. Either way, it is not like Harry doesn't have the money to give away. You read that article the same as the rest of us. Yeah, but Harry would have told me. Ron paused and looked at his best friend. You have told me, right? You were jealous of me once already that year, Harry said plainly. I didn't want to risk it again. I gave them 1,000 galleons and I was glad to do it. If you need more, let me know. And don't be mad at me, Ron. I really don't need more people mad at me right now, especially if they are my friends. No worries, mate, Ron said quickly. Just let me know if you want to get me a really nice Christmas present this year. Harry smiled widely before he was tackled by one of the twins. The other followed closely behind the first. Harry quickly found himself on the bottom of a Weasley pile. A few shrieks from Ginny and a grunt from Ron signaled that the pile had fallen over onto the floor. Harry moved a foot out of his face and discovered an armpit had replaced it. He poked lightly, getting a response and more movement. Quickly, a soft mound of flesh ended up in his face, blocking all view of the room. Soon the piles stopped moving and a pair of cackles erupted from the silence. Harry moved when others were removed from him, and the laughter increased. He saw Ginny move off of him and back away, turning red. Harry figured out what had happened and pushed away from the group, quickly trying to get to his feet. He was helped by Ron. "That is my sister you were feeling up there, Potter," Ron said clearly as he grabbed the front of Harry's shirt, balling it up in his fist. "You better apologize to her, or I will pound you into the floor." Harry looked at Ron and saw the conflicting emotions of pride and humor battling out. He smiled and calmly apologized to the reddening Ginny. The twins' mouths dropped open when Harry moved around Ron to speak to Ginny. They stepped forward and pushed Ron away and pulled down on Harry's shirt. "Where did you get these, Harry?" Fred looked quite angry. "Did those worthless muggles do this to you?" George asked. "Do what?" Harry asked, completely lost. He looked down and saw that the hickeys from the night before were uncovered. There were many of them, and Harry didn't know how to explain it. Well, you see." Harry started turning bright red. "Oh, I get it," Fred said, quickly changing his stance. "You got these by choice, I see. So who is the lucky girl, Harry?" "Anyone we know," George asked, continuing the interrogation. Maybe, but I am not going to answer any questions," Harry stated. "I will not say anything about it. Sorry, guys." "You know that an entire generation or two of women just became insanely jealous of some poor bird, right?" Fred asked. "She better be able to hold her own, or they will tear her apart," George said, shaking his head. "Our poor Jin might never be the same now," Fred spoke solemnly, shaking his head. "Sorry, Jin, it looks like he is taken," George said sadly. "You will have to find someone else to drool over." Ginny looked at the bit of Harry's exposed chest and stilled for a minute. "Like I said, I got over Harry last year." She nodded her head with emphasis. "So, Harry, who is it? Does she make you happy?" Harry looked around the room and found he was the center of attention. "I am happy, and I am still not saying who. She has helped me this summer, and I intend to keep it that way. Do not say anything to anyone, or they will try to lock me away even more. I have a lot going on right now, and I don't need more people in the way. Please don't tell anyone." "If you are happy, Harry, then I am happy for you," Ginny said. "You deserve some happiness. Now, does Tonks know about her? She has been watching you, hasn't she?" "She has been watching me, and she knows who it is, but she won't say either." Harry calmed himself as he knew he had to speak to Tonks before anyone beat him to it. He started edging his way towards the door so he could be the first one to it should the Weasleys decide to test Tonks' resolve. "Well, I guess we will have to hope you slip up," Fred said. "Or better yet," George interjected. "We drop in to visit you someday," Fred completed. "Yeah, I would appreciate it if you didn't just drop by," Harry explained. "I hear enough yelling from the Dursleys as is, so I don't need any more thanks." "Is it really that bad?" Ginny asked. "Not as bad as before, but they won't change," Harry admitted. "How can they? They have spent too many years hatting me for one summer to fix it all. I just can't wait to get out of there for good. At least now I have a place to go if I have to." "Really?" Ron spoke up. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Here, I own all of it. Lot of good it does me. I would just be exchanging one prison for another. I have other places, but I don't know where or what they are." "What terrible problems you have, Harry," Ginny joked. "Too many houses, not enough time, huh?" "Something like that," Harry said. The conversation became lighter as Ginny infused it with humor and insults directed at the twins. Ron didn't seem to let Harry's financial news get to him too much, but he was more subdued than usual. It was a loud room that Tonks found after she escaped the other Order members in the living room. "Hey, Tonks," Ginny chirped as the door opened and closed, letting Tonks slip in the room. Tonks smiled and greeted them all as she walked across the room to the small group. She tripped over the throw rug and landed on Harry, knocking him to the floor. In the confusion, Harry whispered that she had to refuse to answer their questions. Tonks slid off of Harry and settled into a sitting position between Harry and Fred. She wasn't sure what Harry meant, but she quickly found out. "So, Tonks," George asked, "who is it?" "Who is who?" Tonks played dumb. "You know," Fred continued, "who is Harry's girlfriend." "What girlfriend?" Twin number one. "The one who sucked all over Harry's body," George finished. "Harry has some nice marks on him from someone, and we want to know who it is." Ginny asked the real question. "Harry," Tonks took up her teacher impression, "have you been naughty with some innocent girl?" Harry held his composure and replied, "I don't think she is all that innocent, Tonks. I am sure she got what she deserved in the end." "Oh, you think so, do you?" Tonks queried with a smirk. "Who is it, dear Tonks?" Fred asked. "We must know," George added. "I can't say," Tonks shook her head. "I have given my word to Harry not to reveal her identity. Think of the scandal that would fall on her head if the press found out. Scary thoughts, I tell you." "So you aren't going to tell?" Ginny asked outright. "Nope," Tonks replied. "I will not say who she is. I can say that she is a sweet girl and much too good for Harry, but she likes a project." "Project?" Harry shouted. "What kind of project?" "Now, Harry, be good," Tonks chided. "I can't say any more at this time. Ask me no questions and I will tell you no lies." "No fun, Tonks," Fred quipped. "But this is, brother," George said right before he pulled out a balloon and launched it at Tonks. Not thinking, Harry reached out and grabbed the balloon with his hand, stopping it from hitting Tonks in the face. The problem was, the balloon exploded in Harry's hand, turning it green and purple as a liquid showered over him and the floor. "Bollocks, Harry," Fred yelled. "That was going to be really funny," George said. "Until you show off and grab it," Fred uttered. "Poor sport, Harry," George said while shaking his head. "How long does this last?" Harry asked. "Not really sure," Fred answered. "Had it last up to 4 hours before, but it varies depending on cooking time," George explained. "Tonks, could you clean this stuff off me?" Harry asked. "I wouldn't do that, Tonks," Fred said quickly. "Gets worse," George said before Harry could ask. "Guys, I need this cleaned off before the meeting tonight," Harry spoke clearly to both of them. "No messing about on this one. I need to be normal for this thing or I am wasting my time." The twins looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Okay, Harry, we will help you out." Fred drew his wand and started mumbling and waved it all around Harry, countering the new colors. After a few minutes, Fred put his wand away and looked at his work. "It isn't perfect, but it should be cleared up within the hour," George said. "Thank you for helping me out here," Harry said quietly. "This is my only shot at getting control of my own life this summer." "I think we should go downstairs now," Tonks interjected. "I think Snape was going to be here about now." The room cleared out, but Tonks held Harry back and closed the door. "Everyone here is an ally, Harry. Please remember that and do not use any magic in front of anyone. Now, let's go see what is going on." "Thank you for helping me out, Nymph. I really appreciate it." Harry leaned forward and gave Tonks a solid kiss on the lips. They snogged for a few minutes before breaking away. "I will keep my temper, Nymph, but I will not lay down. I will fight for what is mine." "I never expected you to lie down, Harry. Now, let's go out there and see what they have in mind for you, sexy." Harry opened the door and walked out into the hallway with Tonks following him. He heard movement behind them and turned to find Ginny standing in the hallway. She looked surprised, but there was something else, Harry figured. "Ginny," Harry said, "everything all right?" "Everything is fine, Harry," she answered. "How about you?" "I am about to find out, actually." Harry turned and continued down the stairs. Tonks watched him go before turning to look at Ginny. She raised her eyebrows at the young woman to find Ginny doing the same thing to her. "What?" "Oh, nothing much, Nymph," Ginny said with a smirk. Tonks' smile dropped as she walked right up to Ginny. Tonks looked at her severely. You are never to utter what you think you heard to anyone until he says it is okay. Do you understand? Ginny dropped her joking mood. I was only having a little fun at you, Tonks. I would never hurt Harry, never. I just want to be sure, Ginny, Tonks explained. Harry is in a very tedious position. He has the ability to become the Harry we know he can become or the Harry we fear he could end up as. I gather that you used some of the twins' products to listen in. In answer, Ginny pulled out an extendable ear. A Weasley through and through. This will be our little secret then. Tell no one. Can I ask one question? Ginny posed, getting a hesitant nod in reply. Is he a good kisser? Tonks' face relaxed, and she seemed to drift off for a minute before giving a whimsical reply. You have no idea. It is worth the risk and then some. And the rest is just, oh, I should stop, considering the meeting and all. Is it really that good? Ginny asked, acting more like the 14-year-old that she was. Yep, and don't you dare say a word of it to anyone. Don't even think about it. People can read minds here, you know. I will do my best, Tonks. Ginny looked very serious when she answered Tonks' request. Well, I better get down there before Harry hurts someone like a certain potions teacher. Tonks walked ahead of Ginny and saw Harry as she descended the stairs. He was leaning up against the door frame and looking into the living room. You can go in, Harry, Tonks said. It is yours after all. I am not sure I really want to, Tonks. Am I ready to be the Harry I have to be? Will these people accept that person? They are used to controlling my life, not letting me live it. Enough of this drivel, Harry, Tonks scolded. Get your sweet arse out there and be who you want to be, Tonks whispered in Harry's ear. Oh, and Ginny figured it out. More like she eavesdropped and heard, but she knows all the same. Now go. Tonks gave Harry a nudge in the back, and he stepped forward from the doorway. With the step, Harry calmed his mind and his emotions. It wasn't enough to fight off a legilimency attack, but it was enough to convince a spectator that he was there with a purpose. Harry walked slowly into the living room, looking at every person waiting for the meeting to be called. Most of them smiled or waved at Harry as he walked into the room. A few watched him with the same level of intent that Harry was giving them. He took up a position near the fireplace and waited for Dumbledore to arrive and call the meeting. He managed to create a preoccupied air about him, causing most of the Order members to give him room and not approach him. Tonks joined him along the wall and kept up a conversation with Ginny, who was not looking in Harry's direction. Most of the conversation was kept at a low volume out of fear of waking Mrs. Black, even with the sound reducing spells on the room. Harry ran through his mental preparations as he waited. He had built up a wall around his thoughts concerning Tonks when the doorbell rang. His resolve was tested immediately as the vile portrait started screeching. Mudbloods, scourge of the earth, lesser beings should all be put to sleep, called the horrible woman. The front door opened, and two figures entered the entryway. One cloaked all in black and the other dressed in dark blue. Albus and Snape were the last two members to arrive for the meeting. Molly moved to cover the painting with the drapes, but the screaming woman put up a determined fight. Vermin, wretched creatures, out of my house, you are soiling this fine home. Harry turned to listen to the words being yelled. Creature, remove these evil things from my home. Out, bitch. Harry felt his anger escape his tight control for a second. How dare that woman call Mrs. Weasley that? I should know, remember what Nymph said. The screaming continued as Albus drew even with the painting. My apologies, Albus called over the shouts. I must have forgotten not to ring the bell. He smiled lightly, trying to diffuse the mood as the horrid canvas continued. Harry couldn't take the way Albus had seemingly apologized. He meant to do that. There is no way he could have forgotten about the bell. He is trying to throw me off my target here. I will show him. Harry stepped away from the fireplace and strode towards the still spouting image. Tonks watched the poker fly from its holder and into Harry's hand, but fortunately everyone's attention was directed at the painting. Harry brought the poker up to a resting position on his shoulder and walked past Remus and Moody, who stood near the doorway. Molly, move, Harry called out. Molly stepped sideways and saw Harry looming over her with the poker moving backwards. Albus turned to see Harry standing next to him with the poker already swinging forward. With a loud scream, Mrs. Black was impaled with the poker wielded by Harry. The wrought iron instrument went through the canvas and into the plaster wall behind it. The tearing sound nearly drowned out the dying noise escaping from the mouth of the painting. Albus had jumped back when the poker swung in front of his face. He watched the scene with a sad look on his face. That wasn't necessary, Harry. She was old and set in her ways. This outburst would have passed. If it was that easy to shut her up, you should have done it last year, old man, Harry said evenly as he watched the image become less animated. Harry pulled on the poker and drug the hook down the wall until it caught on the frame. Harry gave a tug, and the painting ripped from the wall and clattered to the floor as plaster dust gently followed. With a smirk, Harry stepped forward and picked up the portrait. He turned and walked to the empty fireplace, tossing the dying painting into it. He turned to Tonks and nodded authoritatively to her. A flash of a flame spell erupted from the Auror's wand and ignited the fireplace. Harry watched the flames devour Mrs. Black with a slight smile. That was for you, Sirius. You always wanted to do that, and now it is done. The whole room had fallen silent when Harry had plunged the poker into the painting. Everyone watched and listened to the boy who lived as he removed the constant annoyance in the House of Black. Harry, why did you do that? Albus had joined Harry in front of the hearth. It needed done and you wouldn't have done it, Harry answered clearly. You don't seem to be able to make things happen, Professor. Why is that? Are you too careful, afraid you will let yet another detail slip through? I'm not sure what you mean, Harry. Albus was looking right into Harry's eyes. Voldemort, of course, Harry spoke while holding the aged wizard's eyes as well. You know you should have stopped him before he graduated, right? Inaction seems to be your biggest failing in life. You aren't willing to take the risk. Well, considering my options, I am going to take the risk. I have nothing to lose but my life, and that isn't worth very much right now. Harry, you know that isn't true, Albus argued. I am what you made me, Albus, Harry said quietly. Remember that when you fall asleep at night. I know I do. I wondered why I was being punished every day since I could remember. I thought I had wronged someone in a past life or something to deserve the Dursleys. Funny thing is you were responsible for it the whole time. Even still, I am being punished for having lived that night. You have no idea how many times I wished I had died with my parents. Anyway, you could have removed that painting at any time, but you left it for what purpose? He received no answer from his headmaster. As I thought, now why am I here? Scanning the room and seeing a sea of shocked, surprised, and confused faces, Albus urged everyone into the kitchen who was a member of the order. Ron and Ginny wore dejected and angry looks when Molly blocked their entrance into the kitchen. The twins just moved to either side and pushed past her. Arthur stopped the outburst before Molly could object vocally. A quiet conversation led to a sniffling mother being directed into the kitchen by her husband. Harry was pushed into the kitchen by Tonks, and he stood next to the door as the members took their places. Soft murmurs sounded a few times as Harry made eye contact with more than half of the attendees. Let us bring this meeting to order, Albus announced, ending most of the conversations. If Potter could refrain from another childish outburst, began Snape in a very acidic tone, we might be able to start our meeting. Who knows who could die next time he loses control of his impulses? Severus, warned Albus, please control your normal tendencies. Yes, Snivelus, Harry called softly. Do choose your words carefully. I might mistake you for another portrait and the fireplace might not be big enough for you. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? Everyone in the room turned to see Harry staring down the hateful man. A few had to look away when they caught sight of the intensity in Harry's eyes. Even Snape couldn't prevent his right eyebrow from arching at the challenge. His lip curled as he prepared to insult Harry in kind. Severus, Albus snapped, you may be under a lot of pressure as of late, but that does not excuse your behavior. Harry, Professor Snape is still your teacher, and you will show him the respect he is due. Then he deserves none since he has done nothing to earn my respect in any way, shape, or form. Harry spoke evenly, never removing his eyes from the spy. He isn't my teacher either. Never really was much of a teacher, to be honest. I know I didn't get an O in potions, so he won't be my teacher moving forward. Besides, this is summer break in case you forgot. That makes Snivelus just another bastard in a black cloak and a white mask. Isn't that right, Snivelus? Why, you little shite, Snape snapped, pulling his wand. I should have let the Dark Lord. Snape stopped himself as he caught sight of a few people leaning back in their chairs as Harry drew his wand, in a blur of movement besting the speed of Snape's draw. The tip started glowing red as Harry lowered himself into a fighting stance. Yes, Harry said. You were saying something about the Dark Tosser. Something like you should have let him kill me. He has tried a few times and he has yet to succeed. What makes you think you could help him get me? Maybe you aren't so much of a spy after all. Maybe you are more of a double agent. You may have Dumbledore fooled, but I think you are evil through and through. People never really change. Enough, Albus yelled. I will not have this, Harry. Severus has my trust. Severus, you will let go of your animosity towards James Potter. Harry is not him. Now both of you put your wands away, or I will take them from you for the duration of the meeting. Yours is the only trust Snape has, Professor, Harry said. He will never have mine. Spoken like a true idiot, Potter, Snape retorted. You would know, Snivelus, Harry answered, finally looking away from the greasy-haired man. Harry, Albus said, with some level of pleading to his voice, we are not here for you to challenge Severus's loyalty. Then why am I here? You always seem to forget to tell people why they are where they are and for how long. Is that by design, or is it a failing of your overburdened mind? You are here so I can ask you if the Order may continue to use Grimmauld Place as our headquarters. Harry thought through the request. You may, but on one condition. Snape snorted, but was silenced by a hand wave from Albus. What is the condition, Harry? I be allowed to join. Harry watched a few members visibly object, including Molly and Snape. Most of the others seemed to contemplate the proposal seriously. Absolutely not, Harry, yelled Molly through her hand as it covered her mouth in shock. For once, I agree with a Weasley, seconded Snape. Harry, you are still not of age, Albus said diplomatically. I could not in good conscience allow you to join. Lucky for you, it is not up to you to worry about my status, Harry said forcefully, halting all side conversations. I will be able to make my own decisions on my 16th birthday. Until then, Tonks gets to worry about me as she is my guardian. You didn't forget what happened yesterday, did you? Your manipulations of my life are coming to an end one way or another, Professor. All eyes in the room turned to Tonks, who had been standing next to Harry the whole time. I will permit Harry to join if that is what he wants to do. Albus sighed in defeat. Be that as it may, you are unable to use magic outside of school until you turn 17, Harry. You would not be able to go on missions or really help the Order do much of anything. Who said that I wanted to go on missions for the Order? Harry asked. From what I know so far, all the Order does is watch the Death Eaters get stronger and kill people, have meetings like this one, and watch me sit at the Dursleys. I only want to know what is going on. I have no interest in going on your missions. They are a waste of time if you ask me. The room went mostly quiet at that admittance. Many of the members thought Harry wanted to participate in their missions. No one really expected he would be willing, much less wanting to sit on the sidelines and watch. People were looking at each other, having conversations with head nods. Albus watched the tenor of the room and asked the big question, and if I refuse your terms? The Order will not be welcome in Grimmauld Place, was the simple reply. Delusions of grandeur, Snape said. Better than the reality of being pathetic like you, Git, Harry retorted. You are trapped in your own hate for someone who has been dead for nearly 14 years. I believe, Albus interrupted the brewing argument. The terms are acceptable, Harry. We only need to vote on it as a group, all those in favor. Harry looked around the room and saw that Tonks was the first with her hand up, quickly followed by the twins. Everyone slowly agreed except for Snape and Molly. Molly was prodded in the back by Arthur until she noticed she was the lone holdout aside from Snape. In the end, she too voted for Harry. You are admitted into the Order in a non-active role only, Harry, Albus announced. You may not participate in missions or actively fight the dark forces unless your life is in danger. Is that understood? I agree with the terms, Professor, Harry accepted. The Order may continue to use Grimmauld Place for whatever purposes they may need it for, as long as I am kept informed of those purposes, among other things. You know what I am referring to." "I believe I do, Harry," Albus admitted. "Thank you for the continued use of this house, and welcome to the Order of the Phoenix." "Yippee," was Harry's bland response. "Just can't get enough of yourself, can you, Potter?" Snape asked. "I had enough of you after the first class, you bastard," Harry replied with a dismissing hand wave. "Fame going to your head, Potter," Snape retorted. "You should watch yourself. There are a lot of Death Eaters that are mad at you right now for what happened at the Ministry." "Well, bully for them," Harry answered, then lowered his voice. "Maybe they will do better than their leader. So far, he has been rather impotent in his attempts to kill me. Also, I would try to get control of your emotions. I think your true motives are starting to show." "Enough," Albus interrupted. "Gentlemen, we have important business here, and trading insults is not on the agenda. Since you are warmed up, Severus, please tell me what is going on with Voldemort and the Inner Circle." Snape shifted his cloak while he settled his mind. "The Dark Lord has been quiet since the battle at the Ministry. There were rumors that he was not well, but I have no proof of that being the case. The Inner Circle, what remains of it, has also been staying quiet. No meeting has been called, and I know of no current plans." "Interesting information, Severus," Albus commented. "Harry, has your scar been active in the last week?" "No," Harry replied. "More good news for us," Albus said with a thoughtful look. "I hope that with his last attack on you, Harry, Voldemort has learned that you are not an easy target." Snape snorted, but was silenced with a cross look from Albus. Harry didn't move, nor did he comment on the small bit of information supplied by Snape. "I hope it hurt him as much or more than it did me. I hope his head hurt for days after that." "Alistair, any news?" Albus asked Mad-Eye. "Nothing, Albus," the aged Auror said. "Everything has been quiet." Albus looked to Kingsley. "I have heard nothing through the Auror department. Madam Bones is pushing us hard to find and arrest the Death Eaters. Interrogations of the captured Death Eaters have been ongoing since the break-in. Next to nothing has been learned from them. I believe that Amelia is close to calling in the Unspeakables to assist with pressuring the prisoners to reveal what information they know. Let us hope that your colleagues are able to uncover the needed information before that is necessary," Albus added. "Times are such that I fear for the safety of anyone resisting the Ministry." "Even the Death Eaters?" Harry asked as neutrally as he could. "Yes, Harry, even the Death Eaters," the old wizard said. "The Unspeakables can be quite ruthless in gathering intel." "You reap what you sow, Professor," Harry spoke with indifference. Albus watched Harry carefully as some members murmured agreement with Harry's statement. "Even the guilty deserve justice, Harry." Harry matched gazes with Albus. "While the innocent receive nothing, I guess I have a more direct view of the situation, Professor. I know what some of those people have done. I have no sympathy for them." "As you get older, Harry," Albus spoke with sadness, "you will see that things aren't black and white. There are many different levels to everything that happens. Motivations, circumstances, and details can make a simple event very complex." Harry smirked at the man's words. "If that is how you rationalize your actions or inactions, then I leave you to it. Malfoy deserves nothing but a horrible existence right now. They are all killers. They kill innocent people for fun. I have no sympathy for them or what happens to them." "In time, you may, Harry. Please keep an open mind moving forward in life." Albus turned his attention to Hagrid, who was standing in the far corner trying to fit as best as he could into the rather full room. Hagrid was looking at Harry with a depressed look on his face. "I have eared nothin', Dumbledore. Thaw Forest has been quiet, and Grop ain't eared nothin' neither." "Thank you, Hagrid," Albus said. Albus systematically went through the room asking others what they had heard. No new information was revealed. The meeting seemed to wind down as time drug on. Harry grew bored as person after person had nothing to say. "I would like Tonks, Alastair, Mundungus, and Severus to stay behind," Albus requested as the meeting was ended. Harry turned and was the first person to leave the room. He nearly tripped over Ginny and Ron as they scattered away from the door, gathering up their listening devices. He looked them in the eyes and found awe, surprise, and a little bit of fear. Harry pushed away his current emotions and continued into the living room, taking up a place on the couch. Ron and Ginny joined him before anyone else left the kitchen. "Bloody hell, Harry," Ron exclaimed. "You really told off Snape and Dumbledore if you think about it." "Shush, Ron," Ginny silenced her brother. "Harry, are you okay? That isn't like you." Harry held Ginny's gaze with his own. He settled himself before speaking. "I am done with those people deciding what happens to me. I am making the decisions now, and if they have a problem with that, then too bad. Snape is irritating and not a concern of mine." "Did you really pull your wand on him?" Ron asked with the beginnings of an evil smile on his face. "He drew first," Harry answered idly. "Next time I will curse him. I am through taking his shite sitting down. He has no right to do that to me. Get better, watch it next time." The trio continued to discuss the meeting and anything else that came up as the dismissed members left the house. Many came over to shake Harry's hand and congratulate him on his admittance. The remainder waved shyly as they exited. In the kitchen, Tonks prepared for the real fight she knew was coming. The remaining members were chosen for a reason. Dung kept his place in the dark corner as Moody sat at the table across from Albus. Snape hovered around the room like the bat he resembled. "Get on with it, Professor." "Nymphadora," Albus began. Tonks bristled at the name. "I have asked you never to call me that, Professor. I wish you would respect me enough to refrain from using that blasted name." "Tonks, then, I have a few questions concerning Harry," the wizard stated. "What happened to him since school let out? Why is he so hostile? Where is he getting his information about certain things? Where is the Harry we used to know?" "Ha," Tonks started off. "I find it funny to hear you asking those questions. You know well enough the answer to a few of them, but I will humor you anyway. Since school let out, Harry has made some decisions concerning his life. You are beginning to see the results of those choices. Have a good time with that. He is hostile because he has been lied to by so many people, and you are one of the worst," Tonks continued. "He knows so much right now, and he's going to learn all of it soon enough. I suggest full disclosure right now if you will have it. He's getting his information from many places. If there is a place to learn things, Harry has access to those places. If he sets his mind to it, he can find out anything. You should know that considering the last 5 years of school and what he has figured out. Lastly, the Harry you used to know died with Sirius. He is not going to sit back and let others tell him where to go and what to do. He is calling his own shots now, and the sooner you accept that, the sooner you might be clued in on what he has planned. I will tell you one thing, though. Fudge should have learned his lesson at the reading. Now, I think you should seriously help whoever his replacement is going to be." "What do you mean, Tonks?" Albus asked. "Fudge is on his way out," Tonks said happily. "Harry told him, and he ignored the opportunity to keep his job. Name me one person who has fought Harry and won. If you think of someone, let me know." Albus looked to Alastor and Snape. "I fear that Cornelius has pushed young Harry too far. I understand that Harry has a kind of friendship with Ragnarok." "I will not tell you any more than I already have concerning Harry," Tonks refused. "Ragnarok and the goblins have stayed neutral with Cornelius at my request thus far," Albus said while in deep thought. "Taking into consideration the events of the reading, I would say that Ragnarok has found a new ally in the wizarding world. Am I correct in my assessment, Tonks?" Tonks held her composure and said nothing. She looked at Alastor and saw a faint smirk on his lips. Dung was openly smiling, and his dreadful teeth shone in the poor light like the yellowed bits they were. "I have sympathy for poor Cornelius, then," Albus commented. "I have angered Harry and been witness to the results. History tells us of the revenge goblins can exact. A merger of the two would be disastrous at this stage of the war. Would Harry listen to my suggestions on the matter?" "I think you have a long way to go before Harry will even listen to what you have to say about the weather, Professor," Tonks revealed. "I do not know the whole story, but I know enough to understand his feelings are completely justified." Albus's face fell instantly. "I have made many mistakes in life, and I am afraid most of them have involved Harry. He has confronted me on most of them, thus far, and I can only hope he has as big a heart as I think he does. Sadly, most of the burden lies with him since I can't make him forgive my wrongs. Please express my wishes to him if you will." "Enough of this hand-holding, headmaster," Snape interrupted. "The boy needs to toughen up if he hopes to survive this conflict. There are only two sides in this for the living, and we are one side. The other is clearly defined." "You got lucky, Snape," Tonks warned. "Harry was about to curse you tonight. I would suggest you never pull your wand on him again. I doubt you will get a second chance." "The boy is lucky, that is all," Snape defended. "His first spell would have been a stunner. Amateurs always use that one first, and he is hardly anything more." "One day, very soon, Severus," Tonks added smugly, "you might learn the truth to that scenario. For your sake, I hope you are near a healer when you do." Snape paused as the normally juvenile Auror spoke with such deliberate intent. He wasn't sure if it was a joke or if she was serious. His ponderings were cut off by Albus. "Tonks, is there something I should know about Harry?" "I am sure there is," Tonks said, "but you will have to find them out on your own. Harry is his own person, and his trust is a rare commodity lately. I will not jeopardize what I have for your benefit. You know the reality of being Harry Potter better than most. Do you blame him?" With a sigh, Albus shook his head in a resigned way. "Being Harry Potter is probably one of the hardest things in our world right now. I know many of the challenges he is facing. I have been through many of them myself, though I was much older at the time, and I had a support structure that was far more vast than his." Hearing me say those words, I am beginning to understand what Ragnarok had meant. He is the future, and to stand in his way is folly. My concern for him has blinded me. Much to his detriment. Ego-driven child is what he is, Snape snapped. "Enough, Severus," Albus chided weakly. "I have dug my own hole, and now I must try to get out of it without it collapsing in on me. I am at fault here, and I know this now. Again, tell Harry if you will, Tonks. Now, on to the real reason we are here. I believe your mission of helping Harry get over the recent death is concluded. I would like to utilize your abilities elsewhere." Tonks knew something like this was coming. He was snooping in other people's heads. He knows something, and he wants to know more. "I believe Harry is at a point where he could get better or worse quickly. If you leave him to those muggles, I can promise you he will get worse. Maybe too bad to be saved. A person can only take so much." "I am working on plans to have Harry move to the Burrow, or here by the end of the month," Albus admitted. "That is too long," Tonks said. "The friction in the house has been increasing since the time I told you about. If it gets too bad, Harry will fight back, and where will you be then? He could disappear on you and stay missing, you know." "Where would he go, Tonks?" Dung asked drunkenly. "He has 2 families worth of property to choose from," Tonks said bluntly. "I think there are a few places he owns where he could go and remain out of your reach." "This is the safest place we know of, Tonks," Albus said. "Harry cares more about being somewhere he likes than someplace safe," Tonks stated. "He is a Potter, and his godfather was serious. You know, safety isn't something he worries about in reference to himself." "An understatement, if ever there was one," Snape said under his breath. "You have little room to talk, Severus," Albus said with a smirk. "You do spend time with a rough crowd, do you not?" Snape's mouth drew into a tight line, and he crossed his arms forcefully. Dung laughed at the dark man's actions. "I know what I saw, Albus," Mad Eyes spoke up. "Potter is not to be discounted. He is all action, and he worries about the consequences later. I see a lot of myself in him, and that is scary. We have a fine line to walk here, and I for one want to be on the right side of that line. But enough of this filler, Albus. Get on with the real point here." "Yes, always the direct one, Alistair," Albus offered. "I am concerned about how close Harry seems to be with you, Tonks. Yesterday and today, I noticed how Harry seems to depend on you or your counsel. I fear he has simply shifted his grief onto you. I think you should distance yourself from him moving forward." "I disagree with your opinion, Albus," Tonks said evenly. "Harry may appear to depend on me because I will not lie to him. I will answer his questions honestly and without hesitation. He has earned that from all of us. He is handling his grief well because he isn't alone with those muggles all day. That alone would be enough to drive most people barmy. Still, I think you should be removed from Harry's details starting in," Albus paused, appearing to be in deep thought. Oh, a week sounds good. That should give you enough time to get Harry on his own feet before you move on to other things. You are misjudging the situation, Albus, Tonks said sternly. I would let Harry decide who he wants guarding him. It would be a good first step towards regaining his trust. I wish it was that easy, Tonks, but it is not. I have to do what is best for Harry. Isn't that what started everything in the first place? Tonks asked irritably. His safety is paramount, and that is what I am trying to ensure. Please, do as I have asked. Harry may not like your decision, and I wouldn't disagree with him, Tonks replied before turning and leaving the room. You have concerns, Mundungus? Albus asked. Why no, the man replied. No concerns, Herr Dumbledore. You know that few can lie to me, Albus challenged. It is just Tonks been missin', a few changes. Dung seemed to force out while he looked at the floor. That is a funny accusation coming from an unreliable crook like you, Snape grated. Lick, I said, it just been a few, Dung restated. I ain't looking to get in trouble, but you made me say it, Dumbledore. That I did, Mundungus, Albus admitted. We should be free to speak of our concerns. How many has she missed? Juice, a few. I know I ain't one to talk, but everything seems fine. Rai is alive and well, and Thaw is wha counts. We been doing a good job. Thank you, Mundungus, Albus dismissed. Why don't you join the other stragglers in the living room? Dung left the room quickly, and once the door closed, Albus looked to Mad Eye. Alastair, I want you to check up on Harry and Ms. Tonks from time to time. Things aren't adding up like they should. Mundungus is hardly one you point out others' mistakes considering his own faults, but this issue was weighing on him quite strongly. I never would have pressed him about it if it hadn't been. Do you think it wise to monitor them, Albus? Mad Eye asked. You saw the same thing I did tonight. Harry is not the same kid he was last year. That look in his eyes was not that of a child. He has seen so much and been through it as well. I am starting to lean in favor of Tonks' suggestion. Tell the boy what his options are and let him decide. The worst that could happen is he picks the least of the choices offered. All would be perfectly safe for him. We need him to work with us more closely, not farther apart, Albus retorted. The less control we have, the worse his chances are. My opinion is known on this subject, Albus, the old Auror said. As is mine, headmaster, Snape added. I know and I respect both of your opinions, but I feel that giving him everything or nothing is not the best course of action. I will tell Harry what he must know and some of what he wants to know, but there are things that are best left untold at this time. I will do as ordered, Albus, but please note my objections to it. Good night. With that, Alastair left the kitchen with a steady thump from his leg. The Dark Lord has been too quiet, headmaster, Snape said in a whisper. I am starting to believe that the battle was harder on him than he is willing to admit. You must have fought him fiercely to hurt him, as he must be. I would accept your praise, but I fear I had little to do with it, Severus, Albus confessed. I believe it was the attempted possession of Harry that injured Tom so. The lack of pain in his scar lends more credibility to that assumption. Tom has always underestimated Harry's abilities. I fear that moving forward, Tom will give Harry his complete attention. From the hallway outside the room, Tonks removed the extendable ear from her own and rolled it up. She adjusted her footing on the stairs as she thought over the implications of what she had overheard. She walked down the stairs and into the living room. Yet again, he is underestimated. Maybe you should listen to your own worries, Albus. Harry is going to be seething over this. Spy on us, will you? Tonks turned to look at Harry sitting on the couch and saw him laughing half-heartedly with the Weasleys who had stayed to talk. The others were having a great time telling stories of past holidays and family trials. Tonks could tell Harry wanted to laugh with them, but he was thinking of what he missed out with his own family. Ready to go, Harry? Tonks asked cheerfully. I guess so, Tonks, Harry answered. Well, I should leave, guys. Stay safe. Harry stood up and passed by Remus, who had taken up a position right inside of the doorway. Harry, Remus prompted, could we talk about things soon? Harry met his eyes. Ask Albus what he did to both of us first, then we can talk about it. I am not the only one he has wronged over the years. I will do that, Harry, Remus replied seriously. It must be pretty serious if you are having this big of a problem with it. Once you find out, Harry started saying, but couldn't finish as he felt his anger rising too much. It is bad, Remus, Tonks said. Some things are just too much to discuss openly. Well, I need to get Harry home before he turns into a pumpkin. Night all, let's go, Harry. Pumpkin? Ron asked. Why would Harry turn into a pumpkin? I think Tonks has finally morphed her brain. The door closed, and the sound was cut off. Harry took a calming breath as he walked over to the motorbike. He mounted it and reached for the ignition. Tonks joined him and put her head on his shoulder while wrapping her arms around him. Get us home quickly, Tonks said. I need to tell you some things and you aren't going to like them. What did they say to you in there? It wasn't what they said to me, really. It was what they said after I left. Tonks felt Harry tense in her arms. She hugged him tightly as he started the engine and pulled away from the house quickly. Tonks knew that Harry was thinking the worst thoughts he could, but she hadn't figured out how to tell him exactly what was said. With the hour being late, traffic was far less, making the return trip shorter. Harry was letting his frustrations out through his turns and accelerations. When they pulled into the driveway, Harry turned off the engine and leapt off the motorbike. What did they say? Harry demanded. Tonks swept forward and grabbed his arm, directing him to the front door. Not here, Harry. We are being watched by Dung and most likely another by now. Tonks kept her voice low, but loud enough for Harry to hear her. They entered the house and were met by Vernon before the door had even latched closed. What in the bloody hell do you think you are doing, boy? Harry wasn't in the mood to deal with his uncle when an unknown problem was waiting for him once he got to his room. I am not in the mood, Vernon. Get out of the way and let us pass. Listen here, you ungrateful bastard, Vernon yelled, his veins popping out on his head. I have had just about enough of you. Well, I have had enough of you, Harry said evenly as he drew his wand and dropped Vernon with a stunner. The large man crumpled to the floor instantly. A screech from the other room alerted Harry to the fact that his aunt had witnessed Vernon fall. As expected, Petunia ran into the hallway and covered Vernon with her own body. What have you done to him? She screamed. Stunned him, Harry said distractedly. He will wake up in a couple hours. He is still breathing, so he is fine. Now leave us be. Harry pulled on Tonks' hand and led her up the stairs to his room. Once inside, Harry asked what was said. Tonks stilled him with a hand as she pulled her wand and started mumbling a spell Harry wasn't familiar with. Once she had walked around the whole room twice, she stopped in front of Harry, stowing her wand again. She looked at him in an odd way that Harry had never seen before on her face. It was something he had gotten used to from Hermione, though. When I was in there, Albus wanted me to distance myself from you. He wants me moved to another order assignment by the end of next week. Tonks watched as Harry grew calm physically, but his eyes told a different story. He can't leave well enough alone, can he? Why must I fight for everything in my life? Can't it just be easy for once? Now comes the bad part. There is a bad part. Bloody hell, this just gets worse. Harry's eyes continued their fury, but it wasn't close to what they were going to achieve. He asked Moody to watch us. He is going to check in on us now and then. To his credit, he wants Albus to tell you everything. Albus isn't going to, but it seemed like Moody tried to talk some reason into him. At this point, it seems like Moody is just following orders. Harry's stare became lethal after those words. If a sleeping dragon was scary and dangerous, Harry was a whole brood of them in one small package. I need to get out of here and away from him. There is no other option at this point. He is going too far again. The spell I just did was an obscuring spell. It is designed to block the monitoring devices we use and what Moody's eye does. All he will see is a blurry square where the room should be. We are safe while in this room at least. Dung ratted me out, but Albus pressed him on it before he told. Harry started to pace the room. He only got a few steps in before he had to turn around and retrace his path. I will not sit by and let this happen. I must stop this now. Harry, I said it before, but Albus is not your enemy. He is just a pain in the arse that thinks he is doing the right thing. Fudge is a little worse since he is doing what is best for himself. Keep your focus on this, please. I am tired of people fucking with my life, Nymph. I want it to be my life. Why can't I get that? Other people have that. Why not me? Am I really that different from everyone else? You are who you are, Harry. You have me as long as you want me. I am not going anywhere. No matter what he says or does, I will be here for you. I am afraid you will die just like the rest of them. Anyone who gets close to me dies. Why is that? Am I cursed to lose everyone I care about? I am here now. I have no intention of leaving. You need to enjoy what you have right now and worry about the rest later. You are young, so worry about the big stuff when you get older. Aren't I old enough to worry about things now? You are old enough to worry about which girl you take to a dance, where you go to eat for a date, and whether or not you got her preggers the night before. Seeing the shocked look on his face, Tonks smiled seductively. I see I have your attention. You seem to know how to get it, Nymphadora. Harry felt very confused, overwhelmed, and excited all at the same time. Enough of the gloom and doom, Harry, Tonks said while stepping forward to wrap her arms around Harry. Nothing is changing now, and I took care of Moody watching us. Let's have a little fun while we can. I would hate to miss out. Tonks planted a firm kiss on Harry's lips and began the simple process of making him forget all his troubles. She moved him to the bed and followed him down onto the mattress. She wiggled her way up his body slowly as her hands ventured to various places. As the minutes ticked by, Harry found himself in only his underwear and Tonks in her knickers. That happened much faster than the last time. Still, I hope we work on our disrobing speed. We are taking much too long for my tastes. Speaking of, Tonks forced her tongue into Harry's mouth and proceeded to wrestle him for control. Her breasts were moving over his chest, stimulating Harry even more. He needed some way to at least even the odds a little. His hand moved from her hair, down her back, to her bum. Harry grabbed hold of a cheek and moved her to the side, quickly earning him the top position. Tonks didn't fight and let Harry proceed with every bit of support. She found Harry kissing her mouth, face, neck, and chest. She sighed as she reveled in the attention. What are you planning to do, Harry? Tonks asked during a break in their fun. She arched her eyebrows before looking down at him. Harry followed her eyes and saw exactly what she was looking at. He became self-conscious and started pulling away from her. Two hands grabbed his shoulders and pulled him down to a waiting mouth and warm body. Harry felt Tonks shift under him, and he realized that she was wrapping her legs around his back, forcing him closer to her. With another sigh, Tonks moved again, putting Harry right into position to carry out the one thing Tonks had said to get his full attention earlier. Harry stilled as he caught on to what she was offering. Nymph, what are you doing? I am doing what I want to do, but you get to make the last decision on this one. I am ready when you are. Whenever you want to, just let me know. If you are ready now, then get rid of these clothes so we can continue. I am rather worked up here. Tonks' breasts moved in time with her deep breaths. I would like to, but I think we should wait a little while longer. I am not sure why, but it just doesn't seem like the right time now. That is a first, Harry. I never heard of Guy turning down an offer like this. It isn't me, is it? Tonks put on a mock-worried look. Harry realized for the first time since they got back that Tonks was her real self again. I guess I am getting used to her different looks. I like it when you are the real you. Thank you, but stop changing the subject. It just doesn't feel right. Not right now. I want to, but something isn't right. When he saw the saddened look move across Tonks' face, Harry forced his mind into hers. He showed her what he was feeling, and a soft moan escaped her mouth before his lips covered it again. Harry snogged Tonks until late in the night. They had played and teased each other until the limits had been broken a few times. Tonks marveled at how talented Harry's fingers and tongue had become in the short time they had been involved. She said as much a few times. I have a good teacher, and she knows how to motivate me to do my best, Harry said from his position behind Tonks as they were curled up together. It isn't every day that I enjoy my life, and you have made that happen quite a few times lately. I aim to please and thank you so much, Harry. For what? For doing the same for me in exchange. I haven't had the best luck with men in the past. You are proving that you are better than all the rest. Besides, you are so damn cute I just can't enough of you." Tonks turned over and smiled impishly as she kissed Harry hungrily. "You are incorrigible, you know that?" Harry loved every minute he spent with Tonks doing what he was doing at that moment. "I am what I am, Harry. I can't be any other way than like this. You bring out the real me even when I don't want it out. I like the real you more than the rest. I can't seem to get enough of you actually. Well, here I am nearly Starkers, and most definitely ready for more." Harry smiled and began to run his hand down her front once more in an attempt to repeat his earlier actions. He was confident that he could drive her insane within a few minutes, as he had done so a few times already that night. He felt very confident until Tonks latched on and returned the favor. After Harry had left Vernon in a pile on the floor and went upstairs, Petunia called Dudley to help her. She directed her son to heft the limp body of her husband onto the couch. After the shock had left, Dudley did as requested. The grunts and pains from moving such a large person left Dudley very tired and exhausted. "Mum, what happened to Dad?" "Oh, Dudders." Petunia started to tell him a lie, but realized that it wouldn't work anymore. "Your father thought he could stop Harry from doing what he was doing. As you can see, it didn't work. I have seen magic done, Dudley. I used to watch my sister practice her magic before her last year of school. She was always so intent when she would do a spell. Harry didn't do that. He just kind of distractedly made it happen. At first, I thought he had killed your father, but he didn't. The scary thing is, I think he could have very easily." "Mum, Harry can't do that. He couldn't even kill the worms we studied in school. How could he hurt anyone? He is Harry after all." "Did you read that book?" "No." "You should, Diddikins. Will Dad be okay?" "Harry said he would wake up in a few hours, so I plan to wait until that happens just to be sure." "I am going to go to my room then, Mum." "Good night, Dudley. Thank you for helping with your father." Harry awoke to a knock on the door. He turned over and touched his wand, saying, "Time." He was given the time and it was 3:30. Harry grumbled and slowly extracted himself from Tonks' soft and warm body. He covered her with the sheet and grabbed his cloak to cover his own body. He moved to the door, but summoned his wand before opening it. He saw his aunt looking very worried and slightly scared. "What, Aunt Petunia?" "It has been more than a few hours, Harry. It is many hours more than that. He hasn't woken up yet." "Really? I wonder if it has something to do with him being a muggle." "It is because of you, Harry," called the muffled voice of Tonks. "You are more powerful than normal wizards. Go bring him back or he might be like that for hours more." Fine, fine. Where is he?" "He is on the couch," Petunia said. "We couldn't get him upstairs." "All right, I will levitate him into your room and enervate him. He may think it was a bad dream or something then. Does that sound good?" "Whatever you will do, Harry." Petunia tried to steal a look into Harry's room, but he closed the door when he saw her craning her neck. "Let's go." Harry went down the stairs and into the living room. He saw the lump of human that was his uncle. He levitated the man into the air and directed him up the stairs past his aunt. She gaped at him as he moved up the stairs towards the bedroom. Harry used the levitating body to open the door by pushing it through the opening. Harry moved him over the bed on the sunken side of the mattress and released the spell. His uncle dropped the 2 inches onto the surface and sunk down into it. Petunia entered the room and stood by the door. "How did you do that?" "What levitation? It is one of the first spell we are taught." "Not the spell. You did it without your wand." "Oh," Harry looked at his hand and saw that his wand wasn't there. "Yeah, that happens now and then. I seem to have the aptitude for it. So do you want me to wake him now?" Petunia paused before nodding. Harry moved to the doorway and got ready to close the door when he revived Vernon. A flash of a spell left his hand, and the door closed immediately after. Vernon grunted and snorted a few times before he came to. "What in the hell happened, Petunia?" Thinking fast, she asked innocently, "What do you last remember?" "Bloody boy is the last thing I remember." "Then please leave him alone next time. I don't think he will be this nice next time. He could have hurt you if he wanted to." "Harry, what happened?" Harry slid into the bed and wrapped his arms around the sexy creature, sharing it with him. He didn't wake up, so I put him in his bed and enervated him. She can deal with him now. Tonks mumbled as she ground her face into the pillow. Sleep time now. Talk tomorrow. Yes, nymph, Harry whispered in her ear, earning and bum wiggle for the trouble. 2 contented people drifted off to sleep, while 2 others seemed to realize the truth of their own situation. Props to C.J. Cold for the idea with dung during the meeting. It led nicely into another situation I was going to do.